01. Love has its own relativity. I love you. You love me. And we all live happily ever after. I love you. You don't love me. And the ending is tragically unbearable. Yu Yi's love belongs to the latter. Someone asked Yu Yi why she liked Ye Junsheng. Yu Yi replied, I just like him, there's no need for so many reasons. But Yu Yi overlooked that liking Ye Junsheng doesn't require a reason, yet forgetting him would cost her a lifetime of energy. Falling for Ye Junsheng is the greatest disaster of Yu Yi's life. Prologue. In a dimly lit room, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Clothes lay scattered on the floor as if after a fierce battle. The most eye-catching feature was a large bed in the center of the bedroom, dominated by white tones, with a wide headboard covered in soft fabric, simple yet stylish. The headboard was paired with a golden, intricately carved lacquered wood frame, its decorative lines complex and luxurious, showcasing the owner's nobility. In the darkness, that touch of white emanated a soft glow, enveloping the two closely entwined figures. Yu was awakened by the soreness in her body. Her limbs felt stiff and immobile, constrained by external force. As she looked up, a familiar face appeared before her. Yu Yi's lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile as she carefully pulled out her hand, gently caressing the man's brow and eyes. His usually sharp and indifferent gaze was obscured by his long, curled eyelashes, while the breath beneath his high-nose bridge was even and relaxed, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, creating gentle ripples. Yu Yi lingered on his lips. She had never had the chance to tell him that she liked the shape of his mouth, which curved upwards even when he wasn't smiling, adding a sense of intimacy. Even when he was angry, those ripples would soften his harshness. The man let out a soft groan, and Yu Yi instinctively withdrew her hand as if electrocuted, finding herself once again trapped in his embrace, their bodies fitting together without a gap. His breath was clear and audible in Yu Yi's ears, the warm air causing her to shudder. She didn't dare to breathe deeply, her body stiff and unmoving, blinking her eyes to stare at the high, arched ceiling. The outline of a European-style ceiling light flickered in the darkness, with diamond crystals on the lamp petals shimmering faintly. Even a single decoration from there could be sold for a lot of money. Yu Yi became intrigued and began counting the number of diamond crystals. Suddenly, she heard the man's hoarse voice coming from above her, calling her name with tenderness imbued with endless affection. Yu Wei. Yu Yi trembled all over, her eyes instantly filling with tears. What could be more cruel than this moment of rejection? She gently withdrew from his arms, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor, and fled in despair. Stumbling outside, her body collapsed weakly to the ground, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, her hands tightly crossed together. The dim yellow light in the corridor mocked her, and the empty silence accentuated her loneliness. Yu Yi let her tears flow freely. Years of perseverance crumbled completely in this moment. She had liked him for 4 years, and he had rejected her for 4 years. No rejection in those 4 years had been as thorough as this one. She hated herself for choosing to come here tonight. The glimmer of hope still lingering in her heart was extinguished by his gentle words. She was too foolish to think that after Yu Wei's engagement, she would have a sliver of chance. Finally, in this deserted night, Yu Yi cried out loud. Suddenly feeling the emptiness beside him, the man on the bed frowned slightly, turning over gently and hugging the blanket to himself, sighing in contentment in his sleep. Yu Wei, you were right, he murmured, a light smile returning to his lips. Yu Yi, I think I've fallen for you. 02. The couple tightly nestled together walked inside, led by a server. Ye Junsheng's brows furrowed slightly, noticing the slender figure leaning against the man beside her, their actions intimate. The unintentional chemistry between them made Ye Junsheng's brows subconsciously draw together. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, causing the woman he had been watching for a long time to gradually turn around. Her eyes met his for just a second before she looked away. Ye Junsheng's gaze remained fixed on them, intense as if he wanted to pierce a hole through the woman. The couple sat down in the booth next to him, with the man kindly helping the woman into the innermost part of the sofa, blocking other men's attempts to get close. The two nearby booths were only a few meters apart, and the woman's position was directly opposite Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng withdrew his gaze, realizing she seemed to be pretending not to know him, which inexplicably irritated him. He casually grabbed a drink from the table and poured it into his mouth. Zhang Luo, sitting next to him, swallowed hard, and pointed at the glass Ye Junsheng was still holding, saying, "You're drinking mine." Ye Junsheng replied carelessly, refilling the glass and handing it to Zhang Luo, then took another big gulp from his own cup. Zhang Luo's mouth twitched, unable to articulate what was going on with Ye Junsheng's normal yet abnormal state. He could only mimic Ye Junsheng, taking a big gulp from his glass while avoiding the spot Ye Junsheng had touched. They were drinking strong liquor, and taking a big gulp sent a bitter, spicy sensation to their throats. Zhang Luo drank too quickly, tears springing to his eyes. He looked at the table, which was filled with various types of alcohol, all with high alcohol content, and he couldn't find a way to wash away the taste in his mouth, leaving him to stifle his frustration with nowhere to vent. In contrast, Ye Junsheng appeared unfazed, downing glass after glass without a change in expression, leaving Zhang Luo to seriously suspect something was wrong with Ye Junsheng's sense of taste that a group had gathered to celebrate Qin Huangqing's birthday. Qin Huangqing was Ye Junsheng's cousin, and they were only 3 years apart. Those familiar with Ye Junsheng knew he had a quirky personality, yet he was surprisingly good to his cousin. Zhang Luo couldn't quite pinpoint where this goodness came from, but he knew Ye Junsheng treated her very well. Today was Qin's 18th birthday, and while her biological brother was still busy, Ye Junsheng had started early, insisting that the 18th birthday was a significant milestone and that it had to be celebrated grandly. Originally, Zhang Luo had nothing to do with it, but he was dragged along by Ye Junsheng to make up the numbers. After the birthday party, it wasn't enough for Qin Huangqing. She insisted on experiencing the nightlife on her birthday. Zhang Luo's bar, where he performed, was beneath her notice, and Qin Tongsheng had no choice but to drag them along to accompany his sister in her continued revelry. Though Zhang Luo enjoyed nightlife, it wasn't like this sitting here dryly watching the people on the dance floor twist and turn while being pressured from all sides not to act recklessly. Qin Huangqing had 2 protective older brothers, who had kept a close guard over her since childhood. She had never done anything out of line. Today, she was determined to go to a nightclub, adhering to the principle that it was her birthday and she would not leave without experiencing it. Generally obedient to her brothers, Qin Huangqing became persistent, and her 2 brothers couldn't hold her back. After some deliberation, Ye Junsheng had no choice but to negotiate with Qin Tongsheng to take her to the well-known, lavish yet orderly Yushi Club in Jinghai. In his frustration, Zhang Luo downed another mouthful of brandied tea. Was strange though Qin Huangqing had grown up protected by her 2 brothers. They often turned a blind eye when it came to drinking. As Ye Junsheng put it, in drinking, you see men intolerance for liquor, you see women. A girl drinking a bit more won't lead to her being bullied by boys. After so many years of interaction, Zhang Luo found that Qin Huangqing had an impressive tolerance for alcohol. He wasn't even her match. Strictly speaking, his alcohol tolerance was less than half of hers, and he felt particularly ashamed about it. Qin Huangqing only drank strong liquor, with brandy being her favorite, which explained the abundance of strong drinks on the scene. Zhang Luo had known Qin Huangqing for many years, and was already immune to her seemingly harmless smile. Although Qin Huangqing had never committed any major transgressions, she had certainly caused her fair share of minor troubles. Zhang Luo carefully reflected on the past 18 years spent under Qin Huangqing's influence. The 5 of them had grown up together. Qin Tongsheng was the oldest, while Ye Junsheng and Zhang Luo were the same age, sharing the 2nd position. Qin Huangqing was the 3rd, and the youngest was Lian Qi, who was now already drunkenly dozing on Qin Huangqing's shoulder. Zhang Luo rubbed his eyes, as if he had seen a fleeting moment of tenderness in Qin Huangqing's eyes when she looked down, but when he blinked, that tenderness had vanished. Shaking his head, he thought to himself that he must be drunk after all. Qin Huangqing had nothing to do with tenderness. Qin Tongsheng had his own way of entertaining himself, and was not interested in playing high school games with his younger sister. The graceful figures in the dance floor were calling out to him, and with a snap of his fingers, he told Ye Junsheng, "I'm going to the bathroom," and headed towards the dance floor. Ye Junsheng gently rubbed his temples, wondering why he remembered the restroom being in the other direction. The 5 of them had drunk quite a bit that day, with the glass coffee table filled with various transparent bottles. Zhang Luo and Qin Huangqing were still playing rock, paper, scissors, each more enthusiastic than the last, while Lian Qi had already fallen asleep on Qin Huangqing's lap. That kid, who was clearly younger than him, always acted mature. Ye Junsheng shook his head. In that moment of shaking his head, he saw the woman across from him whisper something to the man beside her. "Stand up," and walked towards a corner corridor. As she passed by him, Ye Junsheng felt his body stiffen, then relax again, not knowing why he was feeling nervous. When he turned back, the woman had already left. Ye Junsheng let out a long breath, feeling annoyed at this inexplicable sense of relief. Zhang Luo lost again at rock, paper, scissors and kept shouting for him to help, but Ye Junsheng ignored him, opening and closing his clenched fist, and made up his mind to walk in the direction the woman had gone. The music in the center of the dance floor gradually faded, and the dark red carpet extended to the end of the corridor. Ye Junsheng climbed the steps, where resin vases were placed on both sides of the corridor, spaced out beautifully. The open and closed private rooms were arranged in an appealing manner, and the mirrors reflected a more decadent image under the dim, warm light. He paused his steps, leaning against the smooth wall, his eyes slightly closed. The effects of the alcohol were just starting to kick in. He shut his eyes to dispel some useless thoughts, and when he opened them again, the woman was standing at the restroom door, looking at him curiously and in shock, as if she viewed him as a stalker. Then she looked away, stepped aside to let him pass, preparing to leave. Ye Junsheng instinctively grabbed the woman's arm and spoke as she stood frozen. "Since you have a boyfriend now, don't come looking for me anymore. I will pretend the past never happened." He felt he must be very drunk to have followed her over and to say such a thing. He thought their situation resembled that of a wife caught cheating by her husband, with a wife eager to clear her name while the husband acted like a clown. Of course, their relationship was not that of a husband and wife if he had to label it. He would say they were just ordinary friends, the most ordinary kind. The expression of the woman before him was as surprised as ever, the same face, but Ye Junsheng couldn't pinpoint what was off. He felt a slight headache, not wanting to delve into the feeling he couldn't articulate. Perhaps, deep down, he felt a bit relieved that he had finally shaken her off. From a nearby private room, soft dance music drifted in, and the mirror reflected their silhouettes. The woman opened her mouth as if to explain something, but Ye Junsheng instead turned and left. He stepped into the dance floor, his body moving with the music among the crowd. The strong scent of perfume hit him like waves, and a seductive figure rushed into his arms. Ye Junsheng frowned, and the image of that pure smile floated back to his mind. The dimples shallowly imprinted on her cheeks when she smiled. Startled, he pushed away the woman who had thrown herself at him. Qin Tongsheng was still reveling on the dance floor, the entire stage appearing to belong to him. Ye Junsheng habitually checked his pants pocket, finding the chocolate he had previously kept was all gone. Frowning, he withdrew from the crowd. Returning to the booth, he found Qin Huanxing and Zhang Luo embracing each other, the bottle of alcohol weakly raised in their hands, mumbling indistinctly, "Let's continue. Cheers." Zhang Luo was quite the character, managing to get Qin Huanxing drunk, but he wasn't in any better shape, having collapsed on the side, completely unconscious. Lian Qi lay on Qin Huanxing's lap, sleeping soundly, unaffected by the noisy surroundings, and even Qin Huanxing's restless movements did not disturb his sleep. Ye Junsheng looked at Qin Tongsheng, who was still dancing without any intention of leaving, and sighed helplessly. He boldly signed Qin Tongsheng's name on the drink bill, feeling quite satisfied with the signature. He called over a waiter to have Qin Huanxing and Lian Qi taken to his car, while he shoved Zhang Luo into a taxi, providing the address, and the taxi drove away. The cold wind blew, dispersing much of the alcohol's effects. Qin Huanxing was already deeply intoxicated, mumbling something incoherent. Ye Junsheng, with a heavy heart, squeezed her and Lian Qi into the back seat, shutting the door. A group of people walked out from the Yushi entrance, and Ye Junsheng clearly spotted a familiar figure. The man gently helped the woman put on her coat, and she inadvertently glanced over here. Their gazes crossed in the air, and Ye Junsheng stepped on the gas, the car darting off into the night like an arrow. Jiang Yusin followed Yu Wei's gaze to the white sports car that had already driven away, the license plate boldly visible as it sped through the night. He quietly asked, "Do you know him?" Yu Wei shook her head. "He mistook me for someone else. 03. Yu belatedly realized a problem. Ever since the semester started, despite her subtle hints, Ye Junsheng always managed to overlook her. Yui thought this was not a good sign, so after class, she blocked the entrance of the building for Ye Junsheng's major, trying to find out why Yu was currently puzzled. Feeling inexplicable, Ye Junsheng hadn't sentenced her to death, but had instead given her a reprieve. Recalling before the holiday, Ye Junsheng's attitude towards her had only improved a little bit, just a tiny bit. How could that tiny improvement turn into a negative after holiday? They say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea now. It seemed to you that Ye Junsheng was even more inscrutable than a woman, that a woman in a bad mood would at least give hints. But Ye Junsheng provided no hints at all. From a distance, she saw Zhang Luo leisurely walking out of the teaching building. Yu looked around, not to mention seeing Ye Junsheng. She couldn't even spot a hair of his. Yu had always adhered to the principle of confronting problems directly. She was determined that if she didn't find Ye Junsheng today to get to the bottom of things, she would reverse her name. Yu shook her head. It sounded too terrible. To preserve the dignity of her name, she decided she wouldn't give up until she found Ye Junsheng today. Lost in thought, Yu rushed in front of Zhang Luo. Before she could speak, Zhang Luo affectionately called her name. Little Yu made a gesture with her hands, forming a fork, and patiently corrected, "My surname is Yu, not Xiao." Although Yu was 1 year lower than them in school, she was the same age. The reason she was in her 3rd year while they were in their 4th year, despite both being 21, was a long story. To make it short, Yu had a serious illness during middle school and took a year off, which resulted in her being a year behind her peers. Zhang Luo shrugged. He couldn't help but see Yu as a junior. Knowing what Yu was looking for, Zhang Luo adjusted her head and said word by word, "Stop looking, he didn't come today." Yu's face fell. Did this mean she would have to write her name backward from now on? As long as Ye Junsheng wasn't at school, Yu wouldn't be able to find him. This was a rule she had concluded after 3 years. Ye Junsheng had never lived on campus during his 4 years at university. He drove to class and drove home afterward. He always managed to ignore the envy or discontent directed at him from other students. In this regard, Yu truly admired him. She only knew that he had been living at the Junyue Hotel for a long time, but she had never been there. Every time Yu went to the library, she coincidentally found him there. Ye Junsheng seemed to have a peculiar attachment to the library. There was always a spot on the 4th floor set aside just for him. When Yu found him, he was either sleeping there or still sleeping there. One time, unable to resist, Yu asked him, "Why do you like sleeping in the library so much?" Implicitly asking why home wasn't more comfortable than the library. Ye Junsheng simply replied, "It's quiet here," as if his gaze was saying, "If you don't believe me, you can try it." Just now, Yu had turned the library upside down, but hadn't seen Ye Junsheng at all. Zhang Luo gave her an encouraging expression, telling her not to lose heart. Yu truly wanted to let out a long sigh. Finally, helpless, she had to change her previously set deadline to find Ye Junsheng by tomorrow. She had to find him and get things clear by then. Just 2 hours after Yu postponed her plan to tomorrow, she saw Ye Junsheng at the entrance of the Meiyuan Baixing Century Mall. That moment, Yu was holding a lot of shopping spoils in her hands. It was known that finding Ye Junsheng had become particularly difficult lately, so she thought she couldn't miss this opportunity. Without a second thought, she dropped the person beside her and rushed towards Ye Junsheng. However, Yu had too many things in her hands, and Ye Junsheng was too far away. By the time she reached him, she was completely exhausted. Ye Junsheng glanced at her and turned to leave. Realizing something was off, Yu had no time to catch her breath. She spread her arms to block Ye Junsheng's path, with the shopping bag straps hanging steadily from her arms, looking like a competent shopping rack to others. Ye Junsheng frowned and tried to go around her to leave from the other side. Unfortunately, as soon as he took a step, Yu followed closely and blocked him again. Ye Junsheng looked at her seriously and asked, Yu, what do you want?" Without thinking, Yu shook her head like a rattle drum. She wasn't doing anything, she just wanted to ask, "Ye Junsheng, have you been possessed? Quickly tell me, who is the person inhabiting your body now?" Possessed. Ye Junsheng twitched his mouth, wanting to knock on her head to see what was inside. Shaking his head, he didn't want to engage with her. He thought they had already cleared things up that day, although they had only said one sentence. And it was he who said the important one. She was indeed pretending not to know him. Yu's persistence clashed with Ye Junsheng's impatience. And of course, Yu prevailed. Her demeanor showed that she was determined to achieve her goal. Ye Junsheng felt it necessary to repeat what he had said that day, in case she pretended to have amnesia and pushed the blame onto him. "Since you have a boyfriend, you shouldn't keep bothering me." Ye Junsheng felt that this sentence might not be very appropriate if she was just coming to catch up with him like an old friend. Then his words would seem unnecessary. The next second, Ye Junsheng realized that his words were not unnecessary at all. "Boyfriend?" Yu frowned and thought carefully. This term felt like it was a billion light years away from her. She had never been associated with the term boyfriend. Who is slandering me? Then she suspiciously scrutinized him. Ye Junsheng, is this another excuse you made to reject me? Although I like you, you can't trample on me like this. I will never date while chasing after you. That I saw it. Seeing Yu Yi's emotions becoming more intense, Ye Junsheng sighed helplessly. How could her memory be this bad? Last week at Yushi, you came with your boyfriend. The last word stuck in Yu Yi's throat, unable to come out. She blinked a couple of times. Last week, he came with her boyfriend? To Yushi? Yu Yi struggled to connect these words and swallowed hard. Could it be that besides Yu Wei, there was someone else who looked like her? For a moment, she seemed to remember something, but couldn't quite grasp it. What had Yu Wei told her about where to go that day? Ye Junsheng, that wasn't me. I swear on your head that it absolutely wasn't me. Yu Yi was sure she hadn't been to Yushi recently. Ye Junsheng seriously touched his head, reassuring himself that it was still firmly on his neck. Supporting his chin, he scrutinized Yu Yi for a long time. Now that he thought about it calmly, the person he saw that night did look somewhat different from the one standing in front of him. Now, their temperament was completely unlike. Each other one was in the sky, the other on the ground. Ye Junsheng began to doubt himself. Could it be that after getting drunk that night, he mistook someone else for Yui? When he saw the figure of Yu Wei walking gracefully behind Ye Junsheng reaffirmed that he had indeed not made a mistake. There were indeed two Yuis? If Yui knew what Ye Junsheng had been thinking just now, she would have kicked him hard without hesitation. Yui continued to chatter at Ye Junsheng when she suddenly noticed the astonished expression on his face, his mouth almost forming an O shape. Yui looked at Ye Junsheng and then followed his gaze to see Yu Wei trailing behind her. She glanced back and forth between them, then smacked her head, realizing, "You didn't mistake Yu Wei for me, did you?" The crucial point she had just overlooked was that in this world, the only person who shared a city with her and looked like her was her twin sister, Yu Wei. So the boyfriend you mentioned is Jiang Yusen? Yu Yi's mind, lacking a few strings, didn't consider that Ye Junsheng might be jealous. Yes, it turned out, she was right not to think in that direction. Yu Wei. Yui? Ye Junsheng took a long time to regain his thoughts. His brain was running at high speed. It turned out he had mistaken someone. This was the first time he had closely examined a pair of twins, and also the first time he had mistaken someone because of twins. In the end, Ye Junsheng concluded, they were indeed twins, and they indeed looked alike. I'm Yui. Yui pulled Yu Wei to her side and pointed at her to introduce her to Ye Junsheng. This is Yu Wei, who is 20 minutes older than me. Yu Wei smiled faintly, not expecting that the person she met that night was indeed the Ye Junsheng that Yu Yi often mentioned. If she had known, she should have explained clearly that night. It seemed now that he had mistaken her for Yu Yi that night. Yu Wei extended her hand towards Ye Junsheng. Hello, I've heard so much about you that in a daze. Ye Junsheng reached out his hand and said hello. He didn't think he was that famous to be remembered by someone who didn't know him. Ye Junsheng completely took her "I've heard so much about you" as a polite remark. Isn't it clear enough that Yu Yi's polite words are just that? No matter how thick-skinned she is, she still feels a bit embarrassed at this moment. After clearing her throat twice, she suddenly remembers that the night Yu Wei went to Yu, she was the same night Yu wanted to invite Ye Junsheng to see a play, but he stood her up. So, does this mean Ye Junsheng rejected her because he went to a nightclub? It's indeed not quite appropriate for Yu Yi to describe Yushi in such a way. Although Yushi is a well-known nightlife hotspot in Jinghai, it is one of the few legitimate evening clubs aiming to entertain the public, quite different from the kind of debauched places filled with private affairs and excess. After all, Yushi's slogan is high-end consumption that benefits both body and mind. However, Yu doesn't care about that now and directly asks, "So you stood me up that day because you were going to Yushi?" Ye Junsheng nods. It seems he forgot he promised Yu Yi to see the play that night. Ye Junsheng, I'm going to cut ties with you for a day. After finishing, Yu Yi angrily pulls Yu Wei away. Ye Junsheng doesn't take Yu Yi's words seriously and turns to leave in the opposite direction. After all, when he sees her tomorrow, Yu Yi will still come up to him as usual. This phrase has become her catchphrase. Yu Yi links arms with Yu Wei as they leave, the paper bag hanging on her arm clattering, rubbing against Yu Wei's clothes. Yu Wei stops, pulling Yu Yi, twin telepathy, telling her that Yu Yi is very angry right now, but she can't quite figure out why. They stop by a circular fountain, and Yu Yi puts the paper bag aside, sulking as she sits on the steps, rubbing her sore arms. Before Yu Wei can ask, Yu Yi cuts her off. Don't ask me why I'm angry, I'm just very angry right now. Yue finds it amusing to sit next to Yue. Yue is usually carefree, her temper flaring up quickly, but also fading just as fast. One moment she may be gloomy, and the next she could be bright and sunny. Moreover, Yue often likes to sulk by herself, sometimes getting so worked up over nothing that it drives her crazy. Yue understands her well and doesn't want to pry. Yue took a year off from school, so she's a year behind Yue. Since the day Yue officially entered university, the name Ye Junsheng has been reported to Yue daily. During her 3 years in college, Yue has talked the most about what Ye Junsheng did today, what he wore, and what he said to her. Although Yue has never had the fortune to meet him, she has come to know a person she has never met very well. The department Yue studies is located in the Nanwan campus, under Jinghai University, and Ye Junsheng has never seen Yue at school. Yue has often heard Yue say she likes Ye Junsheng, but she has never heard her say why. After a pause, Yue asks, "Why do you like him?" Yue looks at Yue as if she's an alien. Liking is just liking, there doesn't have to be so many reasons. Many people have asked her why she likes Ye Junsheng, and she always answers like this. Even when Ye Junsheng asks her, her answer is the same. Yue believes that if you like someone, you don't need a reason. Liking is just liking, and why bother to find a reason for it? That would be exhausting. Clearly, others do not think as freely as Yue does. Yue is momentarily at a loss for words due to Yue's response. Yue bites her lip, wanting to hear if others' feelings of liking differ from hers. Then why do you like Junsheng? Yue is momentarily stunned. She has indeed never thought about this question. Junsheng grew up with them, and there's no specific way they met. When they were little, the three of them often played together. Yue is lively and carefree, more boyish than the boys when playing. Yue's mother often worried about her personality. Fortunately, Yue is quieter. The two twins, one active and one calm, have always been easy to distinguish. Adults can always recognize the cleaner-faced child. As they grew older, they naturally understood more about love. After entering university, Yue and Junsheng, following their elders' wishes, started dating. There was no specific moment when they decided to be together, it just naturally happened. Sometimes, when Yue locks eyes with Junsheng, she secretly blushes. When kissing Junsheng, her heart races. Yue believes she likes Junsheng. Now that Yue asked her why she likes Junsheng, she finds herself at a loss for words. After waiting for a long time, without hearing Yue speak of that so-called reason, Yue lets out a sigh. See? You can't say it either. Perhaps the way Yue feels about Junsheng isn't as fervent as Yue feels about Ye Junsheng, but Yue thinks it's just another way of liking someone. She can list all of Junsheng's strengths and weaknesses, and she believes that's the reason she likes him. I like his thoughtfulness, his gentleness, all his strengths and weaknesses are why I like him. As a boyfriend, Junsheng could be said to embody all virtues, making him the best boyfriend of the year. Yue knows all about their relationship. Junsheng truly has no shortcomings. Yue thinks carefully about Ye Junsheng and realizes he seems to have more flaws than strengths. He is not only proud and sharp-tongued, but also a bit perverted. Talking to Ye Junsheng requires Yue to be ready to face the possibility of bleeding from her mouth at any moment. Clearly, approaching the issue from the perspective of strengths and weaknesses doesn't work. Yue calms down for the first time and seriously considers the question of why she likes Ye Junsheng. She remembers that she first saw him on the day of freshman registration, amidst a crowd of new students dragging their luggage and anxiously searching for their college reception. He stood out in a white shirt, casually entering her field of vision, alone in a crowd, like a crane among chickens, like a breath of fresh air sweeping into her heart. And the moment he lowered his head to gaze at her was just like Su Zhima's line. The most tender moment is that gentle lowering of the head, like a water lily shyly resisting the cool breeze. Shakespeare once said that when you first see someone, if your body temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, it's called love at first sight. Yue touches her forehead, it's so hot. It seems she has indeed fallen for him. Later, she learned he has a nice name. Ye Junsheng, a refined young man. Yue thinks such an elegant name doesn't quite match the person Ye Junsheng is. Before getting to know Ye Junsheng, he was a lofty idol in Yue's mind, and the news she heard from others about him made him seem even more unattainable. In school, Ye Junsheng is a special presence. The number of girls who like him is greater than the total number of students in one department, yet no one dares to confess to him. It is said that there was a girl who was exceptionally beautiful, someone you couldn't help but want to hold tenderly. Before confessing, she did her homework and learned that Ye Junsheng liked chocolate lollipops. She specially ordered a box of chocolate lollipops from a high-end dessert shop as her confession weapon. However, after Ye Junsheng listened to her heartfelt declaration, he took the chocolate from her hand and directly asked the already stunned Zhang Luo, "Who's prettier, her or me?" Zhang Luo was caught off guard by Ye Junsheng's sudden question. He looked at Ye Junsheng and then carefully at the girl who confessed, honestly saying, "You're prettier." The girl's unguarded, flawless smile froze on her face. The blow wasn't that severe. The worst part was Ye Junsheng's slightly tactful refusal that followed, which felt like a knife stabbing deep in her chest, twisting around, and then being slowly pulled out. Even someone as thick-skinned as he probably couldn't withstand it at that moment, let alone a girl who had always had a good self-image and was praised as a dream goddess by many boys at Jinghai University. In the end, the girl could only run away in embarrassment that, of course, the chocolate was left behind by Ye Junsheng. After tasting one, he generously gave them all to Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo knew that Ye Junsheng never held back when speaking to others, but being so ruthless to a girl who looked decent and was delicate was a bit too harsh. Moreover, although the girl wasn't as good-looking as Ye Junsheng, she couldn't be as ugly as he claimed. Zhang Luo began to re-evaluate Ye Junsheng's so-called standards of beauty and ugliness. What Ye Junsheng had said was, "You're too ugly." With this statement, Ye Junsheng not only tactfully rejected the girl, but also provided a reason for his refusal, achieving two goals with one arrow. In fact, Ye Junsheng believed that his rejection was justified. From then on, others summarized Ye Junsheng's definitions of beauty and ugliness. Those who looked better than Ye Junsheng were considered beautiful, while those who didn't were deemed ugly. Thus, all the girls who had crushes on Ye Junsheng didn't dare to suddenly run up to him and say, "I like you." The blow of rejection was something that ordinary people couldn't bear. Besides, they all believed they were the kind of ugly people. Ye Junsheng referred to comparing their looks to Ye Junsheng's was like hitting a stone with an egg. A self-destructive ACT.YUE was an exception. Fortunately, she hadn't heard of these things when she was happily following Ye Junsheng around. By the time she learned of Ye Junsheng's glorious deeds, she had already been tacitly allowed to stay by his side. Later, she thought it was good that she didn't know all this at the beginning. No matter how bold she was, she wouldn't dare to say she was better looking than Ye Junsheng. Yuyi's good luck was something others couldn't envy. She just happened to appear beside Ye Junsheng at a good time, when he was in a good mood. Later, Yui found out that Ye Junsheng had been in a particularly bad mood on the day he rejected that girl. That girl had walked into the line of fire, and poor Ye Junsheng had carried the title of arrogant and conceited for years. However, most of the time, Yui felt that the title was indeed well-deserved. In fact, when Yui first appeared in front of Ye Junsheng, she didn't say she liked him or admired him. She simply told him her name properly. "My name is Yui. You from... For a long time after that, Ye Junsheng called her Yui from E. At that time, Ye Junsheng was thinking about how to discreetly get Zhang Luo's newly acquired expensive gaming equipment without being discovered. He was momentarily distracted and vaguely heard the beginning and end of Yuyi's self-introduction, ignoring the middle part. And he always thought her name was Yui from E. It was because of this Yui from E that Ye Junsheng became interested in her. A girl with such a name must be interesting, and Ye Junsheng loved interesting things. Thus, he turned a blind eye to Yuyi's occasional appearances in front of him. Although his tone when speaking to her wasn't particularly good, it wasn't bad either. After all, Yui added some fun to Ye Junsheng's usual days. Until one day, Ye Junsheng propped up his chin, scrutinizing Yui with a gaze that was certain and without a trace of doubt, and said, "Do you like me?" Yui was stunned. Although she had been trying to suppress her feelings deep in her heart and never thought of revealing them. Could it be that her affection had become so obvious that even he noticed? But being coy wasn't Yuyi's style, so she boldly admitted, "Ye Junsheng, I like you." Yui had actually prepared herself to be rejected by Ye Junsheng. Although she liked him, she hoped he would like her too, but Yui wasn't blind. She could clearly see whether the object of her crush liked her. The way Ye Junsheng looked at her held no romantic implication, at most resembling the smile one gives to a pet. Later, Yui realized that Ye Junsheng never regarded her as a woman. Unexpectedly, Ye Junsheng simply replied, "You have good taste," and then walked away. Yui stood there, dazed, for a long time, unable to figure out whether he had rejected her or not. In the end, Ye concluded that Ye Junsheng, while rejecting her, didn't forget to praise himself. He really was shameless. Ye Junsheng was indeed not wrong. Ye had already forgotten that she had dramatically declared she would cut off ties with him the day before. The next day, upon seeing Ye Junsheng, she happily rushed over to him. At that moment, Ye Junsheng had just come out of the hotel, and his eyes twitched unconsciously a couple of times, still unaware of the cause. Ye stood before him with a smile on her lips. Ye Junsheng looked up at the sky, thought the weather was quite nice, and said nothing as he continued walking, while Ye cheerfully followed behind him. As for being stood up by Ye Junsheng, Ye had long since developed a thick skin about it. It was just that her pride had taken a slight hit at the time, compounded by the misunderstanding before, which had caused her to throw a little tantrum. She thought the women in nightclubs must be more appealing than her, and certainly more interesting than the rigidly staged plays. So it didn't take long for her to let it go. She resolved that the next time she invited him out, she would choose a well-known nightclub in Jinghai, one that was more chaotic than Yushi's. In truth, Ye had wronged Ye Junsheng in this matter. A week before the play was to premiere, she had stopped Ye Junsheng right after class and casually said, "I'll treat you to the play this weekend." After saying that, she hurried off without telling him the location, time, or show. It was completely normal for Ye Junsheng to forget about it. After walking with Ye Junsheng for a while, Ye suddenly remembered her important task. She slapped her forehead and called out to Ye Junsheng, who was walking ahead, "I didn't come to find you. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving." Before Ye Junsheng could respond, Ye had already dashed away. The Junhua Group's office building was adjacent to the hotel. Ye pushed open the heavy glass door, left her identification at the reception, and hurriedly headed to the 36th floor. Ye's mother was the financial supervisor at the Junhua Hotel, and the document he was carrying was a financial report her mother had worked all night to prepare. Because of the late night, Ye's mother was a bit foggy in the morning and accidentally left the document at home. This morning, she had just received a notice from her superiors about checking this quarter's performance. Since it would take too long for her to go home to retrieve the document and come back, and Ye happened to have a day off, she took it upon herself to handle the task. Having just encountered Ye Junsheng at the hotel entrance, Ye almost forgot about this important matter. She couldn't help but sigh that beauty could be so distracting. There was a reason for the downfall of historical kingdoms. Stepping into the finance department's office area, a wave of tension hit her. Ye stared blankly at the busy staff at their desks, imagining her own future work state, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. After handing the document to her mother's assistant, Ye took the elevator down. Without the urgency she had before, Ye now had time to observe the workplace of the Junhua Hotel. Standing in the current location, she felt a sense of realization. This place belonged to Ye Junsheng, and even her mother was an employee of the Junhua Hotel. In ancient times, Ye Junsheng would be the young master of a wealthy family, while she would be considered a relative of the family's accountant. Feeling embarrassed, she noted how much the comparison widened the gap between her and Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng's father was the highest executive at the Junhua Hotel, which meant Ye Junsheng's father was the chairman of the hotel. It was said that Ye Junsheng held 30% of the hotel's shares, which his mother had left him. Ye Junsheng was indeed born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had received an offer from the Swiss EHL Lausanne Hotel Management School when he was just 18, the only public hotel management university in Switzerland. Why he didn't go there, Ye pieced together through bits of information, was because his mother had studied for her undergraduate degree at Jinghai University, and Ye Junsheng followed in her footsteps to attend Jinghai University. After retrieving her identification from the front desk, Ye left at a leisurely pace. She turned back to glance at the towering hotel building and felt defeated, realizing how much she and Ye Junsheng were worlds apart. In terms of online jokes, Ye Junsheng was the quintessential rich second generation, while she could only be classified as short, poor, and awkward. The Junhua Hotel had 3 large buildings, surrounded by convenient public transportation and a variety of high-end shopping centers, making it the most prosperous and affluent area in Jinghai. At the entrance of the hotel, there was a display of the Junhua's iconic architectural logo. The simple characters of Junhua, reportedly written by the famous calligrapher Qi Baishe in the last century, were carved in 3-dimensional black marble, inlaid with gold paint. perfectly transforming flat calligraphy into a three-dimensional logo, complemented by classical European patterns, blending east and west exquisitely. The logo had stood for a century, becoming a hallmark of the Junhue Hotel, guiding travelers coming and going. Ye Junsheng was leaning against the car door, arms crossed, looking at Yu, who had a forlorn expression. Yuyi's lips moved, but because of the distance, he couldn't hear what she was saying. When Yui looked up and met Ye Junsheng's gaze, she glanced around and saw no one else. Was he really looking at her? In her feelings for Ye Junsheng, Yui felt unusually insecure. She instinctively turned her body, pretending not to see him, but then suddenly slapped her forehead. Why should his wealth matter? If she liked him, she should just continue liking him. Besides, he was about to go abroad, and soon she wouldn't even have the chance to see him. After coming to this realization, she reluctantly turned back and approached Ye Junsheng, leaning forward to ask, "Were you just looking at me?" Yui, standing at a height of 1.58 m, was a full head shorter than Ye Junsheng, who towered at 1.80 m. Yui had no choice but to look up at him, but soon her neck grew tired. Cautiously, she took a step or two back. Even then, staring at him was still exhausting, so she carefully retreated another couple of steps, trying to minimize the angle at which she had to tilt her head. Ye Junsheng frowned slightly and spoke in a calm tone. "I just saw a lost kitten spinning in circles over there, utterly hopeless." Yui let out a quiet sigh of relief. Of course, she thought, there's no way he'd be waiting here for me on purpose. Almost instinctively, she followed Ye Junsheng's gaze toward the direction behind her, only for a cold sweat to form at the corner of her lips. There was no kitten in sight. Looking back, Ye Junsheng drove past her, still with a lollipop in his mouth. The car disappeared in an instant, and the fallen leaves swirled in a circle on the road. Yui let out a long sigh and turned toward the subway station. Before learning about Ye Junsheng's family background, she had liked him purely and simply. Even after discovering his impressive background, Yui had never given up. She believed that if she persisted, Ye Junsheng would eventually be moved by her dedication. A cold wind blew, and Yui tightened her coat, suddenly feeling the chill. Over the past few years in college, Ye Junsheng had been studying hotel management, and Yui knew he would be heading to Switzerland for further studies by the end of the year. By then, her unrequited love would escalate into a long-distance crush. If Ye Junsheng became interested in some blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl, would her chances be even slimmer? Yui quickly shook her head. Such negative thoughts didn't suit her at all. Gritting her teeth and steeling herself, she resolved to win Ye Junsheng over within 6 months. When Yui returned home, it was no surprise that Yue wasn't there. She had left with Jiang Yusin in the morning and hadn't come back. Both were seniors in college with few classes left and had already started job hunting. Jiang Yusin's family ran a small factory, and after graduation, he would directly join the family business to assist his father. So, he planned to spend his senior year doing things he enjoyed. Actually, Yui feels that it doesn't matter whether Yue finds a job or not. From her mother's perspective, she hopes Yue will get married to Jiang Yusin right after graduation. Jiang Yusin's mother also wishes for Yue to marry her son as soon as possible. Jiang Yusin's mother and Yuyi's mother are college friends, and their families have been close since childhood. During the years when Yuyi's father had an accident, it was thanks to Jiang Yusin's parents' support that they got through it. Even Yuyi's mother's current job was found through connections with Jiang Yusin's father. Yui lay on the sofa and turned over. After she graduates, she wants to work at Junhue Group, which will bring her a step closer to Ye Junsheng. She wants to catch up with him, so standing beside him won't make her feel inferior or unworthy. As she thought about this, she dozed off. In her dream, she saw Ye Junsheng had a cat, and that cat seemed to be her. The most shocking part was that in her dream, Ye Junsheng actually liked her when she turned into a cat. Yui woke up in surprise and joy, hugging her phone in a daze before sending a text message to Ye Junsheng. "Do you have any interest in keeping a pet?" After a long time, her phone buzzed, and when she opened it, it read, "Can consider." Excited, Yuyi's eyes lit up, and she continued to edit her message. "What about a cat?" "Pretty good," came Ye Junsheng's reply shortly after, taking less time than the previous text. Yui grinned for a while, carefully crafting her response. "What about me?" Suddenly, the phone went quiet just as Yue and Jiang Yusin walked in together. Jiang Yusin saw Yui kneeling on the sofa with a silly expression and asked, "What are you laughing about?" He opened her mouth, but the answer that came out was, I won't tell you. To shut Jiang Yusin up, He took the initiative to say, how about a date for just the two of you? Without me as a third wheel, you must be enjoying yourselves, right? In the past, whenever Jiang Yusin asked Yue out, she would always bring Yue along. Although Yue knew she should reject it outright. She had always liked to be part of the fun and tagged along. However, she understood the principle of being a third wheel. When a main couple was sweetly in love, that was her cue to exit. She was just there to set the mood. Jiang Yusin smiled but didn't reply. Yue Seekit. From her years of understanding him, he must be secretly pleased. But he couldn't show it in front of Yue. Yue glanced at her phone, and a message popped up. You could try transforming. Yue's expression changed. Transforming? Transforming into what? Did he really think she was a transformer? That afternoon, Yue thought long and hard and decided it was necessary to get a cat for Ye Junsheng. With this thought in mind, she hurried to a pet shop, using her savings from over 20 years to choose a purebred white Angora cat that suited her temperament among a bunch of foreign cats. The cat was just a month old, lazily curled up in her arms, its amber eyes half open. Yue thought it was beautiful and proud. After determining it was male, she felt even more satisfied. If she bought a female cat, it would be giving Ye Junsheng a rival, which would be counterproductive. This was the first time in her life she spent money so readily. Spending thousands felt painless, and she thought she had made a good deal. Since she chose the cat and paid for it herself, she thought it necessary to give a name. After considering several names and finding them unsatisfactory, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. She would name it Yue. Yue and Yue. Anyone could see they had names like siblings. Just like Yue and Yue, she felt that the name was perfect. Yue even thought that her next pet would be named Yusan. And the one after that, you see. Holding Yue in one hand and stroking its fur with the other, she talked to herself. Yue, from today on, you're my little brother. Even though I'm giving you to Ye Junsheng, don't forget that we are blood relatives. If you see anyone you don't like, just scratch them, and I'll have your back. After saying this, Yue patted her chest to show her determination. The implication was clear. If you see a girl throwing herself at Ye Junsheng, go ahead and scratch her. The cat in her arms lazily scratched its head, letting out a single syllable sound before turning over to sleep. Yue blinked, doubting her eyes. Did Yue just roll its eyes? For Yue's indifferent expression, Yue was deeply impressed. It was indeed a reflection of her temperament and truly her little brother. Yue felt incredibly satisfied, gazing at Yue in her arms, suddenly feeling reluctant to give it to Ye Junsheng. Yue held Yue and walked to Junhua Hotel. This was her first time visiting Ye Junsheng's place. She reported her name at the hotel lobby reception and waited for the announcement. In those few seconds, she worried about what to do if Ye Junsheng didn't see her. Looking at the security presence in the lobby, she knew she couldn't just barge in. The hotel manager, with a professional smile, sweetly told her that Ye Junsheng was not there. Yue pouted, already knowing that Ye Junsheng hadn't come back since he left in the morning. Sighing, she looked at Yue, who was peacefully nestled in her arms without a hint of impatience, seeming very docile. Yue admired its calmness. The lobby's high ceiling was adorned with sparkling Swarovski crystal chandeliers, beautifully arranged and complementing the elegant white marble floor with its simple yet noble decorative patterns. The hollow wooden screens effectively separated the public area of the lobby from the lounge area, with single sofas placed in an orderly fashion. Yue sat down on a sofa, holding Yue, took out her phone, and then put it back. Ye Junsheng must be busy. She picked up a magazine meant for guest entertainment and flipped through it, with Yue obediently curling up beside her. The guests in the open Western restaurant changed in waves, and Yue yawned repeatedly. Looking up at the clock, she saw it was already 9 o'clock. She didn't notice when Yue fell asleep. Just as she was about to head back, carefully picking up Yue, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Yue? Excited. Yue turned around and saw Ye Junsheng looking at her in confusion. You're back. Yue smiled, disregarding Yue, still resting, and directly presented it to Ye Junsheng. This is your gift. Yue jolted awake, shaking its white fur and opening its large amber eyes. Its face suddenly just a pair of eyes. Ye Junsheng was momentarily stunned as Yue placed the cat into his hands. He instinctively cradled it in his arms, and before he could speak, Yue continued, This is my little brother, Yu Er. Ye Junsheng twitched his lips, not quite able to praise Yu Yi's naming skills. But he thought it was good enough for her. So you asked me this morning if I like pets just to give me a cat? Yu Yi chucked it. Of course not. Ye Junsheng rubbed his temples and muttered softly. If I had known, I would have said I wasn't interested. Unfortunately, Ye Junsheng's voice was too low. He heard him speak, but didn't he catch what he said. What did you say? Ye Junsheng placed the cat back into Yu Yi's arms and said, nothing. Have you eaten? His question came at just the right time, as Yu Yi's stomach responded with a couple of rumbles. Ye Junsheng directly said, let us go. I'll take you to eat. Yu Yi was stunned. Ye Junsheng just said he would treat her to dinner. He would treat her to dinner. Treat her to dinner. Once she realized, she made a yay gesture with her hands in front of her chest. At that moment, Yu was only thinking about herself and completely forgot about Yu Er, who was in her arms and had been bought for several $1,000s to give to Ye Junsheng, claiming to be her younger brother. The consequence was that Yu Er fell to the ground the moment Yu let go. Yu covered her eyes and watched everything unfold, not having the time to stop it. They say cats have 9 lives. After being thrown by her, it might only have 8 left. Yu sighed slightly, feeling guilty for accidentally causing a little life to be lost. Yu Er lay on the ground, whimpering, and Yu found her rolling around to be quite cute. She crouched down to examine Yu Er closely and even poked her finger at Yu Er's belly, which was facing up, with a misty layer over her amber eyes. Yu wondered if cats had feelings too. Is this how you treat your younger brother? A voice came from above, and a long hand entered her line of sight. Yu blinked as she watched Ye Junsheng gently pick Yu Er up from the ground and cradle her in his arms. In an instant, Yu felt that her previous actions were utterly inappropriate, excessive, and unfit. She shouldn't have given Yu Er to Ye Junsheng. She was going to be so jealous of Yu Er. Why was Ye Junsheng treating Yu Er better than her? Yu gled thieves. But to her surprise, Yu Er completely ignored her and just gazed affectionately at Ye Junsheng. Yu rubbed her arms, feeling that her decision had been a huge mistake. Yu Er fussed for a few seconds in Ye Junsheng's arms before settling down comfortably against him. Yu began to suspect that Yu Er might be a female cat. Otherwise, why would she be so delicate? It was just a small accident of being dropped, not a life-threatening situation. It didn't match her temperament at all. Yu rolled her eyes internally as she followed Ye Junsheng into the Western restaurant. Having learned from the previous experience, Ye Junsheng kept Yu Er in his arms to prevent her from falling victim to Yu Yi's poisonous hands again. During the meal, Yu felt uneasy. She loved steak, and she could accept it medium rare. But when Ye Junsheng used a spoon to feed Yu Er milk, she felt a bit unsettled. Yu sensed that her status was being threatened. At this rate, Yu Er would soon surpass her, and all her efforts over the past 3 years would go to waste. Yu stubbornly stabbed at the steak in front of her, treating it as if it were Yu Er. Yu hearing Ye Junsheng call her, Yu reflexively looked up and responded with a hum. Yu Er was full and lazily lying against Ye Junsheng, with a glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth. Ye Junsheng carefully wiped the residue away before turning to Yu and asking, did the steak offend you? Why are you stabbing it? Or are you full? Yu thought to herself, it's not the steak that's bothering me. It's Yu Er, and you are the indirect culprit. But even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare say that. She quickly straightened her fork and replied seriously, I'm full. Then let's go. Yu Er had never left Ye Junsheng's embrace, and Yu followed behind Ye Junsheng, feeling a deep sense of digging a pit for herself that she had to climb out of. Ye Junsheng, she called out, jogging to catch up with him, her eyes curving as she looked at him. In the next moment, she shamelessly took Yu Er back, saying, isn't my Yu Er very pretty? Don't worry, if you like her, I'll bring her over to play with you next time. Yu completely ignored Yu Er's protests, attempting to soothe her emotions, but it only made things worse as Yu Er rolled around in her arms. Ye Junsheng reached out and flicked Yu Yi's forehead, asking, did I just hear your ears malfunction? Yu nodded vigorously as if she were pounding garlic. You heard wrong. I meant to say I'd let you play with her. Yu Er whimpered a couple of times, and Yu quickly covered her mouth. Ye Junsheng said, and what you said about liking me was also a malfunction of my ears. If that's the case. Yu was stunned. Ye Junsheng, you shameless person. You didn't hear wrong. I was joking with you. Yu interrupted Ye Junsheng's remaining words and placed Yu back in his arms, formally admitting her mistake. Ye Junsheng casually patted Yu a couple of times, and she calmed down, lying quietly in his embrace without crying or fussing. Yui thought that both Yu and Ye Junsheng were equally shameless. Ye Junsheng said lightly, "I seem to hear you scolding me?" Yui's expression changed. When did Ye Junsheng learn to read minds? It was simply too scary, and she quickly shook her head. "No, absolutely not. Let's go. I'll take you home," Ye Junsheng said with a light laugh. Normally, when a girl hears her crush offer to take her home, the typical reaction would be to accept shyly. However, Yi, like a comet colliding with the earth, reflexively blurted out, "No." Yui's mother was very strict with her family. Since childhood, Yui loved to cause trouble, and her mother applied different parenting strategies for her and Yue. Yue was raised freely, while Yui was kept under strict control. Over the years, Yui had figured out her mother's tricks. As long as she didn't do anything outrageous, her mother would usually turn a blind eye. However, there was one thing. Her mother was especially strict about returning home before 10 o'clock at night. Once in high school, Yui went out to have fun with classmates and didn't come home until the early morning. Her mother grounded her for 3 days, during which she felt completely isolated from the world. Although Yui was now in college, she still didn't dare to challenge her mother's authority regarding late returns. Now, it was already past 10. If her mother saw a boy sending her home, she could already predict what her fate would be the next day. So, even though she wanted Ye Junsheng to take her home, for the sake of her own safety, Yui felt it was better to go back alone. She laughed awkwardly, trying to make excuses. What I mean is, you've worked hard all day too. I can just take a taxi back. Don't worry, I'm very safe." Regardless of whether Ye Junsheng was reassured or not, he agreed with the statement, "I'm very safe." This wasn't meant to belittle Yui's appearance. Though she wasn't a socialite, she was certainly a pretty girl. Ye Junsheng agreed, because Yui's loud personality would surely scare off any potential robbers. Later, Ye Junsheng thought about how he had endured Yui's antic for the past 3 years and still managed to hold on, which showed that his patience was extraordinary. Suddenly, Yui's eyes lit up as she waved at someone near the hotel entrance and called out, "Jiang Yusen." Then she turned back to Ye Junsheng and said, "Okay, now you can rest assured. I can go home with him." Jiang Yusen walked a few steps to Yui. When he saw the man standing beside her, he paused slightly but nodded and looked at Yui, saying, "Your sister asked me to come pick you up." Yui didn't care who had sent him. What mattered was, did my mom come back yet? Seeing Jiang Yusen shake his head, Yui relaxed. It seemed she had avoided being grounded. Plus, with Jiang Yusen accompanying her, even if her mother was angry, she could use Jiang Yusen as a shield. She thought about it and shook her head without regrets. Her mother treated Jiang Yusen like her own son, forgiving him for any wrongdoing, while she wasn't so generous with Yui. Sometimes, Yui wondered if Jiang Yusen and Yue were twins, with Jiang Yusen being Yui and Yui being Jiang Yusen. Turning to Ye Junsheng, Yui said, "I'm going back. Thank you for the meal. You should rest early." "Good." Yui originally wanted to say goodnight, but as she said good, she swallowed night back down and could only say goodbye. Ye Junsheng initially felt that Jiang Yusen looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen it before. The elevator door chimed, bringing back memories from a few days ago. It turned out he was Yue's boyfriend, a close male friend of Yue at the Yushi Club. Although he didn't know much about Yue, he vaguely felt that she might really like Jiang Yusen. A floor lamp next to the sofa in the living room swayed gently, its warm yellow light flickering in the darkness. A figure curled up on the sofa sat up to face him upon hearing footsteps. Ye Junsheng caught sight of a pair of eyes in the dim light, sighed softly, and turned on the main light, instantly brightening the entire living room. The girl spoke casually, tearing at a stuffed toy she was holding in her arms. "Someone came to find you this afternoon. I don't know who it was, so I sent her away." Ye Junsheng placed Yue on the carpet, and as soon as Yue touched the ground, he instinctively curled up again. Ye Junsheng took off his coat and hung it on the rack, replying, "I see." Only then did the girl realize that what Ye Junsheng had been holding was a cat. The cat's pupils had contracted to thin lines due to the sudden light, which was quite amusing. Its whole body was pure white and fluffy. The girl immediately put down her toy, squatted in front of Yue, and gently stroked the long, soft white fur on its back, asking while petting, "Is it new? Didn't you say before that you weren't interested in cats?" Ye Junsheng replied with a sound. "Don't you think it looks nice?" Qin Huanqing pouted. Her cousin had never been the type to spend money on something just because he thought it was pretty. She dismissed his answer, holding Yu Er in her lap and shaking its front paws back and forth, continuing to ask, "Does it have a name?" Ye Junsheng thought for a long time and sighed, saying, "Its name is Yu Er." Yu Er? Qin Huanqing silently despised Ye Junsheng's poor sense of humor. Yu Er. She still had Yu E overlooked a question, which was that opposites attract. This physical magnetic field applies to any kind of relationship, even across species. Currently, Yu Er was comfortably lying in Qin Huanqing's arms, its tail held high, completely forgetting Yu Yi's earlier instructions. Qin Huanqing was having a great time playing with Yu Er when she heard Ye Junsheng ask her, "Huanqing, when are you going back?" Ye Junsheng rarely called her name so formally, and Qin Huanqing's smile froze. Then she looked at her cousin with a helpless expression. She'd play for a while longer before going back. So this girl had come to hide here to play. She wanted to see him do something. Since she had been hiding at home every day without going out and not allowing him to tell others she was here, Ye Junsheng found it a bit troublesome. Ye Junsheng nodded, looking innocently at Qin Huanqing. "I think you've been having fun these past few days. How about I call Tong to pick you up? Or calling Lian Qi would be good too." Ye Junsheng. Qin Huanqing glared at him, her eyes seeming to spark with anger. She had told him not to tell anyone. Yet he brought up Lian Qi. Qin Huanqing felt very angry now. Ye Junsheng lazily lifted his eyelids, letting out a mildly rising monosyllable. It was a threat. A blatant threat. If it were any other time, she would have just walked away, no need to suppress her displeasure. You and Lian Qi seemed to get along well. The implication behind Qin Huanqing's words was clear to Ye Junsheng. She was superficially praising him, but in fact, it was just a jab at him. "Depends on my mood." Ye Junsheng replied in apirejushismanev. This sister of his had looks, personality, and everything else. Yet, she was born to be an ostrich. She hid whenever it came to matters of the heart. This time, she had been hiding for a week. And Ye Junsheng felt that this couldn't go on. A little hiding was fine, but she couldn't possibly hide from others for a lifetime. If she felt comfortable hiding, it would be uncomfortable for him. She was just fine, completely unbothered by his sarcasm, easily switching topics. Qin Huanqing firmly believed that if Ye Junsheng was in a bad mood, he would ruthlessly pack her up and send her back. Now was not the time to clash with him head-on. Being homeless was already bad enough, and having her living expenses frozen felt like a dead end. The only person she could rely on now was this smiling tiger in front of her. Qin Huanqing gritted her teeth, moved behind the sofa, and squeezed Ye Junsheng's shoulders, alternating between soft and firm pressure, a skill that rivaled that of a professional masseuse, thanks to her two older brothers. Qin Huanqing thought that if she could be reborn, she would definitely not want to be the youngest in the family. When she was little, she had been oppressed by them, and it was no small matter. Her mood was fine. Actually, Qin Huanqing was no longer the youngest in the family, as she had a nephew below her. But when her nephew was little, she could still show off her authority, but now that he had grown up, all her authority had been taken away. In the end, Qin Huanqing sighed ever so slightly. That faint sigh did not escape Ye Junsheng's ears. Ye Junsheng, upholding the authority of an elder, felt it was necessary to use that authority to comfort her. Why do you have to get angry with your own nephew? The implication of this sentence was that all these years, he had indulged her misbehavior solely because he was her elder. If she was smart, she would obediently surrender in the future. As soon as Qin Huanqing heard these words, she got angry. She had no idea that Ye Junsheng's words had deeper meanings, and her hands inadvertently became a bit harder as she pounded him a few times. Seeing Ye Junsheng remain unfazed and even enjoying it, Qin Huanqing lost interest and lay down on the sofa, looking like a living dead person, because she was Lian Qi's aunt in the eyes of outsiders. She was like a classic case of being disrespectful to her elders. She was only 2 years older than Lian Qi. How was she old? Being Lian Qi's aunt was not her choice. So could she be blamed for it? Old grudges and new grievances piled up. The more Qin Huanqing thought about it, the angrier she became. She picked up a chocolate lollipop that had just been delivered that day and stuffed it into her mouth. Taking a bite, the chocolate shell broke, and a thick filling oozed onto her lips and tongue. It was initially a bit bitter, followed by a stench, an unbearable smell, and a familiar taste. The bitterness was evident on her face, which scrunched up. Qin Huangqing opened her mouth and asked Ye Junsheng, "What flavor is this?" "Durian." Ye Junsheng glanced at the box and replied casually. Qin Huangqing's eyes widened instantly. So this familiar stench was durian, the durian she could never accept in her life. Qin Huangqing was so shocked she couldn't speak, not knowing where to spit the contents in her mouth. Finally, unable to endure the foul smell, she turned and dashed toward the kitchen, the sound of rushing water drowning out her retching. Soon after, Ye Junsheng heard her voice echoing through the water. "Ye Junsheng, you pervert." Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow. Was this smell really that perverted? He randomly picked a chocolate lollipop, put it in his mouth, chewed for a while, and then spat it all into the trash can. He rinsed his mouth with red wine, and it was indeed a bit unpleasant. In the end, Ye Junsheng tossed all the chocolate to Er, who enjoyed it greatly. Qin Huangqing returned to the living room, exhausted, and saw Er happily munching on the chocolate that Ye Junsheng had fed him. She twitched her mouth, indeed. It was the cat that Ye Junsheng had set his sights on, sharing the same poor taste as him. Who would blend durian filling with chocolate? Yi, who was lying on the bed, meditating, suddenly sneezed for no reason. He rubbed his nose and murmured softly, "It must be Er thinking of me." In November each year, the internship period for seniors at Jinghai University is set, and the topics for graduation theses are decided in the 2 months leading up to the new semester. The internship lasts for 6 months. Zhang Luo informed Yi that Ye Junsheng would be going to Switzerland at the end of November. Yi sat in the audience, counting how much longer Ye Junsheng would be around with her fingers. The basketball court was bustling with excitement, and Yi was seated in the last row of the stands, with people constantly passing by her. The annual basketball game of Jinghai University was being held, and since Yi and her classmates had fewer classes in their junior year, the instructor called all the junior students from their department to act as cheerleaders. Yi tried to escape, but was dragged to the gym by the instructor to prevent her from running away midway. The instructor specifically arranged for Yi to be in a prominent position and assigned her a challenging task. Anyone wanting to leave during the event had to report to her first. Yi mechanically handed a number tag to a girl heading to the restroom, letting out a deep sigh. It's well known that the School of Economics and Management at Jinghai University has very few athletes. Most are tech-savvy individuals, and it's rare to see them participating in sports events. Every year, the sports department head has to coax and plead several times just to gather enough participants for the sports meet. Yi remembered that in her sophomore year, Zhang Luo, a junior at the time, was appointed as the head of the sports department, and many people signed up because of his influence. But most ended up being eliminated. Although there were many boys in their department, all the applicants were girls, and even if some girls had real skills, they were mostly not physically capable. To put it simply, they were all there for Zhang Luo, in the spirit of bringing glory to their department. Zhang Luo ruthlessly eliminated those superficial candidates, leaving only a few, which was far fewer than the previous year. Zhang Luo was clever in leveraging the advantages around him. Everyone knew Yi liked Ye Junsheng, and Zhang Luo made this public, boldly stating that if Yi was willing to help, he would set Ye Junsheng up as her boyfriend. Although Yi was tempted, she wasn't foolish. She had already figured out Ye Junsheng's character and knew he wouldn't easily succumb to coercion. After firmly rejecting Zhang Luo multiple times, he directly invited Ye Junsheng to persuade her. Ye Junsheng agreed to convince Yi, but it came at a cost. Zhang Luo had to give up all the game equipment he had worked hard for a month to obtain. Despite his reluctance, Zhang Luo agreed, reminding Ye Junsheng to treat his sons well. Ye Junsheng felt that since he had promised Zhang Luo, he had to persuade Yi. He prepared for a long battle, knowing from Yi's many rejections that one attempt might not be enough. However, the moment he opened his mouth to start, Yi looked at him helplessly and said, "You must be here because Zhang Luo sent you." Sighing slightly, "Tell him I agree." Ye Junsheng was taken aback by her easy acceptance, his carefully prepared arguments were suddenly unnecessary. Since he had received so many benefits from Zhang Luo, he felt it was necessary to include Ye as a beneficiary as well. However, Ye was not interested in games, which posed a bit of a challenge for him. He couldn't let her work without compensation, so after thinking for a while, he said, Ye, if you can win first place in this competition, I will grant you one request. Ye's eyes lit up, looking at him with curiosity, seemingly wanting to gain something from him. Ye Junsheng felt he had created a dilemma for himself, and added, except for letting you and me be together. Ye pouted, had enthusiasm instantly extinguished, dismissing Ye Junsheng's promise. However, since Ye had agreed to participate in the sports meet, she showed up at the training ground every afternoon on time. During 2 weeks of grueling training, Ye changed her opinion of Zhang Luo. She hadn't expected that he could be so serious when it came to work, and she believed that he, like her, was a raw gem in need of polishing. The sports meet arrived as scheduled, and Ye thought that since she was in the sports group under Ye Junsheng's name, she must not embarrass him. As the gun went off, she ran with all her might, only thinking about how Ye Junsheng had promised her a condition. It would be a pity not to seize such a great opportunity. At that moment, she didn't think about anything else, just focused on running to secure first place and figuring out what she could get from Ye Junsheng. Perhaps it was her lucky day, or maybe the girl she raced against hadn't eaten breakfast, or perhaps Zhang Luo's intense training had a slight effect. In any case, Ye astonishingly secured first place in her group. As she approached the finish line, one of the girls running alongside her got too excited and tripped over her own foot, crashing across the finish line in a most unfortunate manner. Ye winced at the sight. Consequently, everyone rushed to the fallen girl, leaving Ye as an overlooked backdrop. Fortunately, she wasn't concerned about that. What she cared about was whether Ye Junsheng had seen her impressive moment. Ye felt that crossing the finish line was the most glorious moment of her 20 years. Since it was so glorious, Ye Junsheng should definitely see it. At that moment, almost everyone surrounded the girl in second place, completely ignoring Ye. She scanned the entire stadium for Ye Junsheng, but couldn't find him, feeling a sense of disappointment. Just as she turned to check on the injured girl out of humanitarian concern, she suddenly saw Ye Junsheng walking towards her. Ye thought she must have been dreaming, believing that the Ye Junsheng before her was just a figment of her imagination. So she boldly leaned in when he looked down at her. The moment their lips touched, it felt warm, and Ye realized that Ye Junsheng was a real person, not a product of her imagination. She quickly jumped back, crossing her arms defensively and preemptively stating, "You said if I got first place, you'd grant me a request." After a pause, she continued, "Since you agreed, I'll go ahead and execute it. You can't hit me. If you think I'm taking advantage of you, then I'll let you take advantage of me later. I don't mind." Ye spoke boldly, appearing serious on the surface, but cursing herself internally for being shameless. She remembered Ye Junsheng approaching her expressionlessly, and she thought he might hit her since he was the one being taken advantage of. In reality, she wouldn't mind if he did, as she felt she hadn't lost anything. However, to her surprise, Ye Junsheng simply poked her face a few times with his finger, perplexed, and asked, "Why can't I poke through?" Ye rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "Come on, it's a face. How can you poke through it?" After a moment, she realized Ye Junsheng was indirectly saying she had a thick skin. Luckily, Ye had thick skin, and it seemed Ye Junsheng had an even thicker one. So they moved past the incident. The next day, both of them tacitly avoided bringing it up again. That was the first time Ye had been so bold in her 21 years, and looking back, she felt utterly embarrassed. She was glad that everyone's attention was focused on the fallen girl, and no one noticed her as a supporting character. Otherwise, she would have surely become the enemy of all the girls at the university. Just imagining that fierce girl glaring at her, Ye couldn't take it anymore. Just then, someone sat down next to her, stirring up a breeze. Ye rubbed her shoulders, secretly pleased that the girl had fallen at just the right moment. She was about to see who the oblivious person was who sat beside her. Because of the special grace from the mentor, she was the only one in the last row. Although she didn't really want this grace, suddenly having someone to accompany her broke her uniqueness, and Ye thought she should thank him properly. Turning her head, her eyes gradually widened in surprise, blinking a couple of times. The person she considered blind to her was actually Ye Junsheng. He pulled her astonished gaze back from him, coughed twice, and said in a slightly awkward tone, "What are you doing here?" Normally, at this time, Ye Junsheng would either be sleeping in the library or at home. It was indeed rare for him to appear at the basketball court. Ye Junsheng sat there calmly and replied, "Zhang Luo didn't want me to miss the most handsome moment of his life, so I came to cheer him on to give him some capital to show off." He looked at Zhang Luo, who was running hard on the court, and swallowed hard. It was indeed a noble excuse. Just then, another girl came over to get number tag. He shifted her buttocks and quietly moved a bit farther away from Ye Junsheng, handing the number tag to the girl. As the girl left, glancing back 3 times, he rubbed her forehead and said to Ye Junsheng, "Why don't you sit in front? I think it's easier to see how Zhang Luo shows off from there, and it's better to cheer for him." Ye Junsheng sitting here put Ye in a difficult position. The excitement she initially felt about having an ally instantly vanished upon seeing Ye Junsheng. Don't ask her why. Ye Junsheng just had that ability. Since Ye Junsheng sat down, 5 or 6 girls had gone to the bathroom in just 5 minutes. One of whom asked for the number tag twice in that time. Yui found it strange that she needed to go so much. "I think the view here is pretty good," Ye Junsheng said, looking at her with a "you could go if you want, I won't stop you" expression. He felt like fainting right there in her seat. Having known Ye Junsheng for 3 years, he had never seen him play basketball. Once, she secretly asked Zhang Luo if Ye Junsheng didn't like playing basketball. Who knew Zhang Luo would laugh for a full half hour at her question, finally telling her that Ye Junsheng didn't dislike basketball. He simply couldn't play. He was a bit confused at that point. According to the usual romantic novel tropes, someone like Ye Junsheng, who had family background, appearance, and height, how could he not know how to play basketball? How could he not? Playing basketball was often a shining quality for someone like him. Now, he was filled with questions and forgot about keeping her distance just a second ago. The next moment, she slowly moved closer to Ye Junsheng, focusing on how to ask him the question without hurting his pride, completely unaware of the slight upward curve at the corner of Ye Junsheng's mouth. "Do you not understand the basketball tactics?" He thought this question was very tactful and waited for Ye Junsheng to say he didn't understand, so she could show off in front of him, explaining things. Even if he still didn't understand after her explanation, it would be fine. The most important thing was that she had the ability to show off in front of him. He considered herself a semi-expert on basketball. If Zhang Luo had been able to overlook gender during the selection process, the person on the court with the ball might have been her. Ye Junsheng was taken aback at first, carefully pondering the meaning behind Yi's words, mistakenly believing she didn't understand basketball games. He glanced at the game situation a few times, thinking it necessary to explain things to her, and calmly took on the role of commentator. He opened her mouth wide, her eyes scanning the court in sync with his voice. Ye Junsheng's voice was smooth and pleasant, articulate and exceptionally nice to hear. Compared to professional basketball commentators, he was simply in a league of his own. He admired him and swallowed hard. This was truly high class. It turned out he was the male version of Wang Yuyan, a seasoned basketball theorist. From that moment on, Yi's admiration for him deepened. Logically, with Ye Junsheng's theoretical expertise, he shouldn't be completely inexperienced in practice. He felt Zhang Luo's statement needed to be examined further. But how to examine it, she couldn't figure out at the moment. Years later, after Ye Junsheng had hit her head a few times, almost giving her a concussion, he finally understood that Ye Junsheng was not being modest. He truly couldn't play basketball. Under Zhang Luo's leadership, the basketball team achieved an excellent result, finishing first in the group stage, breaking the Economic Management Institute's previous record of stopping at the top 6 and setting a new all-time high. Although they stopped at the finals, Zhang Luo felt proud despite the loss. He believed it was a bit difficult to transform the school's worst sports program into a strong one in just 2 years. He considered himself limited in ability and was genuinely satisfied with the current results, thinking that achieving 4th place in the school was not bad, especially since it was all due to his own efforts. After the game, Zhang Luo treated everyone to a celebration dinner, and Yu, thanks to Ye Junsheng, was honored to be invited. Zhang Luo was generous, starting off with the famous Drunken Country restaurant in Jinghai. True to its name, The restaurant was as intoxicating as its prices and dishes, making one feel as if they were in a paradise. In the postmodern, decorated restaurant of the 21st century, the Drunken Country restaurant stood out with its unique business model. The restaurant specially invited renowned chefs from Junsheng to cook, serving Jiangsu-style cuisine while also offering Sichuan and Jinghai specialties. Ye had lived for 21 years and had only been there once. Invited the last time for Jiang Yusin's birthday. The prices at Drunken Country were on the higher side, but the taste was authentic and the quality justified the cost. Their group of over 10 people was led by the waiter to a small private room on the second floor, which was fully equipped with a small KTV, making a great place for gatherings. Once the dishes were served, everyone, having just come down from the court, had big appetites, diving into their meals without even exchanging pleasantries. The table was quickly cleared, and Ye raised her eyebrows, witnessing the ferocity of the boys. Even she, who was not the most elegant eater among girls, seemed insignificant by comparison. Ye put down her chopsticks and turned to look at Ye Junsheng, who had not touched his chopsticks, their placement on the table as neat as a lotus after rain. Ye admired his self-control, based on Ye Junsheng's usual character. When Zhang Luo invited him to the celebration, he should have declined, but surprisingly, he accepted readily. Ye thought Ye Junsheng must have accidentally bumped his head on the way out today, but regardless, she was still grateful to him. She felt that being able to sit in this expensive restaurant in Jinghai enjoying a meal without having to pay for it herself was all thanks to him. Immersed in the pleasant atmosphere created by Ye Junsheng, Ye naturally forgot that Zhang Luo was the host of this meal. After satisfying their appetites, the spirited basketball boys couldn't sit still. The room was filled with their raucous laughter. Ye thought it was time for her to make an exit. Since she had eaten, there was no need to continue disrupting them, especially since she didn't understand their high points of excitement. Just as she was about to greet the calm Ye Junsheng beside her, a boy opened the private room door at that moment, his voice echoing in the corridor. Ye glanced casually at the door, and two figures flashed by. One of them was familiar to her. If she wasn't mistaken, it was Jiang Yusin. But the girl beside him was not Yue. Footsteps followed the movement. The corridor was empty, and Ye chased forward. The person standing in the second-floor hall was indeed Jiang Yusin, and the one facing him was definitely not Yue. Ye thought her eyesight was just that good. Even a fleeting glimpse was enough for her to recognize them. Calmly, Ye gave Yue a call. Though infidelity was something that would never happen with Jiang Yusin, the woman standing before him wasn't someone easy to brush off either. After several unanswered calls, Ye decided it was necessary for her to step in and help Jiang Yusin resolve the trouble in front of him. Though Ye usually seemed careless and was easily distinguishable when standing next to Yue, she could imitate Yue quite well enough that, apart from their mother, no one could tell the difference. Jiang Yusin himself had been fooled by Ye several times before. Ye adjusted her hair, trying her best to appear poised. She furrowed her brows slightly like Yue would, letting the strands of hair by her ears sway in the air as she strode confidently toward where they stood. She thought about how Yue usually called Jiang Yusin, rehearsing it a few times in her mind before lowering her voice and calling out, Yusin. The moment the words left her mouth, even Yue herself was stunned. It sounded way too convincing. Yue glanced at Jiang Yusin and froze for a moment, seemingly surprised to run into her here. It appeared he had mistaken her for Yue. Yue sighed inwardly. After all these years, he still hadn't grown at all. Served him right for being fooled by her. Yue then gave a slight nod to the girl standing there with a sour expression. Her name was Suqin, Yue's #1 romantic rival. And since she was Yue's rival, that naturally made her Yue's rival as well. To be fair, Suqin's looks were indeed a tiny bit better than average, but Yue still felt she fell short compared to Yue. Though both were the delicate, innocent type, Suqin clearly lacked Yue's ethereal grace. Suqin and Yue had never gotten along, and Yue had never bothered to be polite to her. The two were like sworn enemies, their eyes burning with hostility whenever they met. At this moment, Yue felt that pretending to be Yue on the spot was an excellent move. If it had been up to her usual temperament, she would charge straight at Suqin without a second thought, demanding to know what they were doing here, instead of wasting time playing mind games. And if Su Qin happened to provoke her with some sharp remark, she might even lose control and do something reckless, which, in a public setting, would obviously be rather inappropriate. She nodded inwardly. Indeed, Yue's roundabout way of handling things was far more suitable. It preserved their dignity while keeping the upper hand. Yue decided that next time she faced a critical situation, she'd take a page out of Yue's book. Su Qin and Jiang Yusen were in the same major, though she was a year below him. Yue knew there was an unwritten rule in their department. Every year, seniors had to mentor juniors in completing a social practice project, which counted toward their academic credits. Unfortunately, Yue had heard from Yue that Su Qin and Jiang Yusen had been paired up for this project. With a faint smile, Yue said, "Are you and Xiao Qin here to discuss the social practice assignment?" Yue ignardisukofut. Thinking only a fool would believe they came here late at night to study homework. But Yue had always been fond of playing the fool. After a brief pause, Jiang Yusen chuckled, shook his head, and replied, "Su Qin's proposal has some issues, so she asked me to come help her review it." Yue rolled her eyes internally. Reviewing issues all the way to Drunken Dream Pavilion? Those two were certainly something. Before she could finish her mental eye roll, she heard Jiang Yusen ask, "Why are you here?" Yue rolled her eyes inwardly again, but on the surface, she smiled faintly and said, "I came to bring something for you." Yue's gaze swept over Su Qin's slightly awkward expression. She hooked her arms around Jiang Yusen's, forcing what she thought was a sickly sweet smile, and looked up to say, "Are you done discussing? Can you wait for me?" She looked at Su Qin again and continued to smile. "Xiao Qin, you should be able to go back by yourself, right? If not, wait for me, and I'll take you back with you, Xian." Su Qin raised her eyelids, gave a perfunctory smile, and said, "I could go back by myself. No need to trouble you." Yue felt that something was off with Su Qin tonight. She reflected carefully and believed she hadn't acted arrogantly. Su Qin had been silently standing there since she appeared, lacking her usual bravado, which instead gave off an inexplicable sadness. Yue thought maybe something had happened between her and Jiang Yuxian earlier and habitually poked Jiang Yuxian's stomach. When she met Jiang Yuxian's puzzled expression, Yue realized that the role she was playing was Yue. She cleared her throat, lowered her voice, and said, "How about you take Xiao Qin back first? I'll go back by myself later." Yue could definitely do something like pushing her boyfriend on her number one rival. Su Qin suddenly looked up, hurriedly waved her hand, and perfunctorily said a few words like, "Be careful on the way," before leaving in a hurry. Yue felt that Su Qin seemed to be fleeing in a panic. It was like a third party being caught by the legitimate wife during her rise to power, awkward and flustered, having no choice but to run away, as the legitimate wife's position was still obvious in public. But Su Qin's gaze towards Jiang Yuxian just now was also unreserved, which made Yue wonder if third parties were this rampant nowadays. Fortunately, the person standing here was her. At this moment, Yue was a bit curious about what Yue would think in such a situation. While she was still in a daze, Jiang Yuxian had already placed his hand on her shoulder and kindly said to her, "You go find Yue first. I'll wait for you here." Yue felt like 1,000 alpacas were rushing through her mind. Incredible, her imitative ability had now reached an extraordinary level. The body quickly recoiled backward, increasing the distance between me and Jiang Yusen. Although it's wrong for me to deceive you, you can't possibly not have noticed the difference between me and Yue by now. Yue's words were relatively mild. In fact, her first reaction was to say, "Jiang Yusen, you can't possibly be that blind, can you?" Jiang Yusen slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "Yue?" Yue knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare to make a sound, nodding silently. In less than a second, Jiang Yusen realized this was the third time Yue had tricked him. He let out a helpless laugh. Yue was right. The responsibility lay with him. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Yue curled his lips and retorted irritably, "It's not like I'm here to follow you. I'm here to eat." Unable to suppress her curiosity, she leaned in closer to Jiang Yusen and asked, "What happened to Su Qin?" Then he shook his head again and said, "Forget it. Don't tell me. I'm afraid if I learn about her misfortune, I might laugh out loud. That'd be so unkind." As he spoke, he straightened his back again. "I don't believe for a second that you and she came here to work on some graduation project. Save those excuses for Yue. If she had just answered my calls, I wouldn't have had to pretend to be Yue to bail you out. No need to say thank you." As long as you don't cheat, I'll be relieved. He truly didn't believe that Jiang Yusin was unaware of Su Qin's feelings for him. Anyone with eyes could see it, though Yu Wei, being nearsighted, naturally didn't count. Jiang Yusin had always been helpless when it came to Yu Yi. At this moment, he could only smile resignedly and smooth down the strands of hair that had stood up from her earlier excitement. Yu Yi jumped back again, suddenly remembering her original purpose. She had intended to tell Ye Junsheng that she was leaving. But with Jiang Yusin's interruption, she had completely forgotten. Throwing a few words at him, she hurried back toward the private room. Zhang Luo had sung enough, and even the throne of the mic hog had grown a bit too warm for his liking. Generously, he handed the microphone to the eager young basketball player who had been waiting on the sidelines and settled back comfortably to clap along with the beat. Yu Yi searched the room, but couldn't find Ye Junsheng anywhere. She walked up to Zhang Luo and looked down at him. Have you seen Ye Junsheng? Zhang Luo rolled his eyes, asked the people around him, and replied, they said he just went out and hasn't come back yet. What's the matter? Missing him already after such a short while? When he goes abroad and you don't see him for half a year, won't you cry like Meng Jiangnu weeping over the Great Wall, flooding all of Jinghai? Yui gave Zhang Luo a hard kick and cursed, drown your sister. When she left, Ye Junsheng was still there, so it seemed he had left after her. Since Ye Junsheng wasn't around, she had even less reason to stay. Tossing out the words, I'm heading back first. Remember to tell him for me. She turned and walked away. You're not waiting for him? Zhang Luo's annoying voice came from behind Yu Yi. Fortunately, the demonic sound, similar to singing yet not quite, covered it up. Otherwise, that loud shout would have been enough to make the entire drunken fragrance tower tremble. Yu Yi dug at his ear with his pinky, then raised his hand and waved it vigorously at him. Goodbye. Yu was all talk and no action. Though she couldn't find Ye Junsheng, she pretended to be carefree on the surface. Yet, she couldn't help but search around outside the private room one more time. Finding nothing, she had no choice but to follow Jiang Yusin back in frustration. Zhang Luo stepped out for some fresh air and spotted Ye Junsheng standing alone by the window at the far end of the second-floor corridor. The wall lamps there, unlike the bright lights downstairs, cast a soft pinkish-green glow, creating an indescribable tranquility. Outside the window, the night sky was clear and pristine. The neatly lined streetlights on either side of the road swayed gently, stretching two long shadows. Up ahead, He was bouncing along. Ye Junsheng knew she had never been one to walk steadily, and now, with someone by her side, she became even more unrestrained, occasionally needing reminders from the person behind her. The scene before him was too perfect, and unconsciously, Ye Junsheng's brows furrowed. He had watched Yu's little performance from start to finish, mainly to see what tricks she might pull. Shedding her usual liveliness, she appeared much more composed. Though she acted convincingly, her subconscious little gestures still made her easily recognizable. At least he hadn't missed the eye rolling. Perhaps Jiang Yusin wasn't as sharp as him, which is why he hadn't noticed. Ye Junsheng mulled it over and concluded that this might be the only plausible explanation. Why was he hiding here? He was just looking all over for you. Zhang Luo crossed his arms, slightly narrowed his eyes, and leaned sideways against the wall, one foot crossed over the other. The back foot lightly lifted, an effortlessly charming posture. Ye Junsheng, upon hearing this, glanced once more toward the road, where the two figures flickered in and out of view in the darkness. He withdrew his gaze and spoke coolly. You came out just in time. I was about to leave. Saves me the trouble of going back in. Impressive you lasted this long. At least you didn't embarrass me in front of the guys. All right. I won't keep you any longer. Zhang Luo smoothed his hair. I didn't press further. After a brief hesitation, he asked, Is the kid still with you? Ye Junsheng stood with his back to the light, facing Zhang Luo, making it difficult to discern the expression on his face. Only his faint voice could be heard. I don't know. It was the truth. Perhaps sensing the coldness of his words, Ye Junsheng added, She might have gone home. Finally, he added another sentence. Don't worry, Meng Xiao knows her limits. With Lian Qi around, nothing will happen to her. Zhang Luo said nothing more and walked over to where Ye Junsheng had been standing earlier. Outside the window, the scene was empty. October had withered the trees. A cocktail sat on the windowsill, its dark liquid illuminated by the wall lamp, exuding a languid aura. Zhang Luo took a small sip. The taste was overwhelmingly sweet with a strong coffee flavor, cloying yet bitter. As he smacked his lips, he couldn't help but conclude that Ye Junsheng's taste was truly beyond ordinary comprehension. Ye Junsheng opened the door to his room, and a fluffy creature immediately brushed against his feet. Picking it up in the darkness, a pungent odor assaulted his nose. Sniffing carefully, he realized the entire room reeked of durian. Turning on the light, he saw that the newly opened box of chocolates had been reduced to crumbs, with Yu'er still sporting sauce around its mouth. Ye Junsheng flipped Yu'er's belly upward, round and bulging. It looked as if the cat had been pregnant for a long time. Yu'er lazily rolled back over and nestled against the sofa, its ears twitching as if to say, "I want to eat anymore." Ye Junsheng rubbed his forehead. There was no doubt this had to be Qin Huansheng's doing. He turned on all the exhaust fans and tidied up, only to notice a note boldly stuck at the entrance, bearing the watermark of the Grand Hyatt. Ye Junsheng's lips twitched. Leaving a note like this was undoubtedly her style. "I'm out of here. See you in the Jianghu." It seemed his words that day had driven her away, but the use of LOZ didn't sit right with him. Frowning, Ye Junsheng considered mailing the note to Qin Tongsheng. Those two words suited him far better. Pulling out his phone, he had just dialed the number when the sound of knocking overlapped with the system's ringtone. Standing outside the door, waving his phone with a face full of charm, was none other than Qin Tongsheng. Qin Tongsheng slipped inside in one fluid motion, his right foot lightly hooking the door shut behind him with a soft click. His peach blossom eyes shimmered brilliantly, the ripples of his smile spreading across his entire face. It wasn't the kind of grin that provoked annoyance. It was soft, as if seeping into the depths of one's heart. That gentle smile softened his otherwise sharp features, lending them a touch of warmth. His voice rang out crisply, rivaling that of a professional TV host. "This is what you call a meeting of minds." He enlarged his phone screen in front of Ye Junsheng, displaying the name he had specially assigned to him. Looking at the two words flashing on Qin Tongsheng's screen, Ye Junsheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Suppressing a sigh, he turned and tore off the note, handing it to Qin Tongsheng. "You're a step too late." Ji Xiao was already left. Qin Tongsheng murmured the 8 flamboyant characters under his breath, his eyebrows lifting slightly. He showed no surprise at the note's contents, folding it casually and tucking it away before striding over and sitting down. "I know." She went home. Yu'er had been curled up in the corner of the sofa, but now Qin Tongsheng's long legs encroached on its territory. With a sleepy meow, Yu'er's usually bold and spirited voice carried a hint of drowsiness, lacking its usual dominance. Qin Tongsheng let out an amused "oh," before finally spotting the pure white cat blending seamlessly into the carpet. No wonder he hadn't noticed it earlier. Did Lian Qi pick her up? Ye Junsheng's eyebrows twitched unconsciously as he walked over to rescue Yu'er from Qin Tongsheng's grasp and placed it in its designated nest. He then asked another question. How had Lian Qi managed to provoke her? The pet was suddenly snatched away, but Qin Tongsheng shrugged indifferently, reclining on the sofa and closing his eyes to conceal the turbulent emotions within. Who knows? You, as her brother, have won her heart more than I have. She didn't even tell you, so why would she tell me? Qin Tongsheng's father, Qin Jingran, and Ye Junsheng's mother, Qin Miaoran, were siblings, and the two had always been very close. A year after Qin Tongsheng was born, Qin Miaoran became pregnant. She took the homophone of the last character in Qin Tongsheng's name, Sheng, as the suffix for her unborn child's name. After Ye Junsheng was born, his father, Ye Junsheng, completed the name for him. Ye Junsheng and Qin Huansheng were only 3 years apart in age, so they naturally had more topics to share. After Ye Junsheng's mother passed away, he became increasingly kind to Qin Huansheng, so much so that even Qin Tongsheng felt inadequate in comparison. It wasn't until later that Qin Tongsheng realized the reason Ye Junsheng treated his sister so well was because of her resemblance to his aunt. They say nieces often resemble their aunts, and this couldn't be more true. As Qin Huansheng grew older, her features became more and more like Qin Miaoran's. Qin Miaoran left when Ye Junsheng was 9, so it was only natural that he transferred his dependence on her to Qin Huansheng. Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow. sensing from Qin Tongxing's tone that he was jealous. But what kind of jealousy was this, really? With a slight curl of his lips, he replied with an air of arrogance, "You've got a point." Qin Tongxing shot a glance over, sizing up Ye Junsheng with a sidelong look. Got it. Out of the blue, he has given Ye Junsheng another opportunity to hit him. He has dug his own grave. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and hastily drop the topic. He lay back on the sofa again, staring at the ceiling, then suddenly remembered the important matter at hand. With a serious expression, he turned his gaze to Ye Junsheng. "Your old man is turning 70 next week. You must have heard about it." Ye Junsheng's pulpistarkinet. But he remained expressionless. Qin Tongxing sat down opposite Ye Junsheng, rarely seeing him so serious. "Zhong Shower, it's unacceptable for you, as the eldest grandson, not to attend Yi Lao's 70th birthday. The Qin family is a scholarly family, and Qin Lao is particular about names. The Qin family has 3 grandchildren, and in ancient times, brothers were ranked as Bo, Zhong, Shu, Ji. If there are 3 brothers, they're called Meng, Zhong, Ji. Therefore, they were given the nicknames Meng Shower, Zhong Shower, and Ji Shower. Qin Tongxing had saved Ye Junsheng's name as Er Shao on his phone. Once, Qin Huanqing saw this name and directly joked that his father was also an anti-Japanese hero, Wang Er Shao, and along with Qin Tongxing, changed Ye Junsheng's note to Er Shao. Ye Junsheng has always been troubled by this matter. He has never understood why every time they change his name on their phones, they always have the energy to change it back. Later, Ye Junsheng got lazy and gradually reduced the number of calls he made to them. The purpose of Qin Tongxing's visit today was to convey Qin Lao's order to persuade Ye Junsheng to return home. He felt his mission was significant and needed to appeal to both emotions and reason. "It's been so long. You should go home for a visit." Ye Junsheng was unwilling to discuss this topic further. His eyes clouded with emotions like a pool of ink that couldn't disperse. His eyelashes slightly lowered, hiding the unspeakable entanglement. "Let's talk about it later." If Qin Huanqing is the best at avoiding people in the Qin family, then Ye Junsheng comes in second. Since leaving home at the age of 15, he has never returned. Those who know say he is avoiding it. Those who don't think he is just being stubborn. Qin Tongxing sighed softly and continued, "Your old man specially came to invite you today, but he didn't expect to be disappointed." After a pause, he expressed his opinion that the events of that year could not be blamed on the old man. The old man never acknowledged that woman's identity. She followed her uncle without a proper title, and even her child was not acknowledged publicly, which shows the old man's intentions towards his aunt. Regardless of the circumstances, the old man is now older, and as his only grandson, he naturally hopes to have his grandson by his side. Qin Tongxing's words were not without reason, and Ye Junsheng couldn't find a rebuttal, suddenly feeling a bit irritable. He instinctively reached for his pocket, only to realize he had changed pants after coming back. He then got up to take a box of unopened chocolate lollipops from the hidden compartment of the storage cabinet, deftly unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. The taste, unchanged for decades, felt different depending on his mood. Qin Tongxing quietly walked behind Ye Junsheng, frowning, his raised hand gradually trembling, and finally, heavily resting on Ye Junsheng's shoulder, his voice low, "Zhong Shower, find a time to quit it." Ye Junsheng did not turn around, forcing a bitter smile for a while. Biting into the chocolate, letting the rich bitterness spread in his mouth, swallowing it down, and accurately spitting the paper stick into the trash can. His mood gradually calmed down as he turned around. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Qin Tongxing's heart finally settled, and he smiled, his eyes slightly squinting, as if to say, "As expected of my good brother." Yawning, he slowly walked towards the guest room. "It's too late today. I'll sleep here." Ye Junsheng glanced at the wall clock in the living room, twitching his lips. 10 o'clock was usually the start of the nightlife for Qin Tongxing. It was rare to hear him say it was late. He repacked the chocolate lollipop and heard Qin Tongxing cursing from the guest room. Ye Junsheng moved over with the sound, suppressing a laugh, nodding. As expected of Qin Huanqing, even leaving doesn't forget to vent her anger, just like her sister, so bold. Although the act of messing up the room was somewhat childish, it wasn't his concern anymore. Before Qin Tongxing could give him a look, Ye Junsheng coughed lightly and said, You can call room service." He then walked towards his bedroom, leaving Qin Tongshang staring at the door of Ye Junsheng's bedroom, which closed without hesitation in front of him. Zhang Luo, although not industrious like Qin Tongsheng, has quite a talent in music. He has loved music since childhood and faced opposition from his family when choosing a major in college. Reluctantly, he had to treat music as a side job. During his time in school, he participated in various singing competitions with considerable success and now has formed a band that performs every night in an underground bar. The underground bar is just a little-known spot in Jinghai. Strictly speaking, it can't even be called a bar at most a tea house. It has an elegant and tidy interior with no hint of chaos. A small stage made of stone walls is placed in the center of the bar, providing a broad view. It's hard to associate such a fresh arrangement with the chaos of a bar. Yu sat on a high stool, one hand propping up her chin, while the other tapped the glass table to the rhythm of the music. In fact, Yu is tone-deaf when it comes to music. A good song sung by her always sounds a bit off. As for the pitch, she can barely hit it, but for some reason, it always feels like a dan flower blooming brightly. Yu has always been self-aware. Singing for pleasure is fine, and when alone, she casually sings to torture her own ears, but she wouldn't bring her terrible voice to the stage. Honestly, Yu thinks Zhang Luo sings really well. His raspy voice suits both rock and love songs. Standing on stage with a guitar, slightly narrowed eyes, furrowed brows, and slightly parted lips, he attracted many female college students. If she didn't already know what Zhang Luo was like, Yu, who usually judges people by their appearance, would definitely be deceived by him. In fact, many female college students have been deceived by Zhang Luo, perhaps due to spending a long time with Ye Junsheng. Yu always feels that Zhang Luo mimics Ye Junsheng's personality effortlessly, even better than she imitates Yue. After finishing a song, the unaware female college students in front of the stage cheered for an encore. Yu shook her head, feeling embarrassed for Zhang Luo, and also for him being able to restrain his nature for so long. The melancholy he portrayed always felt so pretentious to her, so unlike him. Yu rolled her eyes and looked at Jiang Yuqing, who was sitting across from her with a smile and a curious expression, resting his chin on his hands. Yuqing, tell your sister, are you having fun watching? Jiang Yuqing's smile froze for a moment, looking at the somewhat abnormal Yu with a disdainful expression. He pouted and looked back at the stage. Yu was stunned. This little brat dared to ignore her. If it weren't for wanting Jiang Yusin and Yu Wei to have a good date, Yu wouldn't be stuck in this mess. Jiang Yuqing is Jiang Yusin's younger brother, 15 years old. Although he is young, he has earned the title of a little tyrant. Talking with Jiang Yuqing gives Yu a sense of tragic nostalgia for her youth. They say there's a generation gap every 3 years. She and Jiang Yuqing have a whole 2-generation gap between them, and their conversation frequency has never been on the same wavelength. Yu held her forehead in confusion, wondering why there was such a big difference, even though they were both from the Jiang family. Jiang Yuqing put down the sunflower seeds in his hand, leaned closer to Yu, and upon hearing her reply, continued to ask, do girls your age like this kind of guy? Yu's arm slipped off the glass table, and thankfully her brain reacted quickly, stopping her head just in time. Otherwise, she would have bumped into the glass table. Yu was stunned for a while, thinking, what does he mean by girls her age? She is still a blooming flower. Yu was a bit indignant and reached out to smack Jiang Yuqing on the head without holding back at all. Jiang Yuqing let out an ouch and wanted to scold Yu as usual, but with too many people around, he could only shoot her a sidelong glance. He moved his chair to an empty spot nearby, looking every bit the victim, his eyes gazing at Yu like a little rabbit. At that moment, Yu found herself missing Yu, whom she had only spent half a day with, and wondered if Ye Junsheng was mistreating him. She sighed, her heart softening as she bit her lip and reached out to rub Jiang Yuqing's head where she had just hit him. Stupid Yu, you're so rough. No wonder you still don't have a boyfriend, Jiang Yuqing muttered. Hearing this, Yu gritted her teeth. The hand that was about to comfort him abruptly changed course, delivering another hard smack to Jiang Yuqing. This time, Jiang Yuqing recoiled instantly. Yu's strength was no joke. How could a woman hit so hard? Rubbing the back of his head, he grumbled, you're twins, so how can your temperaments be so different? Yu froze. Wasn't he that the exact same question she had just asked herself? Why can two siblings from the same parents, Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Yusin, be so different? Later, Yu Yi thought about it. She and Yu Wei were twins, yet their temperaments were world apart. But that was somewhat understandable. After all, they had split from the same fertilized egg, and while they were still in their mother's womb, the two of them must have fought for resources. She just hadn't T1 against Yu Wei, arriving into the world a tiny bit later. So it made sense that she turned out a little fiercer than Yu Wei after birth. She had to make up for all the grievances she suffered in their mother's belly. Thinking this way, Yui felt somewhat at ease. Jiang Yuqing stayed quiet for a while, then glanced at Zhang Luo on stage, who was strumming his guitar and putting on a melancholic act. Pouting, he reluctantly scooted closer to Yu Yi again. His big eyes blinked, his pupils darting around as if he were carefully weighing how to phrase his next question without getting smacked. Finally, he clapped his hands together and asked, "Do young girls like you usually go for that kind of guy?" After speaking, she even tilted her chin slightly toward Zhang Luo at the center of the stage. A small pile of sunflower seed shells lay on the plate in front of Yu Yi. She gently pushed it forward and placed a handful of shells she had nowhere to put into Jiang Yuqing's palm, ignoring his already darkened expression, and calmly said, "That is not necessarily true. Someone like me, for instance, doesn't tea like his type." Jiang Yuqing raised both eyebrows high, suddenly intrigued. He had been waiting for Yu Yi to say something like this. Eagerly, he pulled out a napkin, dumped all the shells onto it, then clapped his hands together to brush off any remaining crumbs. With the curiosity of an eager child, he looked at Yu Yi and asked, "Sister Yu Yi, then what kind of guy do you like?" Jiang Yuqing usually doesn't call Yu Yi sister unless he needs something from her. After making his request, he forgets the excitement of calling her sister. Yu Yi also doesn't take it too seriously. Jiang Yuqing understands Yu Yi's little thoughts, and he calls her sister Yu Yi so often that she quite enjoys it. "Do you want to know more?" Yu Yi propped her chin on her hand. Glancing at him, Jiang Yuqing nodded repeatedly. Yu Yi coughed lightly, smiled slightly, and said, "I won't tell you." Jiang Yuqing's excitement was completely doused by Yu Yi, his eyes drooping as he unleashed his usual sharp tongue to mock her. "Yu Yi, you shameless person. The boy you like must not be as good-looking as that sissy on stage, which is why you dare not say it out loud." Yu Yi carefully chewed on the word sissy that Jiang Yuqing had just said, and suddenly burst into laughter, the sound of her laughter and the word sissy continuously spilling from her lips. It had to be admitted that the term sissy was somewhat fitting for Zhang Luo. Yu Yi couldn't stop laughing, and it was hard to imagine what expression Zhang Luo would have upon hearing himself described that way. Eventually, tears were forced out from her laughter. Jiang Yuqing leaned back slightly, like a monk who couldn't grasp the situation, completely unable to think of which of his words had such a comedic effect that it made Yu Yi laugh uncontrollably. Yu Yi wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes with her fingertip, chuckled a couple more times, and said seriously, "No, he's much more normal than Zhang Luo." Jiang Yuqing continued to roll his eyes, pondering what Yu Yi meant by normal. Her way of thinking was somewhat different from others. She never thought of things in a positive light. However, Jiang Yuqing's mind was currently a mess, and he couldn't come up with anything. So after a long struggle, he asked, "Could it be that the boy you like is also the kind of Prince Charming from the romance novels that the girls in class read? If that's really the case, then that's just too vulgar. Nonsense, he is just a pervert." Without thinking, Yu Yi blurted it out. "The Prince Charming and Ye Junsheng have absolutely no connection at all." Wrong. None of the refined and elegant words are associated with Ye Junsheng. A pervert? Jiang Yuqing twitched the corner of his mouth. Yi's thought process was truly beyond ordinary comprehension. He took a sip of water from the cup beside him and asked in confusion, "You still like him, even though he's a pervert?" Who says that if someone is a pervert, no one will like them? Yu Yi stated that perverts also have their own dignity. Okay. Yu Yi also didn't forget to defend Ye Junsheng with righteous indignation. He was just a little scheming, a little tsundere, and slightly perverted, just a tiny bit. Then, patting Jiang Yuqing's still developing little shoulders and arms, he continued, "What do you know, you little brat? So many small things add up to something really serious. Okay. Why could Yu Yi say all the shortcomings of the man she liked with a straight face?" Jiang Yuqing forced a dry laugh, feeling even more baffled by Yu Yi's thoughts. He tilted his head and pondered. Could the generation gap between them really be this vast now? Maybe Yi had grown up too fast, and he just couldn't keep up with her pace. Jiang Yuqing had a nagging feeling that Yi was just brushing him off. After all, how could someone have nothing but flaws? And who would like a person with nothing but flaws? Unable to let it go, he asked again, so, no good points at all? None? Yi hesitated for a long time, tilted his head in thought, and finally gave up. Handsome? Does that count? Jiang Yuqing let out an ugh, looking at Yi with a disdainful expression. You shallow woman. Shallow? Yi didn't think she was shallow. Hormones dictated her love at first sight with Ye Junsheng, something she couldn't control. Just like Wei's affection. Yi adorait éviter flal in Ye Junsheng. Besides, Ye Junsheng must have some merits, though she hadn't discovered any yet. Jiang Yuqing had completely lost interest in the topic. The sunflower seeds he brought were almost gone, and as he sifted through the dish, all he found were empty shells. That only strengthened his desire to leave. Yi tossed a handful of shelled seeds into her mouth, her teeth crunching incessantly. The two prepared to head back. Jiang Yuqing, I still want to go to Yushi. Yi, are those ugly, half-naked women really that appealing? Jiang Yuqing, better looking than you. Yi. The siblings' voices gradually faded away. Another song ended on stage. Zhang Luo descended amidst the crowd, stepping down from the spotlight. The spot where Yi had been sitting was now empty, leaving only a mess on the glass table. An elegant screen partitioned off a refined booth, with barely a meter of distance on either side, yet effectively separating the people on both ends. Zhang Luo walked straight behind the screen, still carrying his guitar, one hand gripping the strap across his chest. He looked at Ye Junsheng, but before he could speak, Qin Tongshan cut him off without hesitation. Tell me, why do young kids these days love going to Yushi so much? Qin Tongshan leaned lazily on the sofa, legs crossed, a cigarette burning between his fingers. He took a slow drag, exhaling hazy white smoke in lazy, curling rings. When he was as young as he is now, he often went to nightclubs. Yushi had never been taken seriously by him. Has the world changed so much in recent years? No one answered him. Qin Tongshan shrugged, indifferent, a teasing smile creeping onto his face as he looked at Zhang Luo and said, Mule, someone just called you a sissy. Zhang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he forcefully pulled the guitar down and threw it onto the nearby sofa, exasperatedly saying, Whoever dared to say that about me? I'll take care of him. How dare he stir trouble on my turf? He's not even close to being ready for that. He looked at Ye Junsheng, putting on a fierce expression, and asked, Does it look like it? Does it? Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow, mimicking Qin Tongsheng's shrug. It didn't look like it at first, but now it did. Zhang Luo was completely infuriated by Ye Junsheng's reaction. Who said that? I'll take him down. How dare he make trouble on my turf? Qin Tongshan extinguished his cigarette, but, twisting it firmly in the ashtray, arms crossed with a half-smile. Let's go. Zhang Luo's raised fist went used and was retracted. He thought that adults shouldn't bother with petty people, so he sat down on a single sofa. He was just trying to go along with Qin Tongsheng's high spirits. He wasn't a young lad anymore and wasn't petty enough to pick on someone he didn't know. However, the term sissy was indeed a bit unpleasant to hear. Qin Tongshan felt that tonight's outing was worthwhile. At least he found like-minded people, although he never did see what that person looked like. The spiritual connection made him exceptionally satisfied. The only virtue he cared about in the women he liked was beauty. He really wanted to see what that person with no virtues, whom she liked so much, looked like. Zhang Luo was confused by Qin Tongsheng's words. She? Which she? What is this about? Ye Junsheng, on the other hand, understood the subject, predicate, and object in Qin Tongsheng's statement. He habitually raised an eyebrow, knowing that the she Qin Tongshan mentioned was naturally Yi. The person Yi liked could possibly be him, but the flaws she mentioned didn't seem to apply to him, while the virtues seemed quite reasonable. Qin Tongshan lit up another cigarette. Mule, don't say it. There really are girls in this world who only care about looks and not about character. Zhang Luo exclaimed, still not understanding what was going on. Qin Tongshan became interested, sitting up straight to look at Ye Junsheng and then at Zhang Luo. Bro, when I look for a girlfriend, I only care about her face. Any flaws that don't conflict with me, I just turn a blind eye. Usually I don't care about these things. The kids often call me crazy. But today I found an ally. Zhang Luo said, Tell me more. Qin Tongsheng threw the cigarette, but into the ashtray and continued, although I usually despise eavesdropping. Since the subject of the eavesdropping doesn't mind, you guys can't say anything about me. I guess I can be considered a straightforward eavesdropper for a while. Zhang Luo rolled his eyes and picked up a cushion from the sofa, throwing it directly at Qin Tongsheng's head and said, "Get to the point." Qin Tongsheng held the cushion to his chest, casually saying, "I just heard a girl say she likes boy strengths and weaknesses." He thought for a moment and repeated Yu Yi's original words. A little scheming, a little tsundere, plus a hint of being slightly perverted are the flaws of the boy she likes. Can you guess what the strength is? Zhang Luo looked confused and shook his head. Handsome. The only strength is being handsome. Qin Tongsheng finished speaking with a satisfied smile. This peculiar viewpoint was simply on par with his own. Scheming? Tsundere? Perverted? Zhang Luo was puzzled, wondering why these three words sounded so familiar together. He asked, "Who did you hear that from?" Qin Tongsheng glanced behind Ye Junsheng, where a screen blocked the view ahead. Perhaps it was because of the screen that the female and male voices could discuss these matters so openly. The people at the table behind. Zhang Luo stiffened, his mouth opening slightly. If he hadn't seen incorrectly, the person sitting behind the screen was Yu, along with a little boy. If the girl Qin Tongsheng mentioned was really Yu Yi, Zhang Luo swallowed hard, glancing at the unchanging expression on Ye Junsheng's face. Who else could embody scheming, tsundere, perverted, and handsome other than Ye Junsheng? Zhang Luo swallowed again, wondering why Ye Junsheng seemed unfazed, as if the person being talked about wasn't him. Ye Junsheng had a trait that no one had discovered so far. He could automatically filter out topics that were unfavorable to him. For instance, right now, he didn't connect the person Qin Tongsheng spoke of with himself, which is why he could sit here, calm and collected, listening to what Zhang Luo clearly considered to be insults. Zhang Luo coughed a few times, giving Qin Tongsheng a please don't say anymore look. His teammates were like pigs. They were merely referring to people like Qin Tongsheng. Zhang Luo believed his expression was particularly straightforward. Yet Qin Tongsheng didn't seem to get it, and carefully selected a drink with a lower alcohol content to hand to him, saying, "Moisten your throat." Zhang Luo downed it in one go, noticing Ye Junsheng's expression remained calm and unperturbed, while the screen behind them emitted a faint green light, completely blocking the scene in front. Suddenly, he realized that Ye Junsheng probably didn't know the person behind the screen was Yu Yi. Otherwise, given Ye Junsheng's usual character, he would have long since reclaimed his dignity verbally. Thinking this, Zhang Luo felt relieved. That's right. How could Ye Junsheng allow Qin Tongsheng to say such things about him? Since Ye Junsheng didn't know, there was no need for him to be a goody two-shoes and remind him. The three of them didn't stay long and each headed home. Zhang Luo had band rehearsal and left first. Qin Tongsheng wanted to understand the charm of Yu Shi, whom those kids were so infatuated with, and excitedly ran off to Yu Shi alone. Qin Tongsheng was now very puzzled about who had blinded his eyes, why he had never noticed the beauty of Yu Shi before. Ye Junsheng took Qin Tongsheng's car and left alone. The car sped down the street as Ye Junsheng tested the car's equipment, ultimately concluding that this car was not as good as his own. He handed the car keys to the parking attendant, instructing him to park it in its original spot. In the lobby of the Junhua Hotel, a striking figure approached, with shoulder-length hair cascading down her back, wearing a white dress that seemed untouched by dirt, her slender frame appearing as if it could be blown away by the wind. That face was still familiar to Ye Junsheng, but the calm expression was very unfamiliar. Ye Junsheng recognized her as Yu Wei and wondered how it would be if Yu Yi appeared before him in such a dress. His feet moved forward uncontrollably, and at that moment, Yu Wei also saw Ye Junsheng. Her gaze lingered on him, and Ye Junsheng stopped, standing before Yu Wei. He thought that perhaps Yu was just as tranquil when she didn't speak. Yu Wei recalled the misunderstanding that occurred last time at Yu Shi and wanted to avoid being mistaken for Yu Yi again. She smiled slightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Do you remember me? I'm Igriku Wei." After a pause, she added, "Yu Yi's sister." Ye Junsheng nodded, indicating that he remembered, and introduced himself. "Ye Junsheng." "I know." Yu Wei's smile never faded, lingering gently at the corners of her mouth, inexplicably creating a sense of closeness. Ye Junsheng was momentarily taken aback, and under Yue's influence. He also smiled faintly. In truth, he didn't even know why he was smiling. In the lobby of the Junyue Hotel, with people coming and going and dazzling lights, the two faced each other in silence, each smiling. Silence, at times, is also a form of tacit understanding. Yue had just come out of Su Qing's room. In the afternoon, Jiang Yusin received a call from Su Qing's dad, saying that Su Qing had run away from home after a conflict with her family. Although Yue thought Su Qing's actions were a bit childish, at this point, people were more important. She and Jiang Yusin spent the entire afternoon looking for Su Qing. Yue initially wanted to take Su Qing back to her house, but Jiang Yusin thought it wasn't a good idea at this time. What Yue had said last time echoed in her ears. After all, it was obvious that Yue and Su Qing did not have a good relationship. After a moment's thought, Yue felt that Jiang Yusin's reasoning made sense. After settling Su Qing down, Jiang Yusin went to report to Su Qing's parents, while Yue stayed behind to continue comforting Su Qing for a while. In the end, Su Qing didn't say why she had run away, and Yue didn't pry too much, offering her a few words of comfort. Once Su Qing's emotions stabilized, Yue decided to leave. As she came out, she happened to run into Ye Junsheng at the hotel entrance. The crescent moon hung slantingly in the western sky, with its gentle curve casting a clear light over the west. Ye Junsheng glanced at his watch. It wasn't too late. It wasn't gentlemanly to let a girl go home alone, and Ye Junsheng believed he was worthy of being called a gentleman. It's too late. I'll take you back, he said. How can I accept that? Yue initially refused. Anyway, I have nothing else to do, Ye Junsheng replied, looking at the brightly lit street. He said that it's not safe for you to walk alone outside. This was the truth. Ye Junsheng merely rephrased Ye's earlier words for Yue. Yue smiled slightly and didn't refuse again. He was joking. Did you take it seriously? Yue's voice was slightly raised, soft and enticing. Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow and said, I took it seriously. You're indeed less safe than her. Yue thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out whether he was insulting Yue or her. Ye Junsheng genuinely had no intention of insulting Yue. After all, just a few days ago, Yue had told him, although Yue and I are twins, it's obvious that I'm not as safe as her. I'm pretty sure robbers mistake me for a boy. Do we look like a dragon and phoenix pair? After saying that, Yue also touched her hair, which had finally grown to shoulder length after a year. Now, comparing Yue to Yue, Ye Junsheng felt that Yue's words were not wrong. In fact, it was rare for Yue to have the demeanor of a girl. Yue didn't know how to do what girls should know, but she excelled at what girls shouldn't learn. When Yue went downstairs to throw out the trash, she saw Yue getting out of a car she recognized. The black car blended into the night, and Yue knew that the person inside was not Jiang Yusin. However, she was a road's distance away from the car, and even with her 1.0 vision, she found it hard to see at night. Just as she was about to approach to investigate, the car disappeared from her sight. In the blink of an eye, Yue had already come up to her. Yue rubbed her eyes. She still found the car familiar, but couldn't remember whose it was. After a while, she waved her hand, deciding not to think about it since it had nothing to do with her anyway. Yue wanted to invite Ye Junsheng to her house to create an opportunity for Yue, but Ye Junsheng seemed to see through her thoughts, smiled, and politely declined. After sending Ye Junsheng away, Yue saw Yue looking at her in confusion. Yue pointed at the departing car and was just about to tell Yue it was Ye Junsheng when she heard Yue speak. Don't tell me who the person who brought you back is. If Jiang Yusin finds out that you ditched him to meet a mysterious guy tonight and comes to interrogate me, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist spilling the beans. For the sake of your happiness, it's better if you don't tell me. Yue always held the banner of not getting involved, rejecting any external disturbances. Yue laughed and shook her head, wondering what this was all about. Yue's comment seemed to come out of nowhere. She clearly didn't take Ye Junsheng bringing her back seriously. After thinking for a moment, Yue felt there was no need to tell Yue about this small matter since it wasn't anything significant. Just then, Yue's phone rang. She looked at the screen, pouted, and put the phone in front of Yue. See? He's checking up on you. You answer it. Yue shook her head and said, maybe he needs something from you. You should answer. Yue sighed, thinking that Jiang Yusin must be looking for her because he couldn't find Yue. Sure enough, when the call connected, Jiang Yusin's first words were, Yue, has Yue come home? He rolled her eyes at Yue and said, "He's looking for you." He handed the phone to Yue, who became unusually playful and refused to answer. He rolled her eyes again, coughed lightly, and said, "She's back, but she doesn't want to take your call." Yue lunged forward, trying to snatch her phone, moving with a quickness that was uncharacteristic of her. Fortunately, he was perceptive enough to anticipate Yue's little scheme and raised her hand high, refusing to give it to her, wearing a mischievous smile and silently saying, "Now you want to answer?" "It's too late." Ignoring Yue's pitiful gaze, He put the phone back to her ear and asked casually, "Are you outside?" Jiang Yusen on the other end didn't expect Yi to ask that. He paused for a few seconds before replying, "I'm out doing something." He didn't believe him. It was quite diligent of him to be out at night, doing work. She handed the phone back to Yue, losing interest in teasing her further, and walked away slowly. He felt she was torturing herself. The interaction between Yue and Jiang Yusen was simply a torment for single dogs. Seeing the sweet, sickening smile on Yue's face made Yue shudder and quicken her pace to leave her behind. She thought to herself that if she ever dated someone, she would be like Yue. Yue found herself a part-time job. On a whim, she glanced at the scrolling ads at the subway station and noticed the words Junyu Hotel. When she tried to read it more closely, the recruitment ad automatically scrolled to the next one. Yue stood in front of the LED screen for a good 10 minutes before reading the small ad in full. After reading it, she immediately grabbed her phone and called the number listed. Junyu Hotel was hiring part-time waitstaff, mainly responsible for banquet work, with hourly wages based on the schedule of the events, perfect for her. Without hesitation, she decided to take the job, and, just like that, she secured a small position with ease. Coincidentally, Junyu Hotel had a large birthday banquet coming up and needed extra waitstaff. So the HR department called Yue that evening to inform her to start the next day. The job came so quickly that Yue felt a bit unprepared. Early the next morning, she was notified to go to Junyu Hotel for training and preparation for the evening's work. She initially thought being a waitstaff just meant standing there with a smile, but to her surprise, it was much more complicated. Being a banquet server required developing an acute awareness of surroundings and learning various etiquette she had never known before. It felt like a last-minute cram session before an exam. Yue changed into her work uniform and stood in front of the mirror. The classic white shirt paired with black trousers. A tie neatly fastened around her neck. She adjusted it a bit to make her neck more comfortable. Finally satisfied, she nodded and walked towards the work area. The banquet officially began at 7 p.m. Yue had been helping backstage with the preparation of snacks. The part-time workers were all college students, just like her, taking on jobs in their spare time. Being among peers, they quickly became familiar with one another. Yue's cheerful personality made things much easier for her at the moment. After just a few exchanges, she was already calling everyone bro and sis. Yue had always been straightforward and accommodating, never complaining no matter what was asked of her. Whenever others were overwhelmed, they turned to her for help. She effortlessly switched between tasks, enthusiastically arranging place cards, testing the sound system, and adjusting the lights. The Grand Hyatt Hotel had a dedicated venue for large-scale banquets. Located inside the hotel and connected to an open-air balcony that overlooked breathtaking scenery, backed by the picturesque riverside promenade of Jinghai. The view took on a unique charm under the glow of the nightlights. As guests began arriving, Yue could hear the growing buzz of conversation from the front hall while she leaned against the table in the break room, sighing softly. She didn't even know who the guest of honor was tonight. She only knew that the birthday host had gone all out. The music for the banquet was performed by a famous domestic band, whose name was a long, convoluted string of English words Yue couldn't remember. In short, it was all very high class. Once the banquet officially started, Yue pushed a serving cart through the discreet staff-only passageway and took her assigned position. Her main responsibility was managing the beverages, which required her to constantly patrol the tables to keep them tidy and promptly serve drinks to the guests. At first, she was excited and playful, but eventually, she couldn't help feeling bored. Unlike the usual formalities of such events, this birthday banquet was more relaxed, with guests scattered across a large activity area. Standing on the periphery, Yue couldn't see the center of the crowd clearly. A lengthy speech was still underway. filled with congratulatory remarks that Ye barely paid attention to. Rubbing her growling stomach, she figured no one would notice if she sneaked over to the buffet table. Her eyes darted around before she quickly grabbed a durian puff and stuffed it into her mouth. Nothing in the world could compare to such deliciousness. Ye devoured several more in quick succession. Her mouth was still full when the crowd suddenly parted. Ye's eyes widened as she stared at the figure standing at the center, her jaw dropping in shock. The half-eaten durian puff fell out of her mouth, but she reacted swiftly, catching the crumbs in her palm. Only someone from the Ye family could make such a grand spectacle out of a birthday party. Normally, if she locked eyes with Ye Junsheng, Ye wouldn't hesitate to meet his gaze head-on. She'd see who could outlast him. But now, acutely aware of her disheveled state, her first instinct was to shield herself with the serving tray, turning away while muttering under her breath, "Don't see me. Don't see me." Her movements were smooth and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. "Ye," the voice came from behind her. Ye swallowed the food in her mouth in a hurry, wiping the corners of her lips before turning around with a poised smile. In just a few seconds, Zhang Luo had already reached her. Ye spun around too quickly and slammed her head hard against his chest. Rubbing her throbbing forehead, she took a step back. Zhang Luo was saying something, but Ye barely registered it, offering him an awkward smile instead. When she glanced back at the spot where Ye Junsheng had been standing, he was gone. Ye rubbed her eyes. Had she imagined it? But then her gaze shifted, and she spotted him not far away, a slender, pale arm draped conspicuously over his. Though she could only see their backs, the intimacy between them was unmistakable. Pretending to be casual, Ye asked Zhang Luo, "Who is she?" Zhang Luo followed Ye's pointing gaze. "Junsheng." His eyes lit up as he continued, "She's Qin Junsheng." Ye murmured the three words softly under her breath. Qin Junsheng. She imagined how those characters would look written out, certainly far more elegant than Ye. She hated her own name the most, just 8 strokes to write it, utterly devoid of depth. She even thought Yue sounded much better than Ye. Ye wanted to ask Zhang Luo what their relationship was, but before she could, Ye Junsheng shot her a glance, hastily raising her tray to block his intense gaze. She turned to Zhang Luo and muttered, "I have work to do," before hurrying away. From the shadows, Ye kept her eyes fixed on Ye Junsheng the entire time. Every interaction between him and that girl was burned into her vision. Well, had she ever seen Ye Junsheng treat another girl so well? The tenderness he unconsciously displayed was on par with how Jiang Yusen looked at Yue, tilting her head in thought. Ye suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that the reason Ye Junsheng had rejected her for 3 years was because he already had someone he liked? But out of consideration for Ye's pride as a girl, he couldn't outright refuse her. After turning it over in her mind, she concluded this must be the only explanation. Ye smacked her forehead hard, cursing herself for being so oblivious. Maybe Ye Junsheng had dropped hints before, but she had missed them all. The thought made her want to bash her own skull in. In a way, though, Ye Junsheng was a good person. At least he had never made her feel embarrassed. Now that she knew he might have a girlfriend, Yue naturally shouldn't make things awkward for him either. She decided she should step back. After all, being a third wheel was something she despised. She sighed, shaking off her thoughts, and threw herself back into her work. But this sudden realization left her reeling. After chasing him for 3 years, how could she just stop? If it were that easy, she would have drawn a clear line the first time he rejected her. Why wait until now? One of the part-time waitresses was a freshman at Jinghai University, making her Ye's junior. The girl was pretty and had a pleasant personality, but she had one glaring flaw. She was a hopeless fangirl. Ever since spotting Ye Junsheng, she had been gushing nonstop in Ye's ear about how handsome and talented he was, how all the girls in her class idolized him. Yue already knew all about Ye Junsheng's looks and brilliance. But what caught Ye's attention was the girl her junior mentioned, someone who sounded all too familiar. Plenty of people had crushes on Ye Junsheng, but upon closer listening, the description of a girl shamelessly clinging to him, impossible to shake off, clicked instantly. To her chagrin, that girl was none other than Yue herself. Mortified, Yue wondered what sin she had committed to be seen as such a nuisance in everyone's eyes. Why hadn't she felt the hatred from those girls before? Now that it was pointed out by the junior, Yue felt a chill creeping up her back. Surviving 3 years under the watchful eyes of so many of Ye Junsheng's admirers, Yu felt she was quite lucky. Fortunately, she had pulled back from the brink just in time. Still in a daze, she felt her arm gradually being squeezed. Yu looked down to see the junior tightly gripping her arm. Yu's arms were all bones, and the junior couldn't grasp any flesh. With both hands, she wrapped around Yu's little arm, gave it a twist, and even made some effort to pinch it. The shirt was twisted into a circle of wrinkles. Yu clenched her teeth and slowly freed her arm. The junior seemed mesmerized by something, and after letting go of Yu's arm, her hands flailed in the air for a while, helplessly grasping at nothing. Only then did she turn to look at Yu, her eyes still shining with the remnants of a peach blossom glow. Yu, feeling a bit scared, hid both hands behind her back, tilted her neck back, and laughed carefreely. The junior's gaze lingered on her for just a second before she turned away, her mouth forming an O shape, her voice caught in her throat. Almost jumping up, Yu blinked, wondering if the junior had taken something while she was distracted. That was quite bold. Yu followed her gaze and froze in place. Who else could it be but Ye Junsheng, standing there with a smile in his eyes as he looked their way? No wonder the junior looked as if she had seen a ghost. A soft voice of a junior girl rang in Yu's ear. Sister Yu, you and Senior Ye are in the same department, right? Do you know Senior Ye? Yu subconsciously blurted out, I don't know. She withdrew her gaze, turned around, and casually wiped the table, her heart trembling slightly along with her trembling palms. That was the first time Ye Junsheng smiled at her like that, reminiscent of the photography she had unintentionally seen of him in the art gallery, old and blurry. There was no expression, just a faint smile. After work, Yu kept wondering why she had instinctively said she didn't know Ye Junsheng. Perhaps she didn't want to get herself into trouble. Or maybe she didn't want to continue being hated by those who liked Ye Junsheng. Although she didn't care how those people viewed her, she always felt it was strange, especially since after today, they could be considered on the same side. Or maybe she felt that there would be no intersection between her and Ye Junsheng in the future. Since there would be no intersection, their relationship should return to how it was before. After all, if Yui didn't take the initiative to find him, he would have any reason to look for her either. Perhaps one day, if Ye Junsheng was in a good mood, he might invite her out for coffee. But that was all in the future, provided he still remembered her. Yu let out a deep breath, grabbed the straps of her backpack, and stepped off the sidewalk, walking away step by step on the uneven stone bricks. The banquet had ended a long time ago, and the open-air parking lot was no longer crowded. Luxury cars drove out in succession. Across the street, Ye Junsheng leaned against the car door, arms crossed, watching her. Yu suddenly looked up and found herself staring into Ye Junsheng's eyes, her hands gradually tightening, and without thinking, she turned around. The next second, Ye Junsheng walked towards her. Yu didn't have time to dodge, awkwardly raised her hand, and awkwardly greeted him. Ye Junsheng frowned slightly. Yu was acting a bit unusual today. Usually, she would rush to greet him as soon as she saw him, regardless of the occasion. Today, however, it felt like she was trying to avoid him. He suddenly recalled what Yu had said that day at the underground bar and pondered for a moment before asking. Do you think I'm a weirdo? Yu exclaimed, no, not at all. She would never say that. Ye Junsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly feeling guilty about the answer, but forget it. Are you alone? Yu looked around. Was there anyone else going home with her? Was Ye Junsheng concerned about her? A light bulb went off in her head. Perhaps she had misunderstood earlier. Once this thought crossed her mind, Yu felt a chill run down her spine. She thought it would be better to clarify things. If she truly misunderstood, that would be too really cliché. Without even thinking it through, she directly asked, Ye Junsheng, was that pretty girl just now your girlfriend? Ye Junsheng was momentarily stunned. A girl? The only girl who had been beside him was Ye Junsheng. His girlfriend? 2 question marks formed a circle in his mind. What had he done that made Yu think his cousin was his girlfriend? Ye Junsheng shook his head, amused, and said, you're so silly. Yu's smile froze on her face as she slowly lowered her head, tears unconsciously streaming from her eyes. She really was silly. She thought if there was no one else by his side, there was still a possibility for her. His smile would automatically be interpreted as encouragement. As long as he didn't say he hated her, she believed that if she kept trying, there would be hope. But now, hearing him say she was silly, the underlying message was just, you're so silly to realize it now. Ye sniffled, not wanting him to see that she had cried, and dropped the line, I have something to do, I'll leave first. She hurriedly ran away with her head down. Ye Junsheng stared blankly at Ye as she left, a word stuck in his throat. Why do you think he had said something wrong? Shaking off his thoughts, he felt that he must be too tired today. He lifted his foot and walked toward his car. His hand paused as he opened the car door, frowning slightly. He really didn't want to go back to the Ye family. Sighing, he realized he couldn't escape it. He opened the car door again and sat inside. Ye ran all the way to the subway station, fully demonstrating her athletic ability, leaning against the railing to catch her breath. She finally had time to wipe her eyes. The tears had dried in the wind. Ye stood up straight, leaning against the railing. She thought it was good that she had run fast. Otherwise, if Ye Junsheng had asked her why she was crying, she wouldn't have known how to dodge the question. With a faint sigh, she thought that now she could finally let go of her feelings. Could this be considered a breakup? But then she thought again, it could only be considered a failed crush. In fact, her confession initially didn't have much substance. Moreover, it was Ye Junsheng who had actively asked her first. When Ye confessed to him for the second time, he simply replied, I know. After that, he ignored her feelings in various ways. Now, looking back, she realized that perhaps she had been too thick-skinned back then. Now, suppressing this feeling was a bit difficult, but luckily, Ye hadn't directly clashed with Ye Junsheng in the past few days, which secretly relieved her. Because she also didn't know if she should continue greeting Ye Junsheng as usual or directly ignore him. Ignoring him was something Ye couldn't do. Greeting him as usual felt a bit strange to her. Either way, both options were difficult to execute. The more she saw Ye Junsheng, the more her self-control would drop significantly. If Ye Junsheng was a poison, then Ye had yet to find the antidote. She needed to sort out her feelings for Ye Junsheng. Perhaps the past 3 years of pursuing him had been too smooth, although Ye Junsheng had always rejected her. There hadn't been any major setbacks or rivals. She had subconsciously taken Ye Junsheng as her own, leading to her current lack of resilience. When faced with a small issue, she would choose to give up. The ambitions she once had were now left behind, and her heart was in turmoil. Wanted to continue liking him while subconsciously trying to restrain herself. Ye felt like she was about to go crazy, spending every day in a state of emotional turmoil, wanting to deliberately ignore the name Ye Junsheng. Yet his name was deeply engraved in her mind, impossible to erase. This truly validated the old saying, the more you control it, the more you miss it. In the end, Ye thought it would be better to quietly hide this affection in her heart. After Ye sighed 58 times throughout the morning, Zhang Luo appeared in front of her. Ye, intent on staying away from Ye Junsheng and the people around him, instinctively wanted to get up and leave. Just as she stood up, Zhang Luo pushed her back in her seat. Ye forced a smile, and Zhang Luo quickly sat down, blocking her way. Ye rested her chin on her hands, looking ahead, and sighed softly. Zhang Luo crossed his legs and scrutinized Ye. He had been wondering why things fell off these past few days. Today, seeing Ye, he realized that she hadn't appeared in front of Ye Junsheng for several days, which was abnormal, definitely abnormal. Although Ye often clung to Ye Junsheng and could be somewhat annoying, Zhang Luo found it quite uncomfortable without her shadow around him. Zhang Luo couldn't hide his curiosity and immediately asked, Hey, why haven't I seen you cling to Ye Junsheng these past few days? Usually, whenever Ye Junsheng was at school, Ye's figure would definitely be seen within a 5-mile radius of him. Ye hadn't expected Zhang Luo to ask her this. She froze for a moment, her eyelashes drooping. Even Zhang Luo thought she was the one sticking to Ye Junsheng, which was true. Ye thought carefully and realized that was indeed the case. It was no wonder this behavior could be somewhat annoying. Ye's heart sank slowly as she blinked and replied, Busy, too much homework. Ye's evasive gaze did not escape Zhang Luo's eyes. Ye was his junior, both studying in the same major. He was in his senior year while Ye was in her junior year. Zhang Luo, having gone through the coursework, knew that the first semester junior year had the least courses in the entire university, so he naturally realized that Ye was brushing him off. Ye understood the principle of indirect approaches, She had initially pursued Ye Junsheng by first getting close to Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo had known Yu Yi much longer than Ye Junsheng had, so he could see the signs that Yu Yi was definitely avoiding Ye Junsheng. Zhang Luo was not foolish enough to confront Yu Yi directly. That would yield no results. His current strategy was to approach from the side. Yu Yi had excellent motor skills, but her cognitive abilities were not as developed, so Zhang Luo was confident he could handle her. What is the most important rule for pursuing someone? Yu Yi was momentarily taken aback, doubting the premise of the question, and shook her head. You're so clueless. It means occasionally showing up in front of him to increase your presence, Zhang Luo said, shaking his head with an expression of disappointment, making Yu Yi wonder what she had done wrong. If you disappear without a trace, won't your presence diminish significantly? Yu Yi's eyelids twitched, and she sighed deeply, realizing that the issue at hand could not be solved by merely showing up. Zhang Luo leaned in closer and asked, "What are you so conflicted about?" Blocking Yu Yi's response, he crossed his arms over his chest. "Don't say it's because you have too much homework. I don't buy it." After hesitating for a moment, Yu Yi took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Luo, I'm not pursuing Ye Junsheng anymore." This time, it was Zhang Luo's turn to be stunned. He had been fully supportive of Yu Yi's pursuit of Ye Junsheng, almost forming a support team behind her. Ye Junsheng was naturally not sociable. Aside from him and the Qin siblings, there were hardly any other acquaintances. Yu Yi's appearance added some diversity to Ye Junsheng's social interactions. Although Ye Junsheng didn't openly express it, Zhang Luo could tell he treated Yu Yi differently. While he couldn't pinpoint exactly how, there was definitely something different about it. Zhang Luo remained silent for a long time, and Yu Yi sighed inwardly. "You're a good friend of Ye Junsheng. How can you encourage others to ruin his relationship?" This statement sounded completely wrong to Zhang Luo. When had Yu Yi learned to speak in such a roundabout way? He paused and said, "Be clear about what you mean." Yu Yi pouted. "Are you really happy if you mix him up with his girlfriend?" She wondered why she had never noticed this side of him before. Zhang Luo hesitated for a few seconds. This was a huge misunderstanding. Not only had he not mixed things up, he didn't even know Ye Junsheng had a girlfriend. The next second, he exclaimed, "When did Ye Junsheng get a girlfriend? How come I didn't know?" In Yu Yi's view, Zhang Luo's expression was exaggerated. She then thought, perhaps Zhang Luo was indirectly comforting her, which she took as an acknowledgement of her feelings. With this thought, her fondness for Zhang Luo increased significantly, and even her tone softened when she replied, "You don't have to comfort me. I can handle it." Zhang Luo was not comforting her at all because he had no idea what Yu Yi was talking about. Yu Yi felt that expressing her decision was much easier than she had imagined. Supporting her chin with one hand, she continued, "I understand your good intentions. It's not your fault Ye Junsheng like someone else. You really don't need to hide it from me anymore." Zhang Luo remained speechless, and Yu Yi patted his shoulder, continuing, "It was you who told me about that girl. I'm not even mad at you for lying to me. Why are you making it hard for yourself?" A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Luo's mind, but it was too quick for him to grasp, so he asked, "Who? His girlfriend? What's her name again? I forgot." Yu Yi glanced at him and said, "I only remember that her name looks beautiful when written down." Zhang Luo suddenly slapped his forehead. Wasn't her name Qin Huansheng? But what on earth had Ye Junsheng done to Yu Yi that made her mistake Ye Junsheng's cousin for his girlfriend? Yu Yi, listen to me, Huansheng is his. Yu Yi cut him off. "I know, she's his girlfriend. You don't have to repeat it." Saying this fact once made it less difficult to say again. Yu Yi placed her other hand on the table, propping up her chin. "So her name is Qin Huansheng. It's much prettier than mine." Turning to Zhang Luo's surprised expression, Yu Yi thought he felt guilty for thinking she had leaked something. "Even though I like Ye Junsheng, I wouldn't stoop to being a mistress." "Zhang Luo, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. After all, he's found happiness, and I should bless him." Finally, Zhang Luo found a gap in Yu Yi's words and called out to her, "Yu Yi." She tilted her head slightly and responded with a soft hum. Zhang Luo took a deep breath and said, "Qin Huansheng is his cousin." Yu Yi's expression remained unchanged, and Zhang Luo continued, "She's his biological cousin. By your logic, aren't they committing incest?" Yu Yi withdrew her hand and touched Zhang Luo's forehead, comparing it with her own, which wasn't hot at all. "What nonsense are you talking about? She recalled Zhang Luo's bright expression when he introduced Qin Huangqing and seemed to detect a hint of something, mentally placing Zhang Luo among those pursuing Qin Huangqing. You don't like that girl, do you? So you're telling me she's Ye Junsheng's cousin, using me as a target? If I end up with Ye Junsheng, then you can have a chance to be with her? Yu Yi's words flowed smoothly, leaving Zhang Luo no chance to interject. So you're secretly so scheming. The so-called friends should not betray friends. Your actions are a bit too rogue. Zhang Luo rubbed his throbbing temples, finding Yu Yi's words amusing yet somewhat helpless. Yu Yi continued to scold Zhang Luo when she suddenly heard him say lightly, Ye Junsheng's mom and Qin Huangqing's dad are siblings, born of the same mother. Yu Yi's words were abruptly swallowed back down, and after blinking a couple of times, she didn't believe it when Zhang Luo said it once. But when he repeated it, she began to waver. Bringing up elders made Yu Yi think there was nothing to doubt, but she hesitated, unsure whether to believe Ye Junsheng or Zhang Luo, especially since Ye Junsheng hadn't denied it when she asked him. Seeing Yu Yi's expression, Zhang Luo knew she must have misunderstood something. What did Ye Junsheng say to you? Yu Yi's greatest ability was to take other straightforward words as inverted and vice versa, possessing a rather self-deceptive sense of honor. Yu Yi recounted the whole story to Zhang Luo, and after finishing, Zhang Luo leaned against his forehead, speechless for a long time. He felt like he was about to be driven to the brink of insanity by Yu Yi. To be honest, from Yu Yi's narrative, Zhang Luo couldn't tell that Ye Junsheng had acknowledged Qin Huangqing as his girlfriend. Yu Yi's hands rested on her legs, sitting upright beside Zhang Luo, feeling a bit confused. Did she really misunderstand? Ye Junsheng hadn't confirmed it, but he also hadn't denied it, right? Not denying it meant he acknowledged it, didn't it? Suddenly, Yu Yi clapped her hands. Actually, Ye Junsheng was rejecting me in a roundabout way, but I misinterpreted it. He has a ready-made excuse for rejecting a pursuer. And since the reason was offered right in front of him, wouldn't it be foolish not to use it? If it were me, I would do the same. With this thought, Yu Yi felt Ye Junsheng wasn't wrong. After all, rejecting her in a subtle way was his usual style. After 3 years, Yu Yi had been hit by Ye Junsheng quite a few times, but this time, it truly struck her fragile heart. To think that for the past few days, Yu Yi had been treating Ye Junsheng's cousin as her imaginary enemy. If she were to say it out loud, even Yue would laugh at her. Later, Yu Yi thought about it and felt fortunate that this was the 21st century, a civilized society. If it were ancient times, wouldn't Qin Huangqing have the upper hand? Before Zhang Luo left, his expression didn't improve, and Yu Yi made a face at his back. In fact, this matter couldn't be simply blamed on her. Knowing she was slow-witted yet not making things clear, she felt that Ye Junsheng was at fault too. It was indeed a cliché misunderstanding. Her perception was overturned, and Yu Yi struggled internally again. This was akin to having mouth sores and suddenly being presented with a plate of roasted duck, leaving you unsure whether to eat it or not. Just as her mood hadn't fully cleared from the gloom, Yu Yi saw the culprit she had been avoiding for a few days that afternoon. On the 3rd floor of the library, there was a small duplex. Yu Yi sat at the staircase leading to the 4th floor, facing the stairs. She had seen everyone going up and down the stairs, and when a familiar figure slowly walked up, her instinctive reaction was to lift the book in front of her to cover her face. The person's footsteps moved in her direction, and the next second, Yu Yi felt someone sit down opposite her. She glanced around. There were plenty of empty seats. Did you want to admire beauties too? Yu Yi slowly moved the book down, revealing her eyes, which just happened to meet Ye Junsheng's smiling gaze. Regardless of the reason, she thought that since Ye Junsheng took the initiative to be friendly, she shouldn't refuse his goodwill. Although she believed Ye Junsheng was at fault, she also had her share of mistakes, so they were even now. Yu Yi smiled back at him. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a banana on the table and pushed it toward Ye Junsheng, saying impulsively, I heard bananas go better with you. Ye Junsheng frowned, and after a few seconds, replied, do I look like a gorilla? Yu Yi quickly shook her head. It seemed she had made a misstep in her attempt to be friendly, feeling increasingly defeated. Reflecting on what she had just said, she regretted it deeply, just as she wanted to retract her hand and pretend she hadn't said that. Ye Junsheng pulled the banana from her hand and leisurely began to eat it. Yu Yi blinked. This implied they had re-established their connection. and a smile unknowingly spread across her face. What Ye Junsheng didn't know was that during these few days when Yi was deliberately avoiding him, her thoughts were tumultuous, and her perspective on love had undergone a dramatic change. Of course, he couldn't know her current feelings either. After reflecting on these days, Yui understood her own feelings thoroughly. She thought that since she couldn't dislike Ye Junsheng despite such a significant misunderstanding, now that the misunderstanding was resolved, she had a reason to continue pursuing him. Since that was the case, she decided to go with the flow. Ye Junsheng came to the library for no other reason than to sleep. However, upon seeing Yui, he felt good and went to greet her. Yui, on the other hand, disliked the library the most. Its tranquil atmosphere clashed with her self-perceived, lively, and cheerful personality. In fact, her excuse for brushing off Zhang Luo in the morning was half true and half false. There weren't actually many courses at school, and if it weren't for preparing for the securities qualification exam in December, she wouldn't be stuck here working hard. As Yi's mother said, studying economics and management and obtaining more certificates would greatly help with future employment. So, regardless of Yi's willingness, her mother had bought all the textbooks related to the securities qualification exam for her, forcing her into it. Yui was puzzled by the determination of those who spent all day in the library. She couldn't bear sitting for a while, let alone staying for a whole day. But since she had accepted her mother's challenge, she had to give it a try. She didn't remember who had told her before college that good-looking boys never went to the library, but Yui had always believed it, just like she never liked going to the library. However, Ye Junsheng completely overturned her perception, and she really wanted to drag the person who had deceived her out and promised not to beat him to death. In fact, Ye Junsheng didn't like hanging out in the library. He just liked to go there to take a nap when he felt a bit sleepy. Yui understood it this way. The library was like Ye Junsheng's dormitory at Jinghai University, a place to sleep without much practical significance. Ye Junsheng suddenly waved at Yui, and amidst her confusion, he leisurely sat down next to her, turned to face the window, and fell asleep. With Yui blocking him, he could sleep more soundly. Yui pondered that he was treating her as a human barrier, but she could only resign herself to sitting there as a dutiful human shield. After all, she liked him. It wasn't until much later that Yui learned that Ye Junsheng liked to sleep in the library because the library at Jinghai University was designed and expanded by his mother. Only there could he find the sense of security that belonged to home. Raindrops pattered against the window, creating a watery scene that coalesced into fine lines and slowly fell. Ye Junsheng woke from his slumber, realizing he had fallen asleep in the library. A piece of clothing had slipped off his shoulder. It was Yui's coat. The coat was too small for him and didn't provide warmth. Ye Junsheng folded it neatly and hung it on the back of the chair. He looked around. There was no one else, and his belongings were gone, leaving only a note pressed under a book on Western economics. Yui has something to find me. I left first. The fourth floor of the library was now empty, quiet, and spacious. Ye Junsheng sighed slightly, tucked the note away, and stood by the window for a while, his gaze drawn to a figure downstairs. The area Ye Junsheng was in was a later expansion. From the outside, it appeared slanted, and he had a clear view of the scene at the library entrance. He clearly saw Yui hiding under the porch to avoid the rain, rubbing her arms with her hands. Without her coat, she was left in short sleeves on top, and Ye Junsheng tightened his grip on the coat. The cold wind carried raindrops that struck Yui's body, making her shiver. She could only crouch down, curling her entire body up. Yui had clearly told her that it would rain today, and she had stubbornly insisted it wouldn't. Now, Yui felt defeated. Who knew that it would be sunny in the morning and pour in the afternoon? She tried calling Yui, but the call wouldn't connect, and no one answered Jiang Yusin's phone either. They had clearly wanted to find her, but now neither would answer her calls. Rubbing her arms again, raindrops splashed onto her skin, which she wiped off with her hand. The distance from the library to the next shelter was about 100 or 200 meters. Once she crossed that stretch, she could go through the teaching building and, after a few more steps along the corridor of the pavilion, she would reach the school gate where Yui's friend was waiting for her. Yui calculated that, at her running speed, she should be able to avoid getting completely soaked before safely meeting Yui's friend. Just as she took a deep breath to sprint, she heard someone calling her from behind. Yui's boosted morale was gradually diluted by that voice. The courage to summon it the first time was easy, but to do it again was not as simple. Ye turned around, her face beaming with a smile, and said, "You're awake." Ye Junsheng nodded. If he had come down a moment later, she might have turned into a drenched chicken. "Why are you so happy?" "Because I saw you. Just seeing you makes me happy, even on a rainy day." Ye Junsheng was taken aback and gently draped Ye's coat over her shoulders. Ye was somewhat bewildered by Ye Junsheng's actions. The gentleness he inadvertently displayed was exactly what she had seen at the party that day. The moment he lowered his head, his distinctive scent drifted into her nose. Ye blinked slowly, stepping back one step at a time. She put on her coat herself and took the initiative to explain why she had to leave first. Yue lost her student ID, and she needs it for the competition she's participating in. There's no other way. She has to use mine. I need to deliver the student ID to her. Deliver it to Nanwan? Ye Junsheng looked at the rain mist spreading in the air and asked. Yue shook her head. No, her friend is at the school gate, coming to pick up the student ID to take it directly to the competition. Ye Junsheng asked, "Why didn't you let Yue's friend come and find you?" Yue slapped her forehead. How could she have not thought of that? Besides, Yue's friend would surely bring an umbrella when coming at this time. She had never met Yue's friend before. When Yue received Yue's call, she was next to Ye Junsheng, afraid of disturbing his sleep. She hastily exchanged a few words and hung up, completely forgetting about this detail. One thing she overlooked was, if there were many people at the school gate, how would she even recognize Yue's friend among the crowd? She didn't even know their name or whether they were male or female. A sharp flick exploded on her forehead, making Yue rub the spot and step back repeatedly. Ye Junsheng's indifferent voice drifted down from above her. Did all your brain cells migrate to Yue or something? I was just afraid of disturbing you, Yue muttered under breath. Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow. So now it was his fault? Yue was pondering where it was wrong, and suddenly looked up, realizing that Ye Junsheng's words were implicitly saying that she was stupid. Yue tightly clenched her fists, unable to endure any longer, finally shouted, "You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid." Ye Junsheng raised his eyebrows, but didn't lower them, his lips slightly curving up, this time responding quickly. "I didn't say it. You understood it yourself." The expression on his face, as he looked at you, he seemed to say that since you claim you're stupid, I won't argue with you. Yue pouted in indignation, knowing her fighting ability was always weak, and decided to end the topic to avoid a blood-spitting demise. The rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. Yue glanced at her watch, worried her friend Yue had been waiting too long, and planned to rush out according to the previous plan. Ye Junsheng called Zhang Luo, who was still outside the school, and wouldn't be able to arrive for a while. There were still some students in the library, undeterred by the bad weather, burying themselves in their studies. Ye Junsheng told Yue to wait for him and turned back into the library. When he came out again, he was holding an umbrella. Yue looked at Ye Junsheng with admiration, realizing he had gone to borrow an umbrella. The way she looked at him was akin to a fan gazing at an idol, which Ye Junsheng found quite pleasing. The umbrella opened, with white lace trim adorning the purple and pink canopy, the top arching high, resembling a princess's canopy. This taste was truly hard to look at. Yue swallowed hard and asked, "Who did you borrow it from?" Ye Junsheng glanced at her for a second, then turned his head and smiled at a girl inside through the glass window, his lips parting slightly as he said, "A very cute girl. Isn't she?" As Yue looked over at Ye Junsheng, he noticed a girl with bright red lipstick and a lace bow on her head staring intently at Ye Junsheng, her face adorned with a lovesick smile, completely ignoring Yue beside him. Yue rubbed his forehead. It was indeed borrowed from girl. No need to say, that girl was definitely one of Ye Junsheng's many admirers. However, the kind of cuteness that Ye Junsheng appreciated was different from what Yue understood as cute. Ye Junsheng simply thought that the girl's act of lending him an umbrella was adorable. Yue tugged at the corners of his mouth and suddenly wanted to ask him, "Am I cute or is she cute?" Without thinking much, the question came out smoothly. Ye Junsheng seriously compared the two of them and replied, "I'm cute." Yue, a single umbrella is too small. Ye Junsheng shielded Yue in front of him with half of his body exposed outside the umbrella. As they stepped into the rain, the left half of his body had a close encounter with the heavy downpour. Meeting Yu's worried gaze, Ye Junsheng casually said, I'll take you there first. Then I'll come back for the umbrella. Ye asked, how will you get back later? Ye Junsheng let out a sound and replied, we'll wait until the rain stops before going back. The two walked together in the rain, something that had never happened before. The sound of rain was rustling, and Ye's ears brushed against Ye Junsheng's chest, where his heartbeat was clearly audible to her. Thump, 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 strong and powerful. In her line of sight, Ye Junsheng's long fingers gripped the umbrella handle, his knuckles strong. With his hand as an adornment, he felt that the umbrella looked much prettier. Finally reaching a place to take shelter from the rain, Ye Junsheng put away the umbrella. Ye saw that the left side of Ye Junsheng's body was soaked through, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She took off her own clothes and draped them over Ye Junsheng's left side, which only covered one of his shoulders. Resembling a monk's robe, it was oddly amusing. Ye Junsheng frowned and tried to take the clothes off, but Ye pressed his hand down, preventing him from moving. If you get any wetter, you'll catch a cold. Because the two of them were walking together, their pace was much slower than if it were just one person. What should have taken just a few minutes turned into over 10 minutes due to the rain. At this rate, they would still have to walk a long way in the rain to reach the school gate. Ye thought of countless possibilities in her mind. She considered delivering her things first, but Ye Junsheng would still get wet on the way back to the library, and besides, he would have to wait for her here in wet clothes, which clearly wasn't the best solution. Later, he thought it would be better to let Ye Junsheng go home first while she returned the umbrella to the library. This plan seemed good, and she immediately told Ye Junsheng. However, Ye Junsheng frowned instead, thought for a few seconds, and said, you go back first, I have things to do at the library. But what about your clothes? Ye Junsheng took the clothes off and draped them over Ye again, saying, do you think catching a cold is that easy? This isn't some TV drama. Ye didn't say anything more, just hoping they would leave quickly so he could hurry back and change his clothes. The autumn breeze whispered, the light rain misted, and the air suddenly grew still. As they walked through the long corridor of the teaching building, Ye Junsheng reopened his umbrella. Raindrops tapped against it, transforming into rhythmic notes that seemed to dance in the air. A thought suddenly popped into Ye's mind. She had chased Ye Junsheng for 3 years, clung to him for 3 years, but she had never considered whether her affection might be a burden to him. She had thought about everyone else's feelings, yet somehow overlooked his. But once this thought surfaced, it burned like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Amid the hazy drizzle, he finally asked, Ye Junsheng, do you ever get annoyed by me always being around you? In the few seconds waiting for Ye Junsheng's answer, Ye's heart hung in the air, her hands quietly clasped behind her back, to prevent Ye Junsheng from noticing her nervousness. She looked up at him with a smile, as usual. Ye Junsheng's footsteps paused for half a second. The interval was too brief, and Ye didn't notice it. Finally, he replied with 2 words, it's fine. Not liking it, but not disliking it either. Ye then asked, do you hate me? Ye Junsheng casually replied, not at all. Ye's heart settled down in relief, and a slow smile spread across her face, with delicate wrinkles appearing at the corners of her eyes. This time, it was a genuine smile. She turned her head to look ahead, thinking that if he had answered annoying, she would have just kept bothering him. Even if he might not necessarily like her, at least he wouldn't forget her. To Ye, being remembered by him was already a kind of spiritual practice. Yue's friend was easy to recognize, as he was the only one waiting in the guardroom. Yu handed something to Yue's friend, and Ye Junsheng left after seeing her off to the car. Looking through the car window, she noticed that Ye Junsheng's clothes were completely soaked. Sometimes, it's better not to speak too confidently. The day after getting soaked in the rain, Ye Junsheng caught a severe cold. Yui heard about it from Zhang Luo. After that day, Ye Junsheng stayed at home until the library closed before going back, not feeling anything was wrong at first. It wasn't until the next day that he woke up feeling weak all over and dizzy. This feeling could only be a cold. It turned out that after getting soaked in the rain, staying in wet clothes for a long time, and being in a damp place, it was easy to get sick. Yui felt that she had to take half the responsibility for Ye Junsheng's illness. After all, if he hadn't paid attention to her and let her get soaked in the rain to deliver something, he wouldn't have caught a severe cold. And it could very well have been her who was sick now. Thus, feeling guilty, Yui prepared a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge to visit the sick person. The process of making porridge was not simple. A simple bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge seemed to have cost Ye 10 years of her life. Not only did it waste a lot of ingredients, but her hands also got burned and developed some blisters. However, to Ye, all of this felt worthwhile since she was willing to do it. After tidying everything up, just as she stepped out of her house, Ye received a call from her tutor saying that there was a problem with her candidate certification information, and she needed to hurry to the academic affairs office. The matter was urgent and related to her securities qualification exam, and Ye couldn't refuse, leaving her busy until who knows when. Just when she thought of Yue being at home, she decided to pass on this task of visiting the sick to Yue, saying with conviction, "If it weren't for delivering your student ID, Ye Junsheng wouldn't have sent me. If he hadn't sent me, I wouldn't have gotten soaked in the rain, and if I hadn't gotten soaked, I wouldn't have caught a cold. So you're the one responsible for his cold." Yue was taken aback by Ye's words, really thinking of herself as the culprit, instantly feeling deeply guilty. Yue weighed the heavy lunchbox in her hand, sighed, and resigned herself to taking on this daunting task. The Yu family was not far from Junwi Hotel. It was just a few subway stops away. Without notifying the lobby, Yue went directly to the room number He had told her, knocking on the door for a long time, but hearing no response from inside. Yue wondered if Ye Junsheng was not there. Just as she was about to hand the things over to the lobby manager, she heard a rustling sound from inside, like something was scratching at the door. Yue's first reaction was that it shouldn't be Ye Junsheng. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard the sound of someone repeatedly knocking. Yue was stunned. Could it be that Ye Junsheng had fainted? In her panic, her instinctive reaction was to call for room service. After some debate, the manager finally opened the door for her. When the door opened, a fluffy thing approached Yue's ankle, and upon closer inspection, it was a cat. Only then did Yue feel relieved, realizing that the earlier noises were undoubtedly made by this white cat. Everyone at Junwi Hotel, from the manager to the room service staff, knew who Ye Junsheng was. The manager initially thought Yue was some fan of Ye Junsheng trying to pry into his private life, and he was determined to protect the young master's safety, even earnestly advising her, "Little girl, you have looks and charm. There must be many people pursuing you. Why bother with such sneaky business?" Yue couldn't understand the manager's logic and could only helplessly pull at her lips, finally saying, "You know what kind of person Ye Junsheng is. If something really happened to him, you alone wouldn't be able to take responsibility. What benefit would I have from lying to you?" The manager thought about it and found her words reasonable. He was just a small department manager at Junwi Hotel, and if something really happened to Ye Junsheng, his position would likely be in jeopardy. Looking at the girl in front of him, who had a righteous expression, he didn't think she looked like someone with ulterior motives. So he concluded that she probably wasn't lying. Moreover, if Ye Junsheng really was as sick as she said, he could be considered a hero for helping. Weighing the pros and cons, the manager promptly opened the door. When the door opened, the manager was dumbfounded. There was no one inside, not even a shadow. However, he felt it was his fault for being misled, having been deceived by this girl's harmless appearance. Just as he was about to reprimand her, she chased after the cat into the living room. Oh no, this was a disaster. Letting this girl in was already a mistake. How could he allow her to run amok in the young master's territory? If she were to take something from him, that would be beyond what his manager title could cover. The only option now was to minimize the damage. The manager rolled up his sleeves and chased after her, determined to teach her a lesson on behalf of her parents. After just a couple of steps, he froze. The young man lying on the sofa with a flushed face was none other than his young master. Yue placed the porridge she made for Yue on the coffee table and reached out to check Ye Junsheng's forehead. Just as her hand touched his skin, she pulled it back, sighed lightly, and turned to the manager, asking in a negotiating tone, "He has a fever. Do you think we should call a doctor or take him to the hospital?" The look on her face seemed to say, "See, I wasn't lying to you." The manager awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, scratching his head in embarrassment over his earlier thoughts, and hurriedly left to make a phone call. Some people's constitutions are such that they rarely get sick, but when they do catch a small cold or cough, it becomes difficult to recover, and unfortunately, Ye Junsheng belonged to this type. He thought it was just a common cold and didn't pay much attention to it. However, after taking medicine for several days without improvement, He thought he could tough it out since he was still young and had a strong immune system. Therefore, he didn't go to the hospital. He had only taken some medicine before bed, which contained a bit of a sedative, leading Yue to mistakenly think he had fainted from a fever. Ye Junsheng drowsily heard someone talking, but unfortunately, the effects of the medicine made his eyelids heavy, and he couldn't open them. After much effort, he managed to crack his eyes open just a little, and he could vaguely see a figure swaying in front of him. At that moment, he thought it was his mother returning home. As the medication took effect, he drifted back into a deep sleep. Ye Junsheng's last conscious thought before sleeping was that his cold seemed to have worsened, and now he was even seeing hallucinations. Upon waking, he felt incredibly refreshed, perhaps the most comfortable he had felt in days. When he woke up, he felt much more energetic, as if he had been reborn. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but smile, realizing how bad he must have felt before to think that way. Seeing him awake, Yue jumped into his arms, rubbing her ears against him. Ye Junsheng thought he must have slept for a long time, and since there were others in the room. When he looked up again, he was stunned. His first reaction was Yue, but the next moment he denied it. It was Yue. Suddenly making eye contact with Ye Junsheng, Yue felt a bit awkward. It was strange to be in the presence of someone she had only met a few times in her own home. Originally, she planned to put down the porridge and leave, but she couldn't resist the manager's insistence and agreed to stay and take care of Ye Junsheng until he woke up. Yue pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "You're sick. The one most worried about you must be your cat." Yue was right. During the time she and Yue mistakenly thought Ye Junsheng had fainted, Yue had been pacing around the sofa. At first, Yue thought it was hungry, but later realized it wasn't. What cat would be indifferent to the snacks in front of it? Clearly, Yue was an exception. What Yue didn't know was that Yue's mouth had been spoiled by Ye Junsheng, and ordinary snacks were simply not to its taste. At this moment, Ye Junsheng had also come to realize that what he saw earlier was not an illusion, but Yue's back. The reason he felt so refreshed now was due to the foredrip he had received. Lowering his head, an indescribable feeling swept through him, and he gently stroked Yue's fur, saying, "Thank you." Yue planned to cherish this thank you for Yue, remembering the kanji Yue made. Yue hurried to the kitchen to bring out the warm kanji. This was specially made for you by Yue. She was supposed to come over, but her teacher called her back, so she asked me to bring it to you. Ye Junsheng nodded, showing no excessive politeness, and began to drink leisurely. The kanji had a light fragrance, but to be honest, it didn't taste particularly good. It was a bit bland, yet for some reason, the hand holding the spoon couldn't stop. Ye Junsheng ate elegantly, not showing the slightest hint of clumsiness in his movements. Just watching him eat was a pleasure. Yue casually said, "Yue asked me to record your current appearance and describe it to her when I get back." Ye Junsheng posed it, his gaze slightly dazed for half a second, then focused on her and said, "It's very tasty." He originally wanted to say thank you, but he held back the words. It seemed that thank you didn't need to appear between him and Yue. Yue ran over to Yue, circling around her, its big watery eyes looking at her. Yue cautiously glanced at Ye Junsheng and, seeing that he didn't mind, picked up Yue and placed it on her lap. "What a beautiful cat. Does it have a name?" Ye Junsheng looked up, recalling that Yue said Yue was her brother. So Yue was also Yue's sister. He smiled and said it was given by Yue, her brother, named Yue. Yue's smile froze for a few seconds as she realized that this cat was actually bought by Yue. No wonder it rubbed against her as soon as it saw her. She was still puzzled about why Yue suddenly started working recently. It turned out it was because she had run out of money. Remembering how strained Yue had been lately, she couldn't help but laugh. "It seems Yue really likes you. She has invested all her belongings for this cat." Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow, coughed lightly, and leaned back slightly, looking at Yue as if assessing the credibility of her words. Seeing this, Yue laughed again. Ye Junsheng was taken aback. That smile overlapped with a familiar face in his memory, and a familiar feeling surged into his mind. Ye Junsheng slowly clenched his fist as if something was leaking out. Later, Yue thought that if she hadn't asked Yue to help her deliver the kanji that day, would their relationship have turned out differently? That day, after Yue got home, she waited a long time for Yue to return. Yue recounted Ye Junsheng's reaction to Yue, who nonchalantly shrugged and said, The kanji I made is the best in the world. Ye Junsheng has good taste, really good taste. In fact, he was already overjoyed inside, but pretended not to show it. This could be considered the first time Ye Junsheng praised her, although it wasn't in front of her. Hearing the compliment was just as effective, and it was a recognition from Ye Junsheng. After all, he said her kanji was good, very good. That night, Ye resolved to devote all her efforts to perfecting her century egg and lean meat kanji, determined to improve her culinary skills to an unparalleled level. At least, no one else should be able to make century egg and lean meat kanji as well as she did, with such dedication. This became Ye's recent goal. However, Ye had been a bit busy lately, and this goal kept being put aside. The next time she saw Ye Junsheng was a few days later. Ye had just finished class, and the lecture hall was empty except for her. After sitting in her seat for a long time in a daze, she finally remembered to pack her things. When she came to her senses, she found Ye Junsheng standing in front of her desk. Ye widened her eyes at the book Ye Junsheng was holding. It looked strangely familiar. When Ye Junsheng flipped to a certain page, which was filled with the same person's name, Ye realized it was her book. Confused, she asked, "How did it end up with you?" She had been wondering why she hadn't been able to find her Western economics book these past few days, thinking it was lost. It was clearly left in the library that day, and he had just kindly picked it up for her. Ye Junsheng ignored Ye's silly question and asked, "Why is it all my name?" Anyone who didn't know would think it was his book. Ye Junsheng frowned, examining the mess of names on the page, saying it looked ugly. Ye chuckled and replied, "Isn't it obvious? Because I like you." Ye Junsheng rolled his eyes without hiding his disdain, turning to leave. Having anticipated Ye Junsheng's reaction, Ye pouted and muttered, "You asked me first." Then, as if she thought of something, she grumbled, "If I like you so much, would it kill you to like me back a little?" Ye thought she had said this in a low voice, but it still reached Ye Junsheng's ears. He paused his steps and replied, "No." Ye was stunned. Did no mean he wouldn't die? Or did it mean he would like her? Could it be that her kanji had worked its magic, and after 3 years, Ye Junsheng finally saw her good qualities? She looked at Ye Junsheng with sparkling eyes. Ye Junsheng, unfazed, continued, "I would go crazy." Ye tilted her head, almost biting her tongue. "Crazy? Crazy my foot." However, Ye still maintained her curious spirit and asked, "Why?" Ye Junsheng replied, "Go ask the encyclopedia." Ye continued, "Why?" Ye Junsheng. Ye followed Ye Junsheng, chattering nonstop, while Ye Junsheng was distracted. He recalled a scene he had seen at the Junue Hotel that morning, and a wave of disgust surged in his heart. He casually asked, "Ye, are Yue and her boyfriend close?" Usually, Ye would have caught the hint of gossip and dissected its potential meaning before answering. But after being hit by Ye Junsheng's earlier comment, her brain short-circuited, and she answered smoothly without any doubts, "We grew up together." They've been together since high school graduation. Their relationship is very good. I've never seen them argue. At least not in front of me. But even if they did argue, in the end, Jiang Yusin would be the one to back down. After a pause, she added, "Who told him to spoil Yue so much?" Ye Junsheng nodded in understanding. According to Yue, Jiang Yusin must really love Yue. Perhaps he had been overthinking things. He then pushed that matter aside, but felt a vague unease, as if something was about to happen. He had made plans to have dinner with Yue. A new seafood restaurant, Jinghai No. 1, had opened near Jinghai University, boasting great reviews and reasonable prices. There were many seafood restaurants in Jinghai, but only this one boldly displayed the number 1. Yue often exclaimed that she wanted to try to see if it lived up to its name, but no one had accompanied her until today, when Yue was free and Jiang Yusin was treating. Yue was delighted to finally fulfill her long-held wish. Originally, Yue asked Ye Junsheng if he wanted to join, adhering to the principle of humanism. She had even prepared for his refusal, but to her surprise, Ye Junsheng unexpectedly agreed after a few seconds of silence. Although Yue was surprised, she was more delighted. Usually, he rejected her suggestions 9 times out of 10, so it was rare for him to agree so readily. With Ye Junsheng present, Yue felt that her own wattage as a light bulb would decrease significantly. After all, when a 4th person was around, Yue and Jiang Yusin didn't have to worry about her gaze all the time. However, most of the time, Yue turned a blind eye to their affectionate displays. In fact, Ye Junsheng's original intention was to refuse, but for some unknown reason, he agreed after a change of subject. Thinking back, he found it strange that he had agreed. Perhaps he was curious about Jiang Yusin deep down, or maybe he was curious about Yue. The entrance hall of Jinghai No. 1 seafood boat is themed around bamboo, with the walls covered in a bamboo forest and translucent bamboo panels enveloping the walls to form light boxes. The private rooms on the first floor are relatively large, separated by translucent carved walls, each with different angles and patterns, giving each room a unique appearance. Although the seafood boat specializes in seafood, not many people actually go there for seafood. Most come for the exquisite Cantonese menu and authentic Hong Kong dim sum. The restaurant is famous for its signature dishes: blueberry sauce pan-seared foie gras, shrimp dumplings, and crispy lotus seed paste buns, all of which are exceptional in taste. Yue and Ye Junsheng arrived early, found a seat, and Yue called to say she was stuck in traffic and might be late, asking them to order first. Yue was not polite and had the waiter bring out some appetizers. Feeling a bit hungry, Yue started eating as soon as the dishes arrived. Although she wasn't a foodie and didn't have much knowledge about food, she could still distinguish between good and bad dishes. When she found something delicious, she could eat it for a month without getting tired of it, which was evident from how she had pursued Ye Junsheng for 3 years, purely instinctive. Halfway through her meal, Yue suddenly realized something was off. She turned her head to find Ye Junsheng watching her with his arms crossed. After swallowing a shrimp dumpling, she said, "It's really good, you should try it." While still moving her hands, there were only 2 shrimp dumplings left in the square crystal plate. Yue picked one up with her chopsticks, intending to place it on Ye Junsheng's plate, but after thinking for a moment, her hand turned in midair, and the shrimp dumpling landed on her own plate. Yue set down her chopsticks and opened a new set of bowls and chopsticks, finally placing the last shrimp dumpling onto Ye Junsheng's plate. She suddenly recalled that Zhang Luo had told her that Ye Junsheng was particular about his food. Yue automatically interpreted this particularity as Ye Junsheng having a cleanliness obsession. Although she didn't mind, it was inevitable that Ye Junsheng would. Yue's actions were fully observed by Ye Junsheng, and the shrimp dumpling lay quietly on his plate, its pale yellow skin nearly transparent, with the filling visible inside. Ye Junsheng picked up his chopsticks and placed the shrimp dumpling in his mouth. The dumpling skin was thin and soft, the shrimp juice refreshing and delicious, full of flavor and authentic. Ye Junsheng nodded and said it was pretty good. Just as he finished speaking, Yue walked in, guided by a waiter. Yue looked around and saw no third person, so she asked, "Did Jiang Yusin go to the restroom?" Yue was particularly surprised to see Ye Junsheng here. As usual, she smiled and nodded before answering Yue's question. "He's busy and can't make it today." There was a trace of complaint in Yue's tone, just a calm statement of fact. Yue pouted. He said he was busy yesterday too, and today as well. Haven't you gone more than half a month without seeing him? Yue and Jiang Yusin have been neighbors since childhood, seeing each other every single day. In all these years, this was the first time they'd gone so long without meeting. The more Yue thought about it, the more something felt off. Propping her chin on her hands, she muttered, when he was with Su Qin last time, he didn't seem busy at all. He had plenty of free time. Yue froze for a moment before asking, "When was that?" "It was a long time ago." Yue thought for a while and said, "Didn't he tell you? Last time at Drunken Hometown, I saw him with Su Qin, and I even pretended to be you to send Su Qin away. That was the day you asked how we came back together." Yue felt a chill in her heart as Yue continued. "I even told him to go back and explain things properly to you." That day, Yue had invited Jiang Yusin to watch a newly released movie, and he had refused in the same way. What he said was, "Yue, I'm a bit busy. Why don't you ask Yue to go with you?" So later, when Yue saw Yue and Jiang Yusin returning together, she asked why they were together. Yue swallowed her unease and forced a smile, changing the subject. "Don't worry, nothing else wrong. Order whatever you want, my treat." Yue bit down on her chopsticks, feeling indignant on Yue's behalf. But then she realized her anger was misplaced. If Yue didn't care, why was she getting worked up over nothing? Ye Junsheng toyed with his teacup, only now realizing that the reason he had sat there was to see Yue and Jiang Yusin appear together, to prove his suspicion wrong. Most of the time, when a man says he is busy, it's just an excuse. This statement had been thoroughly validated by Zhang Luo and Qin Tongsheng at the very least. Ye and Yu Wei's gazes simultaneously turned to him, and Ye Junsheng added, "Maybe you should ask him what he has been up to lately." Ye Junsheng simply felt that a good girl like Yu Wei shouldn't be treated poorly. But he didn't realize that the one who had always been mistreating good girls was Yi himself. At some point, Ye Junsheng received a call from Zhang Luo and left early. When Yu Wei went to settle the bill, she found out Ye Junsheng had already paid before leaving. After she told Yu felt a pang of guilt. She had wanted to treat him, but in the end, he ended up footing the bill. However, the guilt lasted only a second before he found another excuse to invite Ye Junsheng out. Perfect. After parting ways with Yu Wei, Ye went to work her usual shift at the Grand Hyatt. Her workload had suddenly increased this week, which was the main reason she'd been so busy. Originally, Ye had only been hired as a part-time banquet server, working only when events were held. But out of nowhere, her supervisor had assigned her an additional night shift server position, an opportunity not just anyone could get. After all, nights were peak hours, and every move a server made reflected the Grand Hyatt's elegance and quality. All of the hotel's servers were rigorously trained and selected, with light workloads and high pay. Such a prime opportunity falling effortlessly into Yu's lap made her somewhat suspicious. Naturally curious, she asked directly, and her supervisor said they had recognized her work ethic. Delighted by the praise, Yu dismissed any remaining doubts and threw herself into her work with even more enthusiasm than usual. Yu's drive came entirely from others' recognition of her. Even the smallest compliment or reward could fuel her motivation. Seeing Yu so energized, her supervisor felt a swell of pride. Thinking that after all this time in the company, they had finally done something right. They hadn't misjudged her, and now they had earned the higher-ups' approval. The higher-ups' words still echoed in the supervisor's ears, though they were curious about Yu's connection to the leadership. The supervisor decided they weren't one to gossip. Besides, Yu tackled every task assigned to her without hesitation, which only deepened the supervisor's satisfaction and their desire to mentor her further. Of course, Yu was oblivious to her supervisor's thoughts. She simply prided herself on being diligent and responsible. Since her supervisor believed in her, she couldn't let them down. With someone like Yu couldn't praise her. It only made her work harder, as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. After her shift, Yu changed and prepared to leave. She usually exited through the staff entrance, but today, for some inexplicable reason, she chose to walk through the hotel lobby. Just before stepping into the revolving door, she instinctively glanced back and froze. There, unmistakably, were two familiar figures. It wasn't the first time she had seen the two of them together. Yu felt something was off. Could it be that Jiang Yusin, that jerk, was actually with Su Qin? No wonder he'd been too busy to spare any time for Yu Wei. She had sensed something was wrong, and today she had practically caught them red-handed. Bah, not red-handed. What a terrible way to put it. Yu turned and chased in the direction the two had left, but unfortunately arrived just a moment too late. And the elevator doors closed right in front of her. She couldn't tell if the two in the elevator had seen her. The elevator ascended floor by floor, finally stopping at the 25th floor. Yu noted down the stop floors, seemingly determined to check each one. She sighed in relief that there weren't many people in the elevator just now. As the doors opened, Yu rushed in, only to collide head-on with a man coming out. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, covering her forehead and slowly stepping back. His chest was so hard. Yu looked up at the culprit, and her apology got stuck in her throat when she saw the man's face. She had truly never seen someone so beautiful like a woman. The man, unfazed by the collision, instead asked, "Am I good-looking?" I was staring at him blankly, momentarily speechless. I was truly stunned by the man's question. Do all good-looking men nowadays have such inflated egos? The man saw Yu's reaction and mistakenly thought she was mesmerized. She couldn't describe his appearance in words. He smiled contentedly, politely nodded, and left. Once she regained her senses, Yu spat at the man's back, calling him a narcissist. Although he was indeed somewhat good-looking, someone who dared to openly claim they were attractive was still, well, the second one. The first, of course, was Ye Junsheng. Distracted by this incident, Yu forgot the floor number and ultimately had to return home frustrated. On the way home, She considered the possibility that she might have mistaken him for someone else. But could it really be a coincidence to mistake one person, let alone two? Ye once again fell into self-doubt before remembering the miraculous existence of mobile phones in the 21st century. Hastily pulling up Jiang Yusin's number, she dialed it. Thankfully, Jiang Yusin honestly admitted he was currently at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, which eased half the tension in Ye's heart. But when she asked who he was with, the guy started hemming and hawing, unwilling to answer. Ye scoffed lightly and said, "Are you with Su Qin?" The receiver clearly transmitted Jiang Yusin's sigh before he finally replied, "Ye, don't tell Yue." At first, Ye hadn't thought much of it. After all, Jiang Yusin's character was well established. Having known him for over 20 years, she still had that much trust in him. But the moment she heard those words, her anger flared up. Was this a case of protesting too much and a thief crying "Stop thief"? Absolutely unacceptable. What a joke. You do something behind Yue's back that betrays her, and you still expect me to help you hide it and deceive her together. Jiang Yusin walked to the bathroom, gently closed the door, and said, "I didn't do anything to betray Yue." Yue, then what were you doing with Su Qin in the hotel? Don't tell me you're working on some practical planning. Keep your tricks for fooling Yue, but don't even think about deceiving me. Jiang Yusin fell silent for a long moment before saying, "I promised Su Qin I wouldn't tell anyone." You rolled her eyes and retorted, "Jiang Yusin, get your priorities straight. Who matters more, Yue or Su Qin? Can't you weigh that properly? Have you ever thought about how Yue would feel if she found out? So don't let her know." Jiang Yusin paused for a second before continuing, "You trust me." His tone was sincere, leaving Yue at a loss for words. "I trust you, but I don't trust Su Qin." In the end, Yue agreed to Jiang Yusin's request to keep it a secret, but Yue was never good at hiding things. Her emotions always showed on her face. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have been caught by Ye Junsheng before she even confessed her feelings to him. When she got home that night, Yue avoided Yue as much as possible. The twin telepathy between them wasn't just for show. Yue's unease was palpable to Yue, who probed a few times but got nowhere. Since Yue also had her own thoughts weighing on her, she eventually let it go. Yue patted her chest in relief. Thankfully, Yue backed off early. Yue's emotional stamina was already running low. A few more rounds, and she would caved. Defeating her at this point would been a piece of cake. Jiang Yusin was a righteous person by nature. He had never done anything wrong growing up. He was practically the embodiment of a judge, upright and incorruptible. Yue remembered one time in their childhood when she hadn't done her homework. She secretly took Jiang Yusin's notebook, copied it, and stealthily returned it. The incident could quietly passed without a hitch. The only problem was that little Yue had been too smug. The next day, she boasted to her classmates about how she'd stolen Jiang Yusin's notebook and returned it without him noticing, embellishing the story for dramatic effect. At the time, she earned the admiration of her entire class and a thorough scolding from her mother, because after school, Jiang Yusin had repeated Yue's words verbatim to her mother, without holding back. Because of this, Yue had always seen Jiang Yusin as her nemesis when they were kids. How could someone so upright, so righteous from childhood, ever do something to betray another person? Though she firmly believed Jiang Yusin wouldn't cheat, Su Qin wasn't an easy opponent either. Lying in bed that night, Yue couldn't help but admire Su Qin a little. She had somehow managed to make Jiang Yusin willingly keep secrets for her. But with Jiang Yusin's integrity as a guarantee, Yue gradually relaxed. Even the secret they were keeping started to seem like not such a bad thing. Later events would prove that Yue had been far too naive. Yue and Su Qin had been middle school classmates. Su Qin's father was Yue's mother's boss. Back then, their relationship had actually been quite good. Not as close as Yue and Yue, but Su Qin was still the person Yue got along with best in class. But then some things happened, and their friendship slowly unraveled. Maybe it was because their bond had never been that strong to begin with, so even the slightest breeze was enough to scatter it like bubbles. Now, when Yue tried to recall any good memories of Su Qin, she couldn't think of a single one. In high school, they attended different schools, giving them a 3-year reprieve. If Yue hadn't run into Su Qin at the university freshman orientation, she might be forgotten about her entirely. Yu had known from the start that Su Qin liked Jiang Yusin, but she had no idea how Su Qin had later inserted herself between Yu Wei and Jiang Yusin. Yu had warned Yu Wei more than once, only to be met with, You were just biased against Xiao Qin. Yu admitted she was biased, but she was only judging based on facts. After repeated warnings, Yu Wei gradually became more cautious. Thankfully, nothing major had happened in the past 3 years. But today's incident served as another wake-up call for Yu. Yu Wei was kinder than her, always inclined to see the good in people. So the task of dealing with Su Qin would have to fall to Yu. Before bed, Yu mapped out a series of battle plans. As sleepiness crept in, she thought to herself, she really had her hands full lately. Not only did she have to fend off a potential homewrecker for Yu Wei, but she also had work and her pursuit of Ye Junsheng to juggle. The thought of Ye Junsheng sent another jolt through her mind. His departure abroad was drawing closer, so close that Yu could no longer ignore it. Drowsiness inched its way in, and Yu's thoughts grew hazy. Whatever. She'd deal with it tomorrow. Another rainy day. The weather in Jinghai had been unusually erratic lately. A fine autumn drizzle fell, and plane tree leaves carpeted the ground. The quiet patter of raindrops mingled with the chirping of crickets, lending the scene a melancholic desolation. The chill of late autumn seeped through the steady rain, and the wind was no longer as gentle as before. Yu suddenly received a text message. After reading its content, her expression changed dramatically, as if she had been hit by a blow, leaving her frozen and unable to move. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly grabbed her coat and rushed out, not even having the chance to tell Yu that she had something to do. Yu was nestled on the couch, watching TV, and seeing Yu like this made her heart skip a beat. Did something happen? Her intuition told her to follow. The rain continued to fall as Yu and Yu sat side by side in the back seat of a taxi. Yu gazed out the window, her lips pressed together, her face devoid of expression. After getting in the car, she hadn't said a single word. The cramped cabin was unusually quiet. Yu's concern deepened. She opened her mouth and closed it again, wanting to ask Yu what had happened, but ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She only said, "Don't worry. Whatever it is, there'll be a solution." Yu slowly turned her head to glance at Yu before looking down again. She wasn't worried about not having a way to solve the problem. Rather, she was puzzled as to why he hadn't informed her at a time like this. Why wasn't she the one by his side? Before the car had even come to a stop, Yu flung open the door and dashed out, her steps hurried. Splashes of water spreading beneath her feet. Yu could only watch helplessly as Yu ran into the rain, leaving her behind to deal with the aftermath. Yu didn't even check the fare on the meter. She pulled out 15 yuan and handed it to the driver, hurriedly going after Yu. She thought 15 yuan should be enough. The driver, seeing Yu leave without looking back, was immediately dumbfounded and called out to her retreating figure, "Miss, it's 16 yuan. However, his shout was drowned out by the car, doors slamming shut, and didn't reach her in time. In the end, the driver could only shake his head in resignation, considering the extra yuan as an act of kindness. At Jinghai Hospital, people came and went. Jiang Yusin stood at the hospital entrance with a lab report in hand, his brows furrowed in impatience. He glanced at his watch and felt a sudden tightening around his waist as a pair of hands clung tightly to him. Jiang Yusin sighed helplessly and placed his hands over those hands, attempting to pull them away from his waist. Unfortunately, the owner of those hands gripped even tighter, making it harder to let go. Jiang Yusin turned around, wanting to clarify things with her, but as soon as he did, his lips met something soft. Their eyes locked, and Jiang Yusin was momentarily stunned, not reacting for a long time to push her away. Yu stood there, dazed, her feet feeling as heavy as lead. Her hair drenched from the rain, glimmering with droplets. Water beads clung to her eyelashes, and as she blinked, the droplets rolled down her face. This scene not only caught Yu's eye, but also that of Ye Junsheng, who had just exited a patient room. Yu, rushing in behind, hit the brakes and slowly moved to stand behind Yu. It took her a few seconds to comprehend the sight before her. Jiang Yusin was kissing Suyin. Something had indeed happened. Yu stepped in front of Yu, but Yu stubbornly pushed her aside. Yu's sadness and heartbreak were clear to Yu, igniting her anger. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Jiang Yusin, you jerk! Jiang Yusin was jolted awake by the shout, his gaze shifting past Su Qing to Yue Wei. His pupils dilated as he forcefully pushed Su Qing aside, then remembered something and caught her as she was about to fall. Yue Wei slowly smiled, a sorrowful smile that continuously spilled from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Yusin's heart tightened, as if something had broken free from it. Yue Wei resolutely turned away from him, leaving no room for reconciliation. Yue glared at him, but he felt nothing, his gaze following Yue Wei's departure. When he saw the person standing next to Yue, he shuddered. Ye Junsheng silently. His expression revealing disdain and contempt. That smile hit Jiang Yusin like a blow, prompting him to push Su Qing away again and chase after Yue Wei's retreating figure. In the pouring autumn rain, he pulled Yue Wei into his arms, finally feeling a sense of stability. Yue shot a fierce glare at Su Qing, wanting to confront her, but was stopped by Ye Junsheng, leaving Yue unwillingly to depart. The urgent matter now was to find Yue Wei first. In the misty rain, Yue Wei and Jiang Yusin were arguing, marking the first time they had fought so fiercely in Yu's memory. The sound of slaps resonated clearly through the rain. Jiang Yusin's head tilted to the side, rainwater mercilessly sliding from his eyes. The air hung still for a few seconds, and Jiang Yusin looked deeply into Yue Wei's eyes. Slowly speaking, you don't believe me. Yue Wei clenched her hands tightly, her fading rationality pulled back by his words. You want me to believe you, but you won't tell me the reason. Yue Wei stared at Jiang Yusin and said, You've been saying you were busy these past few days. Is it because you're with her? Jiang Yusin remained silent, his lips pressed into a straight line, his brows furrowing as he weighed his thoughts, struggling internally. This matter involved Su Qing's reputation, and in the end, he chose not to answer. Seeing Jiang Yusin's reaction, Yue Wei gradually understood. He was unwilling to share even the reason now. Yue Wei spoke lightly. Someone sent me a message saying you were at the hospital with Su Qing. On her way over, she had been thinking about why he was at the hospital. Had he been in an accident? Why hadn't he told her? She even considered whether he was afraid of making her worry, but when she saw him standing there unharmed, still with Su Qing, Yue Wei choked up, unable to say the words kissing. I realized I was wrong. And now, you won't even tell me the reason. How can you expect me to believe you? I can't even fool myself into thinking it was Su Qing who initiated it. Yue Wei looked deeply at Jiang Yusin, because you never intended to push her away. Her last words struck hard, hitting Jiang Yusin with force. Jiang Yusin gazed at Yue Wei in pain. She was right. He hadn't pushed Su Qing away immediately. He had even forgotten to push her away. He never expected Su Qing to make such an advance. And when her lips had met his, he hadn't felt desire, only shock. So much shock that he forgot to push her away. Yue Wei, I don't want to lie to you. Jiang Yusin, I only ask you this. Does Su Qing like you? Do you know? Yue Wei forced a smile, not wanting to deceive her, but also not wanting to reveal the truth. She had always known Jiang Yusin had his own principles, but she had never thought those principles would one day stand in opposition to hers. Yue Wei's clothes were soaked by the rain, clinging to her body. A gentle breeze made her shiver. Jiang Yusin stepped forward, wanting to take off his jacket and cover her with it, but midway, Yue Wei knocked it away. The jacket slipped from his hands, landing alone on the ground, and before long, it was soaked through, changing color in the rain. The rain continued to fall, now lighter than before. The four of them stood in the rain, accepting the most primal and purest cleansing. Seeing Yue Wei standing there helpless, Yue stepped forward to embrace her, but was unexpectedly pushed away by Yue Wei. Yue stumbled back a few steps, but slowly steadied herself. Before she could speak, she heard Yue Wei question her. You knew all along, didn't you? Yue Wei didn't give Yue a chance to respond. All these days, you've been lying to me with him, haven't you? Yu's words got stuck in her throat, her mouth opening and closing without a sound. Jiang Yusin answered for her. It's not Yu's fault. I asked her to keep it from you. Yue Wei looked at Yue, then at Jiang Yusin, laughed, and finally calmly said, Jiang Yusin, let's break up. Yue Wei, don't make a scene. Jiang Yusin's words were filled with helplessness. Yue was taken aback by Yue Wei's gaze, momentarily forgetting what to say to salvage the situation. Jiang Yusin stepped forward 2 paces to Yue Wei, dropping the words, you need to calm down first. Once you're calm, we'll talk. After saying that, he turned and left. Yue Wei no longer looked at anyone else and walked away from Jiang Yusin. Yu Wei's steps grew increasingly hurried until, finally, she broke into a run. Yu watched as Yu Wei stumbled and fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Yu Wei propped herself up with her hands. Her head bowed, her expression hidden, yet Yu could feel her anguish. Just as Yu was about to step forward, a figure flashed past her side. The next moment, she saw Yu Wei being helped up by that person, who then effortlessly pulled her into an embrace. Yu froze in place, as if struck by lightning, unable to react for a long time. Yu Wei sobbed against his chest. And then Yu watched as the boy draped his coat over Yu Wei's shoulders and led her away. In the thick curtain of rain, their silhouettes merged into one, growing smaller and smaller until they disappeared. And Yu remained standing there, unmoving. The person who had just appeared was Ye Junsheng. His gentleness and care were never things he showed to her. Yet now, he had effortlessly given them to her sister. Rainwater slid down Yu's hair, her face drenched. She reached up to touch it, unable to tell whether it was rain or tears. Behind her, a pair of eyes studied her intently. Yu slowly turned around, meeting Su Qin's gaze. Her voice was calm as she said, "You did that on purpose." Su Qin stood on the steps, arms crossed, glancing first at the direction Yu Wei had left, and then back at Yu. "I told you," she said, "you're no match for me. Neither is your sister." Compared to Su Qin, Yu, drenched from head to toe, looked somewhat disheveled. Yu didn't step forward, maintaining the same distance between them. A faint smile curled at her lips as she replied, "Don't forget, Jiang Yusin was someone I let you have in the first place." Su Qin's smile stiffened. Yu's mind was elsewhere, unwilling to waste any more words on Su Qin. The image of those two embracing kept replaying in her head. Despite the distance, she had clearly seen the tenderness on Ye Junsheng's face. At that moment, she wished she were nearsighted. Maybe then she wouldn't have seen his gentleness. Gentleness that didn't belong to her. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained overcast, the puddles on the ground still lingering. Yu had walked back in the rain, growing accustomed to the sensation of water hitting her face. Now that the rain had abruptly ceased, it felt oddly unfamiliar. Her damp clothes clung to her skin, leaving her with a sticky, uncomfortable sensation. As she approached the entrance of her neighborhood, she spotted a car parked in front of her building, one that looked strangely familiar. Yu's apartment was in an old building, its bricks exposed, patches of peeling paint making it look even more dilapidated after the rain. The car, however, was sleek and white, its sharp, elegant lines exuding luxury and modernity, standing in stark contrast to its surroundings. Yu didn't know the brand, but she knew it must have been expensive. As she drew closer, she noticed someone leaning against the car door, clad in a thin shirt that had been soaked by the rain, faintly revealing the contours of his body beneath. Yu's steps faltered, and she stopped moving forward. Then, Ye Junsheng turned his head, flicking the half-smoked cigarette from his fingers onto the ground and crushing it underfoot. The butt dissolved into the rainwater, vanishing in an instant. This was the first time Yu had ever seen Ye Junsheng smoke. Even the way he smoked was breathtakingly handsome. Her gaze shifted back to the car, and suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. She realized now that this was the same car that had brought Yu Wei home that night. The person inside, whom she hadn't been able to see clearly, had been Ye Junsheng all along. Yu lowered her head slightly, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. So much had happened between him and Yu Wei that she hadn't known about. She had naively believed that Yu Wei and Ye Junsheng had only met 3 times. 3 times, or so she had thought. Ye Junsheng walked up to Yu and said, "Yu Wei's emotions are unstable. Keep an eye on her." He didn't tell Yu to comfort Yu Wei. Instead, he told her to watch her. To Yu's ears, the words carried another layer of meaning. "Watch her for me." Yu, who was usually slow to react, suddenly seemed to understand something this time. It was as if he and Yu Wei had built a wall together, deliberately shutting her out. A voice exploded in her mind, its echoes lingering, her heart gradually growing colder. She couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Lost in thought, Yu found herself asking aloud, "Ye Junsheng, could you ever like Yu Wei?" Ye Junsheng took a step forward, neither confirming nor denying, but instead called out Yu's name. Yu smiled. Her question had been too abrupt. Through Ye Junsheng, Yu's gaze drifted elsewhere, as if looking at him, yet not quite. She spoke softly. Yue and I aren't really that alike, are we? But every time I pretended to be Yue to deceive Jiang Yusin, he could never tell the difference. Yet, Ye Junsheng saw through it at a glance. 2 days ago, Yue unexpectedly ran into Ye Junsheng on the street. Feeling mischievous, she decided to play along and pretended to be Yue, walking right up to him. At the time, Yue was only thinking about having fun. But looking back now, the first sentence she spoke gave her away. With a slight smile, Yue leaned forward a little and said, "Remember me? I'm Yu's older sister, Yue." She thought her acting was flawless. Such a poised smile, such a poised posture, such a poised greeting. It was practically a perfect replica of Yue. Yet, after just one glance at her, Ye Junsheng mercilessly flicked her forehead and said, "Yue, having fun?" Yu's smile froze for half a second. Had she overplayed her hand and been seen through by Ye Junsheng? But then she thought, maybe this was just a trick of Ye Junsheng's. She needed to stay calm. So, shamelessly, she added, "I'm Yue." Ye Junsheng wasn't fooled at all. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, he said, "Keep playing." Yue was stunned. Ye Junsheng really hadn't fallen for it. In a burst of excitement, she dropped the act, leaned in close to him, and asked, "How did you know?" Ye Junsheng, it's obvious to the eyes. Yue, no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how you can tell that I'm lying to you. Ye Junsheng, anyone with eyes can see it. Yue. Fine. It has come full circle. Looking back now, Yue and Ye Junsheng have known each other for a long time, and her self-introduction was naturally unnecessary. Being recognized was to be expected. However, Yue felt as if there was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't cross. In the end, Yue said, "Don't worry. I won't let Jiang Yusin and Su Qing make things difficult for her." Yue slowly stepped up the staircase. The stairs were not covered with flooring, but they were very clean, without a speck of dust. Walking on them, her footsteps made no sound. At the door, Yue turned her direction and walked to the window in the corridor. Ye Junsheng had not left yet. A white candy stick was hanging at the corner of his mouth. This time, what he was chewing on was no longer a cigarette. Yue knew what it was, a chocolate lollipop. Many people liked to secretly joke about Ye Junsheng's preference, but Yue felt that this hobby made his image a bit more down-to-earth in her mind, no longer so aloof. It turned out he had small preferences that didn't match his image. Yue had the fortune to taste it once, and the flavor was not much different from regular chocolate. She could understand why Ye Junsheng liked it so much. Even now, she still couldn't figure it out. Ye Junsheng didn't stay long before leaving, and the rainwater on the ground washed away all traces of his visit. It was as clean as if he had never been there. Yue returned home. The room was quiet and felt empty. Only the water pump for the fish tank was making a soft sound, making it feel less desolate. Yue's door was slightly ajar, and Yue hesitated for a few seconds with her hand on the doorknob before stepping away. She leaned weakly against the wall, looking up at the ceiling. In her mind, all she could think of was when she left, Ye Junsheng called out to her, saying that Yue was a good girl. Yue is a good girl. Yue slowly closed her eyes. A good girl. No one would dislike her, right? In the end, Yue did not knock on Yue's door and quietly returned to her own room. On the way back to the hotel from the hospital, Jiang Yusin and Su Qing walked side by side, a bit of awkwardness lingering between them. Throughout the journey, no matter what Su Qing said, Jiang Yusin only responded with nods or shakes of his head, as if that was already a great favor to her. Su Qing stole a glance at Jiang Yusin, who still appeared calm and steady as usual, but she knew he was angry. Angry at her for stealing a kiss in front of Yue. In fact, Jiang Yusin could have simply walked away, but he couldn't. His sense of responsibility told him he couldn't leave Su Qing alone at this moment. Even though he was very angry with her now, he still had to take her back to the hotel. This was not only about being responsible for Su Qing, but also about being responsible for himself. After all, he had promised Uncle Fong to take good care of her during this time. At the hotel entrance, Su Qing called out to Jiang Yusin, who was about to leave. "Are you still angry with me?" Jiang Yusin didn't speak. At this point, what did it matter whether he was angry or not? Even if he was furious, time couldn't rewind to the moment when he could have pushed her away as she pressed herself against him. Rather than being angry at Su Qing, it was more accurate to say he was angry at himself. Jiang Yusin paused briefly to think. This was the perfect opportunity to clarify the state of their relationship. He looked Su Qin squarely in the eye and said, word by word, Su Qin, I have a girlfriend. Su Qin let out a self-deprecating laugh, her gaze sharp and challenging. Do you love her? Jiang Yusin's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, inexplicably irritated by Su Qin's question. After pondering for a few seconds, he replied, I love her. The impact of his words hit Su Qin hard, causing her to take a few steps back. Then, she let out a faint laugh. She didn't believe him. She knew Jiang Yusin well. His feelings for Yue weren't that deep. That kind of fondness could never amount to love. Su Qin clasped her hands tightly behind her back, masking her inner tension, and mustered the courage to say, I like you. This was the first time Su Qin had confessed her feelings to him. Several seconds passed before Jiang Yusin finally responded, Su Qin, you set your heart on the wrong person. Whether it's wrong or not, I know best. Su Qin took a step forward. If you're not worth my affection, then who is? Sunny Yang? Jiang Yusin sighed and said, I'm not the right person for you. Whether you're right for me or not, only I can decide. Su Qin's unwavering gaze forced Jiang Yusin to avert his eyes, shifting them elsewhere. He felt it was impossible to reason with her now. Su Qin bit her lower lip hesitantly. Or, is it because of what happened? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Jiang Yusin snapped back to reality and looked at Su Qin again, saying, Su Qin, don't look down on yourself because of that incident. No one else has the right to look down on you either. His gaze was firm and steady, deeply fixed on Su Qin, like a lifeline thrown to her as she was drowning. She could only cling to it tightly. Tears welled up in Su Qin's eyes in an instant, rolling down like broken strings of pearls. Choking back sobs, she said, but you two have already broken up. We haven't broken up, Jiang Yusin replied flatly, his tone so indifferent it was as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. Yue is just angry with me. Once she cools down, everything will be fine. Su Qin laughed through her tears. What Jiang Yusin didn't know was that Su Qin had liked him for a full 7 years. Su Qin had met Jiang Yusin through Yue. Yue had taken a year off from school during her second year of middle school. When she returned, she was placed in Su Qin's class, and, coincidentally, the homeroom teacher assigned her a seat right next to Su Qin. Originally, Yue had been in the same grade as Jiang Yusin, but due to her leave of absence, she ended up a year behind him. During that time, Yue's health wasn't good. So Jiang Yusin would wait for her at the school gate every day after class to walk her home. It was then that Su Qin met Jiang Yusin. And it was then that Su Qin fell in love with Jiang Yusin. The root of the conflict between Yue and Su Qin was also Jiang Yusin. Back then, Su Qin had always believed Jiang Yusin liked Yue, but she never expected that after entering university, Jiang Yusin would end up with Yue. Jiang Yusin watched as Su Qin stepped into the elevator and stood there for a long time afterward. When he turned around, his gaze happened to meet Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng only glanced at him briefly before continuing forward, seemingly unaffected by what he had just witnessed. As Ye Junsheng passed by him, Jiang Yusin spoke up. Su Qin and I, it's not what you think. Truthfully, he didn't even know why he felt the need to explain. Ye Junsheng didn't stop walking, only giving him a faint look. After a few steps, he paused but didn't turn back, merely saying, you should save those words for Yue. Then he added, she is a good girl. She doesn't deserve to be let down by you. Yue took several days off. She didn't go to school, nor did she go to work. She kept both her mother and Yue in the dark. She was afraid of running into Ye Junsheng at school, afraid of seeing him at Junhua. In short, she didn't want to see him right now. Why didn't she want to see him? You didn't know. Did she hate him? Not dislike. Am I angry with him? Not really angry. Am I jealous of Yue? To be honest, a little jealous. Do I still like him? Of course I like him. Yue questioned herself and analyzed her current state of mind. She still liked Ye Junsheng very much, but she was jealous of Yue. She felt deeply ashamed of this thought, which was why she didn't dare to see Ye Junsheng. She simply couldn't face him. Yet fate often enjoys playing tricks on you. Just when you least wanted to see Ye Junsheng, she ran into him. The spotless road was lined with bare tree trunks, and the only thing nearby was a lone trash bin standing by the roadside. Yue looked left and right, but found nowhere to hide. Before she could leave, Ye Junsheng had already stepped out of his car and walked straight toward her. Yue's heart was conflicted. She knew she shouldn't jump to conclusions. She couldn't assume Ye Junsheng like Yue just because of her own suspicions, but she couldn't stop herself from thinking it. The misunderstanding from last time was still fresh in her mind. She couldn't rush to judgment again. She was afraid this might just be another one-sided assumption. But another voice in her head argued, it's understandable that he treats his cousin so well, but why is he so good to Yue? She kept asking herself why, but in the end, she couldn't figure it out. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Ye Junsheng had already reached her until he asked, why haven't you been to class these past few days? Or work? None of your business. Only after finishing her words did Yue realize what she had said. She quickly took 2 steps back to prevent Ye Junsheng from retaliating against her. Ye Junsheng was left speechless, not expecting Yue to respond like that. After a moment of thought, he finally said, I suppose I can't control you, but Er is my son, and Er's sister. In other words, you're practically half my daughter. His gaze at Yue seemed to say, if I don't take care of you, who will? Surprisingly, Yue actually understood the underlying meaning of his word for once. Such a shameless reply, yet Ye Junsheng managed to say it with a completely straight face. Yue twitched her lips. How had she not anticipated this angle? It had caught her completely off guard, letting Ye Junsheng take advantage of her so effortlessly. After all, it was she who had repeatedly insisted that Er was her brother. Now that she had handed Er over to Ye Junsheng, and he claimed to be Er's father, she naturally had no right to interfere. Legally speaking, Er's guardian was indeed Ye Junsheng. Yue let out a heavy sigh, her mood sinking once again. Wait a minute. Yue Ming suddenly looked up as Ye Junsheng had just asked her why she hadn't gone to work either. Working? She remembered that she had told Ye Junsheng that she was recently working at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. How did he find out? At that moment, Yue asked. Ye Junsheng let out a sound and replied, Yue told me. Yue. Their chat topics really were wide-ranging. Yue pouted. Why did it sound so unpleasant to hear Ye Junsheng mention Yue's name? It wasn't until Qin Tongsheng got out of the car that Yue realized Ye Junsheng wasn't alone. Qin Tongsheng and Ye Junsheng had just returned from the hospital. As usual, it was Qin Tongsheng driving. Halfway, Ye Junsheng suddenly told him to stop. Before he could ask what was going on, Ye Junsheng had already opened the car door, leaving him alone in the car. Normally, Qin Tongsheng wouldn't bother to care about who Ye Junsheng greeted unless the person was pretty enough or had a good figure. Then he might take a glance or exchange a few pleasantries. But it was rare for someone like Yue to appear next to Ye Junsheng. So he didn't take Yue seriously. He lit a cigarette, turned up the music, and waited in the car for Ye Junsheng to handle his business. He figured Ye Junsheng must have something urgent to attend to, and as a responsible older brother, he had the patience for it. Feeling somewhat bored alone in the car, Qin Tongsheng glanced outside out of sheer boredom, and that glance led to trouble. Ye Junsheng didn't seem to be handling anything urgent. The two were clearly flirting. Of course, flirting might be an exaggeration, but it was hard for him to see Junsheng smile so flirtatiously at a woman other than his sister. Qin Tongsheng got out of the car because he recognized Yue, and upon seeing her up close, he confirmed it. Yue stared at the person who got out of the car, her pupils dilating, pointing at Qin Tongsheng. You but couldn't find the words. Qin Tongsheng mockingly mimicked Yue, stuttering, I. As soon as he finished speaking, they both said in unison, love-struck girl, narcissist. Ye Junsheng, standing nearby, leisurely asked, do you two know each other? They both answered in unison again, no. Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow. They certainly didn't look like strangers. It was true that Yue and Qin Tongsheng didn't know each other, but their first meeting was unusual, which explained their strong reactions upon seeing each other again. Yue carefully scrutinized Qin Tongsheng. Indeed, he was the narcissist she had bumped into at the elevator door of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, which made her forget the floor number. After learning that Qin Tongsheng was Ye Junsheng's cousin, Yue wasn't as surprised by his narcissism anymore. After all, like attracts like, Qin Tongsheng showed particular excitement upon encountering Yue, and Yue smoothly picked up the topics he threw out. They could be considered acquaintances by chance. However, Qin Tongsheng's narcissistic tendencies had already taken root in Yue's heart, and no matter how he explained later, he couldn't shake off the label of narcissism. Ye Junsheng's phone rang at an opportune moment. The ringtone was very ordinary, still using the default tone, but it interrupted the passionate conversation between the two. Ye Junsheng glanced at the caller ID, turned around to answer the call. Ye shivered all over, forgetting what she had just said to Qin Tongsheng. Her heart plummeted. She swore she had just accidentally caught a glimpse of Ye Junsheng's phone and the name on it. That accidental glance was better off not happening. Ye lowered her head, looking at the floor tiles, the uneven stones spreading out under her feet. Someone pulled her, and Ye stumbled, steadied herself, and looked up, only to meet Ye Junsheng's gaze, which contained something she suddenly found hard to understand. What are you thinking? For Ye Junsheng's question, Ye could only shake her head, indicating she wasn't thinking of anything. Ye had been so lost in thought that she didn't even notice a boy on a skateboard nearly collide with her. Ye Junsheng turned around just in time to pull Ye away, preventing her from having an intimate encounter with the ground. For Ye Junsheng's action, Ye should have thanked him. She did say thank you, but unexpectedly received a flick on the forehead in return. Ye covered her hurting forehead, took a few steps back, and glared at Ye Junsheng in indignation. So unappreciative of the delicate flowers. No wonder no one was pursuing him. Qin Tongsheng had just wanted to pull Ye, but was a step too late. As soon as Ye heard this and saw Ye Junsheng's teasing gaze, she nearly choked on her saliva, coughing several times. Ye Junsheng didn't bother to clarify the misunderstanding with Qin Tongsheng. Before they left, they asked Ye where she was going and if she wanted a ride. Ye hurriedly waved her hands, saying she was just wandering around nearby. After wandering a few laps nearby, feeling quite bored, Ye finally didn't know where to go and ran to Jiang Yucheng's school. Wanted to pick him up and hang out. Before Ye even entered Jiang Yucheng's school, she saw him climbing over the wall from the side gate. At that moment, Jiang Yucheng had just jumped down from the wall, timing it perfectly. Ye leisurely walked up to Jiang Yucheng. Great. This saved her the trouble of thinking up excuses to get Jiang Yucheng out. Ye was very pleased with this. Jiang Yucheng was the first to jump out. As usual, he had to wait for his friends on this side of the wall. Upon seeing Ye, Jiang Yucheng became flustered. Although he knew she wouldn't tell on him, the ambiguous smile on her face sent a chill down his spine. Jiang Yucheng knew that this afternoon was not going to be good for him. While Jiang Yucheng was lamenting the good times he was about to lose, he completely forgot that he still had the daunting task of waiting for his friends. His friends on the other side of the wall called out a few times, but when they didn't hear Jiang Yucheng respond, they took it as a yes and climbed up the tree to jump down without even looking. Unfortunately, Jiang Yucheng hadn't left yet, and as a cry of anguish came from below the wall, he became their human cushion. One by one, they piled on top of him like a human tower. Ye chuckled, what a tragedy. She hadn't meant to not remind Jiang Yucheng. She was just about to speak when those people had already jumped down. If anyone were to blame, it was them for being too quick. Jiang Yucheng's shout was indeed a desperate one, echoing in a way that could be heard for miles. The security guard at the gate, known for his keen hearing, certainly didn't miss it. Following the sound, the security guard approached, and as soon as the others sensed his presence, they all quickly jumped off Jiang Yucheng and scattered. Jiang Yucheng, being at a geographical disadvantage, had just stood up and hadn't had time to run before the security guard caught him red-handed. Ye felt a slight guilt for her late shout and felt obligated to help him handle the situation. Jiang Yucheng hadn't thought of a plan, yet when the security guard sternly walked up to him and asked, "Which class are you in? Why aren't you in class during school hours?" The security guard waved his rubber baton in a manner that, combined with his burly physique and serious gaze, made him look like a member of the mafia. Jiang Yucheng swallowed hard, silently stepped aside to ease the pressure. He wanted to lie and say he wasn't a student at that school, but then he caught sight of the school uniform he was wearing, and that thought quickly shrank back. He wasn't that foolish. At that moment, Ye walked over to Jiang Yucheng's side, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Jiang Yucheng was still young and hadn't grown tall yet. Standing next to him, Ye was only half a head shorter. Ye looked at the security guard with a helpless expression and said, "Sir, you don't know, my brother has a developmental disability." Ye covered her mouth with her hand and said in a mysterious tone, just loud enough for only 3 people to hear, "It's what we commonly call a fool." Unsurprisingly, she felt a painful twist around the flesh on her waist from Jiang Yucheng, who was standing behind her. He turned back with a grin and shot him a glare. Jiang Yuqing immediately understood and exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, his mouth slightly open, eyes askew, and his feet turned inwards, looking just like a fool himself. He continued, because my younger brother's situation isn't good, no school wants him. Yet he loves going to school and runs there every day. He can't enter the school, so he has stuck outside the gate every day, refusing to go home. He sits there all day long. My mom had no choice but to get him a school uniform, thinking it would at least fulfill part of his wish. Who knew that wasn't enough? He still runs to school every day. I came to pick him up today, and luckily I arrived on time. Otherwise, he would have been bullied by your school's students. U's eyes sparkled, as if they were shining with tears. Her heartfelt words were sincere, leaving no room for doubt. The helplessness and despair she felt were vividly displayed. Jiang Yuqing was completely taken in by her melodramatic performance. If only she would act in Hongdian. What a waste of her natural charm. The security guard, whose child was about the same age as Jiang Yuqing, softened his serious expression after hearing Yu Yi's words. He patted Jiang Yuqing's head affectionately and said to Yu Yi earnestly, "Good child. Your ambition is a blessing for your parents, and having such a good sister is also your blessing." Yu Yi beamed with pride at the security guard's last comment. Who would have guessed that the next thing he said would be, "Don't worry, in the future, as long as you want to attend class, just come find Uncle. Although I can't let you into the classroom, I can accompany you to squat by the back door and listen to class." Yu Yi could only chuckle. This guard was definitely a goof sent by Monkey. After chatting with the security guard for a while longer, he finally let them leave, putting on a full act. Yu Yi supported Jiang Yuqing as they exited, looking every bit like a pair of deeply bonded siblings. However, they hadn't walked far when they heard the security guard calling them. Yu Yi and Jiang Yuqing exchanged glances, wondering if they had been exposed. Yu Yi slowly turned around, revealing a look of helplessness and confusion. "Teacher, do you have any questions? Do you know the name of the person who bullied your brother? I want to seek justice for him. We cannot tolerate such bad behavior in school." The security guard's face was serious, clearly intent on dragging those bullies out for a good lesson. Jiang Yuqing had been holding back his laughter, his face turning red. The security guard thought it was just a symptom of his illness. Yu Yi covered her mouth, her face filled with a moved expression. Underneath, her lips were slightly curled up. "Teacher, you are really kind." Yu Yi's words came out in a stammer, which to the guard sounded like she was about to cry from being touched. The security guard awkwardly comforted her. "Little girl, don't cry. This is what a teacher should do." Jiang Yuqing couldn't hold it in anymore and leaned on Yu Yi's shoulder, his shoulder trembling with suppressed laughter. Seeing the sibling duo like this made the security guard's sense of responsibility rise again. "Don't be too moved just yet. Rest assured, I will definitely teach those kids who bullied your brother a good lesson." Yu Yi was indeed quite touched by his words. She felt that if she held back her laughter any longer, she might injure herself. Trying hard to suppress her laughter, she said seriously, "Teacher, no need to trouble yourself. The kids are still young, and a bit of roughhousing is normal. We appreciate your kindness." After saying that, Yu Yi bowed deeply to the security guard, pulling Jiang Yuqing along as they calmly escaped the scene. These days, young people are so easily moved. The security guard shook his head in regret, feeling sorry for the sibling pair. They were so obedient, understanding, and adorable. It was a pity that the younger brother had such a condition. Once they were far enough away, their laughter gradually subsided. Jiang Yuqing seemed to realize something and looked at Yu Yi with a resentful expression, saying, "You're really mean." Yu Yi countered, "What am I being mean? I just called him a fool. Isn't that mean enough?" Jiang Yuqing replied, "You're mean everywhere." Yu Yi. After Jiang Yuqing's friends ran away, they all hid around the corner. At first, they didn't realize Jiang Yuqing hadn't followed. But after counting heads, they noticed he was missing. Someone among them casually mentioned that Jiang Yuqing had been caught by the security guard. A tall boy, who seemed to be the leader, slapped his forehead in realization. He recalled that when he jumped down earlier, he had landed on Jiang Yuqing, which must have caused him to get caught. The tall boy felt extremely grateful, yet guilty, for inadvertently using Jiang Yuqing as a human cushion. He thought about how Jiang Yuqing might not have had time to escape because of him and he wanted to take responsibility alongside Jiang Yuqing. But as he took a step forward, he hesitated again. He didn't have the guts. He had a record. If he messed up, he might get expelled from school. On the other hand, Jiang Yuqing was only getting a demerit at worst. Weighing the options, he dismissed the idea. He thought about treating Jiang Yuqing to a big meal later to make up for it. The tall boy was still lost in thought when he noticed the others were lined up against the wall, peeking out. He kicked the boy closest to him and asked, "What are you looking at?" The boy didn't turn his head, pushing the tall boy away. The tall boy shrugged it off. He could see for himself. Looking out, his feelings of guilt diminished significantly. Someone else was already helping Jiang Yuqing, so he had no need to step up. Ye and Jiang Yuqing truly didn't expect that this group was still waiting for them. Seeing them safely released by the security guard, everyone was surprised and excited. Usually, whenever they got caught by the security guard, they ended up in the academic affairs office. Jiang Yuqing must have had some luck today. Being a group of kids, their curiosity was piqued, and they surrounded Ye, asking how she managed to rescue Jiang Yuqing. Ye smiled mysteriously and said, "Want to know? Call me sister and I'll tell you." Knowing that Ye was older than them, they all dropped their hesitations and sweetly called her sister Ye, which warmed her heart. The boys were still in the early stages of their voice change, their voices smooth and clear. Ye couldn't resist the sweet onslaught and felt lightheaded, almost forgetting her own name. When had she ever received such adoration? Jiang Yuqing's vanity also grew a bit. Ye cleared her throat and softly said, "I just stated the facts." The others kept asking what facts. And Jiang Yuqing suddenly felt a jolt. If this group found out what Ye had just said, he would be laughed at for a whole year. He quickly interrupted Ye. "My sister's exclusive secrets can't be shared easily. You all go to your own things." The others wanted to ask more, but Jiang Yuqing blocked them one by one. Ye just kept smiling and said nothing. Jiang Yuqing, that little guy, still knew how to feel embarrassed. With Jiang Yuqing's cover-up, Ye's image in their hearts grew even taller. The group had skipped class to go to the arcade, and Ye's main purpose for coming was to find Jiang Yuqing to play. When someone invited her to join, she thought playing with one person was the same as playing with a group, so she went along with them. The happiest one about this decision was none other than Jiang Yuqing. With others accompanying Ye, he could focus on playing games. He didn't have to be alone with Ye at this time. Just thinking about it made him happy. He remembered that during his freshman year, he had originally made plans with friends to play video games over the weekend. Just as he was about to leave, Ye stopped him and said there was nothing fun about games. She mysteriously insisted on taking him to do something more enjoyable. At that time, Jiang Yuqing was still young and thought Ye genuinely wanted to take him to something better. He didn't expect that she would take him straight to her bedroom and have him fold paper cranes for an entire afternoon. When he asked her why she wanted him to fold those, Ye replied, "To improve your manual skills so you'll be better at basketball in the future." Jiang Yuqing believed her at that time and willingly became her labor for the afternoon. Looking back now, he realized he was too naive back then. At that time, Ye still had a pure heart of a young girl. She had seen online that if you fold 1,000 paper cranes and give them to someone you like, then make a wish, that wish would come true. Ye was very moved by this and immediately bought a lot of colorful origami paper to fold the cranes. Unfortunately, her speed was too slow, which was why she pulled Jiang Yuqing in as backup. Ye thought she was pretty silly back then, believing in a trick meant to deceive little girls. During her high school years, Ye enjoyed playing games, but after entering college, she lost that interest. She spent an entire afternoon with a group of boys whom she considered quite young. By the end of the afternoon, Ye reflected on how great it was to be young and lamented her lost youth. After they were done playing, everyone went home. Jiang Yuqing caught Ye and asked her to treat him to a meal. Without hesitation, Ye took him along. Ye thought that what she had said earlier might have somewhat hurt Jiang Yuqing's fragile feelings, so this meal would be a good way to comfort him. After all, she would need him plenty in the future, and she couldn't let him be discouraged over such trivial matters. Ye's intentions were hidden from Jiang Yuqing, who simply thought that Ye had changed her ways and was finally being generous. He felt that her occasional change of heart was quite nice, as long as he was the beneficiary. The two siblings had their own ulterior motives, yet on the surface, they appeared more harmonious than ever. Before the dishes arrived, The two were bored and chatting about various topics. Jiang Yuqing had skipped class to be here, so he couldn't go home too early. Previously, he had promised to help him keep it a secret from his parents, which made Jiang Yuqing feel even bolder. He assured him that she would only help him this time, but if he did it again, she would have to be just and turn against him. Jiang Yuqing quickly nodded in agreement, claiming there would definitely be no next time, while secretly thinking that if there was a next time, she wouldn't know. Although he couldn't be considered a good student, she wasn't a bad one either. She could count the number of times she had skipped class throughout her life. It wasn't that she was afraid to skip class. It was just that once she did, she never knew where to go. Eventually, she decided it was better to stay in class and listen to lectures. However, there was one exception. During Yi's freshman year and Ye Junsheng's sophomore year, Ye Junsheng went to the library to prepare for a French exam every day after class. During that time, Ye had self-study classes. Basically skip class every day to bring Ye Junsheng late-night snacks. The library didn't allow food inside, so Ye secretly hid the food in her backpack. Every day, she brought different snacks, all carefully selected by her. Strangely, even though she was the one delivering food to Ye Junsheng, she gained 5 or 6 pounds over the course of 2 weeks. When the dishes finally arrived, you might have eaten too much for lunch or just lacked appetite. Jiang Yuqing was very hungry and didn't pay much attention to her. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yuqing suddenly put down his chopsticks and his eyes followed 2 figures entering through the door. He had her back to the door and couldn't see what was happening, but Jiang Yuqing could see clearly. Jiang Yuqing swallowed hard, lowered his head slightly. Try not to let those 2 see him. Isn't that person Yue? He turned back in confusion and froze in her seat. It was no exaggeration to say that even if those 2 turned to ashes, she would still recognize them. Ye Junsheng and Yue were being led by a waiter to another area and didn't notice anything unusual happening with Yue and Jiang Yuqing. Yue turned her head back and caught a glimpse of Ye Junsheng and Yue sitting not far from them. The restaurant was divided into 2 areas, separated by a hollow bamboo board that was the same height as the sofas, and Yue, being petite, was just blocked by the bamboo board. Jiang Yuqing looked at Yue's direction, then glanced at the food in front of him, and asked Yue, "Is my brother in a bad mood these days because of Yue, right?" It turned out she hadn't seen wrong. The call he answered was indeed from Yue. Yue, did my brother break up with Yue, right? It turned out they had been together the entire afternoon. Is it because of that guy? Yue instinctively replied with a yeah, but then realized something was off and asked, "What did you just ask?" Jiang Yuqing rolled his eyes, and Yue could tell something was definitely wrong. However, she obediently asked the same question again. Upon hearing this, Yue started to panic and retorted, "It's not because of him. And who told you that Yue and Jiang Yusin just broke up?" "You did." "Did I?" "You did." Yue gulped down a large mouthful of water, helplessly replying, "I have amnesia." She had only been focused on thinking about Ye Junsheng and hadn't heard clearly what Jiang Yuqing asked her. Yue fell into a daze again. Jiang Yuqing leaned closer to her and waved his hand vigorously. Yue came back to her senses, gasping, and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuqing didn't answer her. Instead, he knelt on the sofa, gripping the edge of it with both hands, leaning slightly forward, revealing only his eyes as he cautiously gathered information. "But that guy is really handsome." Yue proudly replied, "Of course." Jiang Yuqing turned back, leaning against the sofa. "Do you know him?" Yue sighed and nodded. "Not just know him, I'm quite familiar with him." If someone asked Yue about Ye Junsheng's preferences and dislikes on the spot, she could answer without hesitation. "So my brother knows him too?" Yue thought for a moment, and whether they knew each other was debatable. In her impression, they had only met formally once. So they probably didn't know each other. Since they didn't know each other, it wasn't considered stealing a partner, and if it wasn't stealing a partner, then it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Yuqing sat back down and continued eating his half-finished meal. Rather than saying you didn't understand boys, it would be more accurate to say she didn't understand Ye Junsheng. Understanding Ye Junsheng's thoughts was like doing a reading comprehension exercise. It required considerable effort. He looked at Jiang Yuqing. Since he was also a boy, well, although it might not be entirely appropriate to describe Jiang Yuqing this way, as a male, his thoughts should be somewhat closer to hers. Yu rested her chin on her hands and asked Jiang Yuqing, "Can I ask you something?" Jiang Yuqing had food in his mouth and couldn't he speak, but he gestured for her to go ahead. Yu pondered how to phrase her question. If a boy treats a girl really well, especially well after she, goes through a breakup, does that mean he has feelings for her? Of course. Jiang Yuqing answered without a second thought. Jiang Yuqing's quick response left Yu unsure what to ask next. Of course, there are exceptions. Maybe the guy is just feeling sorry for that girl. Jiang Yuqing paused for a moment and added, feeling sorry could also turn into affection. Jiang Yuqing seemed to understand something, put down his chopsticks, and asked, "The girl you're talking about wouldn't be Yue, right?" Yu leaned slightly back, sat up straight, and immediately replied, "Of course not." Jiang Yuqing didn't care about Yu's answer. He was convinced that the girl she mentioned was Yue and that the boy was the one sitting opposite Yue. In that case, he felt that Jiang Yuqing's position was in jeopardy. After all, that boy is quite handsome. Moreover, he has a built-in aura of charm. He can't be compared to my own brother. Yu lost her appetite even more, her eyes occasionally glancing towards them. Fortunately, throughout the meal, the two didn't exhibit any intimate behavior, which finally put her heart at ease. Yu and Jiang Yuqing left first, and the two wandered around near their homes for a while. When it was Jiang Yuqing's usual time to go home, they finally returned. Before parting, Yu earnestly reminded Jiang Yuqing not to tell Jiang Yuqing that they had just seen Yue. Although Jiang Yuqing was puzzled, he quickly agreed without a second thought, realizing that telling Jiang Yuqing would mean admitting he had skipped class. Yu knew that Yue hadn't recovered from the argument with Jiang Yuqing that day. Although Yue usually seemed delicate, she could be incredibly stubborn. Not even 9 oxen could pull her back once she set her mind on something. Even though Yue had broken up in a fit of emotional turmoil, she hoped Jiang Yuqing would try to win her back and explain himself. However, after a few days, there was no sign from Jiang Yuqing. No calls, no messages. He seemed to have vanished completely. Yue also couldn't take that step, so the two remained in a stalemate. After that day, Yu and Yue tacitly agreed not to mention the incident again, although they still bickered like before. Yu sensed that something had changed between her and Yue. Even when Yue had something on her mind, she no longer sought Yu for comfort. There was an old banyan tree downstairs from Yu's building, and when she saw Jiang Yuqing standing under it, she silently walked past him. She thought to herself that there seemed to be quite a few people standing under her building lately. Just as Yu stepped onto the stairs, Jiang Yuqing called out to her. Yu turned around, clearly showing a reluctance to engage in conversation. A light from someone's balcony just happened to shine on Jiang Yuqing's face, and Yu saw his lips move. "You don't believe me either?" Yu walked down the stairs, shaking her head. It wasn't that she didn't believe him. It was a matter of principle. Couldn't you not kiss Su Qing right in front of Yue? Jiang Yuqing was taken aback, and after a moment, Yu realized that her wording was a bit off, and she rephrased, "At least don't do that kind of thing in front of Yue." It still seemed wrong. Yu, frustrated, ran her fingers through her hair and fell silent, realizing she was getting more and more tangled up in her words. She smacked her forehead to clear her mind and added, "Do you want to come upstairs and sit for a bit?" Jiang Yuqing shook his head and looked up at her building, saying, "I just saw someone escorting her home. What is so surprising about someone escorting her home? It would be strange if no one did." Yu rolled her eyes. It wasn't the first time Yue had been escorted home. Thinking about it, Yu froze, realizing that indeed it wasn't the first time. That day, Su Qing initiated it. I just didn't push her away immediately. "You have every right to be upset with Yue," Jiang Yuqing said, still looking up. Yu followed his gaze and saw Yue's bedroom, the curtains drawn, but the light was on. Yu didn't doubt Jiang Yuqing's words. It did seem like something Su Qing would do. In fact, once she calmed down, Yu had doubted whether Su Qing had approached Jiang Yuqing first. She believed in Jiang Yuqing. She knew best how much he liked Yue. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried so hard to persuade Su Qing to give up years ago. However, it was Jiang Yuqing's failure to reconcile with Yue immediately after that incident and his subsequent disappearance that bothered Yu. The last thing she wanted was for Yue to get hurt. Since middle school, the two had not been at the same school, and their social circles were not the same either. They had very few mutual friends, although they both knew a bit about each other's friends. They maintained a policy of non-interference. Ye had advised Yue to listen to Jiang Yusin's explanation, but each time she brought it up, Yue would divert the conversation to something else. However, Yue sensed that Yue's defenses were slowly crumbling lately. Yue put her hands behind her back and asked, "Why haven't you come to find Yue these past few days?" "I was afraid she wouldn't want to see me," Jiang Yusin replied, looking back at her with a faint smile. Yue spoke up, "Actually, she has been waiting for you to give her an explanation these days." Jiang Yusin smiled bitterly. "I need to sort out my own issues first before I can give her a clear explanation. So have you sorted things out these past few days?" "Yes." When Yue returned home, she found Yue watching a primetime drama with her mom, laughter filling the air. Yue greeted them with a smile, sighed, and went back to her room alone. After Yue left, Yue's expression dimmed, and her earlier smile faded. A warm touch on her hand made Yue look up to meet Xiao Ying's affectionate gaze, and she smiled again. Xiao Ying returned to watching TV and casually asked, "Have you had any unpleasantness with Xiao Yi lately?" Yue was taken aback. No, she wasn't angry that Yue and Jiang Yusin had kept things from her. What saddened her was that she had become an outsider once again. Throughout their lives, among the three of them, she was always the last to know about anything. She had thought that after getting together with Jiang Yusin, their long-standing routine would change, but even though she and Jiang Yusin were in a romantic relationship, he still instinctively turned to Yue first. That was the most important reason she couldn't let go. She didn't consider herself a saint and couldn't just stand by and watch this situation unfold. In front of Jiang Yusin, she felt utterly lacking in confidence. This had always been a little secret in her heart, something she had never shared with anyone. Among sisters, it was easy to talk about things. There was nothing that couldn't be overcome. Xiao Ying tucked a strand of hair behind Yue's ear and added, "It's the same for couples." Seeing Yue's astonished expression, Xiao Ying smiled. "Silly girl, Xiao Yi has already told me." After holding back her tears for several days, Yue finally broke down. Leaning on Xiao Ying's shoulder and saying in fits and starts, "Mom, I saw Jiang Yusin kissing someone else." Xiao Ying gently patted Yue's back, her gaze drifting past the television, and finally said rationally, "Then go ask him clearly. In matters of the heart, you mustn't be a coward. Don't let others' actions dictate your life." A faded, black-and-white family photo glimmered softly in the quiet night. Yue gently closed her bedroom door, lay down on her bed, and pulled out an old solo photo from beneath her pillow. The person in the photo was Yu's father, a title that had disappeared from their home for over a decade. Yu's father was an unknown photographer who went to Africa to shoot wildlife when Yu was still young and had not returned since. At that time, communication was difficult, and during an accident, Yu's father lost contact. For over 10 years, there had been no news of him. Some said he had passed away, while others claimed he had started a new family. Yu sighed and tucked the photo into her notebook, placing it at the back of the bookshelf. She preferred to believe her father had passed away rather than accept that he couldn't return for some other reason. The next day, when Yue left the house, Yue had already gone. It often happens that when you least want someone to see another person, you end up running into them. You can't help but wonder if it's another joke played by fate. This truly confirmed one of Murphy's laws. If you worry about a certain situation occurring, it is more likely to happen. These past few days, Jiang Yusin had least wanted to run into Yue, yet he happened to encounter her in Ye Junsheng while with Yue. A few days ago, although he wanted to see Yue, he had been restraining himself from seeking her out, unable to meet her when he wanted. Now he wanted to give her a surprise, but inadvertently stumbled upon this scene with her. Jiang Yusin couldn't help but sigh that this was all fate. Across half a square, Yue and Ye Junsheng gazed at each other from a distance. In Ye Junsheng's eyes, Yue caught a hint of surprise. It was only for a second, and when she tried to discern it carefully again, it was gone. Yue couldn't help but doubt if she had seen it wrong. The four of them stood in place, forming a rectangle. The air flowed quietly, and despite the short distance, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly emerged. Passers-by walked through them, not altering the magnetic field between them at all. Yue looked down at her toes, and Yue's gaze shot sharply in their direction, clearly misunderstanding something. She and Jiang Yusin were together to arrange a surprise for Yue in a couple of days. So what about Yue? Why was she with Ye Junsheng? A soft sigh from Yue clearly reached Jiang Yusin's ears, and he comfortingly patted her shoulder, reassuring her. Yui looked up and met Jiang Yusin's gaze, giving a faint nod. Seeing this scene, Yui turned around to leave, and Jiang Yusin hurriedly stepped forward to call her. The distance was too far. He didn't know what they were saying. Even when the four of them sat face to face, he still couldn't understand what was going on. How did she end up sitting here drinking coffee with them? Ye Junsheng went out to make a phone call, leaving only the three of them at the table. Yui and Jiang Yusin both lowered their heads, not speaking. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Even the waiter sensed the strangeness at their table. Yui took a deep breath, clapped her hands on the table, and stood up. Due to Yui's sudden action, both of them looked up at her. Yui leaned on the table. I've had enough. You two sort out your own issues. She pulled out the wooden stool and left without looking back. At the corner, she bumped into Ye Junsheng, who had just returned from his phone call, and glared at him. Ye Junsheng was baffled by Yui's glare, looked at the two at the table, and understood what was happening. He said, "Excuse me," and followed Yui out. Yui hadn't gone far when Ye Junsheng caught up with her in 2 or 3 steps. Yui casually glanced at Ye Junsheng and asked, "Why are you out too?" She thought that with Ye Junsheng's personality, he would shamelessly continue to linger there, eating and drinking without realizing he was a third wheel. But now that he had run out, it was indeed surprising. Ye Junsheng replied, to give them space to solve their problems. Yui julit herlip. Why didn't he ever show such thoughtfulness toward her? Yui sighed softly again. Hearing Yui sigh, Ye Junsheng asked, "Are you hungry?" He thought that the only thing that could make Yui so troubled was food. Yui touched her stomach, realizing she was a bit hungry. Ye Junsheng's gaze moved from Yui's face to her hand on her stomach. "Let's go eat." "Are you going?" Yui shook her head, not wanting to go. Drunken Country Tower. Ye Junsheng intentionally mentioned this place. Yui looked up, feeling a bit conflicted. Should she go or not? Ye Junsheng had already lifted his foot to leave, and after hesitating for a second or two, Yui made up her mind and followed. It wasn't because of Ye Junsheng that she was going. What attracted her was the golden sign of Drunken Country Tower. Yes, it was Drunken Country Tower. Ye Junsheng had already anticipated that Yui would follow him. His skill in predicting things was almost infallible. Yui trotted beside Ye Junsheng. "Ye Junsheng, I'm actually easy to take care of." Ye Junsheng didn't look at her, and Yui continued, "I just need to see you every day." Ye Junsheng was slightly surprised. "You don't need to eat? Are you going to let me starve?" Yui looked up at him with an innocent expression. Ye Junsheng nodded in agreement. "I generally won't treat my pets poorly." Yui carefully analyzed the meaning behind Ye Junsheng's words. Damn, she knew that Ye Junsheng regarded her as a pet. She was clearly a higher life form. How could she be compared to Yui? But as Yui, there was also a little happiness in being Yui. At least she could accompany Ye Junsheng every day. It was simply the most wonderful thing in the world. After realizing this, Yui suddenly became aware that she was actually comparing herself to Yui. She was indeed sick. In the end, Yui exploded. In the CAF, soft background music flowed quietly. The notes drifted between Yui and Jiang Yusin, failing to alleviate the awkward atmosphere between them. Jiang Yusin broke the deadlock, focusing intently on Yui. "Yui, whatever explanation you want, I'll tell you." Yui tightened her grip on the coffee cup, and Ye Junsheng's clear voice suddenly echoed in her ears, playing over and over again. He told her, "What you see isn't necessarily the truth." Yui's lips trembled slightly, and she finally asked, "Why were you with Yui today?" Jiang Yusin squinted his eyes, his lips parting lightly. "To apologize to you, to give you a surprise. I asked Yui to come out to help with the surprise." Yui lowered her head, exhaling a breath of relief. For some reason, upon hearing Jiang Yusin's answer, she felt inexplicably relaxed. Because of Yui hiding things from her, Yui had intentionally overlooked her in some matters these past few days. That incident had hit her too hard, to the point where she couldn't bear it alone. Like other women, she wanted to confide in her best friend, a role that had always been filled by Yui, but she felt a little awkward inside and didn't want to turn to Yui. After arguing with Jiang Yusin that day, Ye Junsheng took her home, and she asked him why he was so good to her. Ye Junsheng replied, "It's to repay you for taking care of me that day." He told her that she could come to him if she had any issues, and he would help her solve them. Yui had sought him out twice, but they hadn't said much together. However, Being with him calmed her restless heart. Her anger towards Jiang Yusin was also gradually dissipating. She chose to trust Jiang Yusin one more time. But today, seeing Yi and Jiang Yusin together, the jealousy that had just settled again surged within her. She knew it was wrong to feel this way towards her sister, but she couldn't control herself at that moment. She once thought that the conflicts between sisters over the same man, which happened in idol dramas, would never occur between her and Yi. Today she realized that such situations were indeed possible, because she loved Jiang Yusin more than herself. If it weren't for this incident, she might never have understood just how much she liked Jiang Yusin. Now, hearing Jiang Yusin say this, Yue felt inexplicably happy, as if all the previous misunderstandings had become unimportant. What mattered was that he still had her in his heart. After reconciling with Jiang Yusin, Yue felt much more uplifted. She had clarified the cause and effect of the situation. Su Qing had run away from home because her father wanted her to go abroad for further studies, but she was unwilling, and both father and daughter were unwilling to compromise. Su Qing had no choice but to threaten her father by leaving home. Su Qing had a pursuer at school named Sun Yang, and the text message Yue received that day was sent by him. The character of Sun Yang was well known among the students at Jinghai University. At school, he was the complete opposite of Ye Junsheng. He always looked down on others and didn't take any teachers or classmates seriously. Su Qing had been spoiled since childhood, and over the years, the only person she had ever taken notice of was Jiang Yusin. In this regard, Yue felt that Su Qing and Sun Yang were a perfect match. Jiang Yusin's father and Su Qing's father had been friends for many years, and Xiao Ying's job was arranged by Jiang Yusin's father through Su Qing's father. After Su Qing ran away from home, Jiang Yusin was entrusted by his father to take care of her. Su Qing thought she was pregnant with Sun Yang's child. Regarding this, Jiang Yusin didn't elaborate, only briefly mentioning it, but Yue could guess it to some extent. Jiang Yusin has a strong sense of responsibility, and with such an incident occurring, he felt he should also take responsibility. Therefore, during this time, he stayed by Su Qing's side to help her deal with the matter. That day, Jiang Yusin finally persuaded Su Qing to go to the hospital for a checkup. Later, the test results showed that Su Qing was not pregnant. Only then did Jiang Yusin feel relieved, finally able to give Su Qing's father an explanation. After another round of persuasion, he managed to convince Su Qing to return home, and only then did he find time to sort out what had happened. Jiang Yusin doesn't have much of a romantic side, so he invited Yue to help him think of ways to get Yue to forgive him. In the end, Jiang Yusin promised Yue that he would have less contact with Su Qing in the future. The two of them officially reconciled. Yue was not surprised by their reconciliation. It was expected. There was still love between them, so how could they miss each other over a misunderstanding? However, every time Yue thought of Ye Junsheng, she worried that he might have feelings for Yue, and she couldn't help but be concerned, wondering if Ye Junsheng would feel sad after hearing about Yue and Jiang Yusin's reconciliation. In recent days, Yue had come to realize that since she couldn't control whom Ye Junsheng liked, it was better to let things take their natural course. No matter who Ye Junsheng was with, as long as she liked him, that was enough. Yue had never thought about what it would be like if one day she no longer liked Ye Junsheng. Recently, Ye Junsheng had been busy preparing for his trip abroad. Qin Jingran, his uncle, had already found a language school for him in Switzerland, just waiting for him to finish handling things here before he could go. Before leaving, under the repeated insistence of Grandpa Ye Junsheng returned to the Ye family's old residence. Grandpa Ye was a formidable figure in the business world, and years of ups and downs had honed him into a shrewd businessman. The outside world often described him with words like cunning and shrewd. Although Ye had handed over the hotel to Ye Junsheng to manage, to outsiders, it appeared that he was enjoying his retirement. However, insiders knew that Ye Junsheng was merely a nominal leader. The real decision-maker of the Junhua Hotel was still Yin, and all important decisions regarding the hotel required his prior approval. The marriage between the Qin family and the Yi family caused quite a stir in Jinghai City. When Ye Junsheng married Qin Yaoran, it was during a downturn for the Junhua Hotel, and Yin was always grateful for Qin Lao's timely assistance. Yin gifted Qin Yaoran 20 of his shares in Jinghai as a betrothal gift, making her the largest shareholder after him. After Qin Yaoran passed away, Those shares automatically transferred to Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng had little ambition for a career. He had to shoulder the family legacy, as Ian had only this one son and had to take over the hotel work. During his 4 years in college, Ye Junsheng had been trying to manage hotel affairs. The employees of Junhua Hotel all knew that the hotel would eventually be handed over to Ye Junsheng. He also knew that this was his mission and belonging. As soon as Ye Junsheng parked the car, Aunt Zhang came out to greet him. Aunt Zhang had worked for the Ye family all her life and had more years of service than Ye Junsheng had lived. After Ye Junsheng was born, she had been taking care of him. To Ye Junsheng, she was like a second mother. During the years Ye Junsheng was away, Aunt Zhang would regularly go to the hotel every week to cook for him and tidy up. Although she knew there were people at the hotel to do that, she still felt uneasy and made it a point to visit weekly. Every time she saw him, Aunt Zhang would always urge him to come home, but he would always come up with various excuses to avoid it. This time, hearing that Ye Junsheng was coming back, Aunt Zhang started preparing yesterday, buying all the ingredients that Ye Junsheng loved to eat. Ye Junsheng handed her the health products he had bought for her. Aunt Zhang said it was a waste of money, but inside, she felt a pang of emotion. This child really made one feel heartache. Aunt Zhang's own child was older than Ye Junsheng and worked in another city, so she rarely saw him throughout the year. Ye Junsheng knew her family situation, and every time he saw her, he would bring some health products and necessities, doing his part to help Aunt Zhang's son. The Ye family was divided into 2 courtyards. Grandpa Ye lived in the back courtyard. Ye Junsheng followed Aunt Zhang to see Ian. There was a U-shaped corridor connecting the front courtyard, enveloping an artificial lake, with a few cycas trees leaning by the lake. Grandpa Ye particularly loved camphor trees, and 2 camphor trees were planted on either side of the corridor. The trunks and branches were wrapped with grass ropes and thin film, since camphor trees don't thrive well in the north. Grandpa Ye would begin insulation measures for them every late autumn and early winter. At that time, the whole yard was planted with camphor trees, but now only 2 remained alive. Ye Junsheng sighed slightly, wondering if these 2 camphor trees would survive the winter. At the entrance of the back courtyard stood 2 people, one tall and one short. Ye Junsheng didn't expect to encounter them there and slowed his steps. Aunt Zhang glanced cautiously at Ye Junsheng and called out, "Madam." Seeing Ye Junsheng approaching, the woman beamed with a smile. Her face was unremarkable, but the smile radiated warmth. The little girl tugged at the hem of the woman's dress and shyly called out, "Brother." Ye Junsheng's expression softened slightly as he awkwardly reached out to pat the little girl's head. The little girl smiled sweetly. Xiang Ying was Ye Junsheng's first love. They married a year after Qi Miaoran's death, and a year later, they had a daughter, Ye Jin. Outsiders did not know that Yian had a 10-year-old granddaughter. Initially, Ye Junsheng always thought they got together only after his mother passed away. But it wasn't until he was 15 that he learned they had been secretly involved even before his mother died. This was the main reason he left home. Xiang Ying held her daughter and looked at Ye Junsheng, saying, "Grandpa is waiting for you inside." Ye Junsheng sidestepped and walked past her. Aunt Zhang did not follow, silently sighing and looking apologetically at Xiang Ying. "Madam, don't be discouraged. With time, he will surely see your good intentions." Xiang Ying didn't mind, smiling slightly as she said, "I'm the one who owes them both. I will wait patiently for him to forgive me." Having worked for the Yi family for decades, Aunt Zhang initially felt quite resentful about Ye Junsheng marrying Xiang Ying right after Ye Junsheng's mother passed away. In fact, for the first few years after Xiang Ying entered the Yi family, she had never treated her well. However, as time went on, she found that Xiang Ying did not have the usual flaws of a wealthy wife. She treated the household staff equally and often did many chores herself, preferring to do things without relying on others. Over time, Aunt Zhang's prejudice against Xiang Ying lessened significantly. Most importantly, Xiang Ying's attitude toward Ye Junsheng was unwavering. No matter how Ye Junsheng ignored her, she could always interpret his neglect as encouragement and continue to express her care for him. If it weren't for that incident that occurred back then, Ye Junsheng and Xiang Ying might have had a normal mother-son relationship. Aunt Zhang sighed again, saying no more as she returned to the front hall to prepare meals. Although Yin was older, he was still quite vigorous, as sprightly as someone in their 50s. Ian was at his desk, copying calligraphy, his gold-framed glasses perched on his nose, completely focused. Ye Junsheng called out Grandpa and walked over to grind the ink for him. Ian looked at Ye Junsheng with kind eyes and asked, "You're back?" Ye Junsheng nodded. Ian was copying Ye Junsheng's running script, which was vigorous and full of life, requiring the curves of the characters to be round and forceful, thus demanding flexibility and strength in the wrist. After finishing the copy, a faint smile appeared on Yian's face as he set down the brush and asked, "How is it?" Ye Junsheng took the paper into his hands and examined it carefully for a long time, then said, "The conclusion is too hesitant. There is ambition, but not enough strength." Hearing Ye Junsheng's response, Yian smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, facing his grandson in his 20s, Ian couldn't help but feel his age. What a statement. Ambition, but not enough strength. He was indeed getting old. Even holding a brush felt difficult. Compared to his son, he was more satisfied with his grandson. His son was too indecisive in handling matters. Although Ye Junsheng always appeared calm and composed, his own ideas were firmly held in his heart. No matter how tumultuous the world became, he remained steadfast. Only in this way could great things be accomplished. After his 100 years, he felt very reassured to hand the hotel over to this grandson. Ian sat down in a recliner, and Ye Junsheng handed him a cup of tea, the fragrance wafting, the tea clear and pure. "How is Qin girl doing?" Ye Junsheng poured himself a cup of tea and sat on the sofa. "Much better. Your uncle has been very attentive these days." He set the teacup down, pondered for a moment, and said, "At least he is unharmed. That is all that matters, as long as he is safe." Ian seemed to recall something, his gaze drifting into the distance. Then, as if casually, he added, "Xiangying asked me to persuade you to stay at home for a few days. I want to force you. If you don't want to stay, you can go back." Ye Junsheng nodded, but remained silent. "Before you leave, remember to visit your mother." Ye Junsheng nodded again. Ian let out a long sigh. The relationship between this father and son was as fragile as walking on thin ice. If it weren't for him leveraging his status as an elder to bring the boy back to the Yi family, the child might never return. 28 Ye Junsheng only learned that Ye Junsheng had returned home after he got back. Regarding this son, Ye Junsheng acknowledged that he owed him much. Each time he wanted to make amends, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Hearing from Xiangying that Ye Junsheng was in the backyard with the old master, he felt he ought to go and greet the old man. After hesitating for a while, he abandoned the idea. Father and son meeting would only lead to an awkward silence, adding nothing but discomfort. Xiangying was teaching her daughter how to prune the branches of snow chrysanthemums. Spotting Ye Junsheng, she handed the small scissors to her daughter and walked over to him. "Have you gone to see Xiao Jun yet?" Yi Jin successfully used her small scissors to trim the overgrown stems of the snow chrysanthemums. Excited, she turned around, hoping to receive praise from her parents. The couple smiled at her dotingly. Satisfied with their reaction, Yi Jin turned back to focus intently on pruning the snow chrysanthemums. Only then did Ye Junsheng find the time to answer Xiangying's question. Not yet. Every time Ye Junsheng came home, Xiangying would tirelessly urge Ye Junsheng to persuade him to stay for a few days. This time was no exception. After a brief pause, Ye Junsheng replied, "He still resents me for what happened with his mother. This matter can't be rushed." His words touched a sore spot for Xiangying. Seeing her mood darken, Ye Junsheng pulled her into his arms. "This has nothing to do with you. His mother and I only came together because of the hotel. There was never any real affection between us. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I should have married Miaoran just because I was angry with you." Ye Junsheng gently rubbed Xiangying's shoulder. "In this lifetime, I've wronged her. And I've wronged Junsheng too." To anyone watching, the scene of the two embracing would appear to be one of deep marital affection. Ye Junsheng's footsteps paused, then turned away, leaving through the other side of the corridor. At the end of the path, he stood quietly as childhood memories flooded back. In his recollection, his parents' relationship had been as lukewarm as the late autumn sunlight, and he had always assumed that was the normal dynamic between a married couple. It wasn't until Xiangying moved in that he realized the truth, that a marriage could be warm, that could be sweet, that his father was capable of such tenderness toward someone else. Ye Junsheng's parents had married without any real love between them. Over time, his mother had grown to love his father, proof that affection could blossom with time. She had willingly married him, willingly borne him a son. and willingly devoted herself to being a homemaker, focusing entirely on raising their child and tending to his daily life. The small, mundane moments of their life together had only deepened her affection for Ye Junsheng. Yet, Ye Junsheng had never been able to forget his first love, leaving no room in his heart for her. The realization that her husband had always carried someone else in his heart shattered her illusions of happiness. What she had believed to be real was nothing more than a fleeting mirage. Chim Yaron had tried, but she could never erase that person from Ye Junsheng's heart. Eventually, she even discovered that he could remain indifferent to their own child. Over time, the weight of it all drove her into depression. Old Master Yi, a man of deep loyalty, had always treated Chim Yaron like a daughter due to the Chim family's past assistance. When it came to Ye Junsheng's remarriage, the old man firmly believed his son was in the wrong. Even after Chim Yaron's death, he refused to acknowledge Xiang Ying's status, or even the child she had borne. In truth, Old Master Yi's opposition to Ye Junsheng and Xiang Ying was nothing new. Back when Ye Junsheng had first brought Xiang Ying home during his university days, the old man had made his stance clear. He would never accept this daughter-in-law. As time passed, and he grew older, his resistance softened somewhat, but he still refused to formally recognize her. Everyone in the Yi family knew it was only a matter of time before Xiang Ying and her daughter were publicly acknowledged. The old man was simply waiting for the right moment, for the Qin family's approval, and for Ye Junsheng's consent. While Yi was using her free time in the study hall to prepare for her securities qualification exam, she received a call from Zhang Luo. The moment she answered, Zhang Luo's boisterous voice rang out. Yi, is Yi Lauer with you? Ye Junsheng's elegant name, when it comes out of Zhang Luo's mouth, turns into such a down-to-earth title. Yui feels that Zhang Luo must be jealous that Ye Junsheng's name sounds better, is more artistic, and is easier to pronounce than his own. Not at all. Yui bites the pen cap and scans the real questions in the test booklet. When you see him, have him contact me. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yui initially didn't take this matter to heart, but after flipping a page in the book, she suddenly realized something was off. When did Zhang Luo ever ask her where Ye Junsheng was? She wasn't the first person to know about Ye Junsheng's whereabouts. Although she had been a bit closer to Ye Junsheng lately, she had actually been quite reserved recently. Yui carefully recalled her conversation with Zhang Luo for simple sentences. 2 questions and 2 answers, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt something significant had happened. It seemed like Zhang Luo was quite concerned. Yui quickly tidied up her books and hurried out of the study room. When it came to matters related to Ye Junsheng, Yui believed she had never been careless. Not only was she not careless, but she was also very motivated. In fact, she chose to have intermittent amnesia about those careless things she did, completely forgetting about them. For example, mistaking Ye Junsheng's cousin for the person Ye Junsheng liked. She had long since thrown this matter to the back of her mind. She had even forgotten that she once had the thought of giving up on pursuing Ye Junsheng. Yui knew that Ye Junsheng would go to the soccer field built on the back mountain of the school whenever he was in a bad mood. She didn't know whether Ye Junsheng was feeling good or bad now, but since Zhang Luo came to ask her, it was clear that Zhang Luo had searched all the places Ye Junsheng could go and only then came to ask her if she had seen Ye Junsheng. At this moment, Yui was completely unaware that her IQ had peaked, allowing her to calmly analyze Ye Junsheng's whereabouts. She had simply gone to the back mountain of the school on a whim, not expecting to actually find Ye Junsheng there. After rubbing her eyes and confirming it was indeed him, she slowly made her way over. Yui quietly sat down beside Ye Junsheng, leaning back in her seat like he did, crossing her arms and lazily swinging her legs. She thought Ye Junsheng looked quite charming in this posture, but when she looked down at her own position, she inexplicably felt a bit awkward. After thinking for a while, she concluded that it might be because her legs weren't as long as Ye Junsheng's. Noticing Yi's unusual behavior, Ye Junsheng turned his head, his expression neutral, and asked, "What are you doing?" Yui smiled. "I'm imitating you. This way our subconscious will connect, and maybe I'll know what you're thinking." "Then what am I thinking?" "Thinking of me." Ye Junsheng was taken aback and asked, "What are you thinking about me?" Yui felt a surge of joy. She had guessed correctly. She rolled her eyes a few times, unable to think of what Ye Junsheng could be thinking about her, and eventually gave up. The connection failed. The information couldn't be received. Hearing Yu Yi's answer, coupled with her serious frown, Ye Junsheng unexpectedly laughed. Yu Yi was captivated by Ye Junsheng's harmless smile. Then, she reflected that her resistance was too weak. No, it was Ye Junsheng's smile that was harmful. Only then was she satisfied, realizing she couldn't solely blame herself. Remembering the main reason she sought out Ye Junsheng, she hurriedly said, "Zhang Luo is looking for you." Yu Yi hummed in response, trailing off for a few seconds as if deep in thought. "Maybe something's up." Ye Junsheng replied, "I know." Yu Yi was taken aback, meaning Zhang Luo had already contacted Ye Junsheng during the time she was looking for him. She slapped her forehead. How could she forget the greatest invention of the 21st century, her phone? Since she forgot, from another perspective, the phone couldn't really be considered the greatest invention of the 21st century. On the soccer field, some people were training, and Ye Junsheng was watching intently. Yu Yi didn't want to disturb him, so she just accompanied him in watching the athletes train. The two didn't speak for a while. Suddenly, Ye Junsheng called Yu Yi's name. Yu Yi casually responded, her gaze still on the soccer field. Ye Junsheng's expression darkened as he asked, "Why do you like me?" "Liking you is just liking you. There's no need for so many reasons." Yu Yi always thought this was a given. Ye Junsheng suddenly laughed again. Is there really such a thing as liking without reason? Although Ye Junsheng was quite narcissistic, he honestly felt that besides having a good appearance, there wasn't much else about him that was worth liking. At least not enough for Yu Yi to have liked him for 3 years. Whenever Ye Junsheng similet. Yu Yi's self-control diminished significantly, and she found herself smiling foolishly in response. She felt that Ye Junsheng seemed a bit different today, especially with the frequency of his smiles. Yu Yi asked him, "Do you have something on your mind?" Ye Junsheng had never mentioned it to anyone, but he envied the smile on Yu Yi's face. He envied how she could smile no matter what happened, how pure her laughter was. No matter the time, he could always see her enthusiasm for life and friends. The vitality in Yu Yi was something he couldn't find in others. Ye Junsheng wanted to know why Yu Yi could live so freely and unrestrained. Ye Junsheng seemed lost in thought, and Yu Yi waved her hand in front of his eyes. He snapped back to reality and grabbed Yu Yi's moving hand. Both of them startled. Ye Junsheng slowly released her hand. Yu Yi smiled slightly, still feeling Ye Junsheng's warmth on her hand. She placed her hand behind her back, holding it tightly with her other hand. This was the first time she and Ye Junsheng had held hands. While it might have been a bit forced to call a handshake, it was indeed the first time her hand felt his warmth. Ye Junsheng's palm was large, and his hand wasn't as clammy as hers. It was dry and cool, just like his personality, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither warm nor cold. This small happiness was something Yu Yi genuinely felt, enough to make her happy for several days. Yu Yi wanted to feel the coolness of Ye Junsheng's palm again. After some internal struggle, she decided to go for it. Yu Yi shamelessly took Ye Junsheng's hand and, in his moment of surprise, boldly said, "I can read palms. Let me read yours." Although Yu Yi appeared calm on the surface, she was still a bit nervous inside. After all, it was Ye Junsheng's hand, lying right in hers. She thought about pinching him to see if she was dreaming. She pinched once, feeling no pain, confirming she was indeed dreaming. She pinched again, still feeling no pain. Then she heard Ye Junsheng's voice above her. "Do you need to pinch me to read my palm?" Yu Yi realized she had been pinching Ye Junsheng's hand, which explained why it didn't hurt. Yu Yi chuckled and continued to pinch him a few more times, maintaining her composure as she said, "This is the latest model. Don't say anything." Yu Yi pretended to examine his hand for a long time, striking a pose like a fortune teller. "Your palm tells me that there's a good girl around you who likes you. If you miss her, you will regret it." Yu Yi said this seriously, while internally despising herself for it. This time, Ye Junsheng surprisingly cooperated with Yu Yi. With a serious tone, he said, "Can you ask my hand if that good girl is Yu Yi?" Yu Yi pretended to look at his hand for a while and replied, "Your hand tells me that you are right." In fact, Yu Yi always felt that her shamelessness was nothing compared to Ye Junsheng's. Ye Junsheng subtly withdrew his hand. He thought that perhaps the reason he didn't find Yu Yi annoying was precisely because of her enthusiasm. Ye Junsheng called Yu Yi's name again, his voice much deeper. Yu Yi turned to look at him, her hands feeling empty. At that moment, she noticed a box beside Ye Junsheng, which contained scattered, beautiful wrapping paper and white paper sticks. Ye Junsheng, following Yu Yi's gaze, looked at the trash he had set aside and said lightly, "When I was a kid, I loved eating chocolate. I would always make a mess after eating it." As he spoke, Ye Junsheng seemed to recall something and smiled. "My mom loved making desserts, so she thought a way to make chocolate look like a lollipop. That way, I wouldn't get too messy after eating." His smile suddenly faded, making it seem as though the person who had just smiled was not him. "It's become a habit now, and I can't quit." Yui sensed a lot of helplessness in that last sentence. What he couldn't quit was more than just chocolate. It was his dependence on his mother. This was the first time Ye Junsheng had talked about his mother in front of her. He opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but felt that nothing would be appropriate. So she finally just said, "It's delicious." Ye Junsheng didn't hear what Yui said and fell back into his memories. He asked, "Do you know how my mom left?" Yui honestly shook her head, suddenly realizing the weight of the topic. Ye Junsheng said in an utterly flat tone, "She passed away from depression. The doctor said she was a severe case, always at risk of suicide. He repeatedly warned us to take good care of her." Ye Junsheng blinked, but in the end, she still left. "The night before, my mother had held me as I slept, but by the next morning, she was gone. Later, our family found out that the night before she left, she had injected herself with insulin, a fatal dose. And when she left, I was still in her arms, fast asleep." Yuyi's heart suddenly tightened. A tear slid down her cheek without warning. She hurriedly wiped it away with her fingers, not wanting Ye Junsheng to see. She felt her tears were inexplicable. Ye Junsheng spoke as if the story wasn't about himself. He wanted to pat his shoulder, to somehow transfer her strength to him, to comfort him, but her hand lifted only to drop weakly. She realized Ye Junsheng didn't seem to need her comfort. Comfort was the pity of the strong for the weak, and Ye Junsheng had never been weak. All Yui needed to do was sit quietly and listen as he told a story that belonged to him, yet didn't. That was the real comfort. On the day I fell ill, I saw my mother's shadow in Yue. Yui understood what this meant. In Yue, he had felt a mother's love, so he was willing to transfer all the affection he had never been able to express to her. That was why, when she had asked him if he might like Yue, he hadn't answered, because even he couldn't define his feelings for Yue. Yui, stop liking me. He might never escape the shadow of his mother's departure. Someone like him didn't have the capacity to love anyone else. Yui shook her head. How could she just stop liking him because he told her to? Her own heart was beyond even her control. "Liking you is my business. You have no say in it." In the end, he said to her, "Yui, I don't want to lie to you, and I don't want to hurt you." Ye Junsheng had already left, but Yui remained seated. The thing that had troubled her for days had finally been confirmed. No matter whether Ye Junsheng had fallen for someone else, in the end, she still liked him. Calming herself, Yui wondered, if she had been the one to take care of Ye Junsheng that day, would there have been a chance for him to like her too? Just then, a white cloud drifted overhead, so close it seemed she could reach out and touch it. Just like the distance between her and Ye Junsheng, it looked close, but she could never truly reach him. After nearly 4 years, this was the first time Yui had cried because of Ye Junsheng's rejection. That night, Ye Junsheng returned home. Yue immediately burrowed into his arms. When Zhang Luo walked in, he saw Ye Junsheng lying on Yu's belly, using the cat as a pillow. The two of them curled up on the sofa looked perfectly natural together. Zhang Luo kicked Ye Junsheng's legs aside and casually took a seat, claiming his own spot on the already cramped sofa. With 2 grown men and a cat squeezed in, the space felt even smaller. A second later, without any shame, Ye Junsheng lifted his legs and draped them over Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo pushed them off. Ye Junsheng draped them back. Push, drape, push, drape. The two of them played this game with endless amusement. Finally, unable to tolerate Ye Junsheng's childishness any longer, Zhang Luo surrendered, sprawling dramatically on the carpet. He took a few selfies, intending to expose Ye Junsheng's true nature to the world. This was how he treated his guests. Even with Zhang Luo on the floor, Ye Junsheng wouldn't let him be. Zhang Luo's head happened to be near Ye Junsheng's feet, so Ye Junsheng nudged his shoulder with his toes. At first, Zhang Luo resisted, shoving Ye Junsheng's entire leg away. But today, Ye Junsheng was determined to mess with him. No matter how Zhang Luo struggled, Ye Junsheng kept finding new ways to tease him. Yes, Zhang Luo considered all of Ye Junsheng's actions toward him as teasing. After several failed attempts to shake him off, Zhang Luo gave up and lay still, playing dead. But this only seemed to encourage Ye Junsheng. Zhang Luo abruptly sat up. But before he could say anything, Ye Junsheng seized the moment to strike first. I changed my flight to tomorrow. The interruption made Zhang Luo forget what he had been about to say. It took him a few seconds to process the words. Hesitating, he stammered, You changed your flight to tomorrow? Ye Junsheng looked at him skeptically. Was his statement really that hard to understand? Zhang Luo asked uncertainly. You mean you're flying to Switzerland tomorrow? Ye Junsheng nodded. So sudden? Ye Junsheng nodded again. Does anyone else know? Ye Junsheng shook his head. Aren't you going to take care of Junsheng? I can't be of much help either. Ye Junsheng hesitated for a moment before adding, Keep a close eye on her, and don't let her do anything foolish. Zhang Luo reflexively replied, Even if she does something foolish, it's not my place to interfere. Ye Junsheng shot him a sharp look, prompting Zhang Luo to quickly say, Got it. I'll keep a good eye on her. Ye Junsheng sat up from the couch, and Yue whimpered a few times. He picked it up, cradled in his arms, and popped a piece of chocolate into its mouth. Yue closed its eyes contentedly and nuzzled its head against Ye Junsheng's arm. It had to be said, compared to when Zhang Luo first met Yue, the little thing had gotten noticeably chubbier. Nowadays, Yue resembled a white meatball, so round it could probably roll away if nudged. Zhang Luo asked, Does he know about this? Ye Junsheng pondered for a moment and said, I haven't told them yet. Zhang Luo replied, You're not planning to sneak away, are you? Ye Junsheng responded, It's not sneaking away. There's just no need to make a big fuss about it. Suddenly, Yue struggled free from Ye Junsheng's embrace. Watching you two, who was too overweight to run properly, Zhang Luo couldn't help but sigh in regret for Yue. What a pity. Yue had looks, a great figure, a wonderful personality, and, most importantly, the right gender. Above all, she loved Ye Junsheng with unwavering devotion. Where else could one find such a remarkable girl? Yet Ye Junsheng remained oblivious, leaving poor Yue's affections misplaced. Not cool. Really not cool. Zhang Luo sighed and asked, Have you ever considered the possibility that one day I might stop liking you? Ye Junsheng, I never thought about it. Zhang Luo. It's true. He never thought there would be a day when you wouldn't like him. Before Ye Junsheng went to the airport, he took Yue to visit the Yu family. Although Yue was a bit surprised by Ye Junsheng's sudden appearance downstairs. Her astonishment lasted less than a second before she understood his purpose for coming here. To send Yue samples. According to Ye Junsheng, he thought long and hard, but couldn't figure out who could take care of Yue, and since she was Yue's sister, she naturally wouldn't treat Yue poorly. There was no one more suitable than her. Although Ye Junsheng's trust was beneficial to Yue, as she held the obviously heavier Yue in her arms, she felt an inexplicable jealousy towards him. Ye Junsheng seemed to put more thought into Yue than she did into Ye Junsheng. Yue sikit silently. This wasn't the main issue. The important thing was that Ye Junsheng was about to leave. Yue had made many preparations for this moment, but those preparations now seemed utterly ineffective. Before even going into battle, she had already retreated, and a small sadness rose in her heart. The leaves on the trees swayed, and the rustling sound stirred her feelings. Ye Junsheng meticulously explained Yue's clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and finally added, Take good care of Yue, and return him to me when I come back. Yue kept her gaze on the ground, nodding repeatedly. The road glistened white, echoing the desolation of late autumn. Realizing that Yue's mood was off, Ye Junsheng tentatively called out to her. Yue looked up, raised a bright smile, and asked, When will you be back? Ye Junsheng's gaze flickered, and he replied, Uncertain. I can come back any time I want, but I might not want to come back. Yue pouted and let out a deep breath. She automatically interpreted Ye Junsheng's words as meaning he wouldn't be gone for long and would return soon. Yue, restless, stayed in Yue's arms, its little head poking out. Yue took this as its last struggle, pressing its head down, letting it take a good look at Ye Junsheng. Seeing Yue like this, Ye Junsheng began to doubt whether he had made the right decision. Though Yue was Yue's sister, she really wasn't a competent sister. Ye Junsheng swatted Yu Yi's hand away and took Yu Er back into his arms. Yu Yi pouted, thinking that in Ye Junsheng's heart, her status was even lower than Yu Er's. How pitiful, sad, and lamentable. To hide her little emotions, Yu Yi changed the subject. Is Switzerland close to France? Ye Junsheng thought for a moment and nodded. They're neighbors. That's really close, Yu Yi said. If you go to Paris, will you send me a postcard of the Eiffel Tower? Ye Junsheng replied, depends on my mood. Yu Yi said, then you should go when you're in a good mood. Ye Junsheng responded. Mood isn't something you can control at any time. Yu Yi had her reasons for wanting Ye Junsheng to send her postcards. Although she couldn't visit the places he had been, she could leave a mark of him in some city. For her, it was another kind of memory. Ye Junsheng pulled his gaze back from somewhere above her head. Yu Yi casually glanced up, her gaze landing on Yu Wei's window. Her heart tightened, and she felt a lump in her throat, unable to swallow. It was itchy, and she cleared her throat. Her hands unconsciously clenched tightly behind her back. She smiled and said, Ye Junsheng, haven't you said goodbye to Yu Wei yet? I'll go call her. As Yu Yi turned to go upstairs to call Yu Wei, Ye Junsheng stopped her. No need. Yu Yi's shoulders suddenly tensed. He would never know what his no need meant to her. Ye Junsheng's earlier inadvertent glance was his reluctance towards Yu Wei, and his refusal seemed to Yu Yi like a retention of Yu Wei. Not saying goodbye in person meant not feeling sad, and it truly meant never seeing again. This way, there could still be some lingering thoughts. It's hard to say goodbye to someone you like. He and Yu Wei were indeed different from her. Ye Junsheng solemnly placed Yu Er back into Yu Yi's arms. As if sensing Yu Yi's sadness, Yu Er curled up entirely, burying its head deep in her arm. Yu Yi blinked and said, take care. Her tone carried a sense of tragic heroism, making Ye Junsheng feel like he was leaving for Switzerland on some important mission. Ye Junsheng finally, with some worry, reminded her, take good care of Yu Er. He added, take care of yourself. Only by taking care of herself could she take good care of Yu Er. Yu Yi understood it this way. She nodded vigorously, repeatedly assuring Ye Junsheng that she would absolutely not neglect Yu Er. Although she felt a little jealous of Yu Er, after all, she was still Yu Er's sister, and she couldn't do something as vicious as a wicked queen. This time would be perfect for her to improve her relationship with Yu Er. Who knows? It might come in handy later. Regarding Ye Junsheng leaving, Yu Yi didn't show any reluctance. Instead, she watched him leave generously, determined to leave Ye Junsheng with a, well, strong impression. Yes, that's right, strong. She didn't want to send Ye Junsheng off with tears and sobs. She wasn't a little girl who cried all the time. But the moment Ye Junsheng closed the car door, her eyes became moist, and everything before her was a blur. After Ye Junsheng's car completely disappeared, Yi's tears finally couldn't be held back any longer, streaming down her cheeks like big beans, and she couldn't help but sob. Someone looked at her strangely, but Yi didn't care anymore. The emotions she had suppressed for days were finally released. With this cry, all her tears were shed. Yu Er quietly stayed in her arms, watching her go from crying to slowly regaining her composure. At the airport, Ye Junsheng didn't tell anyone else he was leaving, and no one came to see him off. While boarding, he received a text from Qin Huansheng, and Ye Junsheng was taken aback, his lips pressing tightly together. Perhaps leaving was the best choice for them all. He left because of Xiang Ying. Qin Huansheng left because of Yin Nuo. Ultimately, they were both just running away from facing things. Ye Junsheng wanted to find Zhang Luo's number, scrolling down, when he suddenly stopped at Yu Wei's name, which was right next to Yu Yi's. He paused for a second, then continued scrolling down. After dialing Zhang Luo's number and finding it unreachable, he sent him a text and turned off his phone. Ye Junsheng had been gone for several days. Yu Yi, holding a book, wandered aimlessly around the campus alone. She thought that after Ye Junsheng left, her life wouldn't change much. But it wasn't until he turned away from her that she realized how much impact he had on her. So much so that she couldn't control herself from thinking about him. Yu Yi let out a deep breath, feeling very restless, and turned her steps in another direction. Jiang Yusin hadn't left school yet, and with nothing else to do, Yu Yi decided to go to his studio for a while. She desperately needed someone to help her shift her focus. Jiang Yusin's studio was set up by their department's mentor for the students to train their practical skills, passed down from generation to generation, and it happened to fall into Jiang Yusin's hands this year. The corridor was quiet, and the studio door was tightly shut. Ye leaned by the window to take a look, but something blocked her view, and she couldn't see anything. Just as she raised her hand to knock, the door opened from the inside. Ye's hand hung in the air, and the person inside gradually came into view as the door turned. Ye lowered her hand, her face expressionless, ignoring Su Qing as she walked in. A sudden force knocked Ye back repeatedly. Su Qing was half a head taller than Ye, and she thought it might be because the door frame was too narrow and Su Qing was too heavy, which caused her to bump into Ye's shoulder. Before Ye could speak, Su Qing had already said, "Sorry, I didn't see you." Ye rubbed her aching shoulder with her other hand and met Su Qing's gaze. The smile at the corner of her mouth was not a provocation, was it? Although Ye was short, she really didn't think she was short enough to make someone not see her. Were Su Qing's big eyes just for show? Ye was already angry, and Su Qing had undoubtedly walked right into the line of fire. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and sidestepped past Ye. Ye was furious and casually threw the thing in her hand. What she threw was a thick Western economics book. The spine hit Su Qing's head with a loud thud, the sound crisp like playing the piano. Hearing that sound, Ye suddenly realized what she had done. How could she do such a childish thing? Ye felt deeply embarrassed and ran away. After running for a while, she came back to her senses. Why was she running? Shouldn't it be Su Qing who ran? So she leisurely turned back. Su Qing was nowhere to be seen, leaving only her copy of Principles of Western Economics lying lonely on the ground. Ye muttered under her breath. How rude of her. She didn't even bother to pick up the book. Ye bent down to retrieve it, carefully brushing off the cover. It wasn't actually dirty, but she regretted tossing it aside so carelessly. What if someone else had picked it up and thrown it away as trash? That would have been disastrous. The book was filled with Ye Junsheng's name, and on the last page, there was even his handwritten signature. It was only a few days ago that Ye had discovered, quite by chance, that Ye Junsheng had written his name on the final page, clearly intending to contrast it with hers. Such shameless behavior was exactly the kind of thing only Ye Junsheng would do, though she had to admit his handwriting was slightly better than hers. Ye scrutinized the characters and found some resemblance between them. The strokes looked somewhat similar. Crouching down, Ye stared blankly at the three characters of Ye Junsheng. Truth be told, his handwriting was quite elegant, just like his name, refined and graceful. Her shoulders slumped as she sighed. Another grudge had just been added between her and Su Qing. Not that their feud needed any more fuel. Ye stood up and pushed the door, only to find it locked. It seemed Jiang Yusin wasn't around, clutching the book tightly to her chest, as if it were a priceless treasure. She let her shoulders droop, her energy sapped like a frostbitten eggplant. Retracing her steps, Ye passed by the basketball gym. After a brief hesitation, she strode inside. It was mealtime, so the gym was sparsely populated, just a few boys scattered around, practicing shots in loose circles. Ye carefully placed the book in a safe spot, registered her name at the management desk to borrow a basketball, and then walked alone to a quiet corner to dribble. She was the only girl on the court, and no one paid her any attention. The rhythmic thud of the ball against the floor echoed clearly in her ears, syncing perfectly with her heartbeat. Dribbling to the free throw line, Ye flicked her wrist and sent the ball arcing toward the hoop. It hit the backboard with a loud thump and missed. The ball bounced a few times before rolling lazily back to her feet. She tried a few more shots, but none went in. The gym gradually grew livelier, with occasional chatter rising from the spectator seats. Ye glanced up and realized there was a small match scheduled for the evening. Just then, a team in bright pink jerseys approached her. The leader looked vaguely familiar. Knowing the game was about to start, Ye obediently stepped aside. She mentally dubbed the jersey color flamboyant pink. Grown men wearing pink. How tacky. And the vaguely familiar leader of the flamboyant pink team? None other than Zhang Luo. Hugging the basketball, Ye retreated to a corner and sat cross-legged. Tilting her head, she watched Zhang Luo draw closer. Glancing around to confirm she wasn't in his way. To her surprise, the first thing Zhang Luo said when he reached her was, "Ye Junsheng is coming back tomorrow. Did you know?" Ye shook her head in a daze. She truly didn't know. In the days since Ye Junsheng had left, it was as if he had completely vanished. Ye couldn't even catch a whisper of news about him. She finally found her voice again. Why? Why did he come back? His cousin had an accident. Zhang Luo didn't want to say more, and Yui didn't press further. Anyway, she knew he would be back tomorrow. That was enough. Zhang Luo exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yui before heading to the court to warm up. Yui sat alone for a while, watching as the seats gradually filled up. Rubbing her sore legs, she picked up her book and prepared to head home. Originally, Yui had planned to say something to Zhang Luo before leaving, but he was deep in conversation with the coach at the time, looking very serious. Not wanting to disturb him, she thought better of it and let it go. After returning the ball, she left through the side door. A whistle sounded from inside the gym. Yui knew the match had begun. She hoped Zhang Luo would win. On her way home, Yui suddenly remembered she hadn't checked on Yui all day, though the meals at her place weren't as good as those at Ye Junsheng's. Whatever Yui ate, Yui got to share too. She was genuinely afraid that when Ye Junsheng returned, he'd see Yui looking thinner and think she had mistreated the cat. She might have entertained the thought of mistreating Yui, but she didn't actually have the guts. Truth be told, Yui knew she was a coward, especially in front of Ye Junsheng. Yui had expected to come home to Yui staring at her pitifully, but the moment she opened the door, she froze. Yui was lounging comfortably in Yui's arms, looking smug in a way that was identical to Ye Junsheng. The scene was so harmonious that she almost forgot she was Yui's actual sister. What Yui hadn't anticipated was that after following her for so long, Yui would immediately turn into the same kind of bootlicker as her upon seeing Ye Junsheng again. Clearing her throat, Yui slunk over to Yui's side, crouched down, and leveled her gaze with Yui's. See? She was so considerate, so fair. She never treated Yui like just a cat. Having a sister like her was surely Yui's greatest fortune across 3 lifetimes. Yui handed Yui back to Yui inside, so heavy. Yui was startled by Yui's sudden movement, and indeed, it was really heavy. I suddenly realized a problem. Will Yui, being so overweight, develop obesity-related diseases? It still loves sweets so much. What if it gets diabetes? Yui began to seriously consider Yui's dietary health again. But losing weight is out of the question. It can only get chubbier, not thinner. That was Yui's bottom line. Just like humans, cats get sleepy after eating. Watching Yui doze off, Yui carried it back to the room. Xiao Ying had been working late recently, coming home very late every day. Long after Yui had fallen asleep, she faintly heard the sound of the front door opening in a daze. Xiao Ying was back. Yui turned over and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Yui woke up suddenly, startled awake. Hazily, she realized something important awaited her today. The thought jolted her upright in bed. Ye Junsheng was coming back. Yui had woken up even earlier than her, as if sensing Ye Junsheng's return. It lay by Yui's bed, staring at her without blinking. Still groggy, Yui was a little confused, but she remembered. She asked Yui, "Do you want to go pick up Ye Junsheng?" Yui meowed. Yui was delighted. If Yui was going to pick up Ye Junsheng, then she had no choice but to go along. She couldn't very well let a cat go to the airport alone. Yui prided herself on having a heart that understood cats. Yui didn't know what time Ye Junsheng's flight was. She called Zhang Luo, but his phone was off. She then tried Ye Junsheng's number, but it was also off. Holding Yui in her arms as she sat in the taxi, heading to the airport, Yui sighed. Her only option now was to wait and see. Upon arriving at the terminal, Yui checked the flight information on the electronic display. Staring at the dense rows of flight numbers on the screen, she suddenly felt helpless. There were so many flights from Switzerland to Shanghai. She had no idea which one Ye Junsheng was on, nor did she know what time his flight had departed. All Yui could do was wait at the arrival's gate each time a flight landed. If she was lucky, she might spot Ye Junsheng on the first try or after a few attempts. But as it turned out, luck wasn't on Yui's side. The arrivals area was crowded. Yui squeezed her way to the front near the blue barrier line and glanced at the people around her. Many were holding bouquets of flowers, their faces lit with smiles, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Yui was also looking forward to it. She was waiting for Ye Junsheng to come back. Holding Yui in her arms, she muttered to herself, "We should buy a bouquet for him. But it's not too late to get it after we pick him up." Passengers were gradually coming out, and Yui stopped looking at Yui. Her eyes were fixed intently on the exit, wishing she could fly in to see if Ye Junsheng was on this flight, and then help him with his luggage. However, Until there was no one left around, she still didn't see Ye Junsheng's figure. The once bustling arrival hall suddenly fell silent, so quiet that Ye could only hear her own and Er's breathing. She silently sat down with Er in her arms, her words feeling like they were meant to comfort both Er and herself. He must be on the next flight. He must be on the next flight. But the next flight came and went, and still he was not there. After so many times waiting at the arrival gate, each time filled with hope that would fade away when the crowd dispersed, she faced disappointment again and again. All she could do was wait aimlessly. Zhang Luo had said that Ye Junsheng would be back today, so he would definitely come back. Ye Junsheng had never lied to anyone. Eventually, Ye didn't even dare to push into the crowd. She stayed outside, watching friends, couples, and families reunite, but among those who walked out, there was still no Ye Junsheng. Er obediently nestled at her feet, watching the people come and go. Time passed slowly, and as night fell, Ye could clearly see the long lines drawn across the sky through the glass window, white and hazy against the dim blue background, resembling a painted watercolor. The lights illuminated the entire terminal brightly, and Ye stared at the brightest light, her eyes stinging. She felt that light was too bright. The flight from Switzerland to Shanghai took a full 14 hours, and Ye suddenly realized a flaw in Zhang Luo's words. She didn't know if Ye Junsheng was coming back today, or just arriving today. Ye felt she had grasped something, and once again called Zhang Luo with hope. The call connected. Ye swallowed hard, placing one hand on her chest, trying to control her chaotic heartbeat. She spoke, "Zhang Luo, is Ye Junsheng arriving in Shanghai today, or tomorrow?" If Zhang Luo said tomorrow, she would definitely ask which flight Ye Junsheng was on, and she would come to pick him up tomorrow. But Zhang Luo's answer left her at a loss. He said, "Ye Junsheng isn't coming back." Ye's eyes stung painfully. She raised her hand to rub her eyes, as if to prove something, and then held her hand up to check for familiar tears, feeling relieved when she saw none. Just then, the airport was broadcasting a boarding announcement, and Ye didn't have time to cover the receiver. The announcement happened to be heard by Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo said, "Oh," and asked, "Are you at the airport?" Ye hurriedly replied no and hung up the phone. Zhang Luo called again, and Ye hesitated for a few seconds before hanging up. Ye Junsheng hadn't taid. It was just that Ye didn't know the situation. That night, when she got home, Ye sat in front of the computer, staring blankly for a long time, her head hot, and sent Ye Junsheng an email. After sending it, Ye lay flat on her bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, a stream of warmth flowing from the corner of her eyes, mingling with her hair. Ye realized one thing. In Ye Junsheng's world, she had always been an insignificant person, even though she liked him so much. But what could she do? She still liked him. She liked him to the core. Falling for Ye Junsheng was the best thing she had done in her 21 years. Switzerland. Lausanne. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunset bathed the surface of Lake Geneva in a golden hue, like a layer of yellow gauze over the blue lake, blending orange and blue, enriching the lake's vast beauty. The lakeside was dotted with various bars, and the sunset reflected orange light on the huge glass panels, resembling a beautiful painting. Ye Junsheng sat at the bar, carefully studying the documents he received from Matteo. Matteo was a local from Lausanne, a senior to Ye Junsheng, and the main person in charge of his exams. During these days in Lausanne, Matteo had helped him a lot. A notification sound came from the tablet beside him, and Ye Junsheng's eyes left the documents to focus on the email icon. He opened it. Ye Junsheng sat there lost in thought, not hearing Matteo say anything to him. He didn't know under what circumstances Ye had sent him this email. In just 9 short words, he sensed a hint of desolation. Matteo tapped the counter with his fingers, and Ye Junsheng looked up at him. Matteo asked in broken Chinese, "Are you sad?" Ye Junsheng replied, "An email from a friend." Matteo learned his Chinese from Chinese students and hadn't studied for long. Many pronunciations were not standard. Friend? This was also a new word he had learned recently. Ye Junsheng was already used to Matteo's awkward Chinese. He shook his head, pondering for a second, and said, "An important friend." The bar faced the window, and through the glass, one could see the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Lausanne, which, despite its weathered colors, still showcased exquisite architecture. Ye Junsheng put down the tablet and picked up the documents again to study. Mateo looked around and was puzzled by some of Ye Junsheng's behaviors. He had interacted with many Chinese students before, but none like Ye Junsheng, who didn't he exhibit the carefree demeanor typical for his age, seeming indifferent to many things while appearing confident. Mateo coughed a couple of times and asked in his broken Chinese, "Aren't you sad?" Ye Junsheng smiled and shook his head. Mateo couldn't understand Chinese and didn't know what was written in the email, but he knew it wasn't much. It seemed to be just one line. One line, probably not an important matter, so it was left unanswered. Ye Junsheng always had his reasons for doing things. The email interface hadn't exited yet, and Ye Junsheng instinctively glanced back, his expression unchanged, but the hand gripping the pen tightened. He asked him, "Ye Junsheng, will you forget me?" He had sent that email in a moment of heated impulse, and afterward, she had forgotten about it. She never expected Ye Junsheng would actually reply to her email, considering that based on his usual character, he might not even open it. It was 2 days later when she received Ye Junsheng's email, where her inbox flashed with the reminder of an unread email. She suddenly remembered she had sent an email to Ye Junsheng 2 days ago, and he hadn't replied yet. He opened the email, and when she saw it was from Ye Junsheng, her first thought was that her impulsive email had somehow caught his attention. Then she looked at the content, which was also a simple sentence. "I'm going to France tomorrow. I won't forget to send you a postcard." His eyes stayed glued to those few words, as if trying to see through them. Would he not forget to send her a postcard? And would he not forget her? As she kept looking, He smiled. Later, He developed a habit of writing an email to Ye Junsheng every week. However, he never replied to a single one of those emails. But He didn't mind. She continued sending him emails, sharing mundane details and her feelings, knowing that Ye Junsheng would definitely read them. A month passed like this, and he hadn't received any news about Ye Junsheng. One day, the post office delivered 2 postcards. They were exquisite, and the long journey had left no mark on them. One postcard features a photo of the Eiffel Tower, while the other shows Paris at sunset. One has no message on the back, while the other does. One is for Yue, and the other is for Yue. He holds the 2 postcards, feeling that one is light as a feather, while the other feels heavy. Jinghai has already entered winter, and the snow has yet to fall. As if something is being plotted, Yue knows that the postcard with the message is for Yue. The handwriting on it was personally written by Ye Junsheng, and his wish for her well-being is also his blessing for Yue. Her postcard, on the other hand, is stamped with a large postal mark and an address, but nothing else. Looking out at the overcast sky, Yue suddenly feels a deep, indescribable sadness. Although she has done a lot of mental preparation, she still feels a bit conflicted. The truth is in front of her. Even if she doesn't want to admit it, she has to acknowledge it. Ye Junsheng likes Yue. Yue is not at home, so Yue carefully places the postcard on her desk. Recently, Yue has been very attached to Jiang Yusen, who has not gone out to find a job due to family reasons and has been helping out in his family's factory. For him, Yue has given up her professional job to work alongside him in his factory. Xiao Ying has no objections to this. After all, the two plan to get engaged after graduation, so it's only natural for Yue to get involved in these matters early on. He has nothing much to say about it either. As long as Yue is happy, she will feel happy too. Time passes slowly, and Yue has no time to think about anything else as she prepares for the Securities Employment Qualification exam, studying late into the night every day. It is the night before her exam when she receives a text message from Ye Junsheng, a simple forward message that keeps her awake all night with joy. Good luck on the exam. Yue saves the message and places it in her own little world. In the many years that follow, whenever Yue finds herself in a desperate situation, those simple 4 words always bring her hope. The winter vacation at Jinghai University arrives in mid-January. After being lazy at home for a few days, Yue invites a few friends to watch a movie. In recent years, domestic films have been getting worse, and Yue can guess the ending from the beginning, which makes it hard to be interested. She falls asleep before the movie is even halfway through. After the movie, her friends complain about the acting of the female lead, but since Yue didn't watch it, she can't keep up with their banter and can only listen. Yue walks alongside them, occasionally adding a comment when she finds something to critique. As they turn a corner, Ye silently walks behind, trying not to disrupt their conversation. Someone pushes her, and she looks back at the person who pushed her, who glances off into the distance with a strange smile and whispers in her ear, "Your crush." Ye looks over and sees Ye Junsheng with a girl, walking down another street. Ye feels delighted. It turns out Ye Junsheng is back. Just as she takes out her phone to call him, her finger hesitates. The girl's profile enlarges in her view, and her joy vanishes instantly. She quietly puts her phone back in her pocket. Someone calls her, and Ye softly responds. Jogging over, she squeezes between two friends who are linked arm in arm, shamelessly saying, "I'm a bit cold." The group leaves, playfully teasing each other. Ye looks back and sees they have already walked far away. That night, Yue returns home very late. Ye goes to the kitchen to pour some water, and Yue is at the entrance changing her shoes. Ye watches Yue's figure and hesitates for a few seconds before asking, "Where did you go today? Why are you back so late?" She pours another cup of water as she speaks. Yue, taking off her coat, replies, "Business has been a bit slow at the factory lately, so I went with Yusin to check out the building materials factory to see if we can collaborate." Yue nods, turning the cup in her hands, and asks, "What was the result?" Neither side was satisfied with the terms. "We'll think of something," Yue replies, throwing her coat over the sofa. "By the way, Ye Junsheng is back. Did you know?" Yue is startled and quickly drinks a big gulp of water, stammering, Of course I knew." Yue thinks Yue is being shy and raises her eyebrows, choosing not to say more. Yue turns around, places a hand on her chest, and slowly exhales. She knows that Ye Junsheng's return is not from him telling her, but something she saw with her own eyes. The girl she saw in the afternoon is Yue. Yue runs out of the room, her chubby body stopping every 2 steps to rest. After a struggle, she finally reaches Yue and obediently sits down, looking at her with wide, round eyes. Yue takes out some snacks from the cupboard to feed Yue. Yue wonders if Yue is getting too fat. Yue reflexively responds, "Not fat." Yue, engrossed in eating, looks up and meows. Yue shakes her head helplessly. These siblings are so alike. Before bed, Yue hugs Yue and talks a lot. She doesn't care whether Yue understands, as long as she can vent her feelings. When a person is full, they feel sleepy, and cats are the same. Yue, ignoring the drowsy Yue, grabs her front paw and shakes in the air. Yue jolts awake, trembling slightly, and has to open her eyes to look at Yue. Yue actually wants Yue to sleep, but there is still an important question she needs to ask. "Do you really miss Ye Junsheng?" Yue yawns and meows in response. Yue smiles with satisfaction and fondly pets Yue's head. As a qualified sister, Yue believes she should help Yue fulfill this wish when she wants to see Ye Junsheng. The next day, Yue eagerly takes Yue to find Ye Junsheng. When she sees him, she will say, "Yue misses you, so I brought her to see you." Yue feels delighted inside, thinking she is being an exceptionally good sister. As she steps onto the steps of the Junhua Hotel, a white car pulls out from the garage, brushing past Yue. She stands in front of the revolving door, pausing for a moment as if sensing something, and turns around. It's empty. Nothing is there. Yue shakes her head, thinking she might have been a bit too excited last night and didn't sleep well. A voice from behind reminds her, and Yue quickly enters through the door, standing in front of Ye Junsheng's door. Yue takes a deep breath and presses the doorbell. There is no response. She presses it again, but still no sound. Yue glances down the empty hallway and prepares to knock on the door. Just as her fist is about to hit the door, it opens from the inside. Zhang Luo, clearly just waking up, has one eye wide open and the other half closed, with messy hair and a loose-fitting pajamas, looking completely different from her usual self. Zhang Luo hasn't yet recognized the person at the door and instinctively asks, "Did you forget something?" Yue blinks and looks at the person inside, quickly retracting her fist behind her back, grinning and replying no. Yue thinks Zhang Luo is still half asleep, so she responds out of courtesy. Hearing Yu's voice, Zhang Luo finally wakes up, rubs her eyes, and confirms that she is not dreaming. Just a moment ago, she thought Ye Junsheng had shrunk. Feeling a bit embarrassed about her confusion, Zhang Luo scratches her head and says, "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" Yue utters a sound, glancing inside the room before seriously stating, "Yue wants to see Ye Junsheng, so I brought her here." Zhang Luo nods. Oh, he just left. Seeing Yuyi's puzzled expression, Zhang Luo adds, he went back to Switzerland. He just left the hotel not long ago. Yi blinked and carefully digested Zhang Luo's words. Ye Junsheng had left before she arrived. Yi smiled at Zhang Luo and said, "That's fine. I won't disturb your rest." Zhang Luo remembered something and called out to Yi, who was about to leave, and, after thinking for a second, asked when I told you he would come back. "Did you go to the airport to pick him up?" Yi laughed carelessly, nodded, and replied, "But he didn't come back." Zhang Luo explained for Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng's cousin went abroad without telling her family, and he didn't come back because he wanted to find her. Then she muttered, "Although he came back because of her." Zhang Luo sighed. What is this all about? Actually, you didn't think much of it. But Zhang Luo looked like something was wrong. He turned back and thought carefully about whether there really was something. But in the end, she couldn't figure anything out. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. In fact, he had a little expectation back then. But he was not a pessimistic person. Things had happened and were in the past, and she wouldn't cling to them. It was just that she hadn't seen Ye Junsheng for a long time, and she missed him a little. Finally, he stood on her tiptoes and patted Zhang Luo's shoulder, saying, "It's okay." Zhang Luo saw that Yi was not as fragile as he thought, and he felt relieved. Originally, Yi thought Ye Junsheng would come back during the spring festival, but she was wrong. He didn't come back until he graduated. He didn't even attend the graduation ceremony. Yi still maintained the habit of sending Ye Junsheng an email every week, but he hadn't replied to a single one. As the plum blossoms withered and cherry blossoms bloomed, the change of seasons made Yi anxious. She feared that Ye Junsheng would forget her. Life went on uneventfully, appearing as if nothing had happened, but secretly everything had changed. After what happened previously, the relationship between Yu Wei and Jiang Yusin became closer. Yui felt both sad and happy. Happy that the lovers finally became a couple. Sad about what would happen to Ye Junsheng. Yu Wei and Jiang Yusin graduated smoothly, and both families began to arrange their engagement. For some unknown reason, Qiao Ying, who had been feeling down lately, also felt much better because of this. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. No one expected that one day, after Qiao Ying went to work, she would never come back. The next time Yu and Yu Wei saw her was in court, where the judge announced Qiao Ying's charges one by one. Throughout the proceedings, Qiao Ying kept her head down and did not speak to defend herself. Yu couldn't believe that her mother, who had always been fair and responsible at work, would embezzle public funds, and it was as much as 5 million. The evidence from the investigation department indicated that Qiao Ying had opened an account at a bank in Hong Kong, and the amount was transferred from the company account. Exactly 5 million. Even when all the witnesses testified that Qiao Ying used her position as the head of the finance department to embezzle funds. Yu still couldn't believe it. In a family without a father, although life was relatively difficult, Yu Wei and Yu had never put financial pressure on Qiao Ying. The motive for a crime is crucial, and Yu believed Qiao Ying had no reason to do this. She had no reason to take that money. Such a large sum of money had never been mentioned in their family. Yu couldn't understand what Qiao Ying would do with that money. The bank account only had 3 million left, and the other 2 million was found to be tied up in the stock market. The lawsuit was filed by the Junhua Hotel. Jiang Yusin had studied law and knew that if the debt was repaid within 3 months, as long as the plaintiff did not pursue the matter, there could be a lighter punishment or even dismissal of the case. Yu Wei asked Yu to seek help from Ye Junsheng. As long as they could pay back the money, they hoped Junhua Hotel would drop the lawsuit and resolve the matter privately. Holding on to this belief, Yu Wei went everywhere to raise money. She thought Zhang's parents would oppose Yu Wei's relationship with Jiang Yusin at this time, but unexpectedly, they stood by Yu Wei's side and offered to help her pay back the money by providing all the liquid funds that could be mobilized from the factory. 2 million was not a small amount. The Jiang family's factory had limited funds, and the 2 million in the stock market could not be withdrawn. They were still short of the repayment amount, and Yu Wei was at a loss. In just 1 month, Yu Wei lost over 10 pounds. She became so thin that she looked like skin and bones. Seeing Yu Wei like this, Yu picked up her phone several times, preparing to call Ye Junsheng. But before she could dial, she hung up. She didn't know what she really wanted in her heart. It was obviously just a matter of one sentence. If Ye Junsheng was willing to help her, perhaps her mother wouldn't receive such a severe sentence. But in the end, Yu couldn't make that call. It felt as terrible as saying, "My mom didn't mean to take the money from your family. Please don't sue us." As the repayment deadline approached, and seeing Yue on the verge of collapse, Yue finally dialed that number she had memorized. The other end of the line was busy twice, and then it hung up automatically. When she called again, it was the same situation. It was at this moment that Yue realized the reason she didn't want to get through to that call. Because she was afraid that Ye Junsheng would refuse. If he refused, there would be nothing left between them. Ultimately, she was still selfish. She was afraid that Ye Junsheng would hate her because of this. She was afraid he would ignore her because of this. All she thought about was herself. She also hated this side of herself. She went to borrow money from her friends, but was met with a wall of rejection. No one was willing to lend her money. Yue had a good personality and was generally well-liked, but those connections seemed like a joke at this moment. And she was the butt of that joke. Yue didn't blame her for this, but Yue felt exceptionally guilty. Just a week before the 3-month deadline, suddenly $2 million appeared in the bank account. Yue couldn't trace the source of the money. It seemed to have fallen from the sky. The money came mysteriously, and Jiang Yusin wouldn't let them touch it, insisting on handing it over to the police. Yue insisted on using that money to repay the debt. The two had another argument. In the end, Jiang Yusin left angrily. Yue accompanied Yue to the bank to repay the money. The court's final judgment came down, stating that Xiao Ying had embezzled public funds for stock purchases, which constituted embezzlement, and due to the severity of the circumstances, she was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Yue blamed the existing situation on herself. The night they sent Xiao Ying away, Yue got drunk. Yue was not as quiet as usual and poured out all the recent pressures. She leaned on Yu's shoulder and softly said, "Mom embezzled public funds for me because I told her I wanted to open a studio, but we didn't have the money. I didn't want to marry Jiang Yusin with nothing." The alcohol choked Yue's throat, and her voice came out hoarse and rough. Yue continued to mumble, "But I didn't expect she would really do that. Yue stood there in shock, her mind blank, and she didn't even know when Yue left. Jiang Yusin's unwavering support for Yue moved Yue deeply. True feelings are revealed in times of adversity, which perfectly described the two of them. With Yu's help, Jiang Yusin planned a surprise proposal, and Yue laughed until she cried. Yue cried along with her. They thought if Xiao Ying were there, she would cry with them too. Due to the incident in the Yue family, they decided to postpone the wedding and first get engaged. The engagement date was quickly set. Only Yue and Yue remained in the Yue family, and they had no experience. Everything was arranged by Zhang's parents. It was during this time that Ye Junsheng returned. Ye Junsheng appeared unexpectedly downstairs at the Yue family S building, leaving Yue somewhat stunned. It had been 7 or 8 months since they last met, and Ye Junsheng showed no signs of change. A mix of emotions surged within Yue, shame, frustration, and joy. Just like a slow-motion scene from a movie. Ye Junsheng's face slowly enlarged in front of her. Her eyes could only accommodate him. Yue stepped closer to Ye Junsheng, and before she could speak, he used his unique voice to say to her, "Yue, I know everything." The situation regarding her mother had caused quite a stir. Even Ian was aware of it. So, the first thing he did after finding out was to come look for her. Yue lowered her head, staring at the tips of her shoes, feeling even more ashamed. "I'm sorry." This was Yue's heartfelt apology for her mother. Hearing her apology, Ye Junsheng smiled gently, loosening the hand he had by his side, which finally rested on Yu's head. "Are you going to cry now?" Yue looked up at Ye Junsheng, and in the next moment, she plunged into his embrace, resting her head against his chest. Her hands gripping tightly onto the fabric around his waist, her voice barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. "Just this once, don't push me away." Leaning against Ye Junsheng, a gentle push would have been enough to separate them. Ye Junsheng's gaze dimmed slightly, and his stiff hand slowly lifted, eventually resting on Yu's back. It was her mother who took the money from his family. He had every right to scold her. Yet he didn't. In the 2 months following the incident, Yue hadn't shed a single tear over it, knowing that crying wouldn't solve the problem. No matter how much she cried, the fact that her mother embezzled public funds remained unchanged. She felt guilty and self-reproachful for not helping her mother plead with Ye Junsheng for leniency. But when she heard Ye Junsheng say he knew everything An uncontainable bitterness welled up inside her. In truth, she wanted to tell Ye Junsheng everything that had happened, hoping for his comfort. It would make her feel better, knowing he thought well of her and that neither he nor the staff at Junhua Hotel blamed her mother. But she couldn't bring herself to do it, because she knew in Ye Junsheng's heart she was nothing. She even didn't dare to ask him, Ye Junsheng, do you like Yue? If he said yes, she wouldn't know how to respond. In front of Ye Junsheng, she felt small enough to be reduced to dust. Tears finally broke free, rolling down her cheeks. The two stood there for a long time. Yue came downstairs to take out the trash and saw Yue and Ye Junsheng hugging from distance. Ye Junsheng happened to be facing her, and Yue smiled at him. Then she slowed her pace and walked past them. Yue's emotions gradually stabilized as she wiped away the tears on her face, stepped back a few paces, and looked up at Ye Junsheng. Feeling a bit shy, she sniffed and said, I didn't cry. Ye Junsheng glanced at the still damp tears on her chin, but didn't expose her. Why didn't you tell me about this in the email? A voice in Yue's heart seemed to explode, blooming with joy. Did you see the emails I sent you? Ye Junsheng coughed and nodded. I read every single one, but he hadn't replied to any of them. Yue pouted. He looked at them but didn't say a word back. A few words would have sufficed. As if he heard what Yue was thinking, Ye Junsheng casually remarked, boring. Yue thought for a moment. He was right. Each of her emails had little substance and was indeed boring. Still lost in her thoughts, Ye Junsheng's eyes revealed a complex tenderness. He said to her, it's all in the past. The autumn wind rustled through the leaves, and Yue smiled slowly. Yes, it was all in the past. Ye Junsheng came to pick up Yue. After 7 or 8 months, Yue surprisingly still remembered Ye Junsheng. Even before Yue could hand him over, Yue had already jumped out of Yue's arms. Fortunately, Ye Junsheng caught him in time. Otherwise, with his clumsy body, he would have fallen right after jumping. However, he was heavy enough to cushion the fall. Holding Yue, Ye Junsheng was a bit surprised. Yue, what have you been feeding him? He has gotten so fat. Yue didn't notice Ye Junsheng's thoughts and looked at Yue, who seemed healthy and showed no signs of her mistreatment. He eats whatever I eat. Ye Junsheng glanced at Yue's slender frame, then at the content Yue in his arms, and understood. Can't compete with Yue? Yue looked a bit confused. Compete for what? Ye Junsheng replied, food. Yue. She didn't understand why she would need to compete with Yue for food. Ye Junsheng thought Yue had gotten so fat because he had been stealing Yue's food. When Yue's mother had such an incident, Yue thought the first person to kick her while she was down would surely be Suqing. At the very least, she would mock Yue coldly. However, over this period, Suqing's actions completely surprised Yue. Suqing's father was Qiao Ying's manager, and immediately after the incident, he expressed his condolences to them and even offered to help them pay off the debt. Yue thought he would demand that Yue break up with Jiang Yusen, but Suqing's father said nothing. He even wanted to help Yue set up a studio. Of course, Yue rejected all these proposals. Additionally, Suqing also changed her previous style and became considerate towards both Yue and Yue. Regarding Yue and Jiang Yusen's engagement, Suqing showed great enthusiasm, helping them choose the engagement hotel and the location for their wedding photos. Yue was quite puzzled, but believed in the saying, don't hit a smiling face. She thought she was thoroughly living by that principle. Perhaps Suqing had turned over a new leaf, finally realizing her previous faults and now determined to change. After thinking it over, Yue found this explanation to make the most sense. Suqing frequently visited the Yue family, and seeing Suqing and Yue chatting happily gave Yue the illusion that they were the real sisters. After sending Yue away, Yue felt a significant emptiness in the house. The two went shopping, and just before leaving, they asked Yue if she wanted to join. Yue lay on the sofa and weakly replied, no. Yue smiled and left with Suqing. Yue stared at the ceiling, still feeling that Suqing's smile was strange, as if there was some conspiracy behind it. But she couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. Yue originally planned to have Yue pass her engagement invitation to Ye Junsheng. However, after being unable to contact Yue all day, she had no choice but to deliver it herself. Yue was grateful that during her conflict with Jiang Yusen, Ye Junsheng had been there to comfort her. The quiet music flowed gently in the CAF. As soon as Ye Junsheng pushed open the glass door, he saw Yue waving at him. "Sit down." Yue called the waiter and, after Ye Junsheng placed his order, said, "The building material factories you recommended last year. Yusin and I checked them out. The prices are reasonable and the contract negotiations went smoothly. I wanted to thank you. But then I heard from you, that you went abroad and didn't get the chance. It was just a small favor. They had worked with Junhua Hotel before, so I could recommend them with confidence. Last year, he had come back for a day because Yin was sick and happened to run into Yue on the street, helping her with this favor. If Yue hadn't brought it up, he would have long forgotten. The main reason for recalling it was that Yue pushed a delicate invitation in front of Ye Junsheng. After reading it line by line, Ye Junsheng smiled, offering sincere blessings. "You will be happy." Yue pursed her lips. "Thank you." Yue pondered for a few seconds. "Thank you for your guidance during that time. If you hadn't told me that seeing isn't always believing, I wouldn't have made up my mind to listen to Yusin's explanation. And we might have broken up because of that misunderstanding." Yue paused for a moment before continuing. "Tomorrow is my engagement party. Both Yusin and I hope you can come." Ye Wancheng glanced at the invitation again. The engagement was scheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow, not a good day. He closed the invitation and said, "I'm sorry, but I have other commitments tomorrow and probably won't be able to make it. Still, my blessings will certainly be with you." Yue didn't seem bothered by Ye Wancheng's absence, maintaining her gentle, breezy smile. "Your blessings are enough." Espresso, a famously bitter coffee, yet Ye Wancheng adored it. He took a sip, the intense aroma lingering on his tongue. For some reason, his thoughts suddenly turned to Yue at that moment. After a brief pause, he said to Yue about what happened in your family. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of much help." It sounded like a formal remark, but to Yue, it carried a hint of genuine concern. She froze for a second, her grip tightening around the cup before she smiled helplessly. "It was my mother's fault for causing trouble at Junhua. I should be the one apologizing to you. I'm sorry." The incident at Junhua Hotel had been widely reported in the media. Though Yue didn't know much about the business world, she was aware that Xiao Ying's negligence had brought a wave of negative publicity to the hotel. Ye Wancheng waved it off. "A minor issue. Don't dwell on it." The memory of Yue leaning against him, deliberately masking her sorrow, flashed vividly in his mind. His chest tightened, and before he realized it, he asked, "Yue, how is she doing?" "Yue, it's been so long since this happened, and the matter is already settled. Yue is quite carefree and hasn't really taken to heart." Ye Junsheng's brows furrowed unconsciously. That shouldn't be the case. Yue is the type who keeps everything bottled up inside. Every conversation between Yue and Ye Wancheng had basically revolved around Yue. Women are naturally more sensitive to emotions, and Yue seemed to detect the faint scent of budding affection. "Ye Wancheng, have you ever considered that you might like Yue? You just don't know." The Ye family's old residence was unusually lively today. Even before Ye Junsheng stepped through the door, laughter had already drifted through the air. He paused at the entrance, lingering for a few seconds before pushing the door open. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. Yin sat at the head of the table, gazing at him with affectionate warmth. Beside him was a young woman about Ye Junsheng's age. Ye Junsheng greeted Yi and respectfully. Xiangning stood up and walked toward him. "Xiao Jun, you're back. Have you adjusted to the time difference yet? Are you tired?" After speaking, he didn't forget to shoot a glance at Ye Junsheng, who coughed awkwardly in response and said, "Since you're back, have lunch before you leave." This was Ye Wansheng's first time returning to the Yi family home since coming back to the country. Yin had summoned him back. Ye Wansheng nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and was about to head upstairs to pack his things when Yin stopped him. At that moment, the girl beside Yin stepped forward, tilting her head slightly. The breath she exhaled stirred the loose strands of hair on her cheeks as she studied Ye Wansheng, scrutinizing his features as if trying to recall where she had seen him before. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement. "I've seen you before, at Uncle Yu's photography exhibition." The room erupted in laughter, and someone teased back then. Brother Bao also struck up a conversation with Sister Lin like this. With the help of the butler, Yin stood up and introduced the girl to Ye Wansheng. "This is your Aunt Shun's daughter, Yanin. She is a year younger than you and also studied in Switzerland." Ye Wansheng nodded and gave his name in return. Shun Yanin was petite, her golden hair exuding a languid glow under the light. Her delicate, well-defined features made her look like a mixed-race child. Ye Junsheng frowned, his mind involuntarily conjuring up an image of Ye. The family deliberately steered the conversation toward Ye Junsheng and Shun Yanin, frequently directing topics their way. Even though Ye Junsheng was usually slow to pick up on such things, he now realized this was a thinly veiled matchmaking attempt. And today was not a good day for it. He wasn't in the mood. Xiang Ying went to prepare snacks and took the opportunity to call Ye Junsheng aside. Sensing her intentions, he had no intention of addressing them directly. Xiang Ying said, Xiaoyin's mother is a diplomat. She grew up abroad, has a great personality, and is very beautiful. Since you both studied in Switzerland, you should spend more time together. Besides, you're around the same age. It's only natural to explore a relationship. With that, she made the purpose of this meeting abundantly clear. Under Ye Junsheng's piercing gaze, Xiang Ying faltered and quickly changed the subject. If you don't like her, your grandfather knows many other girls from prominent families. They'd be well matched with you, and you'd have common ground. Ye Junsheng continued to stare at her, then smiled faintly and countered, Were you and my father also well matched? Xiang Ying's fervent enthusiasm was instantly extinguished by Ye Junsheng's words, leaving her standing frozen in place, unable to snap out of it for a long time. She knew she was the least qualified to bring up the notion of marrying within one social class, because her union with Ye Junsheng was anything but a match of equals. The true pairing of equal social standing was between Ye Junsheng's mother and Ye Junsheng. In the living room, Shun Yanin said something that sent everyone into peals of laughter. The room was filled with harmony, watching Ye Junsheng's flushed face from laughing so hard. Ye Junsheng finally asked the question he had wanted to voice the moment he stepped in. Do you remember what day it is today? Ye Junsheng's smile froze on his face, his lips slightly parted, unable to utter a word. How could he have forgotten what day it was? The others were left at a loss by Ye Junsheng's remark. However, Xiang Ying, who had followed him in, understood the reason for his unusual behavior today. It was the anniversary of Ye Junsheng's mother's death, and all of them had overlooked it because of his recent return from abroad. Before leaving, Ye Junsheng only said one thing: Stop setting me up on blind dates. I don't need them. After Yue told you that she had planned to invite Ye Junsheng to her engagement, but he couldn't attend due to other commitments. Yue frowned and asked how Ye Junsheng had responded. Yue thought for a moment and repeated his exact words to Yue. Yue cursed Yue inwardly for being foolish. Who would attend the engagement party of the girl they liked? It would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment. And yet, this idiot Yue had actually told Ye Junsheng about it directly. He was probably too heartbroken to even consider accepting the invitation. In Yue's opinion, Ye Junsheng's excuse to decline was perfectly understandable. According to Jinghai's customs, the engagement ceremony was held in the evening. The banquet was a modest affair, with only close friends and family invited. No grand spectacle, just a comfortable gathering where good food took center stage. All day, Yue had been restless, as if some major event was looming. In front of their loved ones, Jiang Yusin made a solemn vow to Yue, promising to stand by her through thick and thin, never to part. Little did anyone know that this promise would face its first test just days later. Jiang Yuqing, seated beside Yue, focused solely on eating, oblivious to everything else. Yue had no appetite, her thoughts consumed by Ye Junsheng. What was he doing at this moment? Would he, like her, silently shed tears when in a bad mood? Or would he sneak off to the school's back hill late at night and devour an entire box of chocolates? Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Yue called Zhang Luo. She figured that Ye Junsheng might not be entirely honest with her at a time like this. Besides, if he really was crying, she wanted to spare him the embarrassment. It was better to probe discreetly through Zhang Luo. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. Yue asked cautiously, how is Ye Junsheng's mood today? Zhang Luo clearly isn't in a good mood either. What else could it be? He went home today and nearly made the old man sick with anger. Yue was tense. It turned out that Ye Junsheng was in such a bad mood today that he had a fight with his family. When did Yue's influence on him become so significant? Halfway through the banquet, Yue quietly left the table, with only Jiang Yuqing knowing she was gone. She wanted to say something to Yue, but seeing how happy and content they looked together, in stark contrast to Ye Junsheng's despondent state, she decided against it. and only informed Jiang Yuqing. The door to Ye Junsheng's room was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it opened. The room was dimly lit, with only a floor lamp by the sofa casting a faint blue light in the night. Yu seemed to sense Yu Yi's presence and lunged towards her in the dark. Yu tentatively called out to Ye Junsheng a couple of times, but received no response. Following the light, she found Ye Junsheng slumped on the sofa, surrounded by empty bottles on the floor and coffee table. It was only then that Yu noticed the strong smell of alcohol in the room. How much had he drunk? Seeing Yu Yi's signal, Yu used its chubby paw to turn on another floor lamp, the light falling directly on Ye Junsheng's face. He let out a soft groan, shielding his eyes from the sudden brightness with his arm. Yu staved at Ye Junsheng, momentarily does it. His flushed cheeks showed no signs of drunken disarray. His slightly open t-shirt revealed his delicate collarbone. Yu swallowed hard. He looked so sexy. Suddenly, Ye Junsheng opened his eyes, a mix of clarity and confusion in them, veiled by a drunken haze. Then he leaned forward, covering his mouth and dry heaving. Yu snapped back to reality and hurried to grab a trash can. Ye Junsheng retched for a long time without bringing anything up, gripping the edge of the table in agony. His eyes, half open and glazed with intoxication, seemed to be looking at Yu but also not really seeing her. There was a deep, affectionate look in his eyes. Yu knelt beside Ye Junsheng, gently massaging his temples in an attempt to ease his pain. Once Ye Junsheng calmed down a bit, Yu dashed to the kitchen to heat some milk for him and tidied up the mess in the living room. She busily moved back and forth, countless little bubbles of happiness rising in her heart. Late into the night, after finishing everything, Yu sat on the carpet beside the sofa, propping her head on her hands and studying Ye Junsheng. The redness in his cheeks had yet to fade, and his eyes roamed beneath his eyelids. Just looking at him in this state made Yu feel incredibly happy. Ye Junsheng wasn't short, but curled up on the sofa. He looked uncomfortable, his body restlessly rolling around, almost tumbling to the floor. After a moment's thought, Yu decided to help him back to the bedroom. Unconscious, Ye Junsheng's entire weight leaned against Yu. She gritted her teeth, steadying herself as she supported him step by step towards the bedroom. This was Yi's first time in Ye Junsheng's room. She fumbled in the dark, using the moonlight to locate the bed accurately. Suddenly, something tripped Yu, and she spun around, falling onto the bed. In an instant, softness enveloped her entire body. Moments later, Ye Junsheng fell on top of her. Yu blinked, staring at Ye Junsheng, who was less than a centimeter away, afraid to breathe. Her heart raced wildly, the rhythm so fast that she could hardly bear it. Just when Yu felt she might suffocate, Ye Junsheng rolled over to lie beside her. She was released and greedily inhaled the air. But before she could relax for even a second, Ye Junsheng wrapped around her tightly, holding her close. Their eyes met, and Ye Junsheng smiled like a child. He said, "You're here." Yu was taken aback and replied, "I'm here." She wanted to be by his side during his lone moments, even if his disappointment was because of her sister. Their lips touched, and Yu's eyes widened, her mind going blank. As their lips and tongues collided, she felt electrified, her entire body tingling. This was a real kiss, unlike the fleeting peck she had given him last time. Yu didn't know when she had laid back on the bed. Ye Junsheng cradled her face, kissing her over and over again. Soft and intimate kisses landed on her forehead, her nose, and finally her lips, and she genuinely felt the love in each caress. He regarded her as a treasure. The warmth of their bodies rose, and Yu knew what would happen next. Just as she was about to push him away, her hand brushed against his chest and instinctively pulled back. He was drunk, but she was awake. She knew exactly what she wanted. She also clearly understood that there was no chance for them anymore. It had been several days since Yu locked herself in her room after leaving the banquet that night, returning the next morning in a daze. She hadn't been eating properly or speaking well. At this rate, she would get sick. Yue sighed at the closed door. Although she and Jiang Yusen had just gotten engaged, they hadn't yet obtained a marriage certificate. Jiang Yusen's mother suggested they pick an auspicious day to do so. It didn't matter to Yue when they got the certificate. In fact, they treated their engagement day as a wedding ceremony, and everything was just a formality. What mattered was whether their hearts were connected. Yue felt fortunate to have found the right person. Downstairs, Ye Junsheng still stood there, having done so for several consecutive days. Yue wondered if something had happened between them. Regardless of whether she asked Yi or Jiang Yusen about it, Yi was resolute in not telling them, and Wen Ti let them invite Ye Junsheng upstairs. This standoff couldn't last. Yue knocked on Yi's door, and Yi asked what was the matter from inside. After a moment's thought, Yue said, "Ye Junsheng is downstairs. Are you really not going to see him?" There was a long silence from inside the room. After a while, Yi replied with just 2 words. Yue sighed again, walking to the window, where Ye Junsheng still maintained his original position downstairs. After thinking for a moment, Yue picked up her coat and headed downstairs. Earlier, Yi had pulled the curtains closed in anger, deliberately avoiding looking at Ye Junsheng standing below. If he was coming to see her now, it must be to apologize for that night. Her emotions were somewhat complicated. What happened that night was voluntary on her part. No one owed anyone anything. But through that night, she also realized one thing. No matter how hard she tried, Ye Junsheng would never like her. Everything she did was in vain. To this day, Yi still remembered Ye Junsheng's tenderness, which he had shown because she looked so much like Yue. At the moment he kissed her, she even thought that Ye Junsheng might like her, that he might care about her. But the moment he called out Yue's name, she woke up to reality. His gentleness towards her was because he was treating her as Yue. She didn't hate him. It was merely her one-sided, wishful thinking. She just didn't know how to face him. After holding on for so long, it felt as if she had exhausted all her strength. He felt so tired of continuing on. People always like to turn back after smashing their heads against a wall, bringing distress to others and pressure upon themselves. Letting go was a good thing for both herself and Ye Junsheng. Falling for Ye Junsheng was the most persistent thing Yi had done in her 22 years of life. But today, she finally severed that attachment with her own hands. The ceiling spun above Yi's head, faster and faster, until she could no longer tell whether she was dreaming or living in reality. If it were a dream, she didn't want to wake up because her dream contained Ye Junsheng. Even if it hurt, she didn't want to wake up. After waking, there would be nothing left. As Yi pulled open a curtain, she found that Ye Junsheng was already gone from downstairs. A sense of indescribable loss welled up within her. He came here, perhaps not to find her. They both misunderstood each other. The autumn road was bleak. Yue walked side by side with Ye Junsheng, fallen leaves dancing in the wind, withered yellow spreading across the ground. Yue asked him, "What happened between you and Yi?" It was clear that Ye Junsheng had aged significantly over the past few days. His eyes were not as deep as before, and he looked quite listless. Ye Junsheng stopped, and instead of answering, he said to her, "Yue, you are right." Yue was first puzzled by what Ye Junsheng meant, but then she realized. She smiled with relief. Ye Junsheng himself didn't even know that after all these years, under Yi's warmth, he had unknowingly been softened. He thought that preventing Yi from continuing to like him was the best way to not hurt her and to avoid the tragedy of his mother. But he didn't expect that what he was doing to Yi now was exactly what his father did to her mother back then. He was most unwilling to become someone like Ye Junsheng. Yet in the end, he had unconsciously turned into someone like him. And now, he had awakened to this realization. As Zhang Luo said, the way to avoid tragedy is not to push the other person away, but to keep her close and protect her at all times. He was not Ye Junsheng, and he would never let his mother's tragedy happen to Yi. They happened to stop in front of a flower shop, where the shop owner's daughter, around 7 or 8 years old, stood on the street selling a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing Yue and Ye Junsheng, she ran over and handed the flowers to Ye Junsheng, her innocent smile beaming. "Brother, this bouquet is called Everlasting Flower by my mom. Wishing you and your girlfriend a long-lasting relationship." The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, like a warm breeze brushing through the heart. After speaking, she turned back to smile at her mother, her eyes full of determination, as if saying, "Mom, see, I have courage." The little girl's mother sat weakly among the flowers making bouquets, coughed while covering her mouth, then gave a thumbs up to the little girl. Her face was pale, almost transparent in the sunlight. Ye Junsheng withdrew his gaze and bought the flowers from the little girl. "You misunderstood. I am not his boyfriend." The little girl felt a bit awkward, Try hard to take back what she just said. Yue gently patted the little girl's hair and said to her, friends can also have a long-lasting relationship. The little girl suddenly enlightened, excitedly telling them, the friendship between brother and sister can also last like this flower. Yue and Ye Junsheng exchanged glances and smiled in unison. After the little girl left, Ye Junsheng gave the flowers to Yue. Yue accepted them without hesitation. It was a flower blooming on the edge of friendship. Just then, Yue, who had just come out of her room, happened to witness this scene. She felt as if she were nailed to the road, her heart aching unbearably. The warm sun hung proudly in the sky, and at that moment, Yue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her body feeling cold to the core. Yue crouched down, covering her chest, and the tears she had held back for days finally burst forth. A kind passerby noticed Yue's condition and repeatedly asked if she was sick, but Yue just cried without speaking. The pain of 4 years poured out at this moment, unstoppable. More and more people gathered around, and through the gaps in the crowd, Yue watched as Yue and Ye Junsheng gradually disappeared from her view. Yue returned home in a daze. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Hollow. After Jiang Yusin got engaged to Yue, he had been living at Yue's house with her, mainly because he was worried about Yue being home alone. Yue was busy preparing dinner, and Su Qing was helping her. The relationship between Su Qing and Yue had eased a lot, and Su Qing occasionally came over for dinner. Jiang Yusin had work at the factory and hadn't returned. Hearing the noise, Yue poked her head out from the kitchen. Where have you been? You didn't bring your phone. Get ready. Dinner is almost ready. Afraid that Ye Junsheng would call her, Yue had kept her phone in the living room. She went over to check and found no missed calls. Yue replied, I'm not in the mood. I don't want to have dinner. Su Qing placed a plate on the sink and glanced at Yue's phone on the table, a hint of an ambiguous smile appearing on her lips. Yue sensed that something was off with Yue and followed up, asking, Yue, what is wrong? Yue could feel Yue's sadness. This was a sadness that Yue had not felt from Yue in over 20 years. Yue turned her back to Yue, her throat dry and hoarse. In the quiet hallway, she spoke. Yue, you took Jiang Yusin from me back then, and now you want to take Ye Junsheng from me too? Yue was stunned, unable to find her voice for a moment. She didn't understand why Yue would say that. The door slammed shut in front of Yue without mercy. A door separated two originally connected hearts. If only time could turn back. If Yue had known what would happen next, she would surely take back those words. But time cannot turn back, and Yue was not a prophet. She could never have predicted that those words would be the last she would say to Yue. The next day, when the phone at home rang, Yue was somewhat surprised, as they rarely used the landline. They usually communicated by cell phone, and the phone at home was merely a decoration. It was Jiang Yusin calling. He was tied up with something, and since Yue was unreachable, he could only ask Yue to help him retrieve a document. Waiting for her at Century Mall. Just a quick run, Yue agreed. The handset was propped on Yue's shoulder, and Jiang Yusin on the other end asked her, where's your phone? Why didn't you answer when I called? Yue rummaged through the sofa and casually replied, maybe Yue put it away. After hanging up, Yue searched again, but still couldn't find her phone. It was urgent to get the document for Jiang Yusin, so she hurriedly left. In order to save time, Yue didn't take the subway, but directly took a taxi to Century Square. Upon arriving at her destination, the green light turned on, and Yue stepped onto the crosswalk. After just a few steps, her feet abruptly froze on the white line. From across the road, she didn't see Su Qing, but saw Yue and Ye Junsheng. At that moment, the musical fountain erupted, water droplets shooting into the sky, then falling back down in an orderly manner. The way they embraced looked like they were kissing from her angle. In that moment, Yue felt time stand still. The sound of car horns jolted her back to reality, waking up the two people who were in each other's arms. Yue's eyes locked onto the beautiful pupils she had longed to be a part of. Those eyes looked like wounds, washed by cold water. Yue solidisimulet, as if she could hear her own soft laughter. Everything was just a farce she directed and starred in herself. Everything was a product of her own infatuation. In the instant she turned away, tears surged from her eyes. She heard someone calling her, but she couldn't discern whose voice it was. She heard the screeching of car brakes, her heart twitching. Yue turned around, and someone lay in a pool of blood. She looked into those washed-over, beautiful pupils again, which now seemed so unfamiliar. Everything before her turned dark, and she heard someone calling her again. This time, she recognized the voice, hurried, sorrowful, and anxious. It was Ye Junsheng's voice. The sound of the ambulance grew closer, and the noise around her became chaotic. She felt as if she were being lifted onto a stretcher. She sensed someone taking something away from her head. Finally, she fell into a deep unconsciousness. Raindrops on the car window condensed into fine lines, pouring down. He hung up the phone, leaned back in her chair, and stretched lazily. She hadn't had a proper lazy morning in 2 months. He worked at a web company, which had a wide range of business activities, primarily including integrated marketing for enterprises, e-commerce, and brand creativity. Although it was established later than many competitors, it had gained a small reputation in the industry. The company was recently bidding for an important project, facing many competing firms, some of which had excellent performance capabilities. This bid was a significant challenge for UES company, but it was also an opportunity. If they secured the online agency rights from the organizer, the company would undoubtedly elevate its standing in the industry. Therefore, everyone in the company, from the CEO to the copy machine girl, was energetically preparing for this collaboration. It was said that the partner had a prominent background, but he still didn't know what that background was. The proposal had been sent back multiple times, and the entire planning department was racking their brains to come up with a good plan, exhausting all their efforts. He wasn't a member of the planning department, but as the main person responsible for the technical department in this project, she needed to contribute as well. He felt that the boss thought highly of her, which was why she was given these errands to run, holding the important documents, which were company secrets related to its future and her financial well-being. She felt like she was walking on a tightrope. She had resolved that once the contract was finalized, she would definitely take a leave of absence to sleep well for half a month, regardless of what anyone said. The manager's disapproval wouldn't matter. She had already saved up 2 annual leave days, and this time, she was determined to take her break. Rubit has shoulders. Feeling like she was being exploited. Across the street, a large display on a building was playing an advertisement featuring popular star Sun Yun endorsing a hotel. The advertisement exuded luxury and quickly became a topic of conversation. It was all for gossip. Netizens had a penchant for gossip, especially in today's more connected world, where rumors spread like wildfire. A well-known actress passionately promoting her boyfriend's company was an eye-catching stunt, coupled with her boyfriend's wealthy aura and outstanding qualities. He had become a regular in the entertainment industry, with news related to him taking up space in entertainment sections. The finance section was no different. A golden couple, a match made in heaven. The streets were full of admiration. Some said this was the pinnacle of showing off love, but you refrained from commenting. They say when you love someone, you become humble, but Yui did not sense any humility from Sun Yunin. She appeared as proud as a peacock. When the green light turned on, Yui withdrew her gaze and started the car. She already knew what the rest of the advertisement would entail without watching it until the end. It wasn't because the ad was particularly creative that she remembered it. Rather, it had been played so many times that it had ingrained itself in her mind, whether in shopping malls, on television, or in subways, wherever there were crowds. That advertisement would appear. Even downstairs in her company, the ad was playing on repeat. You couldn't help but think. Rich people really have too much money to burn. If they were spending so much on advertising, they might as well help someone poor like her. There was one parking space left, and carefully parked her car, feeling quite satisfied with the space she had left. However, when she got out of the car, she misjudged the umbrella's length and the distance between the 2 cars. The tip of the umbrella bumped into the car behind her, and as she turned around, the umbrella moved along with her body, making a screeching noise. Yui's heart sank. She had caused trouble. Without caring about the condition of the umbrella, she hurried to check if the car was damaged. A noticeable scratch marred the white car's body. Yui felt like crying. When she ran to the front of the car to check the license plate, her eyes nearly popped out. A Maserati. Her salary for half a year might not even cover the repair costs for this car. Yui regretted not checking the calendar before leaving home today. It was just too unlucky. Squatting in front of the car, she pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. Her colleague Xiao Ning called to urge her to hurry back to the company. Yu Yi swallowed hard, pulled out a clean piece of paper from her bag, and resignedly wrote down her name and phone number, waiting for the car owner to show up for compensation. Satisfied, she tucked the note under the windshield wiper and clapped her hands before leaving. Before she left, she carefully noted the license plate number, YY0912. The initials of her name are also YY. September 12th, ISNT, a good day either. Yu Yi handed the car keys and documents to her secretary to pass on to the boss, then hurriedly rushed to the break room. After a salty lunch and a busy afternoon, she was almost dehydrated. She downed 2 large cups of water in one go and finally felt revived. Yu Yi drank quickly, leaning against the countertop, gasping for air. Xiao Ning followed her with a folder. Hey, you were just supposed to deliver a document. Why does it look like you went on a long trek? You look so flustered. Yu Yi shot her a glare. If you ever order such salty food again. We're not done. Xiao Ning stuck out her tongue and made a face at Yu Yi. The first time, I didn't expect it to be that salty. I want to order from that place again. She just didn't want to eat the company meals and happened to see the takeaway menu. So she impulsively placed an order. Who knew she would have such bad luck? Not only salty, but also unpalatable. Yu Yi still had work to finish. So she began inputting data. Xiao Ning rolled her chair over to Yu Yi's side, resting her arms on the edge of the desk, eager to share the news she had just found out. Do you know what her bidding partner does? Yu Yi kept her eyes on the computer screen, not looking back, and asked, what do they do? The partner's identity was highly confidential, known only to the colleagues in the planning department, and Yu Yi still had no idea what kind of company they were. Xiao Ning was waiting for Yu Yi to ask her, not keeping a secret, and cleared her throat to explain. You know the partner has a significant background, but you probably wouldn't guess how significant. You would believe that the partner as CEO came to our company today. Xiao Ning was visibly excited. If the office weren't so crowded, Yu Yi believed she would have jumped for joy. Xiao Ning continued. He's a CEO, you know? Normally, when we sign contracts, they send an assistant first. Our CEO Zhang puts on quite the airs, but compared to him and CEO Yi, he seems insignificant. I think this contract will definitely succeed. Just thinking about CEO Yi's impressive demeanor made Xiao Ning's face light up. She had thought he was a prince, but didn't expect him to be so down to earth. Yu Yi was speechless at Xiao Ning's infatuation. How old was she? Still believing in the theory of princes? Yu Yi picked up a large stack of documents from her desk to organize them in the meeting room. You haven't let me finish. By the way, CEO Yi is your schoolmate, you know? This time we're working with June. Xiao Ning raised her voice without noticing, causing everyone in the office to look at her, making her a bit embarrassed, and her voice gradually lowered. Finally, she glanced at her phone, which had just searched for information about CEO Yi, shaking her head in regret. Too bad the prince is already taken. A large pile of documents spread across the desk, and Yu Yi recorded her notes slowly. What was so special about being schoolmates? Jinghai University produced many talents. She was just a small seedling among them, still a seedling that hadn't brought glory to her school. The sound of a door opening came from the next meeting room, followed by a male voice. Listening to their cheerful conversation, Yu Yi felt hopeful about this signing. Her vacation also seemed promising. Unconsciously, she began to organize the documents more quickly. The blinds in the meeting room were pulled halfway down and through the glass. Yu Yi saw a group of people leaving. One figure caught her eye, and she felt it was somewhat familiar. Without thinking much, she continued sorting the papers in her hands. After work, Yu Yi intentionally ran to the parking lot, but the car she had scratched was already gone. Yu Yi sighed. The owner would definitely call within 2 days, and she had no choice but to accept her fate. After all, it was her mistake. Thinking about checking her balance on the way home, Yu Yi touched her chest, feeling a bit pained about the large sum of money that was about to be spent. The phone rang, and Yu Yi looked at the 2 flashing words on her screen, sliding to answer. It was still the gentle voice she recognized. But who would have thought the owner of this voice was a wolf in sheep's clothing? Are you leaving? Yu Yi tapped her toes on the ground. Not yet. Where are you now? At the parking lot exit. Don't move. I'll come and get you. The person on the other end was Li Hong, Yu Yi's boss. He was fully responsible for the company's bidding project, which meant he had been exploiting Yu Yi's labor. Although Li Hong was usually kind to people in matters, He was a smiling tiger, easily turning his back on people when it came to work, to the point of being unrecognizable. Li Heng was a new friend of Jiang Yu, and Yu couldn't remember the details of their first meeting, but that time wasn't particularly memorable. The car stopped beside Yu, and she opened the door to get in. After fastening her seatbelt, Li Heng asked, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Yu almost choked on her water, feeling that employees now had to report to their superiors after work. Yu cleared her throat and retorted, "Aren't you busy?" As he turned the steering wheel, the car smoothly made a turn. Li Heng replied, "Not busy. Today's meeting went very well, and the contract from the organizer belongs to our company." Li Heng was always confident about work matters, and Yu had no doubts about his abilities. Yu replied absent-mindedly, feeling uneasy, as if something was about to happen. It had been 6 years since she last felt this way. The two went to Zue Xiang Lu for dinner. It wasn't until Yu went to the restroom midway that she realized where the unease was coming from. Seeing a familiar figure walking toward her from the end of the hallway made her heart tighten. It felt as if she could hear her own heartbeat again. Back at her seat, Yu looked obviously distracted. Li Heng asked her several times what was wrong, but she didn't hear him. "Did you eat shit? Why do you look so sour?" Yu lifted her head. "Did I eat you?" Li Heng was left speechless and resumed eating comfortably. After realizing what Li Heng had said, Yu gave him a disdainful glance. "Can you speak properly?" Liam Shuzha, implying that he didn't need to speak properly to her. Yu sighed while supporting her chin. The food on the table remained mostly untouched as Li Heng piled all the meat onto her plate. "What's there to sigh about? Don't you like meat? It's all for you." Yu called out to Li Heng, and his hand holding the chopsticks hovered in the air. "Do I look like a pig?" Li Heng shook his head seriously. "Not like you are." Li Heng looked satisfied at the small mountain of food in front of Yu, and put down his chopsticks. "If I tell you to eat, just eat. Why so much nonsense? Look at your skinny arms and legs. You don't want people to think I'm abusing my subordinates, do you?" Yu's face darkened. This wasn't how one abused subordinates. As Yu focused on her meal, someone approached, and Li Heng greeted them. Hearing the voice of a newcomer made Yu tense up. She couldn't swallow the meat, which got stuck in her throat. Yu and Li Heng exchanged glances. Unable to hold back, Yu started coughing uncontrollably, feeling utterly embarrassed. To others, it sounded like she was about to cough up her lungs. A glass of water appeared just in time, and Yu grabbed it, drinking it down. Finally managing to swallow, she remembered to say thank you afterward. Standing before Yu were 5 or 6 people, each looking at her with amusement. Yu swallowed hard, feeling mortified. The interrupted conversation resumed, and she kept her head down, trying to diminish her presence. In the end, she heard Li Heng calling her name, and she looked up abruptly. "Yu, this is Mr. Ye from Junior Hotel." Without needing an introduction, Yu already knew who he was. "Mr. Ye, this is our company employee, Yu." Inside, Yu felt as if thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through her mind. She had been minding her own business, doing her job well. So why was she being pushed into the spotlight? Li Heng had unexpectedly thrust her into the public eye, and now, even if she wanted to be invisible, she couldn't. She could only stiffen her resolve, stand up, and smile gracefully at the others. Ye Junsheng's expression remained calm, showing no sign of relaxation as he extended his left hand, presenting himself as a gentleman. "Miss Yu, I hope to have your guidance in the future." Guidance? She would definitely keep her distance from him. Yu lightly touched his hand, then quickly withdrew, smiling faintly as a response. After the group left, Yu rubbed her stiff cheeks, feeling utterly drained as she leaned back in her chair. Yu felt a surge of pent-up frustration with no outlet, and Li Heng, unaware of the situation, unintentionally added fuel to the fire. "Mr. Ye is a promising young entrepreneur in Jinghai. Introducing you to him will benefit your future networking. You must seize this opportunity." Yu's eyes flared with anger. She didn't want anything to do with the Mr. Ye he mentioned. "Li Heng, did you eat too much for dinner? Mind your own business. Are you on something? The way you're speaking is full of smoke." Li Heng added, "Getting to know him will only bring benefits, not drawbacks. You're the one on something. Your entire family is on something." Yu picked up her bag and left without looking back. Li Heng watched Yu leave, confused by her sudden anger. In 6 years of knowing her, this was the first time he saw her like this, willful yet somewhat cute. Li Heng chased after her, but Ye had already gotten into a taxi and left. Li Hung silently noted the license plate number and pulled out his phone to call Ye. The call didn't go through, so he took out his car and continued dialing. After several attempts, Ye finally answered. Li Hung, are you that bored? Hearing Ye's words, Li Hung hung up without a word and tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. He had only called her because he was bored. Ye looked at her phone in confusion. There was no sign before he hung up. Could she leave a bad review? After getting dropped off near her home, the cold wind hit her, and as she recalled everything that happened today, a sense of helplessness filled her. How long had it been since she heard the name Ye Junsheng? 6 years, perhaps. That day 6 years ago was the past Ye least wanted to face. Since that day, she had been deliberately avoiding those 3 words, as if not hearing his name would mean her life had nothing to do with him. But the truth was there had never been any connection between them. In the empty corridor of Zui Xianglu, he had walked past her as if she were invisible. At the lively dining table, he pretended not to know her. This was for the best. The residential building was brightly lit, but Ye's home was dark. She had long grown accustomed to this darkness. It had been 6 years. From the day Yue abandoned her until now, it had been 6 years. 6 years is enough to change all people and things. She is no longer the Ye of those years. The encounter 6 years later is merely an insignificant stroke in an ink wash painting, hidden beneath the brilliant brushwork. Tomorrow, her life will return to its normal course. There will still be 2 parallel lines that will never intersect. The next day, Ye woke up from a dream, realizing she had only half an hour left before work. In a hurry to wash her face and put on makeup, she unexpectedly saw Li Hung waiting downstairs. At that moment, Li Hung appeared like a savior, and Ye almost wanted to hug his leg, her eyes shining as she said, God, you truly save the masses. With Li Hung to pick her up, Ye clocked in just a few minutes before work, sitting safely at her desk. Ye felt very lucky and planned to treat Li Hung to take out at noon to express her gratitude. Li Hung, handsome and unpretentious, charmed many female employees at the company with his harmless smile. Of course, Ye was one of the few survivors. As Li Hung strolled past Ye's desk, whispers arose from behind him, and seeing this, Ye could only chuckle inwardly. Ye opened the company's chat system and sent Li Hung a message. Thank you for saving me. Let me treat you to lunch. Li Hung's office was completely transparent, and when Ye saw him glance at her, she immediately raised her fist. Seeing this, Li Hung also raised his fist, and their fists collided in the air. Deal. Ye spent the morning in a flurry of activity. The promised lunch was postponed due to Li Hung's last-minute business. As she waited for the car owner's call, Ye glanced at her phone, wondering if this meant he didn't intend to claim compensation. Could she take a moment to be pleased about the remaining money? In fact, Ye was still curious about the car owner, perhaps because she was interested in the license plate number. It was not until Li Hung returned to the company just before closing time that he immediately called Ye to his office, clearly asking her to accompany him to the company's cocktail party that evening. Why? Li Hung, as a key member of the tech department, you tell me why. Why? Li Hung, it's an order from above. Do you want to defy it? She truly did not dare to disobey the order from above. The cocktail party was held at a private estate in the suburbs, and even before entering, Ye felt the enthusiasm of the event. The estate was filled with dazzling lights. The water in the pool reflected hazy light under the illumination, and the decorations of the cocktail party exuded a comfortable feeling. The overall setup felt more like a private gathering than a business event. Li Hung led Ye to the crowd, following the usual procedures of greeting, self-introductions, and discussing collaborations. After a round, her face was sore from smiling. Ye turned away to drink, rubbing her aching cheeks. When she turned back, she found herself staring into a pair of beautiful eyes. They were deep black, as if they could absorb her whole. Ye sipit herdering, nonchalantly retracting hergaze, slowly moving closer to Li Hung. She squeezed his back and whispered in his ear, how could he be here? Although Li Hung enjoyed the distance between them, he wished she could ease up on the pressure of her hand. Li Hung smiled, turning to pull Ye into his embrace, and Ye, whose hand was originally clutching Li Hung, could only rest it on his waist due to the sudden movement. Li Hung asked, who are you talking about? Ye pushed Li Hung away to a safe distance. The outstanding entrepreneur you mentioned, General Manager Yi. Oh, you mean him? Li Heng casually adjusted his cuff. He's the host of the cocktail party. If he's not here, where is he? Before Yi could digest this statement, Li Heng added, he's also our bidding partner. Yi suddenly raised her voice. What did you say? Otherwise, do you think I would want to introduce you to him? Someone in the distance called out to him. And Li Heng raised his glass in acknowledgement. Through the red liquid, he saw Ye Junsheng talking to several well-known entrepreneurs on the other side. Really? Do you have nothing better to do? Yi was momentarily stunned. She needed to process what Li Heng had just said. First, the host of this cocktail party was Ye Junsheng. Second, Ye Junsheng would become their company's largest partner. This meant she would inevitably have work-related contact with Ye Junsheng in the future. He was a key employee on this collaboration project. So his words about needing guidance were not just empty talk. Yi scratched her head, feeling frustrated. Looking around, she no longer saw Ye Junsheng. At that moment, Yi heard faint music, the sound having a special magic that easily alleviated her agitation. Following the music, she took steps away from the bustling crowd. At the end of the music, she saw someone waiting there, seemingly having waited for her for a long time. Yi turned around and left along the path she came. Ye Junsheng called out to her. Yi's heart raced, and then she heard him say, "Do you think you can leave after sleeping with me?" His word was 6 years too late. Without needing a mirror, Yi could guess what her expression looked like. It must be blood red. How could he say something so shameless? In the blink of an eye, Ye Junsheng was already in front of her. Yi didn't even hear his footsteps, and she couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Could this person be a ghost? Yi looked up, and her lips were accurately captured. Her heart skipped a beat. She was being forcefully kissed? While Yi was in a daze, Ye Junsheng deepened the kiss, his hands moving to her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Meeting Yi's confused gaze, Ye Junsheng smiled and found that soft spot, biting down hard. The sudden pain snapped Yi back to reality. She used all her strength to push him away, covering her aching lips, retreating repeatedly, her mind blank, unable to think of any words to scold him. Finally leaving behind the words, "You rogue," and fled in a panic. Watching Yi's departing figure, Ye Junsheng silently smiled, feeling an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. He admitted that when he saw Li Heng holding her, he was jealous, so he lured her over, and she, as he wished, stepped closer to him. He didn't want anyone else to discover Yi's beauty but him. Yi's presence lingered in his nostrils, just like 6 years ago, captivating him. Leaning against the wall, Ye Junsheng closed his eyes, lost in thought. Yi, I haven't changed. What about you? Yi's ears burned. She didn't dare to look back and ran out of the estate in one breath. Leaning against a nearby stone pillar, Yi gasped for air. His scent still lingered on her lips, and when she reached to touch the bite mark, her hand quickly recoiled. Yi grimaced in pain. It hurt so much. A few drops of blood appeared on her fingertip, bright red, adding a touch of allure in the night. Yi pulled out a tissue from her bag to wipe away the blood. What kind of grudge did he hold against her? Remembering she hadn't told Li Heng before leaving, Yi took her phone and sent him a text message. After a long time without receiving a reply from Li Heng, Yi put her phone back in her bag. At this time, he should be busy socializing and not paying attention to his phone. The estate was located in the suburbs, with mostly private cars passing by and very few taxis coming here. After walking a long way in high heels, her ankle was already bleeding. This was nothing compared to bloodshed, and Yi sighed softly. Squatting down to rub her aching calves, Yi looked at her ankle with pity, then glanced at the seemingly endless road ahead. If she continued like this, her legs might be ruined. Yi took off her shoes and held them in her hands. Both feet touching the ground, there was a feeling of being reborn as a person. A beam of car light shot towards Yi from behind, and she covered her eyes, moving to the side of the road. The car stopped beside her, and the window rolled down to reveal Ye Junsheng's face. "Get in the car." Yi blinked, confused about the situation. Ignoring him, she continued walking forward. The car blocked her path in the middle of the road, obstructing traffic. Although there was currently only this one car on the road. "You, do I have to carry you up?" "Carry you? No way." After thinking for a moment, Yi realized it would take a long time to reach a place where she could call for a ride, and in the wilderness, she was somewhat worried about being robbed. Being a woman, Well, I'll just treat him as a kind driver giving me a ride. Well, this world is still full of love. He got into the car, smiling politely. Just take me to the city center. Thank you. Ye Junsheng furrowed his brow but said nothing as he started the car. The vehicle slowly drove into the night, and he looked out the window. No one spoke, and the air was filled with a quiet awkwardness. As the car turned, Ye Junsheng asked her, "What music do you want to listen to?" He continued to look outside. "Anything's fine." Ye Junsheng placed one hand on the steering wheel while the other reached for a CD. A raspy love song filled the small space. After graduation, Zhang Luo still didn't take over the family business and chose to pursue the music he loved. Over the years, Zhang Luo, with his unique voice and solid singing skills, successfully entered the ranks of top singers. The music playing was Zhang Luo's latest hit. Zhang Luo brought these to boost his sales. If you like them, you can take a few back to give to friends. Reunited. Ye Junsheng was definitely Zhang Luo's frenemy. No, more like a hater. He looked and saw that most of the CDs were indeed Zhang Luo's albums. Ye Junsheng glanced at and said, "There are other CDs. You can pick for yourself." With that, He felt less constrained. Reached out to flip through the CDs, and a brightly colored album caught her eye. She pulled it out, but felt her heart sink when she saw the name on the cover. You didn't know what she was thinking and put it back. Hastily grouping the CDs together, sitting up straight, and looking out the window again. The car stopped in front of a convenience store, and Ye Junsheng got out without looking back. He was stunned. What did this mean? Was he leaving her to fend for herself? She pulled on the car door, but it was locked. Could she call the police at this point? When Ye Junsheng came back, he had a small bag in his hand, and in the dim light, Yui couldn't see what was inside. Ye Junsheng opened the door on her side, and amidst Yui's confusion, he took off her high-heel shoes and began to disinfect her scraped wound with alcohol. Yui gasped, instinctively pulling her foot back and kicking in the air, trying to maintain distance from him. Ye Junsheng grabbed her foot again and said, "Don't move." Yui's heart was resistant, but for some reason, seeing Ye Junsheng like this left her at a loss for words. She quieted down and stopped moving. In that moment, Yui felt as if she couldn't breathe. A low voice came from Ye Junsheng as he kept his head down. "In the past 6 years, have you thought of me?" Yui's eyelashes fluttered, and she replied no. She had been too busy to think of him. This answer seemed to have brewed in Yui's heart for a long time, and now she finally had the chance to say it, as if proving something to Ye Junsheng and also to herself. Ye Junsheng tightened his grip, and Yui felt another pain, her shoulder twitching, but this time she didn't cry out. This pain was nothing compared to what she had experienced back then. It really wasn't anything. Only after did Yui remember something. After they had been apart for so long, shouldn't he have asked her, "How have you been the past 6 years?" If Ye Junsheng had asked her that, she would have answered honestly that she hadn't been well. But Ye Junsheng's way of thinking wasn't that of a normal person. Yui's desire to be dramatic didn't work here. Sure enough, after 6 years, Ye Junsheng's narcissistic nature hadn't changed at all. After treating her wound, Yui pulled her foot back and quickly put her shoe back on. Ye Junsheng watched her movements and slightly moved his lips. He remembered that Yui used to dislike wearing high heels. As he went around to the driver's seat, he finally advised, "Don't wear such high shoes in the future." "What is it to you?" Yui replied. After saying that, she wished she could bite her tongue off. She had always been a polite person, and she should have thanked the kind driver who gave her a ride. Not rudely told him it was none of his business. But she didn't know what else to say to remedy her unintentional comment. Indies. In the end, Yui decided not to say anything. Just then, Li Heng called, and Yui moved closer to the car door. In the blink of an eye, "You're escaping on me. You've got some nerve." The quiet car was filled with Li Heng's voice through the phone, sounding particularly loud. Yui covered the receiver and chuckled awkwardly. Yui had no intention of making excuses for her departure. Li Heng knew he wouldn't get anything out of her side, and softened his tone. "Where are you now?" "At home." Yui watched as Ye Junsheng turned up the volume of the music, and in a panic, she quickly said a few inconsequential things before hanging up. If Li Heng found out she was still outside, she couldn't imagine how to explain why she was with Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng started the car, and his voice came through the gaps in the music. "After all these years, your lying skills have improved quite a bit." Just as Yui was about to retort, she obediently fell silent. People are always improving, aren't they? The car drove into the city, and Yui asked Ye Junsheng to stop by the roadside, but he ignored her, gradually driving into familiar streets until he finally stopped downstairs. Before Yui got out of the car, Ye Junsheng called her but didn't say anything. Time froze. The air thickened, and he said, Yui, the past 6 years, I haven't been well. This statement dropped a stone into the calm lake of Yui's heart, sending ripples spreading out. His gaze was fixed on her, and she saw something she had longed for in his eyes. Yui left the car without looking back. With such beautiful companions by his side, how could he have been doing poorly? Ye Junsheng must be joking. Who in Jinghai doesn't know he is the boyfriend of the famous actress Shen Yunin? The empty room swayed with a sense of loneliness. Yui's room was vacant, neat as new, with all of Yui's belongings laid out on the counter, as if she had never left. Yui gently stepped out of her room and turned on all the lights in the living room. She had lived alone for 6 years, experiencing everything she should and shouldn't have. Life and death, joys and sorrows, she had gone through it all thoroughly. What could be worse than the life she had lived in the past 6 years? The next day at work, Yui went to the manager to propose withdrawing from the project in collaboration with Junhua Hotel. There were many talented individuals in the technical department, and they didn't need her. If she left, someone would replace her, and she wasn't worried at all about the manager not finding a suitable candidate. The manager didn't answer her immediately, only telling her to discuss it with Li Hong, as this collaboration was important. Her participation could also add a line to her resume, helping her in future promotions. It seemed the manager didn't want her to withdraw. Yui was determined to withdraw, leaving the manager with no choice but to hand her over to Li Hong for some persuasion. Li Hong didn't know the reason behind Yui's withdrawal and tried various ways to question her, listing all the benefits of participating in the project. Just as they were about to sign the contract, Yui suddenly wanted to back out, which made Li Hong express his frustration. Annoyed by the conversation, Yui replied, "My mom is coming back soon. You know, she hasn't had a good time in prison these past few years, and her health isn't what it used to be. I need to take good care of her. Taking this job will definitely keep me busy, and I can only choose one between work and my mom." He knew Yui would choose her mother. Li Hong looked at Yui thoughtfully. Although her words sounded genuine, he still felt something was off. "I understand. I'll talk to the manager about it. You can go ahead and get busy." Once outside the office, Yui let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Li Hong believed her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain. In truth, her reason about her mother was only half of it. Her mother wouldn't be released until the year after next, and there were still a few months to go. The other half was that she didn't want to have any entanglements with Ye Junsheng anymore. Even if it was work-related, she didn't want to maintain contact with him. Having finally escaped his shadow, she didn't want to go back. As the end of the workday approached, Xiaoning placed a stack of documents on Yui's desk and casually picked up her cup, bringing it to her lips. "The manager asked me to give this to you." She took a big gulp. Yui opened the documents to find case studies from previous collaborations with other companies. "What's up?" Xiaoning put down the cup. "He just said to let you study them carefully." Yui realized that the manager didn't intend to let her withdraw from the project. "Where's the manager?" "He left for the day." Yui glanced at the clock. It was almost time to meet Jiang Yusin as previously arranged. She tidied up the documents and was about to leave when Xiaoning asked, "It's Friday. Are you going to the dinner with the admin department tonight?" "No, I have plans." "Plans? With who?" Upon hearing that Yui had plans, Xiaoning couldn't hide her curiosity. Could it be with Director Li? Yui rolled her eyes and walked past her. "You're thinking too much." Jiang Yusin was already waiting at the company entrance, and the two drove away. Passing by a flower shop, Yui got out of the car and bought a bouquet. The sky was darkening, with fiery clouds hanging in the distance, casting a red hue. The grass and trees on both sides of the cemetery were lush, with clusters of shrubs surrounding the gray stone slabs. She climbed the familiar stone steps, stopping at a specific spot where Yui's smiling face seemed to bloom on the tombstone. Today was the anniversary of Yui's death. As expected, there was already a bouquet placed in front of the tombstone, likely put there not long ago. Over the past 6 years, whenever Yui visited Yui, there was always someone who came before her to leave flowers. Yui arranged the bouquet she brought neatly, took out a tissue, and carefully wiped the dust off the tombstone. 6 years ago, that sound of a flute had awakened you. and caused her to bump into Yue. Yue thought, if she hadn't run away back then, if she had turned back to look, would Ye Junsheng have chased after her? Would Yue have been pushed aside in time and not ended up in this situation? But there are no ifs. She also couldn't take back the last words she said to Yue. The last conversation between them in this world had been filled with her resentment. This was her greatest regret in life, irreparable. Her unintentional mistakes, her careless words, all her sins could never be atoned for in this lifetime. Jiang Yusin stood silently with Yue. All the words they wanted to say were silently expressed in their hearts. When they returned, it was a different scene. Once in the car, Jiang Yusin asked her, "Haven't you confessed to your mom yet?" Yue smiled faintly and fastened her seatbelt. "You know, my mom's health has been poor these past few years. I'm afraid she might be upset over this matter, so I think I should wait a bit. What will you do when she gets out? We'll take it step by step. I haven't thought that far ahead. In any case, I want to delay it as long as possible. 6 years ago, her mother was in prison, and her twin sister died because of her. So much happened in such a short time, far beyond Yuyi's psychological capacity to handle. During that period, Yuyi's mental state was poor, and she couldn't even attend classes. The school even considered letting her take a leave of absence to sort out her emotions. In the end, it was with Jiang Yusin's help that she managed to complete her graduation thesis and barely graduated. Yue once thought she couldn't hold on any longer. During that first year, she lived in a haze, unable to distinguish between day and night. At that time, she felt there was nothing worth remembering in life. Her family, the people she loved with all her might, were suddenly gone. She couldn't heal herself, and even had thoughts of ending her life. But thankfully Jiang Yusin discovered this in time and stopped her. It wasn't until she heard about Xiao Ying's illness in prison that Yue woke up. She still had her mom, the one who gave her life. Because of her mistake, her mother had already lost one daughter. How could she bear to let her lose another? So she had to live well and wait for Xiao Ying to come out. Yue always believed she was lucky. At least at that time, Jiang Yusin was there with her. Later, through Jiang Yusin, she met Li Heng and joined her current company, working there for 5 years. Under Li Heng's guidance, she transformed from a novice into a key member of the technical department. Although her salary wasn't high, it was enough to support herself and her mother, which was sufficient for Yue. This tangible happiness was something Yue didn't want to ruin because of her careless mistakes. To maintain her current life, she had to keep her distance from Ye Junsheng, as far as possible, ideally without any further contact. Yue was determined to visit General Manager Zhang again on Monday morning, no matter how he tried to persuade her. She was going to withdraw from the project, even if it meant a salary deduction or losing her vacation time. As long as she didn't have to interact with him, that was enough. Originally, Yue thought everything would go smoothly. She figured if she failed the first time, the manager wouldn't necessarily try to keep her the second time. Although Yue could stand on her own in the technical department, there were many employees with better skills than hers. She was just a latecomer who worked a bit harder than those with formal training, but her foundation was ultimately unstable. Weighing the pros and cons, Yue reorganized her words, striving not to be timid. Before she reached the manager's office, Yue was intercepted by Li Heng. With a determined mindset, she told Li Heng to wait until later to discuss anything, as she had something important to discuss with the manager. Li Heng didn't intend to be polite and got straight to the point. For the collaboration with Junhua Hotel, Director Yi specified that you are the head of the technical department. It's impossible for you to withdraw. The manager won't approve it. Yue was suspicious of Ye Junsheng's motive for this. Did he have an acquaintance in charge of Junhua Hotel's network system, making him more at ease? Why would he insist on using her when there were better technicians available? Was Ye Junsheng's brain kicked by a donkey? I'm going to see the manager. Yue left without looking back. As she stepped into the manager's office, before she could speak, the manager approached her with a big smile, his face full of joy. Director Yi looked at the cases you've worked on before and is very pleased with your work. You must do well this time. After saying this earnestly, he even patted Yue on the shoulder. And about your previous mention of withdrawing, I won't approve it. Once you finish this project, the bonus will be yours. Yue wanted to say something, but the manager handed her a contract. By the way, this contract was left by Director Yi. You can take it over. The manager interrupted Yue again. Enough with the I. Go check out the Junhua Hotel and think carefully about how to approach this project. It's a major undertaking, It'll definitely take some effort. You. All right. Stop being so pleased with yourself and hurry up to deliver the contract. Take the company car. From the moment she entered the office until now, Ye hadn't managed to utter a single complete sentence. Clearly, the manager was in high spirits, and whatever she said wouldn't get through to him. That left her with only one option: tackle the problem at its source. Ye thought it over. The reason Ye Junsheng had specifically requested her to oversee the project was likely because he didn't trust anyone else with it. Once she compared the outstanding cases handled by her colleagues with her own, Ye Junsheng would surely feel reassured and probably eager to replace her as soon as possible. Upon entering the Reunited group building, she followed protocol by announcing her name and company at the reception desk and waited to be announced. Bored. Ye studied the floor plan of Reunited Group's interior. Reunited Group had its own dedicated IT department. So why had Ye Junsheng chosen to collaborate with an external company? Ye couldn't make sense of it. Before she could delve deeper, someone came down to escort her. Mr. Ye is waiting for you upstairs. Following the so-called secretary of Mr. Ye, she boarded the so-called private elevator reserved for him. Watching the ascending floor numbers, Ye felt an inexplicable tension creeping in. The 43rd floor was Ye Junsheng's exclusive domain, where he worked alone. The secretary smiled politely at her, and Ye returned the gesture. As the heavy glass door swung open, Ye saw Ye Junsheng seated behind a massive desk, signing documents. Floor-to-ceiling windows flanked him, and sunlight streamed in, casting a hazy glow over the scene. The person who had escorted her announced, "Mr. Ye, Miss Ye is here." Hearing this, Ye Junsheng set down his pen and looked up at Ye. Ye calmly placed the contract on his desk. "Mr. Ye, I'd like to talk to you." Ye Junsheng froze. In the text messages from years ago, she had said the same thing to him, that she needed to talk. He had gone to meet her, only for her to vanish from his sight half an hour later. Shortly after, Ye left that very day. Everything had happened so abruptly. It seemed those words weren't a good omen. The secretary quietly exited, closing the door behind her, leaving only the two of them in the vast office. Ye Junsheng ignored her, burying himself in the documents. Ye took it as tacit permission and approached his desk, pulling out the compiled case studies of her colleagues. "These are some outstanding examples from our company. Please take a look, Mr. Ye." Ye Junsheng clearly hadn't expected Ye to show him this. He had assumed she was here to refuse the collaboration. Sure enough, her next words confirmed it. "Their work abilities far surpass mine. You can rest assured in trusting the project to them. As for the clause in the contract specifying my responsibility for this project, I hope you'll reconsider." Though she phrased it as a suggestion, her meaning was unmistakable. She didn't want to take on the case. Ye Junsheng understood. "Is your company dissatisfied with the contract?" "I'm just not satisfied with this clause in the contract." Ye smiled slightly. Ye Junsheng put down the documents in his hand, slowly stood up, and walked in front of Ye. "What if I say I'm not at ease handing over the Junwen network system to someone else?" "If you're not at ease, why look for an outside company? You have your own network department. Isn't that just absurd?" Ye maintained her smile. "Mr. Ye, you could easily use the network department under the group. It's more reassuring to work with your own people." Ye Junsheng's smile deepened, but his eyes were showing no sign of amusement. "Miss Ye, is this opinion you presented on behalf of your company?" Ye gritted his teeth, his expression unchanged. Who could embody the term scheming better than Ye Junsheng? No matter what she said, the power of discourse always remained in his hands. Ye Junsheng suppressed his previous smile and looked at Ye with a serious expression, his eyes gleaming faintly. "The reason I chose you is simply because I value your abilities. Could it be that Miss Ye is overthinking things?" "What are you talking about?" "I'm still smiling." "What am I thinking?" Ye Junsheng said nonchalantly, "I don't know what you're thinking, but Miss Ye must know." "Know your head," Ye thought. If she kept laughing like this, her face would definitely cramp up. "I've delivered my message. After returning to the company, I'll formally request to withdraw from this project. I hope Mr. Ye can choose someone else. It'll be better for both of us. If that clause in the contract could be removed, I'd be even more grateful. That way, we won't have to face awkward encounters in the future." Ye Junsheng flashed a bright smile and sat down on the nearby sofa. "Since I proposed that clause, I won't change it. Do you think your manager would give up this collaboration with me just for your sake, Miss Ye?" "No, he wouldn't." Ye sighed inwardly. Watching Ye, whose smile had long since faded, Ye Junsheng continued, "There's no need to discuss this further. I still have work to do. If Miss Yu could, if Mr. Yi insists, then I'll have no choice but to resign." Ye suddenly raised her head. This was the last retreat she could think of. As long as she could cut ties with him, resigning was acceptable. Ye Junsheng's eyes darkened, emitting a chilling glint as the corners of his lips curled into a smile. "You know how big Jinghai is. Do you really think another company would hire you after you leave?" He tightly pursed his lips, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. The cunning smile on his face made her want to slap him twice. "As far as I know, your mother will be out of prison soon, right?" Ye Junsheng raised his eyebrows, looking at Ye with certainty. "Without a job, how will you and your mother live when the time comes?" Ye Junsheng changed the subject, and there was a hint of helplessness in his words. "You, at this moment, don't throw a tantrum with me anymore. There are limits to what one can tolerate." He was certain that she wouldn't quit her job for her mother's sake. Everything he said was correct. The mistake was hers. She shouldn't have come to see him today. "You're the one throwing a tantrum. Your whole family throws tantrums." Ye left in a huff. The glass door slammed shut in front of Ye Junsheng as Ye stormed out, leaving the secretary casting a bewildered glance at Ye Junsheng, who merely raised an eyebrow and smiled. 6 years. There was an entire 6 years between him and Ye. 6 years ago, he had wanted to stay by Ye's side, but his grandfather had forcibly taken him to Switzerland. To this day, he still remembered what Ye had said to him. "For years ago, you chose to stay in Jinghai for your mother and gave up the offer from Switzerland. I didn't blame you. That's what a filial child should do. But this time, you're giving up your admission to the University of Lausanne for some little girl. I want to let you continue being this foolish." Ye thought he was just a fleeting whim of his recklessness. But only he knew how clear-headed he had been at that time. It was the most lucid moment of his 22 years. Back then, he had protested, he had begged, but in the end, Ye had mercilessly dragged him onto the plane. By the time he returned, after completing his studies and officially joined Junhua Hotel, he could only watch Ye from afar, unable to take a single step forward and say to her, "Long time no see," when she was at her most helpless. The person by her side wasn't him. That was a fact Ye Junsheng could never erase. In Switzerland, he had tried to reach out to her, but Ye seemed to have vanished. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in touch. It wasn't until Zhang Luo told him that on the day he had planned to return for Junsheng, Ye had waited for him at the airport all day that he finally remembered the email she had sent him. Only then did Ye Junsheng truly understand how he must have felt back then, utterly helpless and heartbroken, and he had known nothing about it. Now, he wanted to answer her question from all those years ago in person. "I want to forget you. Never." She would never know how many drafts he had rehearsed in his heart on the deserted corridor of Zuixianglu, nor would she ever realize how fast his heartbeat was at that moment, afraid that he might pretend not to recognize him. He could only suppress the urge to pull her into his arms and walk past her. All he could do now was silently stay by her side, helping her regain hope in him. We still have time, all the time left in our lives. At this point, Ye couldn't think of a better solution. The consequences Ye Junsheng mentioned were indeed real. There weren't many internet companies in Jinghai to begin with, and everyone knew who resigned or switched jobs. Once she quit, other companies, fearing Ye Junsheng as a business partner, wouldn't dare hire her, let alone if he decided to add fuel to the fire. If that happened, Ye might not even survive in this industry. She couldn't possibly take her mother and move to another province. She wasn't capable of that yet. Ye let out a long sigh. Since there was no solution, she might as well let things take their course. It was like a small technician like her had to deal with a big boss like Ye Junsheng every day, as long as she fulfilled her responsibilities at work. Everything else was trivial. With that realization, Ye felt much lighter. Besides, if the heart remains unmoved, nothing else can stir it. Nothing would happen. Just as he was about to put the incident of accidentally scratching a luxury car a few days ago out of her mind, the claim call came. The car owner asked to meet her at a tea house downtown. Her heart skipped a beat as she nervously went to the appointment. The owner's voice sounded gentle, probably not an unreasonable person. Stepping into the tea house, before she could even spot the person, someone waved at her. The man had a dignified appearance, exuding an air of righteousness. He definitely wouldn't deceive her, Ye thought as she walked over. Miss you? Ye nodded. Connection established. After the usual pleasantries, Ye learned that the man across from her was Tang El, a 29-year-old unmarried lawyer. My client is a public figure, so personal details cannot be disclosed. As his lawyer, I handle all matters on his behalf. I hope Miss you can understand. After the formalities, Tang El handed her a document. This is the car's insurance policy and repair bill. Please take a look. Ye sat there anxiously, feeling stifled. She didn't want to read the list. She just wanted to know how much she had to pay. Mr. Tang, you could just tell me the amount. I trust you. We've just met. Why you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Ye thought for a moment and replied. You look like justice. Tang El chuckled at her words and then stated a figure. Ye froze in her seat. 180,000. Her salary for the entire year is not even enough to cover this trivial maintenance fee. This is simply more than robbery. Tang Lu flipped to the last page of the maintenance list, and Ye looked at the black and white text, unable to doubt it. Ye showed a troubled expression and was about to tell Tang Lu to give her a few more days to pay the money back in one go, or that installment payments could work too. Tang Lu noticed Ye's dilemma and cautiously spoke. If Miss Yu is having some financial difficulties, how about this? After thinking for a few seconds, Tang Lu took out another document. My boss is not unreasonable. Coincidentally, the cleaning lady at my boss's house has resigned. Miss Yu could temporarily take the cleaning lady's position until the money is paid back. It won't interfere with Miss Yu's regular work. She just needs to tidy up the house before 8 p.m. every evening. I wonder if Miss Yu would be willing? Tang Lu pushed the contract forward. If she agreed, signing this employment contract would wipe out Miss Yu's debt. Ye blinked. Was she really being offered such a deal? After carefully examining the contract, she found it neither difficult nor loophole-ridden. Most importantly, she had no reason to refuse. Ye was eager for this opportunity. With a bold stroke, she signed her name. Tang Lu looked at Ye with satisfaction. Miss Yu was indeed straightforward. Ye smiled and said, just call me Ye. After Ye left, Tang Lu took out his phone and dialed. President Ye, everything is going smoothly. Just 2 hours ago, Ye Junsheng suddenly called to ask the name of the person who had scratched his car a few days ago. Tang Lu recalled the elegant handwriting on the note and replied. The note said her name is Ye. Every day after work, Ye went to the car owner's house to clean. The car owner's house was in the famous wealthy district of Jinghai, several blocks away from the city center. Because it was located in a wealthy area, public transport was limited, but fortunately, there was still a subway. Every day, when Ye arrived, someone would open the door for her. The first time she entered the house, Ye was completely stunned. The room was very large, with a unique layout. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a small swimming pool, and the interior courtyard was very high. The decoration was simple, but anyone with an eye could tell that the furnishings in this house were quite valuable, reflecting the owner's love for a simple lifestyle. Living in this house, Ye felt it was a privilege. After her astonishment, Ye got down to work. She stood there for a few seconds, not knowing how to start. The house was clean everywhere. If all homeowners were like this, the cleaning ladies would soon be out of work. Rolling up her sleeves, Ye began her tasks. She believed she had cleaned every corner of the room, but after finishing, she realized it didn't matter whether she cleaned or not. The room looked exactly the same as when she first entered. This was the first time Ye questioned her own abilities. From that day on, spending 2 hours after work cleaning and returning home before 8 p.m. became Ye's daily routine. It also saved her from unnecessary social engagements. When someone invited her to go out at night, she could confidently reply, "Sorry, I have work to do." Everyone in the technical department looked at Ye with admiration, thinking it was amazing that she had the energy to do another job after work. Ye just smiled without explaining. Li Hong offered to lend her money to pay the maintenance fee first, sparing her the hard work. Ye refused. Li Hong then offered Ye a job to work for him to offset the interest. Ye still refused. Ye was always committed to taking advantage of others, but she firmly refused to take advantage of her own people. Li Hong, not understanding the situation, had been sulking for several days. The cooperation negotiations went very smoothly, and both parties officially signed the contract. Ye as a key member of the project, was fortunate to witness the signing moment. The cooperation was pleasant. The two hands met in the air, and the contract officially took effect. While Ye was organizing the documents, Ye Junsheng suddenly said to her, "I heard Miss Yu has been very busy lately. I wonder what you have been busy with." Everyone in the meeting room stopped working and looked at her. Suddenly being stared at by so many people, Ye silently cursed, "What does my busyness have to do with you?" Meeting Ye Junsheng's gaze, she replied, "No comment." Someone covered their mouth and chuckled softly. Ye and Ye Junsheng both looked at that person, who appeared embarrassed, and quietly lowered their head to leave. Ye Junsheng took the trench coat from his secretary, smiling instead of getting angry. "It seems Miss Yu is still upset about the last incident. I was too abrupt. I naturally have no right to inquire about Miss Yu's private matters." Changing the subject, Ye became the one who seemed petty and vengeful. Listening to his not-so-subtle words, he turned the victim into himself. Ye felt like she was dumbfounded and had no way to express her grievances. She noticed that the female employees present were all looking at her with indignation, thinking she truly didn't know what was good for her. The manager was gesturing to her, signaling her not to offend President Ye. From ancient times to the present, those in power have always been kings, and Ye understood this thoroughly. Ye rolled her eyes and smiled at Ye Junsheng. "I hope Miss Yu won't let the previous argument affect our future cooperation." Ye Junsheng left with this remark, leaving with an elegant demeanor. As Ye Junsheng left, he looked at Ye meaningfully, causing her spine to chill. Watching his back, she really wanted to go up and smash his head. This person was a beast in human clothing. Compared to him, Li Heng instantly seemed unremarkable. Just then, Li Heng walked over to Ye, and when she looked up at him, he seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Li Heng asked her, "What did President Ye do to upset you last time?" Ye thought Li Heng could unite with her. "What does it have to do with you? Why has he become so gossipy lately?" Ye shot Li Heng a resentful glare, finding him displeasing. 1 second, she was looking at him with a bright smile, and the next, her expression turned into one of grievance. Li Heng couldn't help but sigh. Women. This is women. They change their faces faster than flipping a book. To celebrate the successful signing of the contract, the company held a celebration party, and anyone who wanted to attend could do so. Ye belonged to the category of people who didn't want to attend but had to. The manager personally invited her, and she felt it would be inappropriate to refuse the manager's kindness. Ye Junsheng's name was well known in Jinghai, and many young women from various companies came to Ye to inquire if Ye Junsheng was as remarkable as rumored. Ye dismissed them with the line, "I'm not familiar with him," treating everyone equally and not revealing any information. Ye felt pleased with her cleverness. She popped an almond into her mouth, crunching it and savoring the fragrant taste. Li Heng sat down next to her and, following her example, tossed a few almonds into his mouth. After a while, he asked her, "Did you know President Ye before?" Ye kept munching, continuing to chew. This was the first time in 6 years someone had asked her if she knew Ye Junsheng. Ye replied, "He was a student at Jinghai University. Who doesn't know him?" Ye sidestepped the main issue, and Li Heng sensed it. Rumors had already spread in the company that Ye Junsheng had specifically appointed Ye as a technical staff member for this project with Junwei Group. And there must be some reason they didn't know about. The rumors became more and more outrageous, with some saying Ye had used various means to climb the ranks by relying on Ye Junsheng, the Buddha of the company. Both Li Heng and Ye had heard these rumors. However, what Ye cared about was that Ye Junsheng was far from being a Buddha. To say he didn't look like one was one thing. He also didn't have the compassionate heart of a Buddha. President Ye said he appointed you because he valued your workability. You don't need to avoid any implications about being alumni. You should understand what's more important. Don't overthink it. Just do your job well, Li Heng said in the tone of an elder, worried that Ye might feel uncomfortable, patiently advising her. "I haven't overthought it." Ye just couldn't understand why Ye Junsheng insisted on having her take this job. Was it really just because of Yue? Because Yue saved him, he had to take care of Yue's sister. Unable to care for her in life, he could only look after her at work. "Li Heng, why are you so downcast if you haven't thought too much about it?" I'm not downcast." Li Heng obviously didn't believe her. Ye asked him, "Li Heng, you've heard the rumors in the company, right?" Li Heng didn't respond. Ye continued, I don't care about them. Why do you? Li Heng. He didn't particularly care either, but he was just worried about her. It had nothing to do with him. So why should he care? Li Heng, who was being contradictory. As the time was almost up, Ye planned to leave, and before she did, she reminded Li Heng, I'm going to pay back the money. Remember to tell the manager for me. Ye glanced at the manager, who was having a great time drinking in the crowd, and curled her lips. He was drinking quite happily. When Ye arrived at the homeowner's place, it was already close to 7 o'clock. The lights were on, illuminating the room, and there was music flowing. Ye wondered if the homeowner had already returned. Sneaking into the living room, Ye was stunned to see a woman standing on the staircase. The person standing there was none other than Shen Yunin, whom Ye often saw on television. Shen Yunin, without makeup, looked much purer compared to her on-screen appearance. Still just as beautiful and proud. Ye swallowed hard. Not only had she met a big star, but she had also scratched the star's car. Now she was cleaning in the big star's house to pay back the debt. Ye looked around. If she casually took something unwanted by Shen Yunin to sell, a better life would be just around the corner. Even if she quit her job, she could support herself and her mother. Why hadn't she realized earlier that the other party was Shen Yunin? Shen Yunin spoke, her voice as crisp as ever. You are the new cleaner? Ye nodded, remembering that this was the first meeting between the creditor and the debtor, and added, I scratched your car, and I haven't officially apologized to you yet. I'm really sorry. Shen Yunin hummed an acknowledgement and didn't look at her again. Ye touch it, had no say. It was clear the homeowner didn't want to talk to her too much, so she should finish cleaning quickly and leave to avoid making her uncomfortable. Shen Yunin seemed very busy, her phone never leaving her hand, and Ye occasionally glanced at her, thinking she looked much better in person than on TV. At that moment, Ye remembered what Tang Lu had said about the car owner being a public figure, and that was why they couldn't disclose information, because the car owner was Shen Yunin. Shen Yunin, a synonym for beauty and nobility, came from a notable family background. Her mother was a diplomat, her biological father was an important political commissioner in Jinghai, and her stepfather was a famous photographer. She entered the entertainment industry at 21 and achieved all her current success in just a year. Born with a silver spoon, her life was more colorful than others. Beautiful women often have this advantage. No matter how much someone may dislike them beforehand, once they see that face, it seems to redeem everything, whether it's men or women. As long as they have that face, it seems like no matter what they do, they'll be forgiven. This is a face value society. Of course, Shen Yunin didn't have any black marks in Ye's heart. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she was paying attention to her, all because of Ye Junsheng. In the past, Ye had wondered what kind of person could match Ye Junsheng. Now it seemed they were a perfect match, whether in family background or appearance. After finishing cleaning, Shen Yunin was still on the phone. Ye gestured that she was leaving, and the latter nodded at her. She heard the sound of a password lock behind her, and Ye saw Shen Yunin show a joyful expression for the first time today. Ye felt a sudden tightness in her heart, and then the door opened with a click. Ye looked at the person standing at the door, stunned. How could Ye Junsheng be here? But when Ye thought about Ye Junsheng's relationship with Shen Yunin, she felt relieved. They were a couple and also public figures. Their home was definitely the best place for a date. In an instant, Shen Yunin had rushed to Ye Junsheng's side, her light figure like a bird, her smiling face like the summer sun. Ye Junsheng looked at her and then glanced at Ye, frowning. It was indeed awkward to meet in such a situation. Ye felt a tightness in her chest, and then she heard Ye Junsheng ask, How did you get in? Before Ye could answer, Shen Yunin had already replied for her. She's the new cleaner, and her work is excellent. So understanding, so kind, and with such sweet words in Ye's heart. Shen Yunin was the perfect star. Ye Junsheng distanced himself from Shen Yunin. I wasn't asking her. Not asking you. He meant he was asking Shen Yunin. Both of them were stunned. This was her home. She was the least likely to be asked. Ye cursed Ye Junsheng in her heart for being foolish. Along with that, her protective instincts for the beauty also rose. Just as Ye was about to remind Ye Junsheng, she heard Shen Yunin say in her crisp voice, Uncle Wang let me in. Ye's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Uncle Wang. Every time Ye came to clean, it was Uncle Wang who let her in and opened the door for her. So it turned out that the owner of this house was not Shen Yunin, but Ye Junsheng. Ye felt someone must be playing a joke on her. It was not appropriate to stay here for long. She needed to leave quickly. As she passed by Ye Junsheng, her arm was grabbed by him. He tugged, but he was too strong for her to pull away. Are you sick? Why pull me instead of your girlfriend? Yi's eyes expressed her naked dissatisfaction with him. Wait a minute, I have something to tell you. The atmosphere became a bit serious, and Shen Yunin had been neglected by Ye Junsheng for a long time. He was most unwilling to see the beauty sad, and it was clear that Shen Yunin was upset now. To Yi, it seemed like they had argued. She obediently stayed in the corner, not disturbing the atmosphere. Ye Junsheng asked her, how did you come here? Shen Yunin spoke playfully, showing no care about the third party present. I missed you. You didn't answer my calls, so I had to come find you. Ye Junsheng frowned. If you need something, just find Tang Lu directly, and then added, don't come here to find me in the future. He thought this was not a normal conversation between a boyfriend and girlfriend. Ye Junsheng was really a weirdo. Shen Yunin didn't seem to be angry at Ye Junsheng's words. She just frowned and said, then what should I do if I miss you? Hold it in. He almost laughed. Ye Junsheng's response was so unsympathetic. He truly didn't understand romance. Did he think holding it in would make her stop missing him? Shen Yunin replied nonchalantly, if I could hold it in, I wouldn't have come today. Ye Junsheng sat down on the sofa. That just means your self-control is too weak. Shen Yunin puffed her cheeks, looking a bit angry. I like you so much. Will it kill you to respond a little? He was stunned, and Ye Junsheng looked at her thoughtfully. He immediately shifted her gaze away. Ye Junsheng didn't answer. You blockhead. Shen Yunin cursed Ye Junsheng and shot him a glare before picking up her things and leaving. The sound of her high heels faded away into the night. In the chilly autumn, she was only wearing a knee-length red dress. She would definitely be cold outside. Yui felt a bit sorry for her. Ye Junsheng was too unromantic. She thought that Ye Junsheng was not a blockhead, but a stone. You made your girlfriend leave, and you're not going to chase after her? Ye Junsheng squinted at Yui, who was full of righteous indignation. Ye Junsheng, sikit, sidaitli, Yui. You're still as silly as before. She kindly reminded him, and he scolded her instead, completely ungrateful for her kindness. For a moment, Yui saw a reflection of herself in Shen Yunin, both blinded by love, yet Shen Yunin was far prouder. She dared to act willfully in front of Ye Junsheng. While Yui never had the courage back then, Ye Junsheng emerged in his loungewear, but Yui remained standing there in a daze. He called her name twice before she snapped out of her thoughts. A white t-shirt and gray trousers, simple, just like the room's decor. It was the first time Yui had seen Ye Junsheng so casually dressed, and for a moment, he didn't seem like the Ye Junsheng she knew. He walked to the bar, poured himself a glass of water, then handed one to Yui. Are you thinking of how to break the contract again? He handed the water glass to Yui, but she didn't take it. No, stubborn as a mule. Ye Junsheng didn't believe her. He placed the glass back on the counter, leisurely sat on the bar stool, picked up his phone, and made a call. The call connected, and he pressed the speaker button. Ye Junsheng, Tang LV, regarding the contract you signed with Yui. If she wants to break it, what is the penalty fee? 3 times the compensation. Yui's eyes darted around as she frantically searched her memory for whether such a clause existed in the contract. It seemed to be written that way, but at the time, she had assumed she would never breach the contract and hadn't paid much attention. 18 multiplied by 3. Ye Junsheng dramnet. Oh, that would be 540,000. He even proudly raised an eyebrow at Yui. Tang L's tone was full of surprise. Does you want to break the contract? Yui hurried over to snatch Ye Junsheng's phone and hung up. With a forced smile, he said to him, I didn't say I wanted to break the contract. So why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you the one who actually wants to break the contract? Yui stood with her body leaning forward, engrossed in speaking, her mouth moving rapidly, the breath escaping her lips, spraying onto Ye Junsheng's face. Ye Junsheng sat there, his gaze fixed on Yui's moving lips. The distance between them was merely a few centimeters. The fragrance surrounding Yui enveloped them both. Ye Junsheng's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Suddenly, Yui realized that their current posture seemed somewhat ambiguous. She reluctantly stepped back, placed Ye Junsheng's phone on the bar, clasped her hands behind her back, and stared directly at Ye Junsheng with a somewhat revealing gaze. Rogue, As Ye retreated halfway, her waist was suddenly embraced by Ye Junsheng, who pulled her in with a swift motion, causing Ye to stumble and fall into his arms. To avoid a repeat of the last incident, this time, the cautious Ye exerted all her strength to push Ye Junsheng away. In her panic, she caught a glimpse of a hint of amusement in Ye Junsheng's eyes. Everything happened too suddenly. Before Ye could process it, both of them tumbled to the ground with their chairs. They fell without feeling any pain. Their current position was even more awkward, with Ye on top and Ye Junsheng underneath. Ye Junsheng wrapped Ye in his arms, serving as her human cushion. Ye opened her eyes, meeting Ye Junsheng's teasing gaze, secretly cursing him for being so inconsiderate. He clearly knew they would fall, but still dragged her down with him. He must be doing this on purpose as revenge. Why did you pull me? Ye Junsheng lay on the ground, his hands still resting on Ye, with a shameless expression as he said, "If I die, we die together. Who wants to die with you?" Ye slapped away Ye Junsheng's hand and struggled to stand up, taking advantage of her and still acting so righteous. What a shameless scoundrel. Ye Junsheng remained lying on the ground, with a barstool beside him, which at least made him seem less lonely. Ye had no intention of continuing to engage with him and turned to leave, but a sudden groan from Ye Junsheng successfully caught her attention. His brows were furrowed, as if he were in some pain. It had to be said that even lying on the ground, Ye Junsheng looked as dashing as ever. Anyone else would have appeared utterly disheveled. Ye stood by Ye Junsheng's head, looking down at him from above. "What is wrong with you?" Ye Junsheng tried his best to keep his voice steady. "I hit the chair when I fell. Help me up." Though Ye was a little suspicious. The way he looked now didn't seem like an act. It was as if he was genuinely in pain, trying to endure but unable to hold it back. Ye muttered, "Serves you right," under her breath, but still bent down and extended her hand to him. The moment she grasped Ye Junsheng's hand, he suddenly yanked hard, and Ye tumbled heavily onto him. Where her head collided with his chest, it dawned on her. She'd been tricked by him again. A low chuckle sounded above her. Ye suppressed the anger rising in her chest. At this point, she couldn't even think of a despicable enough word to describe him. Ye Junsheng slowly got up, his movements noticeably sluggish, still grinning, an unguarded, carefree smile. He reached out to help Ye up, but she refused. "I wasn't lying. I really did hit myself," he said, seeing that Ye still ignored him. Ye Junsheng ambled over to the sofa and half collapsed onto it. Ye grumbled under her breath, "Childish. Even kids don't play pranks like this anymore." She believed he had actually gotten hurt, but she couldn't believe Ye Junsheng would pull something like this. His scheming nature hadn't changed, just gotten a little more immature. He decided she deserved it. She stood up and righted the bar stool she had knocked over. It took her a long moment to fully process one fact. Right now, Ye Junsheng was her creditor. She couldn't exactly complain about anything he did. But at the very least, she still had the right to choose whether or not to speak to him. Silently, Ye gathered her things and prepared to leave. Before she could take a single step, Ye Junsheng called out to her again. Without turning around, Ye snapped, "What now?" He just suddenly wanted to call out her name. Luckily, she answered. "I promise, from now on, you won't see her here again." Ye curled her lips. It wasn't her concern anyway, and pushed the door open to leave. After Ye left, Ye Junsheng finally relaxed. Gritting his teeth against the pain as he walked to the bedroom, took off his shirt, and stood in front of the mirror. His back was covered in a large bruise. This time, he really hadn't lied to her. After signing the contract, Li Heng's team began working on Junue Group's online project. The project team was officially formed, with Ye temporarily serving as the project leader. She selected a few capable and creative technicians to collaborate on the project. As a leader in the hotel industry, Junue Hotel's website design and promotion had to align with contemporary trends. Ye studied Junue Hotel's website service system, but found no obvious flaws. From her perspective, the system was nearly perfect. Even the internal communication and control systems of Junue Group had no detectable vulnerabilities. Ye could say with certainty that even if Li Heng and all the technicians from their company combined their efforts to create a new system, it might not surpass the excellence of the original one. Her cursor hovered over Junue Hotel's homepage as Ye stared blankly at the 4 characters. If a complete overhaul was feasible, then the only option was to update the existing system. A pencil twirled between her fingers until Li Heng knocked on her desk. Yui looked up and followed him to his office. After motioning for her to sit, Li Heng got straight to business. The system we're developing now is crucial to Junue's image. All preliminary preparations need to be reviewed by President Yi. Come up with a few proposals first and present them to him. Later, he'll assign Junue's network department to follow up. The responsibility is significant. You'll be busy for a while. Yui Furonit, a big boss like him, still has time to micromanage such trivial matters? Yui replied, got it. Li Heng, by the way, President Yi has designated that the plan review process goes through you, meaning you're responsible for all the review steps. And you'll also be the one to submit the plan. Yui? Ye's response was that the alumni were friendly. Li Heng looked at Yui with a teasing expression. Yui's mouth twitched. Friendly my foot. I won't send it just to spite you. If he doesn't look, the review won't pass. The construction period will be delayed, and it will be considered a breach of contract. Yui couldn't smile at all now, and there was no luck left in her mind. Rich people are really willful. Li Heng clasped his hands together, leaning back, shedding the seriousness of work. Of course, if you have any problems, I can't absolve myself of responsibility, so don't worry, I will supervise you well from behind, and delays like this will never happen. Putting aside the supervision for now, Yui thought her self-control was still quite good. Yui simidit padfunktori. Li Heng's desk was very tidy, with no clutter, and there was a promotional brochure from another company on the bookshelf. Yui pulled it out to take a look. Li Heng sudende askit her. Yui, if someone has hurt you in the past, would you forgive them? The paper rustled under Yui's fingers, wondering why he was asking this. Li Heng looked at her fingers, his gaze deepening. It's nothing, just a casual question. Yui replied perfunctorily, I don't know, I haven't thought about it. Not getting the answer he wanted, Li Heng continued to probe. What if it was someone you liked before? Yui was taken aback, her movement stopped, and she looked at Li Heng with a meaningful gaze, suddenly bursting into laughter. Did you hurt someone who had a crush on you? Or were you hurt by someone you had a crush on? Let's say so. Yui didn't intend to answer his question, stood up, and waved the book in her hand. Let me borrow this brochure to find some inspiration. Before she could leave, Li Heng softly said behind her, don't give him the chance to hurt you again. Yui smiled. Who can say what will happen in the future? However, he no longer had the capital to hurt her. The original service system of Junue Group was already deeply rooted in Yui's mind. The project team had held multiple meetings and had not come up with a satisfactory plan, so they could only continue to think. They needed to maintain the existing fashion and rigor while breaking through on that foundation. This project was undoubtedly a challenge for them. After finally coming up with a few relatively satisfactory plans, Yui organized them into slides and scheduled a time with Secretary Ye Junsheng for a preliminary review. The time was quickly confirmed, and Yui went with her colleague Su Qing. Su Qing entered the company at the same time as Yui, but unfortunately, Su Qing's performance had always been lackluster. Yui believed that Su Qing's technical abilities were the strongest in their technical department, but she had never received recognition from the boss. This was a good opportunity to let her take on a significant role and train her ability to stand on her own. Additionally, with Su Qing there, her interaction with Ye Junsheng could be minimized. As before, Secretary Ye Junsheng led them to the conference room. Yui originally thought that many people would be reviewing this plan, but when Ye Junsheng walked into the conference room alone, Yui was dumbfounded. She looked around but didn't see anyone else and couldn't help but be secretly relieved that Su Qing had come with her. Su Qing began presenting the slides, and Yui felt a little nervous. If these plans were completely rejected, they would have to start all over again. After finishing the last slide, Ye Junsheng asked Yui, did you come up with these plans? Su Qing answered for her. They were brainstormed by the project team. Bringing Su Qing was indeed the right choice. Yui smiled slightly, tacitly agreeing with what Su Qing said. Seeing this, Su Qing placed her notebook in front of Ye Junsheng for review. Ye Junsheng casually glanced at it, then looked up at Yui. Since I've entrusted this project to Miss Yu, why should she act as a bystander and leave these matters to others? Is Miss Yu expressing disagreement with my judgment? Yui knew that Ye Junsheng was referring to the presentation of the plan. Since she was the main person in charge, all matters, big and small, should be her responsibility, including presenting the plan. If she said she disagreed with him at this moment, wouldn't that be tantamount to disagreeing with herself? Suqing's expression was obviously a bit awkward, and Yui secretly cursed Ye Junsheng for being so unskilled in his words. Suqing was the most capable in the technical department, with solid skills. Letting her present was just to make it clearer for Ye Junsheng. After all, her abilities were still somewhat lacking compared to Suqing's. I chose you as the project leader because I trust your abilities. You don't need to take cheap shots at me, Ye Junsheng said crisply, his voice echoing in the small conference room, adding a touch of seriousness. Yui, you can see where my bottom line is. Before leaving, Ye Junsheng added, keep thinking. Great. They really had to start over. Yui waved her fist at Ye Junsheng's back, wishing she could punch him twice. Suqing packed up what she had brought and timidly walked to Yuyi's side, asking, Yui, since the president trusts you so much, did you know him before? We went to the same school. Who doesn't know him? Yui took her things and left first. Suqing followed Yui, her mind filled with questions. Anyone with keen eyes could see that the relationship between the president and Yui seemed a bit unusual. Did Yui really have some hidden relationship with the president? Which was why he specifically appointed her as the main person in charge of this project. Thinking of this, Suqing couldn't help but feel a bit resentful of the unfairness of fate. Yui waited for her at the elevator, and Suqing shook her head and hurried over. Back at the company, Yui quickly called an emergency meeting, determined to come up with a satisfactory plan within a week. The new system for Junyue was scheduled to be released at the end of November, and time was pressing. They didn't have much time. To leave enough time later, the preparatory work at the front end had to be shortened. In order to come up with a satisfactory plan, the project team worked tirelessly, spending all day doing nothing but looking at excellent corporate cases, hoping to spark inspiration. Li Heng wanted to help, but found no opportunity to interject, so he had to let Yui handle it. The manager was happy to see them so motivated. After a few days, everyone in the team looked exhausted, and every time they presented a plan, it was only halfway through before being completely rejected by Ye Junsheng, who decisively interrupted them without even listening to the rest of the proposal. After several plans were sent back, Yui finally couldn't hold back any longer, disregarding the presence of others, and exploded, Ye Junsheng, are you doing this on purpose? Those plans were the result of the team members working tirelessly day and night, and he hadn't even looked at them carefully. How could he just dismiss them with a casual, not feasible? Ye Junsheng replied with a slight rise in tone. Do you think I have a reason to deliberately make things difficult for you? Isn't it? Yuyi's eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Ye Junsheng without blinking. Otherwise, how could so many plans be rejected without a single one passing? Since she was the team leader, she had to be responsible for her team members. Yuyi's expression was serious, as if Ye Junsheng were truly making things difficult for her. Ye Junsheng felt a lump in his chest, throwing the plans onto the table. The folder hitting the table with a loud sound, causing everyone else to focus and look over, no one daring to speak. Do you think these plans you've come up with this time are much better than your previous ones? Ye Junsheng pointed at the pile of plans on the table, aggressive. Or is your ability limited to this? Is my 30 million contract only enough to buy this kind of trash? You know what you're thinking in your heart. These plans are nothing but trash you've pulled out to perfunctorily deal with me, wanting to escape early. And your personal grievances have been brought into work because of your so-called feelings. That's the reason you can't come up with good plans. If you could put all your thoughts on how to avoid me into coming up with plans, you wouldn't have handed me these. The last word was spoken with conviction. In the conference room, only Ye Junsheng's voice could be heard, while everyone else held their breath, heads bowed. The two of them finally confronted each other. Yui met Ye Junsheng's stern gaze, and under his watchful eyes, said word by word, I will give you a satisfactory proposal. After work, Yui sat alone in the conference room, looking at the printed proposal in her hand, sighing. Ye Junsheng was right. To put it bluntly, she couldn't even get past her own hurdle regarding these proposals. In order to complete Ye Junsheng's project as soon as possible, she hadn't focused on creative ideas, just aiming for something that was close enough. That was her standard. However, Ye Junsheng's words today awakened her. If Ye Junsheng really agreed to her proposal, then she would truly become the kind of woman who used Ye Junsheng to rise in the company. She couldn't rely on anyone, especially not Ye Junsheng. In the end, Ye stuffed all those documents into the shredder. All her previous ideas were overturned, and everything needed to start over. This time, Ye felt much more pressure. If the proposal still couldn't be finalized, the post-production date would continue to be pushed back, significantly reducing the time. Ye felt that this period of torment was even worse than during her college entrance examination. Every day, whether her eyes were open or closed, she was always thinking about the proposal. The ideas she finally came up with would ultimately be rejected again, continuing the cycle of thinking and rejection. Perhaps the pressure was too great. Ye, who usually had no worries, was struggling this time and ended up with a fever after several days of fruitless brainstorming. Li Hung couldn't bear to see it and gave the project team a 2-day break, resuming work after the holiday. In her muddled state, Ye couldn't come up with anything and had no choice but to obediently go home to rest. Su Qing had nothing to do at home and stayed at the company to continue working. Li Hung was quite surprised by this. When Ye Junsheng pushed open the conference room door, he didn't expect to find not Ye waiting for him, but the woman who often followed Ye around. Seeing Ye Junsheng enter, Su Qing quickly stood up, suppressing her anxious feelings and putting on a smile. "Hello, President Ye, I am Su Qing." Ye Junsheng asked, "Did Ye send you here?" Su Qing took a couple of steps forward. "No, Team Leader Ye is sick and resting at home. I happened to come up with a proposal today, so I rushed to see you." "What happened to Ye?" "She has a fever." Ye Junsheng frowned. "Did you report to Ye about this?" "No, I didn't." Not understanding the significance of Ye Junsheng's question, Su Qing thought for a moment and still answered honestly. "Miss Su should know that reporting up the chain is a big taboo in the workplace." Ye Junsheng looked at Su Qing, and she felt a chill down her spine. Her expression changing. "You should report your proposal to Ye first, and then consolidate it for me," Ye Junsheng said indifferently, and left without looking back. Su Qing stood there in a daze, her face alternating between white and red. Standing there, she felt like a clown. Back in the office, Ye Junsheng was surprised to see Zhang Luo sitting in his chair, smiling brightly at him while playing with a pair of oddly styled sunglasses. He didn't even know when Zhang Luo had arrived. Recently busy with the album activities, Zhang Luo had dyed his hair yellow, which was rather eye-catching. Ye Junsheng asked, "What brings you here?" Zhang Luo bounced onto the desk, placing the sunglasses down, his eyes darting back and forth as he looked at Ye Junsheng, grinning. "I've heard that President Ye of Junwei Group is neglecting his own child, but is going through great lengths for some ridiculous bidding, ultimately choosing a relatively unknown small company. Are you either burning money or just bored?" After saying this, he raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard some insider news, excitedly sharing. "The manager of the online department just complained to me, thinking he did something wrong and offended you." After such a lengthy preamble, it was time to get to the point. Zhang Luo shifted his tone, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Ye Junsheng. "I also heard that there's an employee named Ye in this not-so-famous small company." Ye Junsheng replied, "You're not wrong about what you heard." Zhang Luo punched Ye Junsheng's chest. "You kid, after holding back for so long, you finally made a move." Ye Junsheng grabbed Zhang Luo's fist and pulled him down from the desk. Zhang Luo, caught off guard, nearly fell as he landed. "Now that you have your answer, why aren't you leaving?" Zhang Luo shook his head meaningfully, lying back on the sofa. "How on earth did you come up with such a glitch encounter? Trying to use a contract to trap you, Ye?" Ye Junsheng asked in confusion. "Isn't that how they portray it on TV?" Zhang Luo burst into laughter, feeling fortunate to see Ye Junsheng's innocent expression. The male and female leads are separated for years. The male lead still has feelings for the female lead, and has no choice but to use schemes to lure her to work for him, then slowly swallow her whole. Do you really think of yourself as the male lead in a romantic drama? Zhang Luo couldn't stop laughing. Ye Junsheng picked up the sunglasses on the table and accurately threw them onto Zhang Luo's nose. Zhang Luo covered his nose and sat up, exasperated. "My nose is insured. Be careful, I'll ask for your compensation." Ye Junsheng shook his head helplessly. After all these years, Zhang Luo hadn't changed a bit. He truly didn't understand what Zhang Luo's fans saw in him. In terms of looks, he couldn't compare. In terms of singing, he couldn't compare to Tong Sheng either. It seems both he and Tong Sheng are suitable for surviving in the entertainment industry. Just now, Secretary Wen told me that a couple of days ago, you actually scolded Ye in front of so many people. You seem to have a good relationship with Secretary Wen. Zhang Luo wanted to continue, but Ye Junsheng interrupted him. Of course, she's my fan, Zhang Luo said proudly, while not forgetting to return to the main topic. Women are meant to be pampered and cared for. How come after all these years, you still haven't improved at all? After seeing Awfully Hung, Ye had just flopped onto the sofa when the doorbell rang. She opened the door and was stunned. How could Ye Junsheng lower himself to come here? Before Ye could gather her thoughts, Ye Junsheng's hand covered her forehead. Ye blinked. His palm was warm, even warmer than her forehead. Ye Junsheng's clear voice echoed in the old hallway. Fortunately, you don't have a fever. Peeking through the gap, Ye Junsheng's gaze swept inside. And Ye took a step forward, closing the door behind her. Ye Junsheng found Ye's action curious. Aren't you going to let me in? Ye smiled slightly, maintaining proper etiquette. Let's talk here. It's too messy inside. Ye Junsheng nodded in understanding, as if pondering how to be concise, but Ye didn't expect him to say, Are you sure you can get back in after closing the door? Ye looked back and panicked. She hadn't taken her keys, but turning back, she still maintained a calm demeanor. You don't need to worry about that, President Ye. I certainly have a spare key. It's just not here. The window was open and the wind blew in, making it chilly. Ye was dressed lightly and couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Ye Junsheng took off his trench coat and draped it over Ye's shoulders. Ye wanted to refuse, but Ye Junsheng pressed down her hand, saying, As the project leader, if you have a fever, it will delay the project process. I'm just worried about my company. Worried about what? Just now, during the conversation with Li Heng, she had already thought of an excellent idea that would definitely not give Ye Junsheng a chance to reject it. Of course, now was her break time, and she would leave work matters for when she was back in the office. She was not willing to waste more words with Ye Junsheng right now. If he is worried that my illness will affect my work, then he should be relieved now. I've almost figured out the plan, and I can report to you after I report to Director Li at the company tomorrow. If there's nothing else, Ye, you're busy, so I won't disturb you. Ye took off her coat and returned it to Ye Junsheng, who refused to take it. Her hand awkwardly hovered in the air, and in a fit of anger, Ye threw the coat onto Ye Junsheng, whether he accepts it or not. Ye forgot that she accidentally closed the door, and after twisting the doorknob, she realized it. She borrowed a phone from a neighbor to ask Jiang Yuqing to come over and bring her a spare key. Ye sat down on the stairs to wait for Jiang Yuqing, while Ye Junsheng draped the windbreaker back over her. Ye returned it to him again, her tone firm. I don't need it. Do you want to breach the contract again? Under Ye's confusion, Ye Junsheng slowly said, There's a clause in the employment contract that everything must be done according to my requirements. Ye. Looking at Ye Junsheng's helpless expression, Ye felt a surge of frustration. How did she end up on this ship? This was a classic case of a small gain leading to a big loss. Ye Junsheng looked down at her, his hand still suspended in the air, and Ye had no choice but to take the coat from him. She acknowledged his kindness and politely said, Thank you. Ye Junsheng looked at her with satisfaction, as if to say she was finally behaving. At that moment, Ye noticed that Ye Junsheng was holding something in his other hand. When she caught his gaze, he stuffed a thermos container into her arms. Ye asked, What is this? Ye Junsheng cleared his throat awkwardly. It's the congee with century egg and lean meat that you like. Ye's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes flickering. Then she quickly returned to normal. The congee with century egg and lean meat wasn't something she liked. It was something he liked back then. Ye said nothing, and Ye Junsheng stuffed another bag of things into her arms. Ye was taken aback. There were so many items. Where did he conjure all this from? Why didn't she notice it earlier? Before Ye could ask, Ye Junsheng explained, These are fever-reducing medicines I bought from the pharmacy. I wasn't sure which one would be useful for you, so I bought them all. You could decide what to take. Ye opened the bag and was greeted by a dazzling array of medicines. Did he bring the whole pharmacy? Well, she complained. A warm feeling inexplicably rose in her heart, and with the wind blowing, she didn't even feel cold anymore. Ye Junsheng leaned against the wall, watching Ye, who had been keeping her head down. The question that had lingered in his mind for 6 years suddenly surged forth at that moment. Ye, 6 years ago, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. What was it? 6 years ago, You didn't remember saying that to Ye Junsheng. Before she could delve deeper, the sound of footsteps echoed up the stairs, a youthful voice ringing out. Silly Yui, did you leave your keys at home again? Even before she saw him, the tone was filled with schadenfreude. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuqing climbed up the stairs and stood in front of Yui, twirling the shiny keys on his index finger. His triumphant smile turned to surprise upon seeing Ye Junsheng. This, isn't this your goddess's boyfriend? How could he be in front of Yi's door? You're Shen Yunin's boyfriend, right? Jiang Yuqing leaned closer to Ye Junsheng, his eyes almost glued to him, completely forgetting to show off the keys to Yui, confidently declaring, absolutely no mistake. I definitely won't forget. Jiang Yuqing rested his chin on his hand and said to himself, you two have been featured in a gossip magazine together. Ye Junsheng looked at Yui, his eyes calm and undisturbed, but Jiang Yuqing's voice drowned out his words. I'm not her boyfriend, right? The profile in the magazine is definitely you. Yui snatched the keys from Jiang Yuqing's hand and opened the door. Jiang Yuqing followed her eagerly, asking how she knew her goddess's boyfriend. If that's the case, did she also know his goddess? His face beamed with excitement. Yui silently despised Jiang Yuqing's infatuation and replied, I don't know her. Ye Junsheng followed them inside on his own accord. Yui glanced at him but said nothing. This was Ye Junsheng's first visit to the Yu family home. He walked to the window, looking down at the scene outside, recalling how he had stood under that banyan tree waiting for her for several days back then. Ye Junsheng sat on the sofa, and on the TV wall, several picture frames displayed photos of Yui and Yue. Jiang Yuqing, in his usual manner, sat excitedly beside Ye Junsheng, causing the sofa to bounce slightly. Jiang Yuqing hooked his arm around Ye Junsheng's shoulder and took out his phone, saying, Bro, can I take a photo with you? Before Ye Junsheng could respond, there was a click, and their pictures were captured on the phone screen. Jiang Yuqing looked at the photo with satisfaction. Indeed, good-looking people always look good in photos, even without expressions. Of course, he emphasized that he himself looked good. Jiang Yuqing happily adjusted the colors of the picture, adding tags. Before posting, he remembered that this involved his goddess's privacy and quickly added a mosaic over Ye Junsheng's face. Satisfied before posting it with the caption, A day with the goddess and the god. In less than a second, someone commented, Cover your face. What the heck? Another comment popped up, calling him a scheming BTCH. Before he could reply to the comments, someone called to ask who the person in the photo was. Jiang Yuqing cautiously glanced at Ye Junsheng and covered the phone as he walked to the balcony. After Jiang Yuqing left, Yui approached Ye Junsheng, lowering her head and hesitating for a while before saying, Thank you for the medicine and kanji. When Li Heng came, he also brought her a lot of medicine. Their thoughts were so similar, but the unfortunate one was Yui. With so much medicine, she'd never finish it all. But she knew Ye Junsheng's character. If she returned it to him, he wouldn't accept it and would instead criticize her for something else. Ye Junsheng's gaze fell on the pile of tablets on the coffee table, similar to the ones he brought, all for treating colds and fevers. But the ones on the table were not as comprehensive as his. Yui went over to tidy them away into the drawer. Holding the medicine, Ye Junsheng brought tightly in her arms, pondering, I already have a lot of medicine at home. Why don't you take these back as a backup? Yui spoke in a consultative tone. If he didn't want them, there was nothing she could do. But when Ye Junsheng shot her a glance, Yui hurriedly stopped speaking and stuffed the previous medicines into the drawer as well. After Jiang Yuqing finished his call and returned, he looked smug, floating from head to toe. He originally wanted to stay close to Ye Junsheng and gather more information about his goddess. But now he had other matters to attend to and had to leave reluctantly. After receiving a few compliments, he left with a skip in his step. Before leaving, Yui handed him a large pile of medicine, claiming, Keep it at home, just in case. Backup medicine is never too much. It's just scary when it's not enough. Jiang Yuqing scratched his head, confused but accepted it. Yui initially wanted Jiang Yuqing to take the pile of medicine Ye Junsheng had given her, but upon seeing Ye Junsheng's expression, she sheepishly handed him the medicine Li Heng brought instead. After all, it was all medicine. As long as it helped her recover, it didn't matter whose it was. Li Heng probably wouldn't mind finding out. After Jiang Yuqing left, Ye Junsheng walked around the room and finally stopped, saying, Yui, I haven't had lunch yet. Yui glanced at the digital clock in the living room. It was 5:30, almost time for dinner, and he hadn't even had lunch. Considering him, she didn't keep him any longer, which was just as she wished. Then you should hurry back. Ye Junsheng frowned upon hearing this, took a few steps forward. Feeling too weak from hunger to drive. Don't you have a driver? No. Then call for a car. I spent all the cash I brought on medicine and forgot to bring my card. How about I lend you some? Ye Junsheng replied. Am I the kind of person who lends money? So annoying. What do you suggest we do? Ye Junsheng smiled slightly, took a few more steps forward, squatted down to face Yui, his eyes clear as he raised his hand, rubbing her earlobe with his fingertip, and whispered, I want to eat. Yui's earlobe was soft and elastic, and as Ye Junsheng rubbed it, he smiled at her. His gentle approach was just right for Yui. She had never experienced such intimate contact with someone of the opposite sex before. The thrill from her earlobe sent a rush to her chest, leaving her momentarily blank as she stared ahead, her gaze unfocused. She could only respond stammeringly, we'll go cook. Zhang Luo was right. Women need to be coaxed. Ye Junsheng looked at Yui's reaction with satisfaction, glanced at his own hand, vividly recalling how Yui had unreservedly held his hand back then. 6 years later, she would never do something like that again. Yui, in a daze, walked into the kitchen, unconsciously touching her ear, feeling so hot. As her awareness returned, her face flushed bright red. Yui slapped her cheeks on both sides to wake herself up. Stay alert. She must keep her distance from him in the future. Yui initially wanted to heat the porridge Ye Junsheng brought to help him in a pinch, but he said drinking porridge on an empty stomach would make him nauseous. Given Ye Junsheng's kindness to her today, she felt she should reciprocate in some way. And clearly, cooking him dinner was the best way to repay him at the moment. Yui wasn't good at cooking fancy meals. She only knew how to make simple home-cooked dishes, hoping that Ye Junsheng would find it unpalatable. If he didn't mind, everything would be fine. If he did, she'd just have to kick him out. Out of the corner of her eye, Yui saw Ye Junsheng pacing in the kitchen. After what had just happened, she felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and didn't know what to say. So she let him move around the kitchen, at most just glancing at the ingredients, checking if they were clean, which didn't bother her. The sound of the gas stove crackled behind her, and when she turned, she saw Ye Junsheng washing his hands. It was then she realized he had been heating the porridge. When their eyes met, Yui hurriedly looked away, her movements becoming chaotic. Ye Junsheng stepped closer, and Yui didn't even notice until he called her name, realizing he had come to her side at some point. This feeling was strange, yet inexplicably reassuring. Ye Junsheng took the items from her hand and placed them on a nearby plate. Yui remained silent and turned back to busy herself with other tasks. This time, the kitchen felt a bit smaller, accommodating 2 people seemed a bit cramped. When a home-cooked meal was served on the table, Yui and Ye Junsheng sat facing each other. Ye Junsheng pushed the century egg and lean meat porridge toward Yui, saying, "You like meat, right?" "I added a lot." Yui's hand holding the chopstick stiffened. When you like someone, you love everything they love. She remembered when she first met Ye Junsheng. She had heard from Zhang Luo that he liked porridge, especially century egg and lean meat porridge, so to have something in common, she said she liked it too because she liked meat. In reality, she didn't like century egg and lean meat porridge that much. The spoon felt tight in her hand as she slowly sipped the porridge, softly saying, "Thank you." It was just a matter of reciprocity. She shouldn't think too much about it. Ye Junsheng frowned. He found the words "thank you" too unfamiliar, and I didn't like them. However, now their distance had grown much farther apart over these 6 years. He could feel Yui's estrangement from him. Compared to 6 years ago, it felt like she had become a different person, but he knew she was still her, always someone who kept her feelings bottled up inside. There was little conversation as they silently ate. Ye Junsheng ate very slowly, his chopsticks moving as if in slow motion like a scene from a movie. Yui, watching his chopsticks, thought to herself, "Aren't you hungry? Why are you eating so slowly?" In comparison, she felt like a glutton. Yui put down her chopsticks, deciding not to eat anymore, waiting for Ye Junsheng to leave before continuing. Ye Junsheng glanced up at her, then looked away. "Are you full?" Yui nodded. Realizing he might not have noticed, she added, "I'm full." Ye Junsheng ignored her, and Yui got up, leaving him alone at the dining table. Ye Junsheng took more than an hour to finish his meal. Ye looked at the clock, feeling anxious. She had long missed her time to clean. For the past few days, she and T had any interaction with Ye Junsheng. After work every day, Ye went to the Ye family to clean. And Ye Junsheng had tacitly never returned while she was there, and they had lived in peace without any quarrels. Suddenly, while still eating, Ye Junsheng spoke up. Dinner will offset today as work. After saying the last word, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, pulling out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Ye came back to her senses, blinked a couple of times, and asked, "Will it be deducted from the debt?" This was what Ye really cared about. If it wasn't deducted, she would rather not offset it. Ye Junsheng walked a few steps to Ye, paused, and replied, "It will." Ye felt relieved, unconsciously smiling without any guard. Ye thought she should be a good person to the end. Since Ye Junsheng had been kind first, she naturally couldn't be the villain first. So she took it upon herself to wash the dishes. "You can go back after you're full. You don't have to worry about the rest." Ye patted her chest confidently, forgetting that she hadn't eaten enough. If he was full, he wouldn't feel dizzy and unable to drive, right? Ye Junsheng walked around to Ye's front, looking down at her for a few seconds before suddenly bending down. As soon as Ye saw his posture, she immediately covered her ears. Ye Junsheng held her hand. Before any further action, the world went dark. The sudden darkness left Ye with no time to think. Even though it was pitch black in front of her, she could clearly catch sight of those dark pupils, like a whirlpool, pulling her into its depths. In the darkness, her hearing became exceptionally sensitive. They could clearly hear each other's breathing. Closer and closer. Ye's heart pounded wildly. She pressed her hand against her chest, shifting her gaze to a lit area. The residential building opposite was brightly lit, except for one house that was dark, which stood out. For over 20 years, Ye had never seen the household turn on their lights. It seemed they had a power outage. Ye Junsheng grabbed her shoulders, the coolness of his fingertips seeping through her thin clothing. His voice was much lower, yet still melodious. Ye had never had the chance to tell him or anyone else that she used to like it when Ye Junsheng called her name. That was his voice, uniquely saying words meant only for her. Ye lowered her head. A warm kiss was pressed on her forehead. At that moment, there was an unusual tranquility. The whole world was silent, and her heart was at peace. Ye Junsheng's breath brushed against Ye's face, warm and different from the temperature of his fingertips. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within her, overwhelming and uncontainable. Suddenly, the phone rang, jolting Ye back to reality. She pushed Ye Junsheng away and stumbled in the dark to find her phone as the ringtone echoed around her. The light from her neighbor's window seeped in, providing a transitional phase as she slowly adapted to the current darkness. When she answered the call, it was Jiang Yusen. Ye, remember to pay the electricity bill tomorrow, or it will be cut off. Ye glanced around, swallowed hard, and thought this call came at just the right time. But it had already ended. Jiang Yusen paused, then said, "You pack your things, I'll come pick you up." Remembering that Ye Junsheng was still around, Ye hurriedly declined. "No need. I'll go by myself." This wasn't the first time she had lost power for forgetting to pay the electricity bill. It used to be something she didn't have to worry about. When Ye started living alone, she didn't pay much attention to things like electricity and water bills, and her home often suffered from power and water outages due to her forgetfulness. Ye also didn't learn from her mistakes, reminding herself each time not to forget, only to completely forget when the time came. Later, Jiang Yusen began to estimate when Ye's utilities were about to run out and would remind her in advance, leading to a few months of stable living. With Jiang Yusen's reminders, Ye became even more carefree, pushing these concerns to the back of her mind. Now, after one late reminder, she found herself repeating her previous misfortune. Ye knew it was all her fault for not remembering, and she resolved to avoid such situations in the future. After hanging up, Ye sighed softly. In the time it took to answer the call, Ye Junsheng had already come to her side. With the light from her phone, everything around her became much clearer. Remembering that kiss from earlier, her forehead felt hot, and she unconsciously raised her hand. But as her wrist turned just before touching her forehead, it landed on her hair instead. "I forgot to pay the electricity bill, so the power is out." Ye seemed to instinctively avoid him, whether it was the last kiss or this one. Ye Junsheng's gaze darkened, and he responded with a single syllable. His eyes were deep, unfathomable. He recognized Jiang Yusin's voice on the other end of the line, although they had only met a few times. He could distinguish his voice and recognize his silhouette. A bitter feeling rose in his heart. For the past 6 years, it had been Jiang Yusin who had been by Yu Yi's side. He had missed not only the chance to be with her, but also her trust. Now, she had given all that trust to Jiang Yusin. Yu Yi had no idea what Ye Junsheng was thinking, nor did she want to delve into it. Just as she was about to tell him to leave, Ye Junsheng preempted her, saying, "Where are you going? I'll drive you." Knowing that refusing would be useless, Yu Yi hesitated for a few seconds before honestly stating her address. After a brief tidying up, they left together. Before they left, Ye Junsheng pulled out the pile of medicine he had brought and stuffed it into Yu Yi's arms. "Don't forget to take your medicine." Yu Yi lived just a street away from Jiang Yusin's house, and it didn't take long to get there. As the car slowly came to a stop, Ye Junsheng's voice followed. "There's no rush on this project. I've postponed the system release to the end of December, so you have plenty of time to come up with a good plan." After a pause, he continued, "That day I overreacted." What Ye Junsheng said that day was indeed true. She didn't blame him for it, but appreciated that he had helped her confront herself again. All her emotions shouldn't fluctuate because of him anymore. As for whether she would work with him, Yu Yi no longer cared. "You're right. It's my own issue." Yu Yi lowered her eyelashes and looked at her fingers. "I'll report the new plan to you tomorrow. If there are any issues, I'll revise it." Ye Junsheng nodded and finally said, "Take good care of your health." Yu didn't respond and got out of the car. Ye Junsheng watched as Yu Yi disappeared from his sight. Since their reunion, he could only watch her walk away from him each time. Just like 6 years ago when all he left her with was a silhouette. In the months following Yu Wei's departure, Yu Yi struggled to take care of herself. Zhang's parents brought her back to their home to care for her. After Yu Yi improved, she moved back to her own place but often visited Zhang's parents. Zhang's father and mother were out exercising and hadn't returned yet. Jiang Yucheng had moved out a few years ago but came back occasionally. Jiang Yucheng was watching a variety show, laughing so hard he rolled on the sofa. When he saw Yu Yi come in, he wiped away his tears of laughter and sat up straight. The television showed a swimming pool scene where several celebrities were playing in the water. Yu Yi glanced at it and then looked away. Jiang Yucheng's eyes lit up as he jumped off the sofa, wearing only one slipper, bouncing in front of Yu Yi. "Yu Yi, let us go swimming together tomorrow." Yu Yi immediately refused without a second thought. Jiang Yucheng continued to persuade her, "I'm helping you overcome your fear." After not overcoming it for over 10 years, would a trip to the pool with Jiang Yucheng really fix it? Yu Yi was a bit doubtful. "I can't learn," Jiang Yucheng said. "The doctor said swimming in autumn is good for your health." "I'm fine." Yu Yi sized up Jiang Yucheng and nodded, then shook her head, finally concluding, "But you really should exercise more." When Jiang Yucheng heard this, he became anxious, raising his brows and turning his head to the side with a huff. He was someone who occasionally worked out. He wasn't the weakling Yu Yi imagined. Yu Yi saw through Jiang Yucheng's little thoughts at a glance. Jiang Yucheng bounced back to the sofa, and Yu Yi cleared her throat and leisurely said, "I know you just want to ask about your goddess's gossip." Jiang Yucheng abruptly turned his head, almost straining his neck. Meeting Jiang Yucheng's starry eyes, Yu Yi added, "But I'm really not close to her." Yu Yi meant she wasn't close to Shen Yanin, but Jiang Yucheng misunderstood it as her not being close to Ye Junsheng. He then asked, "If you're not close, why did you let him come to your house?" Yu Yi thought for a moment, realizing Jiang Yucheng had misunderstood and decided to go along with it. "Should I keep my boss outside?" Jiang Yucheng finally understood that the person was Yu Yi's superior, but he still felt something was off. Just then, Jiang Yusin returned. And Jiang Yucheng knew he wouldn't find out anything, so he obediently went back to watching TV. Jiang Yusin changed his shoes and walked over to Yu Yi. When he returned, he had stopped by Yu Yi's home and found she had already left. There was no point in saying more. He simply said, "Su Qing is back in the country. Let us find a time to have a meal together." Su Qing was also a lovesick person, wholeheartedly devoted to Jiang Yusin for years. Despite Jiang Yusin's repeated rejections, she never gave up. This persistence truly amazed Yu Yi. Although Jiang Yusin didn't like Su Qing, he couldn't withstand his parents' desire to have her marry into the family. As Jiang Yusin grew older, his parents became increasingly anxious, and Jiang Yusin didn't want to hurt their feelings, so he never expressed his stance in front of them. Consequently, Su Qing shifted her strategy to win over his parents. He didn't have much opinion. Since Yue had left, Jiang Yusin couldn't remained single for life. As long as things were good between them, she had no objections. After experiencing some events, Yue's mindset had changed significantly. Although her relationship with Su Qing couldn't returned to their student days, at least their meetings were no longer as tense as before. Their current relationship could be described as a gentleman's friendship, light as water. Yue nodded in understanding. After graduating, Su Qing went abroad to specialize in fashion design and had only just completed her studies this year, so they naturally needed to celebrate. To be honest, setting aside past grievances, she was quite happy for her. Yue asked, when did she come back? She just returned a few days ago. Jiang Yuqing went to the kitchen to pour water, and Yue sat in his place, grabbing some sunflower seed from the table to snack on. Jiang Yusin also sat down. The television was showing commercials, and Yue changed the channel. Jiang Yusin asked her, I heard your company is working on a project for the Junhua Hotel. Yue repeated, Juswali, yeah. As Yue's peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Yusin's hesitance to speak, she understood his thoughts and comforted him, saying, Don't worry, the past is the past. It's just work. I won't be affected. Although Jiang Yusin said that was good, he couldn't help but feel worried and added, if it really doesn't work out, let Li Heng withdraw you. Yue kept her gaze forward and nodded. A voice in her heart kept asking her, have you really let go? If the last kiss could be self-deceptive, how could she persuade herself today? Her forehead felt hot, and Yue unconsciously rubbed it. The next day, after reporting to Li Heng at the company, Yue took Su Qing and 2 other team members to Junhua Group. This time, they were well prepared. Yue had reviewed everyone else's proposals in advance and found them quite good. Assuming nothing went wrong, Yue believed at least one of their proposals would pass the review. As expected, Ye Junsheng ultimately chose Yue's proposal, while the others were rejected. The group sighed in relief, and the pressure they had been under for days was finally released. Everyone was happy. Yue was tidying up her things when she noticed Su Qing, who was looking down at the documents in her hand, her hair covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression. The documents were tightly clenched in her hand, as if she wanted to tear them apart. Just as Yue was about to approach her and ask what happened, she was stopped by Ye Junsheng's secretary, who said that Yue wanted to see her. After reminding the other 2 team members, Yue followed the secretary to Ye Junsheng's office. The secretary gently closed the office door behind them, and Yue slowly walked up to Ye Junsheng's desk. Ye Junsheng glanced at her, stood up without saying anything, and walked into the lounge. Yue was confused, not understanding the meaning of Ye Junsheng calling her over. A few seconds later, Ye Junsheng emerged and handed her a large cardboard box. Yue looked at him, questioning what was in the box. Ye Junsheng gestured for her to open it. The box wasn't fully sealed, and Yue easily opened it. She was stunned. Inside was a box full of snacks. Ye Junsheng leaned against the desk, his hands behind his back, not missing any expression on Ye's face. Yue pulled out a pack of Maxwell coffee, examined it for a while, then put it back and asked, is this an employee benefit from the president? Ye Junsheng replied, this is for you. Why give it to me? It's a consolation gift for your fever. Yue suddenly remembered an incident in her junior year when the regional director of Kraft Foods was invited to give a lecture at her school. During the interactive segment, prizes were given for answering questions, and the prizes were various snacks from the Kraft group. When it was time for the last question, the female host finally walked over to her, and just as she was about to pass the microphone to her, a boy suddenly appeared and snatched the microphone from her hand. The boy, thinking highly of himself, posed charmingly while answering questions, making the host laugh, while Yue could only watch the grand prize fly away from her. Later, Yue complained to Ye Junsheng that if he had gone, he would have definitely outshone that boy in looks, and the host would have loved to pass the microphone to him for every question. After hearing this, Ye Junsheng had Zhang Luo buy a lot of Kraft snacks, not for any other reason, but because Yue's compliment pleased him. This was something Yue only learned later from Zhang Luo about why he bought her snacks. Yue's fingers stiffened, and she raised a smile, hugging the box to her chest, saying, thank you, President Ye, for caring for your subordinates. Then she left without a moment's hesitation. Ye Junsheng stood thoughtful at his desk. According to Zhang Luo, Yue's reaction shouldn't have been like this. Even if she wasn't moved, she would have definitely refused. But he never expected that he would simply say thank you and leave. The lack of any reaction seemed the worst. It wasn't until he saw the packaging in the trash can by the secretary's desk when leaving work that Ye Junsheng understood why he had accepted it so calmly. She actually shared the snacks he gave her with his employees. From his perspective, she must have shared all of them, leaving none for herself. Secretary 1, seeing Ye Junsheng's gaze, smiled and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for the reward, President Ye. I will continue to work hard." After speaking, she mumbled under her breath that it would be even better if more could be distributed next time. Although Secretary Wen's voice was low, it didn't escape Ye Junsheng's ears. He turned and looked down at Secretary Wen, sincerely reminding her, "Secretary Wen, please go to Wunchang Company and get this month's reports." Secretary Wen was taken aback, unsure what she had said to offend the president again, feeling tormented, but still attempted a final struggle. "President Yi, but it's almost time to get off work." Ye Junsheng seemed not to have heard her and said, "I want to see it before work tomorrow." Ye Junsheng glanced at his watch and left with a leisurely stride. While He was mopping the floor, she suddenly sneezed for no reason. Rubbing her itchy nose, she continued working. After everything was tidied up, He prepared to leave. Just as she reached the door, she heard the sound of the password lock, and her heart skipped a beat. Based on past experience, Ye Junsheng wouldn't return this early. Was he in a good mood today? The door opened, and it was indeed Ye Junsheng. He had returned right on time. Knowing that He would still be at his place, He wanted nothing more than to jump out of the window before Ye Junsheng came in. She rolled her eyes and said respectfully, "President Yi, I've cleaned the house. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Ye Junsheng casually sat on the sofa, his arms resting on the back, quite relaxed. Was it good? At first, He didn't respond, but then she realized what Ye Junsheng's seemingly unrelated question was about. Steadying herself, she replied, "It was pretty good." Ye Junsheng countered, "Oh really?" Yi nodded, "Yeah." Ye Junsheng hummed, and seeing that he didn't have much reaction, He planned to sneak away. Just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, Ye Junsheng spoke up, I suddenly want to eat cookies too. Why don't you bring me some?" He almost bit her tongue. The esteemed family young master would actually ask for the gifts he had given back. How stingy. He was so focused on this thought that she overlooked the word also in his request. Even if he didn't turn around, she could feel his burning gaze. Slowly, she turned back. "They were so good, they're all gone." "So soon?" He nodded. "They were really delicious?" He nodded again. Secretary Wen also said, "They were very good." As Yi's expression slowly turned to surprise, Ye Junsheng added, "Since you all say they're good, I suddenly want to try them too." The words "go by" were forcefully swallowed back down by Ye. Ye Junsheng was still contemplating something when Ye slapped her forehead. "I forgot, there's still a little left." Ye Junsheng then smiled and said, "Then bring me some to the company tomorrow." With that, he went upstairs. He really wanted to slap herself twice. She had shared all those snacks with others and kept none for herself. Since he saw Secretary when eating, he must have realized she shared the snacks with others. If she admitted it now, who knows what kind of punishment he might think of for her. Ye Junsheng stood on the stairs, his fingertips brushing against the handrail. Then touching the picture frame on the wall, he said to Yi, who was downstairs, Yi, this place is not clean." Yi stared at Ye Junsheng with her round eyes, but he felt no hint of her anger and had already left before she could react. Although she was indignant, as an excellent cleaning staff, she could only bow at a 90-degree angle to Ye Junsheng's annoying face and say, "Thank you for your valuable feedback on my work. I will work harder." What a joke. Ye Junsheng was clearly looking for trouble, questioning her workability. The two spots he pointed out were not dirty at all. Not even a bit. This time, Yu didn't greet Ye Junsheng and left directly. After returning home, she went to a nearby supermarket to buy some craft snacks to make up for the mistake she made by lying. Yui thought about how Ye Junsheng would react if she generously admitted that she had given those snacks to someone else. He might ask her to return the snacks or demand she pay for them. Ye Junsheng definitely had the reason to do so, and Yu had no doubt about it. The next day, after Yu picked up the documents from Junwei Group, she went to Ye Junsheng's office again and handed a large bag of snacks she bought the night before to Secretary Wen, asking her to pass it on to Ye Junsheng. Yu simply said 2 words to Secretary Wen, "Return gift." However, Secretary Wen felt a bit uneasy about those two words. If Ye did this, wouldn't she also need to return something to President Ye? Before she could think it through, she heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Both of them were taken aback by Shun Yunin's sudden visit. Secretary Wen couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What is this little ancestor doing here now?" President Ye wasn't in, and she didn't know whether to let her into President Ye's office. Shun Yunin, however, didn't make it difficult for her. She sat down on the sofa and said to Secretary Wen, "Can I wait for him here?" Such a down-to-earth superstar. Under her beauty, Secretary Wen could only nod awkwardly. Everyone knew that President Ye didn't allow Miss Shun to enter his office casually. President Ye's actions were indeed a bit unkind. Just as Ye was about to leave after talking to Secretary Wen, Shun Yunin heard her voice, took off her glasses, and scrutinized her. When their eyes met, Ye smiled back, remembering Jiang Yuqing's request, and mustered the courage to approach. "Hello, Miss Shun. My sister really likes you. May I have your autograph?" Shun Yunin smiled, with no hint of a superstar's arrogance, and nodded. Secretary Wen hurriedly handed over a piece of paper and a pen. Shun Yunin paused before writing, looked up, and asked with a bright smile, "What is your sister's name?" Ye thought for a moment and replied, "Xiaocheng, as in to show. And you? What's your name?" "Ye. My name is Ye." Suddenly, Shun Yunin lifted her head, her eyes fixed on Ye's, as if trying to see through something. Finally, Shun Yunin's lips parted slightly, and she gently asked, "Have I seen you before?" Ye clenched her hands tightly, her pupils trembling, and replied, "We haven't met." Shun Yunin lowered her head again and handed the signed paper to Ye. Ye received it, carefully folded it, and put it in her bag. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ye left. Watching Ye's back, Shun Yunin seemed to be deep in thought. She remembered that Ye Junsheng had once raised a cat named Er. As soon as Ye left, Ye Junsheng returned. Upon seeing Shun Yunin, he said nothing. Secretary Wen handed over the items Ye brought and conveyed her original words to him. Holding the large bag of items, Ye Junsheng smiled without any defenses, saying that he wanted a snack, and she bought him a big bag. Quite generous. Shun Yunin felt a chill down her spine. She had never seen such a brilliant smile before. Everyone thought she was his girlfriend, but she knew those press releases were just the tricks of her agent. Ye Junsheng said nothing, simply not wanting to embarrass her. Shun Yunin smiled at Secretary Wen and followed Ye Junsheng into his office. Ye Junsheng put away the items and asked, "What brings you here?" "There's an advertisement shoot today, so I came to see you." Ye Junsheng responded with an "Oh," while Shun Yunin pouted, feeling that his cold expression was completely different from the smile he just had. In a fit of pique, Shun Yunin grabbed Ye Junsheng's hand. He looked at her in confusion and slowly pulled his hand away. "What's wrong?" Shun Yunin pouted, put her hands behind her back, turned her head to the side, and replied, "Nothing." She clicked her heels and left. Halfway out, she turned back and pointed at the bag of snacks, saying, "Ye Junsheng, I want to eat cookies too." Ye Junsheng looked at the bag of snacks, then at Shun Yunin, and said, "Did your agent let you eat? What does it have to do with you?" Ye Junsheng raised an eyebrow, suggesting that if she wanted to eat something, she should buy it herself and not have her eyes on his. Shun Yunin, feeling angry, sat on the floor and covered her eyes with her hands, acting spoiled. "I'll tell Grandpa Ye that you're bullying me." She didn't look at all like her usual dignified self. Ye Junsheng was used to Shun Yunin's childish temper and let her sit on the floor while he sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, saying, "It won't help if you tell him." Shun Yunin peeked through her fingers, knowing it was useless to act tough, and quickly stood up, turning to leave. It was at this moment that Ye Junsheng called her back and comforted her. "Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask Zhang Luo to buy it for you." Shun Yunin turned around and glared at him, fiercely replying, "No need." While Shun Yunin was usually easygoing and generous, she was quite willful in front of Ye Junsheng. They seemed like two different people. Zhang Luo once described their relationship like this. Shun Yunin was like a hungry child in front of Ye Junsheng, while Ye Junsheng was like a wet nurse, only needing to feed her without any responsibilities. Qin Tongxing also agreed with this. However, Ye Junsheng did not agree. He had never thought about having any intimate relationship with Shun Yunin. The plan was finalized, and the team led by Ye began the post-production work. The online department of Junwei Group would follow up on this project as post-production. making the collaboration much more efficient. He occasionally ran back and forth between both sides. And later, to save trouble, the online department had temporarily converted a small meeting room into their office, making Yuyi's workplace temporarily at Junhua Group. With the preliminary plan laid out, the overall development had long been planned, and aside from some technical issues, the post-production was going quite smoothly. However, Yu noticed that Su Qing seemed to be preoccupied lately, appearing listless and distracted. Several times during meetings, she seemed dazed and didn't even know the questions being asked. Yu talked to her about it, but Su Qing said she was too tired and dismissed her. Yu didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that perhaps Su Qing had some conflict with her boyfriend, and since she didn't want to say more, she must have her reasons. Even though Yu was her team leader, she couldn't meddle in her private matters and could only lighten her workload a bit. Although they were busy every day, it was fulfilling. After work, Yu regularly went to Ye Junsheng's house to clean, and he didn't make things difficult for her. This went on for more than a month. The final stage of work was also progressing smoothly, and with just a few days until the system launch, they still had time for the final integration. Yu relaxed, thinking that even if there were any issues, there was still time to fix them. On this day, Yu got off work early and went to Ye Junsheng's house to clean. Halfway through, Ye Junsheng returned. The two didn't exchange much, and Yu continued her work without any criticism from Ye Junsheng. Yu came directly from the company, and her computer was set aside. She planned to check for any issues later that evening. During non-working hours, they never discussed work matters, but today, for some unknown reason, Ye Junsheng took the initiative to ask to see the final presentation of the proposal. Yu thought for a moment. Since the proposal was for the Junhua Group, it was essentially for Ye Junsheng as well. Therefore, it didn't matter whether they looked at it today or tomorrow. Moreover, if they reviewed it today and found any unsatisfactory parts, they could make adjustments in advance. Yu opened her computer, but as soon as she opened the file, the entire screen went black. Nothing displayed, and even the shortcut keys were unresponsive. She shut down and restarted the computer, which initially worked fine. But after opening the file again, the same issue occurred. After shutting it down once more, the computer wouldn't turn on at all. Yu and Ye Junsheng stared at each other, both thinking the computer had a virus. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Ye Junsheng asked, "Have you downloaded any junk files recently?" Yu shook her head. She hadn't downloaded anything lately. She used another computer for browsing the web, and this laptop was specifically for programming, so she had taken good protective measures. There was no reason for it to get virus. "Do you have a backup?" "Not yet." Yuyi's face turned pale. The documents from her teammates had just been imported into her computer today, and she hadn't had a chance to back them up. She wasn't too worried about the other team members' programs. She could just import them again tomorrow at the office. However, the part she was responsible for only had the source files. If the computer was broken, everything would be lost. Yu was in charge of the main part of the entire system. Without it, the other programs couldn't function properly. She had spent over a month writing this program. The system's release date was just a few days away, and even if she worked through the night, she might not be able to complete it before the deadline. Though Yu was anxious, she couldn't think of a solution at the moment. With this mistake, she would bear full responsibility. She couldn't let her error delay the system's release again. Her breathing became rapid, and everything around her seemed to fade away. Her mind only repeating the question, what to do? Ye Junsheng patted Yuyi's shoulder and looked at her with determination, and suddenly, her restless heart calmed down. Ye Junsheng went to make a phone call and returned to sit across from Yuyi. After the last incident, Yuyi was bracing herself for a scolding from Ye Junsheng, but to her surprise, he simply said, "I just called someone over to fix your computer and see if the data on the hard drive could be recovered." Yuyi felt lost and asked weakly, "What if it can't be recovered? Then I'll delay the system's release." Ye Junsheng kept looking at Yuyi as if peering into her heart. Unconsciously, Yuyi's eyes became moist. It dawned on her that if Ye Junsheng had been by her side when her mother had the accident years ago, she might have felt this way, secure and reassured, believing that everything would pass. Yuyi struggled to hold back her tears, lowering her head and asking, "Why don't you scold me?" It was her negligence that led to this mistake. If he could scold her, she might feel a bit better. "I only scold you when you're confused. At that moment, the tears could no longer be held back, rolling down her cheeks and soaking her pants. Ye Junsheng said nothing and offered no comfort, leaving her space to calm down on her own. Ye knew that as long as she was in front of Ye Junsheng, she would become particularly vulnerable, whether it was 6 years ago or 6 years later. About half an hour later, Lian Qi finally arrived. It had started snowing outside, and when Lian Qi came in, his hair was glistening with droplets of water. Yi looked at the beautiful young man who had come through the snow and momentarily forgot to greet him, for a brief moment. The tranquility and serenity surrounding him made her forget her earlier worries. The young man seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Yuqing, and perhaps due to his exquisite features, it was hard to tell whether he was older or younger than Jiang Yuqing. His interaction with Ye Junsheng looked like they had known each other for a long time. Ye Junsheng introduced him to Yi, saying by seniority, "He's my little nephew, Lian Qi." The handsome young man clearly wasn't pleased with that title. He smiled at Yi and began to help solve her problem. Yi couldn't help but marvel at the power of family genes. Anyone she had met who had even a slight blood relation to the Yi family was impeccable in appearance and temperament. Yi's computer had indeed gotten a virus, and the system was paralyzed. Fortunately, she had saved the partially completed document on a solid-state drive during the process. Lian Qi helped her recover the original files from the solid-state drive, so she hadn't been completely unlucky. She just needed to fill in the remaining programs and should be able to finish before the release date. The snow was getting heavier, blanketing the outside world in white, with the snowflakes shimmering under the streetlights. After handling the situation, Lian Qi didn't want to keep moving around and decided to stay in Ye Junsheng's guest room. Yi checked the time and prepared to call a car to go home. Just then, Ye Junsheng finished talking with Lian Qi, picked up his coat, and offered to drive Yi home. Yi knew refusing would be pointless, so she accepted. The car moved slowly, with snowflakes drifting down. The small cabin was very quiet. Yi had been busy all day and was already tired. Coupled with the emotional ups and downs she had just experienced, she suddenly felt fatigued, perhaps influenced by the weather or the earlier incident. A suppressed sentence that had been hidden in Ye Junsheng's heart expanded, and before he could think more, it slipped out. I'm sorry about the incident with Yue back then. He felt sorry for her not only for Yue's death, but for many things, too many for him to count, and he didn't know how to make amends. His fingers trembled on the steering wheel, and for a moment, Ye Junsheng felt like his breath had stopped. This was the first time he had so openly expressed his apologies in front of Yi. After a long time, without hearing Yi's response, the sound of her steady breathing filled the car. Ye Junsheng turned around, and what met his eyes was her tranquil, sleeping face. Yi leaned against the car door, her hands tightly gripping the seatbelt. Ye Junsheng let out a deep sigh, parked the car by the roadside, and took a coat from the back seat to cover Yi. His fingertips brushed against her cheek, pausing for a moment before he withdrew. Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The car re-entered the lane, the headlights cutting through the darkness. And Ye Junsheng glanced at Yi again before turning his gaze forward. Was the distance between them really just 6 years? The car stopped downstairs at Yi's building. Under the streetlight, Ye Junsheng studied Yi, noting that she looked much the same, with 6 years leaving little trace on her. However, there was something in her closed eyes that he couldn't quite see. Ye Junsheng reached out to tuck a stray hair behind Yi's ear and suddenly remembered that he had never really had the chance to look at her closely. Every time Yi appeared before him, she was always lively and chatty, and he had never taken the time to observe her. Over the past 6 years, Yi's image had been deeply etched in his heart, so deep that every time he closed his eyes, her smiling face surfaced in his mind. For more than 2,000 days, he has not forgotten her for a single day. How many times, clearly just a few steps apart, if he took a step forward, she would realize that he has been by her side all these 6 years. It is just that one step that he dares not take. He fears that his presence would disturb Yi's peaceful life. Now, Yi is within his reach, yet he still hesitates. The harm he caused her cannot be undone with just a few words. All he can do is wait, not passively, but actively. As time flows slowly, Yi opens her eyes and meets Ye Junsheng's teasing gaze, and only then does she realize that she has actually fallen asleep. The surroundings are familiar, and Yi does not know how much time has passed. She sits up, tidies her hair, and does not say much in terms of pleasantries. "Mr. Ye, please be careful on your way back." Ye Junsheng nods and says, "Rest early. We will continue with work tomorrow." Although Ye appears obedient on the surface, she does not think so in her heart. Ye Junsheng knows what Ye is thinking and adds, "If you're late for work tomorrow, all the bonuses from these months will be gone." Calculating like this, it would be a loss. Ye reluctantly nods, cursing Ye Junsheng in her heart. Only then does Ye Junsheng let her go back. After returning home, Ye lies on the sofa in the dark, looking at the snowflakes outside the window, feeling inexplicably irritated. Ye Junsheng waits until Ye's lights are on before leaving. About half an hour later, Ye receives a text message from Ye Junsheng. Just 4 simple words. "I'm home." What does your being home have to do with me? Ye throws her phone aside and does not reply. Her previously anxious heart settles down at that moment. After several days of rushing, Ye finally completed the program before the system release date. After checking it thoroughly and finding no errors, she submitted it to the network department for review. The subsequent arrangements no longer fall within Ye's scope of responsibility. The new system of Junwei Group was released on schedule, and Ye felt a sense of relief from her heavy responsibilities. The new system received a great response, and Ye was very satisfied. Her efforts over the past few months were worth it. Regarding this matter, the manager was also very pleased with Ye's performance, praising her for bringing glory to the company. Every time there was a meeting, he would commend her for her outstanding contributions, making Ye feel quite flattered while walking around the company later on. The new system of Junwei Group officially launched, and Ye Junsheng specifically held a celebration party for this occasion, with Ye's team being the main awardees. The celebration dinner was held at a high-end clubhouse under Junwei Group, filled with dazzling lights, and all the senior leaders of Junwei Group were present. Ye initially thought this would be a small celebration, but she never expected Ye Junsheng to make it such a grand event, causing her to feel nervous instantly. As a small employee, when had she ever seen so many high-ranking leaders? Ye felt that the presence of shareholders was somewhat over the top. Li Heng was at ease in such settings and completely ignored Ye. Ye's initial hesitation faded significantly when she saw Ye Junsheng. This was the second time they met in such a formal setting. The first time was at a wine party a few months ago, where she had been quite resistant to seeing him. Today, Ye Junsheng looked different from his usual corporate self, with his hair slicked back, revealing a full forehead. His sharp brows and slightly curled lips made him look less like the highest executive of Junwei Group and more like a pampered young master. Ye couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Ye Junsheng spoke with the same emphasis as before, neither angry nor excited, making it difficult to detect any emotion. Ye quickly suppressed any other expressions, shaking her head seriously. Ye Junsheng introduced her to the shareholders of Junwei Group one by one, and within just a few minutes, Ye got to know all the senior executives of Junwei Group. The shareholders praised Ye's proposal endlessly, and she kept her pride hidden, maintaining a humble smile on her face. Only Ye Junsheng noticed the smugness beneath her calm smile, wanting to shout to everyone present to lavish her with compliments. Ye Junsheng shook his head and chuckled. No matter how composed Ye appeared, the real Ye was still the same as 6 years ago. The celebration banquet officially began, and Ye Junsheng gave a speech. Amid the applause, he slowly took the stage, and from the crowd, Ye seemed to see the young man from back then, standing out among many newcomers, directly entering her line of sight. He was like a lotus flower, pure and flawless, graceful and captivating, while also being the center of attention. It seemed that only beautiful stories unfolded around such a person, as if even heaven was reluctant to let him suffer any grievances. The applause around her rose and fell, and someone came to her side. Ye heard the host call her name, and amidst the crowd's applause, she walked onto the stage. Looking at the people below, her mind went blank, completely forgetting the prepared script. In a moment of clarity, as she gazed into those smiling eyes, she clearly saw the trust directed at her, and the lost memories returned to her mind. The smooth script flowed from her lips as she shifted her gaze elsewhere, narrating the initial ideas of the plan and the various experiences leading to its success in a calm and measured manner. Some of it was spontaneous, while some was pre-prepared. Combined, It was heartfelt and very genuine. After stepping down from the stage, Ye retreated to the edge of the crowd, where Li Heng gave her a thumbs up, and she smiled back. Halfway through the banquet, Shun Yunin arrived, adding even more brilliance to the event. With just her presence, she effortlessly drew everyone's attention. Ye saw her walk up to Ye Junsheng, linking her arm with his and leaning against him. A match made in heaven. They indeed made a perfect couple. Ye took a sip of her drink and continued discussing the previous topic with those nearby. The conversation was suddenly interrupted, and Ye turned to see the newcomer, momentarily stunned, before smiling slightly. "Miss Shun." Shin Yunin beamed at her. "I knew I had seen you somewhere." The others tactfully left, but not too far away. They occasionally checked on Ye's side. Ye swirled the wine in her glass, smiling without speaking. "You're the cleaner from Ye Junsheng's family, aren't you?" As soon as Shin Yunin finished speaking, Ye heard the sighs around her. "It was trivial. It was hard to believe that you could remember me." Shin Yunin was still smiling, and a woman's intuition told her that the woman in front of her would definitely be a setback on her smooth path in life. "Hearing Ye Junsheng say that you were in charge of the plan for Junue Group this time, I thank you on his behalf." This was her way of thanking Ye Junsheng, and Ye naturally should accept it. The two wine glasses were raised simultaneously, and they drank at the same time with a tacit understanding. Su Qing, just a few steps away from Ye, watched this scene with red eyes. Today, the one who should be standing on the stage, receiving everyone's attention, was supposed to be her. Ye regained consciousness in the hospital, staring at the white ceiling. Her mind blank. The chandelier in front of her flickered, and she recalled that after Shun Yunin left. She felt a bit stuffy and went to another room to get some air. The other room had a small swimming pool, and Ye tried to find a safe place to sit down. Later, Su Qing came over, and they started arguing. In a fit of rage, Su Qing pushed Ye into the pool. Ye, who was afraid of water and couldn't swim, hit her head on the ground after falling in, and her cries were drowned out by the water. She also lost consciousness. The pain from the impact on her head was very real. Ye gasped, sitting up to touch the back of her head. Su Qing's push had been forceful, leaving no room for her to buffer. Li Heng sat on the side, looking at her with concern. Just when Ye thought she was going to drown, she vaguely saw someone swimming towards her. Now that she thinks about it, the person who saved her from the water was Li Heng. After dozing off for a while, Ye's voice was a bit hoarse. "Thank you. Thank you. You old man," Li Heng blurted out without thinking. Ye pouted. Who would have thought her gratitude would be met with his insult? "You can't swim, yet you went to the swimming pool. Is this really how you enjoy yourself?" Ye retorted, "Where did you see me happy?" Li Heng was taken aback. He didn't notice any happiness in her. "See, I knew you were wronging me." Ye felt a bit wronged. Li Heng sighed. He didn't really want to scold her, but he was worried about her. Everyone knew that Ye couldn't swim, and if it weren't for Ye Junsheng discovering her, she might not be sitting here talking to him now. "The doctor said you suffered a head injury and need to stay in the hospital for observation overnight. If everything is fine, you can be discharged tomorrow morning." "Oh," Ye nodded absently. Li Heng called her name, and she looked up in confusion. Li Heng hesitated before saying, "Today, I got a video from the security department. A few days ago, your computer got a virus. It was Su Qing's doing." It turned out Su Qing intentionally made it difficult for her to complete this project smoothly. Ye couldn't quite put her feelings into words. She remembered every detail of their conversation before she fell into the water. She could feel Su Qing's hatred towards her, which was evident in every word. Why did Su Qing hate her so much? Was it just because Ye Junsheng chose her proposal for this project? If you and President Ye weren't college classmates, if your sister hadn't saved President Ye, do you think he would choose your proposal? You chased after President Ye for 4 years back then, and what happened later? It was just a case of a hot face sticking to a cold butt, and you drag your sister into it. And your mother, imprisoned for embezzling public funds, and now you're using your job to get close to President Ye. Don't you feel ashamed? Ye could tolerate everything else Su Qing said, but she couldn't tolerate the mention of her mother. All she remembered was that she slapped Su Qing in the face, and her palms still felt numb. Su Qing's questioning reminded her of a fact she had deliberately ignored. Ye Junsheng chose her as the project leader because of Yue. The person who pushed you into the water was Su Qing, right? Li Heng's question interrupted Yu Yi's thoughts. She neither affirmed nor denied it, slowly wrapping her arms around her legs, resting her chin on her knees. After everything she had been through, the pressure released, leaving a heavy emptiness. She genuinely wanted Su Qing to become an independent engineer through this project. But Su Qing didn't think that way. She believed Ye Junsheng wasn't someone who would bring personal feelings into work. If her proposal was as bad as before, Ye Junsheng would still make her revise it until he was satisfied. Yu Yi believed that, but Su Qing didn't. Since she took charge of the project team, rumors had been spreading throughout the company, and she had heard every nasty thing, but she had chosen to block them out. However, today Su Qing ruthlessly splashed those filthy words at her in front of her, and how could she remain indifferent as she had in the past? The late night always had a special magic, effortlessly infecting people's emotions, and sadness spread in the night. Yu Yi was very sad enough to cry. She wanted to continue pretending to be strong, but she had lost control. Her emotions were no longer under her control. From the day she met Ye Junsheng until now, it had been 10 years. After 10 years of heartache, she really wanted to find someone to talk to vent all her inner bitterness and sorrow. Do you think there could be someone in this world more unfortunate than me? Just as Li Heng was about to answer, Yu Yi continued, but if I meet someone even more unfortunate than me, what can I do? Should I cry with them or laugh because I've finally found someone worse off than me? Li Heng knew that no matter which way, Yu Yi couldn't do it. Yu Yi's voice was very low, barely audible. My mother went to prison for misappropriating company funds because of a moment of confusion, and yet I can't even speak up to defend her because that company belongs to the boy I like. Hair fell over Yu Yi's side profile, making it difficult for Li Heng to see her expression. Yue left because of my negligence to save the boy I like. Yu Yi lifted her head and tilted it to one side. You see, all the suffering they endured is related to me. Don't you think I'm born to be unlucky? Everyone related to me ends up with a bad outcome? Yu Yi's voice gradually choked with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. Real pain that Li Heng could feel. Even my biological father could cruelly abandon us for over 10 years. If he were still alive, if he knew that Yue had left and my mother was in prison, would he come back to find me? Yue finished this sentence in pieces. Her self-deceiving dignity shattered to the ground. The boy you liked back then was Ye Junsheng, right? Li Heng's statement was not a question, but a certainty. Yu Yi genti nodded. Li Heng carefully considered Yu Yi's words. So, Yue left to save Ye Junsheng. No wonder Jiang Yusin had such a strong reaction after learning about their company's collaboration with Junwei Group. Yu Yi covered her eyes, tears spilling through her fingers. After all, when my mother had an accident, I wanted him by my side. After Yue left, I hoped he could be with me. And even today, after being pushed into the pool by Su Qing, I thought if Ye Junsheng came to save me, I would be happy. But he never did, not once. When I was at my most helpless and sad, he wasn't there. Yu Yi cried out loud, and these words buried in her heart for 6 years, once spoken, made her realize she could no longer pretend that nothing had happened 6 years ago. Actually, he came today. The person who saved her from the water was him too. Li Heng's voice was drowned out by Yu Yi's cries, and the room was filled with her sorrowful weeping. Perhaps this was good. At least Yu Yi was dignified in front of him. Yu Yi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, but the more she wiped, the more they flowed. Jinghai isn't that big, but in these 6 years, I haven't encountered him. After all, it's just that we lack fate. And all of this is just because I held on for 4 years, while the one he likes is Yue. Their 4 years were just her hanging on. Now, saying all this brings nothing but nostalgia. Perhaps Ye Junsheng is also in pain. The girl he likes left to save him. My pain is no different from his. In the lonely night, stars twinkled to accompany. Yu Yi's tears, in this night, seemed endless. The pink curtains separated 2 hearts. Ye Junsheng stood outside, statue-like, unable to move for a long time. The sorrow surrounding him drew the attention of others. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Junsheng finally left. His back was lonely, unable to withstand any more blows. Those memories, the torn past, held no traces of lingering affection. Yu Yi cried herself to sleep, and only after Li Heng went out did he see Ye Junsheng standing in the corridor. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, or if he had heard Yu Yi's words. Li Heng politely called out, "President Yi." Ye Junsheng did not respond. Judging by Ye Junsheng's expression, he must have overheard everything Yu Yi said. Li Heng didn't say much either and went to change Yu Yi's dressing. After taking a few steps, he was stopped by Ye Junsheng. I'll stay with her tonight. Li Heng thought for a moment and agreed. Jiang Yusin had once asked him why. Knowing that Ye Junsheng was someone Yu Yi had once liked, he still allowed them to work together. He had simply replied, "What is meant to be mine will be mine, and what isn't, I want to force." If Yu Yi's heart didn't waver during the time she worked with Ye Junsheng, then he believed she had truly moved on. But today, it seemed that wasn't the case. Ye Junsheng slowed his steps and stood by Yu Yi's hospital bed. Carefully, he pulled up a chair and sat down. Tears still glistened at the corners of Yu Yi's eyes, and Ye Junsheng gently wiped them away with his fingertips. He tucked the blanket around her and took her hand, which lay outside the covers, into his palm. Yu Yi's hand was small, soft, and delicate, just like her. Ye Junsheng's hands enveloped hers tightly, as if he wanted to hold them like this forever, never letting go again. Tender kisses brushed the back of her hand. All the memories flooded his mind. Ye Junsheng, would you ever like Yu Wei? Yu Yi loved him without reservation. He had never thought about the determination Yu Yi must have had when she asked that question. Tears as big as beans dropped onto Yu Yi's hand. On the hospital bed, Yu Yi's eyelashes trembled, and a thin line of tears slipped from the corner of her eye. The collaboration with Junwei Group came to an end, and Yu Yi moved her work back to her own company, gradually getting back on track. The number of times Yu Yi met Ye Junsheng also decreased significantly. Counting carefully, since their last meeting in the hospital, they hadn't seen each other privately except for work-related needs. Although Yu Yi still couldn't treat Ye Junsheng with indifference. She believed that with time, all the scars would be slowly smoothed out. This time, the proposal was successfully concluded, and Yu Yi's status in the company rose considerably. The previous rumors and gossip were no longer heard. After being discharged and returning to the company, Yu Yi had not seen Su Qing again. Someone told her that Su Qing had resigned, and she hadn't heard any news regarding other matters. Li Heng told her that Ye Junsheng was the first person to notice that Yu Yi was missing that day, and was also the one who pulled her out of the water. Yu Yi wanted to thank him, but could never find the right opportunity. Later, she sent him a thank you message, to which Ye Junsheng only replied with a simple MM. Yu Yi didn't respond. This was how things had to be between them. One day, Xiao Ning mysteriously placed a magazine in front of Yu Yi. Yu Yi looked around and saw it was a normal financial magazine, except that the person on the cover was Ye Junsheng, with no other points of interest or humor. Xiao Ning eagerly turned to a certain page, where a bold title was prominently displayed, exploring Ye Junsheng's views on love through his pet preferences. Yu Yi wondered if financial magazines now needed such gossip to attract attention. Xiao Ning was still pleased with herself, but Yu Yi's expression changed as she read on. Reporter, does Mr. Yi like pets? Ye Junsheng, I like it. Reporter, if given the chance, what kind of pet would Mr. Yi like to raise? Ye Junsheng, I want to keep a pet named Yu Yi. She is very obedient, and just seeing me every day is enough for her. Reporter, why the name Yu Yi? Ye Junsheng, she is Yu Er's sister. Upon seeing this, Yu Yi remembered that since reuniting with Ye Junsheng, she had not heard her mention Yu Er. She didn't know if Yu Er was still as chubby as before. It seemed that her sister was not very competent in her role. Xiao Ning pointed at Yu Yi's name in the magazine, as if she had discovered some scandal. Her eyes shining, and said to Yu Yi, did you see that? President Yi wants to keep you as a pet. Yu Yi rolled her eyes at her and didn't respond. Undeterred, Xiao Ning bravely asked, what is your relationship with President Yi? Xiao Ning's demeanor clearly suggested she wouldn't let Yu Yi off the hook unless she got a proper explanation. Yu Yi racked her brain, tried to figure out how to fob Xiao Ning off. After much persuasion, she finally managed to send Xiao Ning away, but before she could even catch her breath, the front desk called to inform her that someone was looking for her. The moment Yu Yi saw the person sitting on the sofa flipping through a magazine, she knew exactly why they had come to see her at this moment. She glanced at the book in their hand and felt the urge to strangle Ye Junsheng on the spot. Spouting nonsense in public. Had they even considered her feelings? People around them were whispering, and Yu Yi glanced left and right. Clearly, this wasn't the right place for a conversation. The two settled into a nearby CAF. At this hour, it wasn't too crowded, and Ye specifically requested a private booth to ensure Shun Yunin's privacy. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down, before any pleasantries could be exchanged, Shun Yunin blurted out bluntly, "What is your relationship with Ye Junsheng?" In just one day, two people had already asked her the same question. Yui was about to brush her off the same way she had done with Xiao Ning, saying it was nothing. But before she could speak, Shin Yuning cut her off. "Don't tell me there is nothing between you. I want to believe it." Belief or disbelief often hinges on a single moment. Why don't you go ask Ye Junsheng instead? The one who said such things was him, not me. Blocked by Ye like this, Shin Yuning choked up, opened her mouth, and forgot what she wanted to say. In the end, she could only reply, after asking you, "I'll naturally go ask him." Ye helplessly responded, "We really have no relationship. I don't believe it. What will it take for you to believe me? Tell me what exactly happened between you two." Ye had a bit of a headache. This person in front of her was clearly not as easy to deal with as Xiaoning. And honestly, there was nothing between her and Ye Junsheng. If she had to define their relationship, it was just that they had slept together once. That was all there was to it. She had slept with him, nothing more. Shin Yunin's face flushed red at Ye's answer. She pointed at Ye, stammering you for a long while before finally blurting out, "You shameless rogue." In public, Shin Yunin always maintained a mature and seductive image. See her now, acting so innocent. Ye couldn't help but wonder, is this what they call the legendary Gap Mo? Speaking of which, Ye from 6 years ago truly lived up to the word scoundrel. Looking back now, she was really shameless back then. Before Shin Yunin could fully process Ye's response, Ye glanced at her watch. She still had work to do and couldn't afford to idle around with Shin Yunin any longer, so she had to leave first. Shin Yunin was utterly shocked. She had always thought Ye Jun was cold and indifferent by nature. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine he had actually slept with Ye. The news I just saw pales in comparison to what I'm hearing now. Ye had only said those words to shut Shin Yunin up, but she hadn't anticipated that Shin Yunin would actually go to Ye Junsheng for confirmation. When Shin Yunin repeated Ye's exact words, instead of feeling insulted, Ye Junsheng laughed heartily. And what he said next left Shin Yunin utterly stunned. Not one night, 2 nights. Though furious, Shin Yunin had no grounds to argue further since the person involved had admitted it outright. Mutual attraction between adults was perfectly normal. Stuttering, she managed to ask, "How long have you two known each other?" She had known Ye Junsheng for 6 years. Although it wasn't as long as his friendship with Zhang Luo and the others, she believed 6 years was still a considerable amount of time. Ye Junsheng replied, 10 years. From freshman year until now, it's been 10 years. Shin Yunin forced a smile. She knew Ye Junsheng's character well. Ye Junsheng was slow to warm up and wouldn't easily be kind to someone, nor would he easily fall in love. Since he could say such things in a magazine, it wouldn't be a fleeting interest. That feeling must have accumulated over time. Ye had known him longer than she had. In fact, she should have realized this the moment she saw Ye at Ye Junsheng's house. Ye and Ye Junsheng were old acquaintances. "Can you tell me about your story together?" Ye Junsheng smiled, and that smile was warmer than the winter sun. "I'm not good at telling stories." Shin Yunin lowered her head in disappointment. She knew Ye Junsheng would refuse, but she still wanted to ask. Why could Ye enter his heart while she had failed to win his affection despite her efforts over the past 6 years? After I realized I loved her, I had already hurt her. Shin Yunin asked, "Why do you like her?" Ye Junsheng pondered for a moment before replying. Liking someone is just liking them. There's no need for so many reasons. Just like Ye said, I naturally came to like her without any reasons, just because I like her. It was only much later that Shin Yunin understood the sentiment behind Ye Junsheng's words. Ye suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and glanced at her phone. It was just past midnight. She wiped her forehead, which was drenched in sweat, soaking her palms. After waking up, she forgot everything that happened in her dream. Instinctively, Ye walked to the window. A car was parked under the banyan tree, and she clearly saw a person sitting inside. It was the car she had accidentally scratched, and the person in it was Ye Junsheng. Ye hid behind the curtain, looking at the back of her hand, unable to express what she felt inside. A tear fell onto her hand, burning her already withered heart. She didn't know why Ye Junsheng was crying, but she knew that because he cried, she felt very sad too. After breaking up at the hospital, Ye went to clean Ye Junsheng's house but never saw him. He always returned home after she left. Every night, Ye could see Junsheng waiting downstairs. Without calls or messages, he didn't even know that she always hid behind the curtains watching him whenever he came. This had seemingly become a habit. Ye knelt down beside the window, leaning her head against the wall, wide awake. Now they were looking at the same starry sky, but because it was overcast, the stars were hidden and the moon shyly hid behind the clouds. She didn't know how much time passed before she vaguely heard the faint sound of an engine starting downstairs. After seeing Ye Junsheng's South car drive out of the community, she returned to bed. It was a sleepless night. A few days later, Ye received an invitation card for the Junwei Group's annual meeting. She didn't want to attend, but the manager somehow found out and called her to the office, coercing her to go. Unable to refuse the manager, Ye had no choice but to agree, thinking she could just show her face and leave. January in Shanghai was unusually cold, and the wind was extremely fierce, making the streets almost deserted. The annual meeting was held at the Junwei Hotel. As Ye got out of the car and looked at the 4 big characters at the entrance, she felt inexplicably melancholic. Recently, she seemed to often reminisce about the past. Shaking her head, she entered the main venue after handing the invitation card to the doorman and sat down at the table with her nameplate. Ye remembered that when she worked part-time as a waitress at the Junwei Hotel, she had been dispatched to this venue. Back then, she was just a university student, and Ye Junsheng was the senior she admired. Now, she attended as an employee of a partner company, while he was her superior. The same environment, but different identities. In just 6 years, everything between them had changed drastically. The Junwei Group's annual meeting was grand, with many business elites invited, as well as some film and music stars. Reporters crowded outside, trying to scoop exclusive news. Those who could enter this occasion either had a certain social status or were senior employees of the Junwei Group. And Ye was nothing. When someone came to toast her, Ye politely returned the gesture and talked about work and ideals with those around her. She realized that in the past 6 months, she had adapted quite a bit to such occasions. During a break, Ye left for the restroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, she hesitated a little, unconsciously raising her hands to touch the face in the mirror. The person in the mirror smiled slowly, as if Ye was smiling at her. When someone else came in to touch up their makeup, Ye withdrew her hands and washed them. The water flowed gently over her hands, creating little splashes. Ye overheard one of the girls say, "President Ye has put in a lot of effort for the new system to be released at the end of the year." His trusted aide, Minister Li, was reluctant to use it, yet he spent a fortune hiring an outside company for this new system. It didn't take long for the new system to have flaws, and Minister Li had to clean up the mess. If he had just given the operation of the new system to Minister Li from the beginning, wouldn't it have saved a lot of trouble? Another girl sighed. President Ye is throwing money around, but it doesn't mean much. Ye took out a tissue to dry her hands, threw it in the trash, and left them behind. The girls continued their conversation, but Ye suddenly stopped in her tracks. What could be more explosive than President Ye willingly spending 30 million on a woman? One of the girls lowered her voice and said, "I heard from someone that 7 years ago, when President Ye was just a university student, he personally asked the hotel manager for a job for a girl. The position was already full, but the manager, wanting to please President Ye, made an exception for a night shift position, and of course, President Ye paid the salary himself." One girl gasped in surprise. The other continued, "But that is not all. 6 years ago, during that big embezzlement case involving Junwei Group employees, President Ye suddenly returned to the country, hoping to suppress the matter. It's said that the employee's daughter is the girl I just mentioned. To deal with this, President Ye even had a big fight with Old Master Ye. They disagreed, and Old Master Ye was ruthless. The matter couldn't be suppressed, and the girl's mother ended up in prison." The girl paused for a second, then added, "And you wouldn't believe it. President Ye even personally made up for the loss of that girl's mother, using his own money to cover the company's losses, and in the end, he was the one who suffered." Where did you hear this? From my friend's brother-in-law's mother-in-law's daughter's cousin. However, this matter is no longer a secret within the hotel. Ye's legs felt as if they were nailed to the floor, unable to move, and her handbag was almost crushed in her grip, but she felt nothing. After the 2 girls finished gossiping, they joked about each other and left, playing so seriously that they didn't even notice Ye standing in the corner. Ye lifted her foot and stepped out, each step feeling like she was trudging through snow, exhausting. Standing at the entrance of the venue, Ye saw Ye Junsheng surrounded by a group of people. Shen Yunin wasn't there today. Another female star stood beside him. Someone she had heard would become the next spokesperson for Junhua after Shen Yunin. Ye Junsheng had a good eye. This female star was not inferior to Shen Yunin, with no messy scandals, perfectly aligning with the positive image Junhua Hotel wanted to project. Ye knew that Ye Junsheng always had high standards. To be recognized by Ye Junsheng meant she must have something exceptional about her. In fact, Ye also longed for his recognition, whether it was 6 years ago or 6 years later. Amidst the bustling crowd, two pairs of eyes met. Ye tugged at the corner of her mouth and finally smiled at Ye Junsheng. It was a genuine smile, yet it felt a bit forced. Before Ye Junsheng could respond, Ye turned and left, descending the stairs. For a fleeting moment, Ye thought about rushing forward, standing in front of Ye Junsheng, and asking him if he was behind all those things. But even if she asked, what difference would it make? She still couldn't fathom what Ye Junsheng was truly thinking. The cold wind hit her, and combined with the alcohol she had consumed earlier, Ye felt lightheaded. The streetlights stood orderly along the road, casting elongated shadows of Ye. Ahead was an endless darkness, much like the depths of Ye Junsheng's eyes. Unfathomable. In the past, Ye had revered him like a god. How could she easily speculate about a god's thoughts? Therefore, when the 2 million appeared in her account, she thought of everyone, except that it might have come from Ye Junsheng. That thought was too bold for her to entertain. She believed she was alone in bearing many burdens, but she never considered that Ye Junsheng was carrying them alongside her. So who was he doing this for? Yue? Or for her? Ye stumbled along the road. The roar of a motorcycle whizzed past her, and someone snatched her handbag. With a sudden force, Ye twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. A sharp pain shot through her ankle as she sat there dazed, tears pooling in her eyes. A car approached, its headlights shining on her. Ye, unprepared for the sudden light, raised her hand to shield her eyes and saw someone walking toward her through the beam. The light framed him like a savior. That familiar face became clear before her, and Ye cried out. Ye Junsheng squatted down in front of her, cupping her face and asked what's wrong. Tears rolled down Ye's cheeks, landing on Ye Junsheng's hand. She stammered, my wallet was stolen. He held her face gently, as if she were a treasure. Ye Junsheng's expression darkened as he carefully checked if Ye was hurt. Once he confirmed she was unscathed, he felt relieved. He wiped away her tears with his thumb and helped her up. Ye's ankle was sprained, unable to support her weight, and she leaned against Ye Junsheng. Looking at him, a flood of thoughts overwhelmed her. The more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt. Her mind was muddled, and all she knew was that she wanted clarity to ask about everything. Ye mustered her strength to push Ye Junsheng away, but she stumbled a few steps, and he reached out to help her, only to be pushed away again. Sniffling, Ye asked, did the system have a glitch this time? Noticing her change in expression, Ye Junsheng added, it's a minor issue, so I didn't tell you. Ye bit her lip and asked again, 7 years ago, was that part-time job at the Junhua Hotel arranged by you? Ye Junsheng hesitated for a moment, stepped forward, and replied, yes. 6 years ago, was that 2 million you transferred? Ye Junsheng took another step closer and answered, yes. The distance between them had significantly narrowed, and Ye Junsheng stood before Ye. Instead of continuing to question him, Ye burst into tears, her hands frantically wiping her face. What should I do? I still owe you so much money. When will I ever repay the 2 million? When he decided to transfer that money anonymously to Ye, he never intended to tell her. But now, Ye Junsheng didn't want to delve into how Ye knew about it, because he finally saw the Ye from 6 years ago again. While Ye was still grieving over the matter, Ye Junsheng pulled her into his embrace. Ye rested her forehead against his chest, still sobbing. If you can't repay it, just marry me. Ye suddenly looked up, halting her tears. Having not heard him clearly, she asked again, what did you say? Ye, marry me, and you won't have to repay the money. Ye Junsheng's voice was enticing, like he was luring her step by step with candy to agree. Ye came to her senses, pushed Ye Junsheng away, looking at him in panic, and turned to leave, limping away. He must be playing with her again. Ye Junsheng caught up, grabbing Yi's arm. She tugged at her arm, but couldn't break free. Ye Junsheng sighed and lifted her up in his arms. His voice rang above her head. "You, I'm serious." You blinked, wondering if he was joking about marriage. She felt lost, raising and lowering her head, finally resting against Ye Junsheng's chest, listening to his heartbeat. You clutched his coat and whispered, "Ye Junsheng, do you miss Yue?" Ye Junsheng pressed his lips tightly together, not answering. Yue continued, "I miss her so much. I wonder if I'd look back at you back then, would she still be alive?" After a long pause, Ye Junsheng replied, "There are no ifs." Yue lowered her head in disappointment. "Yes, there are no ifs." Ye Junsheng gazed ahead. Over the past 6 years, he had only felt remorse for Yue, thinking of her as a form of atonement, a reminder of his past mistakes. The person he truly cared for was Yue. If there were any ifs, he would not have let such things happen. He would have confessed his love to Yue as soon as he realized it, rather than waiting until now. At the end of 54, Yue received a bonus that delighted her for several days, and due to the smooth execution of the project with the Junue group, her salary also increased by 10%. After realizing she still owed Ye Junsheng over 2 million, Yue regarded every penny as extremely important. Her immediate priority was to repay the debt. The company had a year-end holiday, allowing Yue to finally take a break. She continued her cleaning work for Ye Junsheng, and she heard he had recently gone abroad. She felt at ease not seeing him. On New Year's Eve, Yue was once again having dinner with Jiang Yusin's family. After the New Year's dinner, they all gathered in the living room to watch TV. There was a game segment for grabbing red envelopes on the show, and Jiang Yuqing snatched everyone's phones to compete for speed against China's billions of people. Speed wasn't enough, so they had to rely on quantity. Yue snacked on seeds while watching TV when Jiang Yuqing suddenly called out to her, saying someone was calling her. Yue asked who it was, and Jiang Yuqing replied, "Ye Junsheng." Yue was taken aback and said, "You keep going." Following her instructions, Jiang Yuqing hung up the phone. Yue was distracted, occasionally glancing toward Jiang Yuqing, but the call never came again. Jiang's father asked her, "Your mom is coming back soon, right?" Yue nodded, saying her mom would be home in half a month, and she still hadn't figured out how to tell her that Yue was gone. At the same time, downstairs at Yu's home, Ye Junsheng sat in his car, staring blankly at the Yue family. He held his phone, scrolling through the screen repeatedly, but the lights in Yu's house remained off. Ye Junsheng was worried. After saying those words that day, he wondered if he had scared Yue, causing her to avoid him. The family chatted until midnight before returning to their rooms. Yue stayed at Zhang's house, and before heading to her room, Jiang Yuqing returned her phone. Yue glanced at it and placed it directly on her bed without looking. The next day, Yue woke up and opened WeChat, only to see a message from Ye Junsheng. "Happy New Year. I'm downstairs at your house." The message was sent the night before. Yue thought that since Ye Junsheng hadn't received her reply, he might have left, so she didn't respond. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yusin sent her home. As Yue just stepped onto the stairs, Jiang Yusin called out to her. Yue stumbled and almost fell down the stairs, but Jiang Yusin hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Yue grabbed Jiang Yusin's arm, smiling faintly. "If I fall flat on my face on the first day of the new year, then my luck this year must be particularly bad. Your luck this year will definitely not be bad, because you have a benefactor to help you." Yue tilted her head and smiled. "Benefactor? You?" Jiang Yusin smiled, but said nothing. The smile in Yu's eyes froze when she saw the car sliding past her. The hand that was resting on Jiang Yusin's arm instinctively withdrew. Noticing that something was off with Yue, Jiang Yusin turned back to take a look. Just one glance, and he understood the source of her emotional distress. The car had already driven away, but he had definitely seen the scene of him supporting Yue. Jiang Yusin asked her, "Aren't you going to chase after him?" She had chased him for 4 years, but she was tired and had already given up. Yue shook her head. No need. There was no relationship between them, so there was no need to discuss these things. Throughout the day, Yue was in a daze, unconsciously checking the message from Ye Junsheng. She could only look at it. There was nothing she could do. In the evening, Yue went out, and when she returned, she saw Ye Junsheng's car parked downstairs. Nervously, she walked closer, but didn't see Ye Junsheng sitting inside. Confused, she went upstairs and found Ye Junsheng at her door. Ye Junsheng was leaning against the wall, his fingertips touching a cigarette, exhaling smoke. A cigarette, but lay at his feet. When he saw Ye, he threw the cigarette on the ground and stepped it out. This version of Ye Junsheng felt very unfamiliar to Ye. She took a half step back, but Ye Junsheng reached out his arm to pull her into his embrace. Resting his head against hers, holding her tightly. Ye, I'm going crazy. I like you, so I'm going crazy. If I like you this much, would it kill you to like me back? It won't. It would drive me crazy. Ye didn't understand why she could remember a conversation from so long ago, so clearly. Just on her way back, someone mistook her for Yue. Ye slowly pushed him away, saying, I'm not Yue. The fact that he would say such things to her must mean he mistook her for Yue. But she had forgotten that everyone had confused her with Yue before, except for Ye Junsheng. Even when she pretended to be Yue in front of him, he could see through it at a glance. Others might mistake her for Yue, but only Ye Junsheng could not. You silly Yue. I have never liked Yue. This sentence came out with a sense of helplessness, but also a hint of affection. Ye's understanding from the past few years was overturned by this sentence. She had always thought Ye Junsheng liked Yue. But today he told her directly that he did not like Yue. This was telling her that everything she thought 6 years ago was false. Ye felt very confused, her fingers trembling. Ye Junsheng lowered his head, his face slowly moving closer to Ye's. Just as he was about to kiss her lips, Ye turned her head. Their faces were pressed closely together, and Ye's eyes flickered, not daring to look up. She could feel the burning gaze above her head. Ye Junsheng's breath brushed against Ye's face, and, as her eyelashes fluttered, she slipped out of his embrace and went around him to open the door. Ye didn't say a word, and the moment the door opened, Ye Junsheng pushed it shut again from behind her. Ye turned around and saw Ye Junsheng's chest trapped between him and the door. His hands blocked any escape route for her. Ye stepped back, pressing her whole body tightly against the door, turning her face to the side. Ye Junsheng stepped forward, not giving Ye a chance to escape, lowered his head, and accurately captured her soft lips. Ye's mind went blank, and she didn't have time to think. The breath that belonged to Ye Junsheng intoxicated her, along with the smell of smoke. Everything was so enticing. Ye Junsheng's hands roamed over Ye's back. With such force it felt like he wanted to meld her into his body. Ye didn't know where she was, or who the person in front of her was. A sense of helplessness washed over her, yet the sweetness in her heart was undeniably real. Ye started to cry, small sobs escaping her throat, salty tears falling into both their mouths. Ye Junsheng was taken aback, stopping his actions and letting go of Ye. Ye's body slumped down, kneeling on the ground, her gaze vacant, not knowing where to look. Ye Junsheng squatted down, holding Ye in his arms, listening to her cries, his heart feeling like it was being tightly gripped by a hand. Ye was crying, and he was in pain. Ye, don't you understand? The person I've always loved is you, and only you. Ye Junsheng's hand caressed Ye's head, conveying all of his feelings to her. Ye cried and replied, but it's too late. Too late. The love she had waited for 4 years finally came 6 years later. Yet she wasn't happy at all. If he had said such things to her 6 years ago, she would have preferred to lose 10 years of her life. But now, because of her mistakes, Yue had left. How could she dare to accept his love? Ye Junsheng pressed down on Ye's head, and she clutched his shirt tightly, as if grasping a piece of driftwood. It's not too late. Let me bear the sins of Yue. He had borne that guilt for 6 years and had become accustomed to it. Yue saved him. That life should be his to bear, not Ye's. She had already carried enough. Yue clenched her fists against Ye Junsheng's chest, and he felt her rejection. She was pushing him away. Don't push me. Her voice was so soft, it was barely audible, and Yue didn't even dare to look at him. How could he bear to force her when she looked like this? I'm not forcing you, but don't push me away either. Ye Junsheng tightened his hold, wrapping Yue in his embrace. Yue choked out, if I see you on the street, I will definitely pretend I don't know you. He knew she would pretend not to know him, so he could only rely on collaboration to get closer to her and increase their opportunities for contact. All their encounters were not coincidences. Everything was intentional on his part. Just before the new year, while Yue was cleaning at Ye Junsheng's house, She accidentally discovered the origami crane she had once given him. The crane was placed in a glass vase, vibrant in color. When she gave it to him back then, he had little reaction, and she always thought he didn't like it. She never expected he still kept it. He couldn't express how she felt inside. She had always thought that 6 years ago, she was the only one performing a solo act, but 6 years later, she realized that Ye Junsheng had done quite a lot for her. He found her a job, paid her debts, and even had a fight with his family for her mother. He had done so much for her. From the sudden proposal last time to him, saying he loved her this time, Yui was completely unprepared and couldn't react at all. Ye Junsheng didn't force her or give up on her. He often sat at home for an entire day, even forgetting about the job of cleaning at Ye Junsheng's house. When alone, she could think of many things, reflecting on everything that had happened between her and Ye Junsheng. He said he loved her, but why had she never felt it 6 years ago? Why, during the time he was abroad, did he not reply to any of the emails she sent? 6 years ago, he had been rejecting himself. She suddenly realized that during the time he was abroad, his silence on her emails was his way of wanting to sever all connections with her. Even that postcard without a message was evidence of his desire for her to give up. Now, she could only make sense of it this way. Soon, it was the day when Yuyi's mother was released from prison. Yui took a leave of absence from work to personally pick up Xiaoying. Jiang Yusin wanted to accompany her, but she refused. Xiaoying was released 6 months earlier than expected, and Yui didn't want to delve into the reasons. She was just glad her mother was out sooner. After all that had happened, Yui became easily anxious and fearful of losing what she had. She was afraid that the happiness she had grasped would disappear because of her own mistakes. Therefore, she was afraid of Ye Junsheng and the words he had said to her. On New Year's Eve, he waited for her downstairs for the entire night. She didn't know how many other nights he had waited there without her knowing. When facing Ye Junsheng, she became somewhat pretentious. Yui went to the prison early and waited at the entrance for a while. To her surprise, Ye Junsheng showed up. She never expected to see him there. Yui looked down at her toes, then raised her head and asked knowingly, "Why are you here?" Ye Junsheng frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Yui continued on her own. "Thank you for coming to see my mom." Her smile was forced. Ye Junsheng lowered his head, keeping his gaze level with hers, and said, You never need to thank me." Yui knew she owed him a lot, far more than a simple thank you could cover. She also knew that her mother's early release must have involved considerable effort on his part. And she knew even better that he didn't like hearing her talk about such things in front of him. So all she could do was nod. The prison gates slowly opened, and Yui caught sight of her mother, whom she hadn't seen in months. Her heart pounded wildly, and for a moment, she forgot to step forward. Xiaoying walked toward her slowly, carrying a bag. It wasn't until Ye Junsheng called her name that Yui snapped out of her daze and rushed forward, stopping just short of her mother. "Mom," Yui called out. Xiaoying lovingly stroked her daughter's hair. Her eyes, compared to 6 years ago, were much more weathered, with deep creases carved by time spreading from their corners. For 6 years, she had only been able to see her daughter through cold, glass windows. Now, she could finally feel her daughter's warmth with her own hands, and that made her feel a little less alone. Xiaoying cast an inquiring glance at Ye Junsheng. Just as he began to speak, Yui quickly cut him off and introduced, "Mom, this is my boss. He knew you were being released today and came to see you. At my age, it's not exactly something to be proud of, nor is there much to see," Xiaoying said, her tone tinged with sorrow at first, then softening with affection. "Thank you for looking after Xiaoyi at work." "No trouble at all. She is very obedient," Ye Junsheng replied. Though it was meant as a compliment, for some reason, Yui felt the words sounded more like they were describing a pet dog. It was then that Xiaoying noticed someone was missing. She glanced around and asked, "Where is Xiaowei?" Yui-san's heart tightened as she glanced at Ye Junsheng, her hand resting on Xiaoying's arm tightening slightly, her gaze flickering unpredictably. "Yui is still in the United States." Seeing Xiaoying becoming disappointed, Yui hurriedly added, "She also wants to come back to see you, but her advisor won't let her take time off. Don't worry, once her classes are over, she will come back to see you. She even told me yesterday that she plans to take good care of you when she returns in a few days." At this point, Ye Junsheng could guess the meaning behind Yui's words and said no more. Yui inadvertently met Ye Junsheng's gaze and quickly looked away. Through the rearview mirror, Ye Junsheng saw Yu, Yi, and Xiaoying snuggled closely together. This version of Yu, he looked like a child, her laughter also childlike. Xiaoying would occasionally ask him questions, and Ye Junsheng answered honestly. This seemed to be the normal interaction between a mother and son, Ye Junsheng thought. The car stopped downstairs at Yi's home, and Xiaoying called out to Ye Junsheng, who was about to leave, stay for dinner. Let's see if Yi's cooking skills have improved over the years. Ye Junsheng looked at Yi, who turned her head to the side, and he smiled and agreed. Back home, Yi pushed Xiaoying back to the bedroom. Mom, you should take a shower and rest first. You can eat when you wake up. Xiaoying followed her advice. In the living room, Ye Junsheng sat on the sofa, leaving just the two of them, and Yi felt a bit awkward. She pointed to the kitchen. You sit for a moment. I'll go cook. Yi turned on the TV for him. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back and asked, is there anything you want to eat? Preserved egg and lean pork congee. Ye Junsheng was flipping through TV channels and said casually. Yi bit her lip and replied, got it. After Yi walked into the kitchen, Ye Junsheng turned his head to look at her. Yi's phone was lying on the coffee table. Ye Junsheng picked it up. There was no passcode lock, so with a light swipe, the screen lit up. He entered his own phone number, and, as expected, it showed up as an unfamiliar contact with no save name. Ye Junsheng saved his number in Yi's phone, pondered for a long time, and finally typed 2 words in the contact name field. Then, he opened his own phone and saw the name he had saved for him in his contacts. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Dinner was ready, and Yi was about to go call Xiaoying. She had barely taken 2 steps when Ye Junsheng stopped her. Why didn't you tell Andy about Yue? I'm not ready yet. Yi lowered her head. She knew he would ask, but she didn't expect him to ask her today. Continuing like this is a form of harm to Andy. She should have known sooner. Ye Junsheng's voice was firm, but his gaze was gentle, encouraging her step by step. I know, but I can't say it. At first, she hid it from Xiaoying because she was unwell, and later, when she got better, it became an unconscious habit to keep it from her. He wanted to tell her the truth, but every time she visited the prison, separated by thick glass. Listening to Xiaoying's expectations on the other end of the phone, that cruel sentence was swallowed back down. She also knew that, by now, it was impossible to hide it any longer, but she still thought that it might be better for her mother to know a little later. The two were startled by the sudden question from behind. What should I have known sooner? He turned around and met Xiaoying's questioning gaze. The hand at Yi's side gradually tightened. Xiaoying asked again, what exactly happened to Yue? When she was in prison, she felt that something was off. For 6 years, Yue had never visited her even once. Every time He came to see her, it was always just him alone. And his excuse was always that Yue was abroad, not even once going to Jianyusen. Yue gritted his teeth tightly, and when Ye Junsheng was about to explain, she pulled him back. Ye Junsheng was right. Her mother should have known about this matter sooner. He took a deep breath and said, Yue has left and will never come back. Xiaoying understood what this meant, supporting herself against the table. The pain was evident, and the blow was significant. When did this happen? 6 years ago, after you left. The sound of a slap fell, and Yi's face tilted to one side, her hair falling down. Xiaoying's hand hung in the air, while the other hand covered her chest as she wept, thinking that Yue was just having a conflict with Yi or had run away from home like her father. However, she never expected that the place Yue went to had no possibility of returning. Ye Junsheng supported Yue, standing in front of her to prevent Xiaoying from collapsing and hurting her again. He looked straight at Xiaoying, unyielding, with eyes full of apology. Auntie, Yue's death is my fault. It has nothing to do with Yue. Xiaoying grabbed Ye Junsheng's collar, punching him on his body, suddenly receiving such a blow. Xiaoying's mental state was on the verge of collapse, and another slap fell. What did my daughter do to deserve this from you? In the chaos, Yue pulled Ye Junsheng away, and her fist struck Yue. Yue stumbled and knelt in front of Xiaoying, saying, Mom, it was my fault. Yue suddenly knelt down, recalling the thoughts that Xiaoying had long since flown away. Xiaoying stared blankly at this scene, her eyes red from crying, and turned away to cover her mouth. Ye Junsheng clenched his fist beside Yue and knelt down next to her. Each word he spoke was powerful, revealing the guilt he had carried for 6 years. My life was exchanged for Yue's. Today, even if you want to take this life away, I have no objections. But this has nothing to do with you, E. She is also your daughter, and you, E, has endured a lot of suffering. I just want to ask you to listen to the reasons you, E, has kept from you. You, E, turned in shock, tears on her face. And Ye Junsheng gave her a comforting smile. Seeing Ye Junsheng smile, Yue broke down in tears again. A few minutes later, Xiao Ying finally spoke. You can go now. I don't want to see you. After saying this, Xiao Ying weakly walked back to her bedroom. Yue chased after her, realizing that Ye Junsheng was still kneeling on the ground, and turned back. I apologize on behalf of my mother. I'm sorry. Ye Junsheng shook his head and stood up, tightly embracing Yue, calling her name over and over again. Yue's tears streamed down her cheeks as she gently said, "Do you know what my last words to Yue were before she left? Yue, you took Jiang Yusen from me before, and now you want to take Ye Junsheng away from me too? How could I say such cruel words to Yue?" Yue laughed self-deprecatingly, crying as she laughed. Ye Junsheng slowly let her go, and Yue was still smiling. He told her it's not your fault. He repeated it several times. But Yue scoffed. Even he didn't believe it, so how could she believe it wasn't her fault? At the moment Yue turned around, tears fell from the corners of Ye Junsheng's eyes. Yue brought dinner to Xiao Ying's bedroom. The room was pitch black, and Xiao Ying was sitting on the bed with her back to her. Yue fumbled to turn on the light and placed the dinner on a side table. "Mom, it's time to eat." Xiao Ying did not turn around. Yue went around to face Xiao Ying, crouching down, her eyes slightly swollen from crying. Looking at Xiao Ying with tears welling up again. "Mom, I'm sorry." Hearing Yue's apology, Xiao Ying's eyes turned red as well. Ye Junsheng was right. Yue and Yue were twins. Yue's departure felt like Yue had died once. Yue's pain was far heavier than Xiao Ying's. And Yue had to bear it alone. How could Xiao Ying blame Yue for Yue's departure? Xiao Ying wiped the tears from Yue's face, saying, "Silly child, how have you been these past years?" Xiao Ying's hand rested on Yue's face, gently rubbing the spot where she had just hit her. Yue sniffed and leaned on Xiao Ying's knees, saying, "As long as you come back, that's enough." As long as Xiao Ying was back, she could let go of her insistence. How did Yue leave? Yue sat on the floor, rubbing her head against Xiao Ying's knees. As Xiao Ying's palm rested on Yue's hair, stroking it back and forth, the hazy moon cast a dim light, and the blue-gray sky seemed to be covered with a layer of gray cloth, oppressive and hard to breathe. Snow began to fall at some point, swirling and dancing in the air like spirits in the night. And now Yue finally had the courage to lay bare the past from 6 years ago. She recounted her relationship with Ye Junsheng and her last words to Yue in a calm tone, as if telling someone else's story. 6 years ago, after the car accident, she had fainted. The moment Yue was hit by the car, she felt it. She could sense the pain Yue felt before she left. She was in a coma for a week, and the doctor said her physical indicators were normal, but she was just unwilling to wake up. She wished that when Yue left, she could take her with her. If she could see her in a dream, she would definitely say "I'm sorry" to Yue. Sincerely. But she didn't even have the chance to say that before Yue left. By the time she woke up, Yue had already been cremated. She didn't get to see Yue one last time, and she could only mourn Yue at a gravestone. After she woke up, Ye Junsheng stayed by her side. And later Jiang Yusen told her that during her coma, Ye Junsheng had been watching over her without leaving her side. Ye Junsheng still remembered the look in Yue's eyes when she woke up and grasped his shirt, asking him to stay with her. In her deadened eyes, there was both despair and hope. She hoped someone would hold her, give her hope, and allow her to continue living. So he stayed with her despite Ye Yan's advice. He was grateful that at that moment, he had held on to her. That night, in the narrow single bed of the hospital, he held her as they fell asleep. In her dreams, Yue murmured nonstop, tears flowing, soaking his chest. When Ye Junsheng woke up the next day, Yue was gone, and he was tricked back to the Yi family by Qin Tongsheng. After that, he was taken to Switzerland by Yian, and they were separated for 6 years. It was only after 6 years that he dared to appear before her. On this day, Xiao Ying experienced the pain of losing her daughter, which dealt a significant blow to her, and she found it hard to calm down, with Yue staying by her side. When Xiao Ying fell asleep, Yu quietly left the bedroom. The preserved egg and lean meat porridge she made for Ye Junsheng was still on the dining table. He hadn't had the chance to eat it before everything happened. The porridge had gone cold, and Yui sat at the dining table, spooning it into her mouth. As she ate, tears fell uncontrollably, mixing with the porridge in her mouth, bitter and astringent. The snow kept falling heavier, showing no signs of stopping. The distant buildings were already wrapped in silver white. When Yui pulled the curtains, she was momentarily startled by the car below, covered in a layer of snow, only vaguely revealing its shape. But Yui knew it was Ye Junsheng's car. She closed the curtains, sat on the floor for a while, then put on her coat and went downstairs. Ye Junsheng didn't know what Yui was going through, so he didn't dare to leave. Xiao didn't want to see him, and he didn't want to put Yui in a difficult position, so he stayed downstairs at her home. When he saw Yui come down, Ye Junsheng immediately opened the car door and got out. Yui wasn't dressed warmly, so Ye Junsheng held her tightly in his arms, wrapping her in his coat. Has your mom stopped hitting you? Yui shook her head in his embrace. Has she forgiven you? Yui nodded slightly. Ye Junsheng sighed in relief, resting his chin on top of Yui's head. Yui didn't struggle, and Ye Junsheng held her tighter. The moment Yui came down, his heart was filled. In a place where Ye Junsheng couldn't see, Yui felt a deep sadness. He didn't ask her whether her mother had forgiven him. As long as he knew that she had been forgiven by her mother, that was enough. He understood the care he had for her now. Under the warmth of his coat, Yui reached out and wrapped her arms around Ye Junsheng's waist. Feeling her initiative, Ye Junsheng lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Let's go to the car. Yui shook her head. She wanted to continue savoring this warmth. Ye Junsheng smiled like a big boy, a satisfied smile spreading to his earlobes, a joy that could be felt for miles around. From now on, wherever you wanted to go, I will go. Yui didn't expect Ye Junsheng's sweet words to be so charming. She liked it very much. Yui leaned her head against Ye Junsheng's chest, entrusting her weight to him, knowing he wouldn't let her fall. You asked me if I thought about you in these past 6 years. Now I can tell you, actually, I've been thinking about you the entire time. Ye Junsheng wrapped his coat tighter around himself, while Yui nestled inside the coat, feeling no trace of the cold outside. Yui continued, sometimes, late at night, I wonder why we can't meet in such a small Jinghai. I always thought it was because we didn't have fate, until I met you in the corridor of Zuixiang Tower. I realized that wanting to meet you was just a way to fulfill a dream I had in college. A reason to keep myself going. You are the person I have liked with all my strength. After my mother went to prison and Yue left, my world turned black and white. But I know that loving you is the most beautiful thing I ever did. As long as you are still here, as long as I still think of you, I'm willing to believe that this world is beautiful. 6 years ago, didn't you tell me not to like you anymore? Now I have done it. I no longer like you, so you must be happy. After saying the last sentence, Yui slowly withdrew from Ye Junsheng's embrace, her eyes sparkling like the brightest starlight in the sky. The happiness she just felt mocked the pain in her heart. Ye Junsheng wanted to step forward and hug Yui, but she refused. My happiness is you. Yui looked into the distance, where the snowflakes danced joyfully under the streetlights, putting on a performance for this night of parting. 6 years ago, when you were abroad, you didn't reply to my emails or tell me when you returned, which was probably to help me let go of my thoughts about you. It wasn't until recently that I realized I have always been slow to react. Back then, you clearly hated me, yet I still clung to you shamelessly. Looking back now, you must have been impatient from the start. You just never said it. But even if you had, I probably wouldn't have listened. Yui, I have never been annoyed by you. The two stood in the snow, the cold wind howling, unable to blow away the entangled sorrow of parting. Yui smiled self-deprecatingly. You said the person you love has always been me, but I can't feel it. That's because you love the Yui from 6 years ago, and I'm no longer that Yui. I want to like you because you were the Yui of the past or the present. I like you simply because you are you and nothing more. Until this moment, Ye Junsheng still held onto the last shred of rationality. Yui faced Ye Junsheng's gaze, clear and without any concealment. Loving you is too exhausting. I don't want to continue. Please be happy. Along with Yue's share. The dead are gone, and the living can only do one thing. Live well. Yui left, and Ye Junsheng stayed in the same position, unmoving. Snowflakes danced around him, avoiding him tenderly, not touching him at all. He knew that what Yue said was not heartfelt. He knew she couldn't let go of Yue. As long as Yue couldn't let go, she would be a little less happy. He realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. 6 years ago, because of the question he didn't answer, Yue misunderstood him for 6 years. 6 years later, he finally opened his heart and said everything to her, but she didn't believe him. Yue was a good girl, but he didn't like her. Being good to her was only because he saw his mother's shadow in her, and he didn't want her to suffer. When he was young, he couldn't protect his mother. When he grew up, the only way he could protect someone like her was this way, so he could find peace in his heart. He never had any improper thoughts about her. Yue didn't know any of this. Yue hid behind the window, covering her mouth and crying. Ye Junsheng was still standing downstairs. He was just a small figure, but it was etched clearly in her heart. On that snowy night, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Later, Yue no longer knew when Ye Junsheng left. He stood downstairs while she accompanied him at the window. After he left, she continued to stand there. Ye Junsheng was beautiful in her heart. Saying those words was just to prevent him from feeling guilty, hoping he could let go of the past and start his own life anew. Whether it was her or Yue, they were just a scenery on his life path. Although this scenery was not brilliant, she still hoped Ye Junsheng would be happy. This was true. As for her, she would continue to live well with the guilt towards Yue, not wanting to burden anyone else. For Yue, that was enough. A few days later, Tang LV arranged to meet Yue at the law firm. He represented Ye Junsheng to terminate the previous employment contract, and thereafter, she and Ye Junsheng would no longer have a debtor relationship. Tang LV conveyed Ye Junsheng's original words to Yue. Yue's life is worth more than the 18 million. After finishing the paperwork, Yue walked alone on the street, the cold wind stinging her face, her heart aching unbearably, yet her tears forgot how to fall. Ye Junsheng was using another way to tell her that now they owed nothing to each other. This was good. Yue's life returned to how it was before. Before meeting Ye Junsheng, each day was filled with endless work, and when busy, she couldn't think of trivial matters. The head of the technical department for the collaboration between the company and Junue Group was replaced by Li Heng, and thereafter, she had no further connection to this case. She and Ye Junsheng also lost contact. Sometimes you would see Ye Junsheng on television, facing the camera, analyzing the development trends of Junue Group and the issues in the industry very well. He had returned to the wonderful person he once was. That confidence was innate and could not be imitated by others. Every time she washed her face and looked in the mirror, Yue always deliberately tried to mimic Ye Junsheng's facial expressions. No matter how many times she tried, she could never achieve his calm demeanor. Until one day, Xiao Ning leaned close to her ear and said, "You look like someone just now during the meeting." Under Yue's gaze, Xiao Ning continued, "You look like General Ye." Yue felt relieved. She had finally achieved it. Yu Zheng's photography exhibition, themed Nostalgia, was the last stop of his global tour. Giant posters hung in the mall, and everyone passing by couldn't help but stop and stare. Yu Zheng was a well-known photographer in Jinghai. The scenes captured through his lens were real and shocking. He was called China's most righteous photographer, and his works have been collected multiple times by the National Art Museum. The poster featured his photograph of black soil, vast and endless, with the glow of the setting sun casting hope on the horizon. Yue stood in front of the poster, gazing sideways, her thoughts drifting far away. Her father, who had disappeared for more than a decade, was also a photographer. After Xiao Ning returned from the restroom, she patted Yue's shoulder and said, "Let us go." Yue nodded, and after leaving, couldn't help but look back at the poster one last time. After Yue left, a figure slowly walked to the spot where she had stood, gazing up with trembling hands at his side. Now, he could only watch her from afar, walking every path she had walked. 2 days later, Yue received a package containing 2 tickets to the Ye Junsheng photography exhibition. The delivery slip did not include the sender's real name or phone number. Yue didn't know why someone sent this to her and confirmed that the recipient was indeed herself. Although confused, Yue accepted it, silently thanking that good person. May the good person have peace throughout their life. Yue intended to give the other ticket to Xiao Ning, but Xiao Ning wasn't interested. So Yui ultimately gave it to Li Hong. On Saturday, the two went to the photography exhibition together. At the entrance of the exhibition hall hung a black and white portrait of Shen Yunin. Amidst the swirling smoke, her smile was indistinguishable as either mocking or genuine. As soon as Yui entered the exhibition hall, she saw Shen Yunin. The latter was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, but quickly regained her usual smile and walked gracefully towards her. Yui then remembered reading a report before, which mentioned that besides having exceptional qualities, Shen Yunin also had a mentor who could bring out the unique beauty hidden beneath her soul. That mentor was her stepfather, Ye Junsheng. It was fortunate for any woman in the world to have such conditions as hers. Compared to her now, Yui felt truly unfortunate. Shen Yunin had already approached her, looking as though she had something to say, and Li Hong took the opportunity to excuse himself. Before leaving, he looked at Yui with concern, telling her to find him if she needed anything, and Yui responded with a reassuring glance. Shen Yunin led Yui to the lounge. Someone came to serve them hot drinks, and Shen Yunin signaled for the person to close the door when leaving. The lounge was left with just the two of them. Yui noticed a few promotional brochures for the photography exhibition on the low table, and the photo on the front of the brochure was the same one she had seen when she first entered the hall. Shen Yunin's photo. Shen Yunin, who usually didn't like beating around the bush, spoke directly. A couple of days ago, Ye Junsheng suddenly asked me for 2 tickets to Uncle Yu's photography exhibition. Yui's eyelids twitched. Shen Yunin didn't continue, but Yui guessed that the tickets sent to her anonymously were actually from Ye Junsheng. He didn't tell me who they were for, but seeing you made it clear. Shen Yunin spoke softly, without any hint of arrogance. Zhang Luo told me about your situation. Yui had no reaction. Shen Yunin smiled sweetly. Actually, Ye Junsheng is not my boyfriend. His silence is out of respect for my mother, and it has nothing to do with me. Yui still had no response. Shen Yunin finally mustered the courage to ask. Zhang Luo said you two broke up recently? Shen Yunin hesitated. I was afraid you might misunderstand him because of this, so I wanted to clarify. Yui finally spoke. No, we're never together. She knew there was no relationship between Shen Yunin and Ye Junsheng. She had heard him deny it when it came to Jiang Yuqing. Feeling a bit embarrassed about her own misunderstandings, Shen Yunin changed the subject, hoping Yui would enjoy herself today. As Shen Yunin was about to leave, Yui suddenly asked, "Why do you like him?" Shen Yunin shook her head. "I don't know why I like him." After a moment, she continued, "When I asked him why he liked you, he said liking someone is just liking them. There is no need for a reason. That's when I started to believe that such feelings can exist without a reason, and that kind of liking is the purest." The words flowed smoothly from Shen Yunin's lips, her smile warm rather than distant, making one unwilling to open their eyes, wanting only to savor the moment. After Shen Yunin left, Yui sat alone for a long time until someone entered, prompting her to leave. Unable to find Li Hong, Yui wandered alone. There were many people at the exhibition. Photographers from various places came to admire it. Yui followed behind them, listening to their discussions about the meanings behind the photos. Suddenly, she saw a familiar photo, just like the one she had seen 10 years ago. In the photo, Ye Junsheng had his head slightly lowered, his expression neutral, merely smiling faintly. The smile was cold yet felt very familiar. For a moment, Yui felt as if she had returned to 6 years ago, compared to the present. Ye Junsheng back then was full of youthful exuberance. No matter how much she laughed or made a fuss beside him, he always looked at her with that expression. At that time, just seeing that smile made her feel satisfied. Based on that smile, if it was insufficient, Yui would automatically leave. If it surpassed her expectations, she would be more reckless. Looking back now, she realized that she used to be someone who understood when to advance and when to retreat. But now, all she knew was to retreat. Someone came to her side and paused for a moment, asking, "Do you know him?" Yui looked around to see no one else, pointed to herself, indicating the question was directed at her. The person nodded, and Yui glanced back at the photo, nodding in acknowledgement. When the person heard her response, he laughed. Yui turned her head to examine him. Was knowing Ye Junsheng really that funny? She looked closely at him and found his features familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Yui's gaze crossed over him to the introduction attached beneath the photo, and she finally realized he was Yu Zheng, the organizer of this photography exhibition, and also Shen Yin's father. Anyone standing here admiring Ye Junsheng's photo would claim to know him. It made sense. He was a regular in magazines, and probably not many in Jinghai didn't know him. Ye Junsheng turned his head, looking at Ye with certainty, as if saying, "I told you so." However, he believed she truly knew him. Ye puffed her cheeks and nodded. Ye Zheng's gaze returned to the photo, stating that it was probably taken 10 years ago. Due to the need for an additional piece, it was temporarily used to fill in, perfectly aligning with my theme, and it turned out well. More people are looking at it than at my landscapes. Ye Junsheng said this teasingly. And it was only then that Ye noticed all the other exhibited photographs were landscapes, while this one was a portrait. Such a capricious photographer. Ye comforted him. Your other works are great too. Ye Junsheng deliberately finished her unspoken words. But this one is better, right? Ye awkwardly explained, "That's not what I meant." "I know. You see beauty in your lover's eyes," Ye Junsheng said, not feeling there was anything wrong with that statement. Ye's face turned red. His perspective was quite peculiar. While Ye Junsheng continued to tease Ye Junsheng arrived. Seeing him in front of his photo made Ye feel a bit awkward, especially after being teased by Ye Junsheng. She felt like her face had nowhere to hide and just wanted to leave quickly. Moreover, she wasn't ready to meet him yet. Ye Junsheng, sharp-eyed, immediately sensed the awkward atmosphere between them, exchanged a few words, and went to greet others. Once Ye Junsheng left, Ye felt even more embarrassed. She forced a smile, raised the ticket in her hand, and said, "Thank you for the ticket." Ye Junsheng said nothing, turning to admire another photo. "Stay with me for a while," he said. Since Ye Junsheng said so, Ye felt that refusing would be too unkind. So she had no choice but to accompany him for a bit. However, she soon realized that she didn't have to continue staying there with him. In fact, she really wanted to ask Ye Junsheng how he felt about looking at his photo, but she didn't dare to voice it. Ye Junsheng went on to look at other works, and Ye followed him closely, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, feeling it necessary to repay his ticket gift with her company. Ye Junsheng remained silent, and Ye didn't feel the need to chat. With every step Ye Junsheng took, Ye followed. After circling around, they returned to where they had started. Ye looked at Ye Junsheng's photo and involuntarily said, "Actually, the first time I saw this photo was 10 years ago." Once she said it, both Ye Junsheng and Ye were taken aback. 10 years ago. Ye Junsheng didn't even know this photo existed. It was the first time he had seen it. When it was displayed, he was curious about when it had been taken. Later, Ye Junsheng told him it was taken 10 years ago without his knowledge and had caused quite a stir. Only then did he realize that this photo taken by Ye Junsheng had won an award. In fact, he could have collected copyright fees from Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng helplessly said, "It was a candid shot. I didn't even know about it myself." Regarding Ye Junsheng's character from 10 years ago, Ye believed she had a good grasp of it. With his tsundere and arrogant demeanor, he would never stoop to pose for a photo for Ye Junsheng. If Ye Junsheng wanted to take a picture of him, he could only resort to sneaking a shot. Ye truly fell in love with Ye Junsheng because of this photograph. Since her father is a photographer, Ye had a habit of attending photography exhibitions from a young age. During her freshman year, she went to an art gallery with Ye, and the first photo she saw was this one. The complex expression moved her deeply, and at that moment, she decided she would marry no one but him. Reflecting on that past wish, Ye couldn't help but smile. Ye Junsheng asked her, "What are you laughing at?" Ye habitually replied, "I was thinking about the past." She paused, recalling how Ye had said she looked like an artistic youth while they were viewing the exhibition. Ye knew that this comment wasn't particularly funny, and Ye Junsheng wouldn't be convinced, but he didn't press her further. Just then Li Hong called, asking where she was and if she wanted to go back with him. Ye felt relieved and quickly agreed, bidding farewell to Ye Junsheng before hurrying to the agreed meeting point with Li Hong. Ye Junsheng watched her rush to another man. Seeing that man fondly pat her on the back of her head, his heart twitched slightly. He had taken a step forward, but was forcibly pulled back by himself. Zhang Luo asked him if he had given up on Ye. Ye Junsheng replied no. He would never give up on Ye. Even if there came a day when she no longer loved him, he still wouldn't give up. But he knew that day would never come. A strong slap landed on the back of her head, and Ye took a step aside, looking at Li Hong with grievance. He was just retaliating because she hadn't gone to find him in time. His pettiness was evident. As a man himself, Ye Junsheng's aura was palpable even from a distance. And Li Heng could feel it. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it over between you two? Just right for you to have chance." He spoke casually, without thinking much, and predictably, Li Heng gave her another firm pat on the back of her head. He exclaimed in fear. "You don't like him, do you?" Li Heng's mouth twitched, lowering his voice to curse. "Damn it." He shrugged playfully. Seeing her like this made Li Heng angry. Only he could tolerate her self-righteousness. The two chatted as they walked, with Li Heng opening the glass door ahead of you. He retorted, "You're the one who's self-righteous. Your whole family is self-righteous." Li Heng stopped at the roadside and said seriously, "I'm not joking with you." He also halted, saying, "Who said you were joking?" She knew very well that many times she was self-righteous, always believing in what she thought without daring to verify it. Li Heng had long seen through Yu's issues. It seemed today, if he didn't scold her awake, she would forever deceive herself. Back then, she had naively believed he liked Yue, naively thought he did those things for Yue, but what about later? Did he ever admit to those things? He denied it. Li Heng continued to scold her. "Now you again naively think that for him to be happy, you must cut off contact with him. Are you his intestinal worm? You know better than him whether he's happy?" He pouted on the verge of tears. Li Heng pushed her forehead, saying, "Just do what you want. Sooner or later, you'll be stuck in your own hands." She was already stuck in her own hands. Everything Li Heng said was true. She had no strength to refute. Her flaws were exposed in public, and Yu didn't feel embarrassed or awkward. She just felt wronged. When it came to matters related to Ye Junsheng, she had never dared to verify anything, fearing that if she took a step forward, it would be an irreversible disaster. This habit persisted even now. Even after Ye Junsheng expressed his feelings for her, she still didn't dare to. Years of developed inferiority couldn't change overnight. Tears streamed down Yu's face, and Li Heng, seeing this, panicked and felt helpless. "Don't cry. I didn't really mean to scold you." Li Heng, usually good with words, now seemed a bit at a loss. "I was wrong. I spoke too harshly without thinking. Just stop crying." Li Heng was anxious to wipe away Yu's tears, but was evaded by her. Li Heng had seen Yu at her lowest, and knew that for so many years, she had never let go of the boy she once loved. He also knew her future only had those 3 words, Ye Junsheng. So for Yu, he could only choose to let go. Entanglement was not his style. He wiped her tears dry, turned, and walked away. Li Heng hurriedly followed, tried to appease her. "Auntie, please don't cry. I was wrong." Ye Junsheng turned back from the window and met Yu Zheng's gaze. Yu Zheng held 2 goblets, handing one to Ye Junsheng. Ye Junsheng took it and drank slowly. Seeing this, Yu Zheng also downed his drink. The two sat down in a nearby resting area. Although Yu Zheng was twice Ye Junsheng's age, he was just like a big kid, easily mingling with the younger generation without any sense of incongruity. Yu Zheng quickly noticed that Ye Junsheng had something on his mind, but didn't ask directly, deliberately poking at Ye Junsheng's sore spot. "I found that little girl, just now, quite interesting. If I had a son, I'd definitely bring her back as a daughter-in-law." Seeing her gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although he had only exchanged a few words with Yu, those few words had inexplicably made him fond of her. It felt as if this child was destined to have some connection with him. Yu Zheng shook his head and chuckled. "Ye Junsheng asked who?" Yu Zheng replied, "That little girl, just now, the one who accompanied you to the exhibition. The more he looked, the more he liked her. But she already has a boyfriend. They seem quite suited for each other." Ye Junsheng frowned. "You don't even have a son." Yu Zheng laughed. "Don't even mention a son. I don't even have a child." Ye Junsheng's retort was sharp, and Yu Zheng had to change the subject. "I haven't heard Xiao Yunin mention you at home these past few days. What is going on? Did you provoke her again?" Ye Junsheng glanced at Yu Zheng meaningfully, thought for a moment, and then said no. Yu Zheng felt like he had hit a brick wall. Talking to Ye Junsheng in such a roundabout way was exhausting. Clearing his throat, he said, "You brat, being all mysterious. No wonder that little girl doesn't fancy you." Ye Junsheng spat out 2 words, "Not that." She liked her. It's just that at that time, he was blind and missed the opportunity. Yu Zheng had no idea what Ye Junsheng was thinking and hadn't even asked when Ye Junsheng said, "Uncle Yu, I want to ask you for a favor. Ye Junsheng asked curiously, is it related to that girl? Ye Junsheng didn't answer, but Ye Junsheng felt he was pretty close. Go ahead, what is it? I want to ask you to help me find someone. Who? He is the father of my friend, also someone in your circle, named Ye Junsheng. Upon hearing this name, Ye Junsheng's body stiffened, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly disappearing. Ye Junsheng didn't notice his odd reaction and continued. He hasn't returned since he went to Africa over a decade ago. The last news was that he was injured while filming wildlife in Africa and was supposedly rescued by local natives, but then there was no further news. After Ye Junsheng finished speaking, Ye Junsheng still showed no reaction. Ye Junsheng called out to him several times before Ye Junsheng came back to his senses, cleared his throat, and asked, "What is your friend's name?" Ye. The goblet in Ye Junsheng's hand slipped mercilessly and shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. When Ye received an unfamiliar phone call, she did not expect the caller to be Ye Junsheng. As a famous photographer, why would he suddenly look for her? What was even more frightening was that he wanted to meet her. Ye considered herself not a proper model, and she was genuinely puzzled by Ye Junsheng's request. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. Ye agreed to meet Ye Junsheng at a nearby CAF after a shift. Ye Junsheng was already waiting at the CAF and was visibly excited to see Ye, unable to hide his enthusiasm mixed with hesitation. He wanted to approach her, but was afraid to make a move. Ye sat down across from Ye Junsheng and ordered a cup of coffee. Ye Junsheng watched her, his eyes flickering. Ye politely asked, "Mr. Ye, what do you need me for?" The way Ye addressed him made Ye Junsheng feel a pang in his heart. He tried to suppress his sadness and spoke in a normal tone. "Do you have a twin sister?" Ye was taken aback and nodded. Ye Junsheng felt a large weight lift from his heart, feeling a mix of joy and nervousness. "What is your sister doing now?" When he asked this, Ye thought Ye Junsheng knew Ye and was trying to find out about her. At the question, Ye's eyes dimmed, and she answered truthfully she died. Ye Junsheng was stunned, and he forgot what else he wanted to ask Ye. His pupils shifted, his long and thick eyelashes gradually became wet. After Ye's departure, Ye finally found the courage to speak without any impurities. "You can ask me anything else about Ye, and I can tell you." Ye still believed Ye Junsheng's sadness was due to Ye and that he had called her to inquire about her. Ye Junsheng's voice choked, and he slowly said, "I am your father." The word father was too foreign to Ye. The role of a father had been absent from her life for over a decade. Hearing Ye Junsheng say this, Ye instead laughed. They all said her father had left, so how could he suddenly appear in front of her? Ye Junsheng must be lying to her. "Your name is Ye. Your sister's name is Ye, and when combined, your names mean unique, which is what your mother and I had." Ye knew the origin of her and Ye's names. And those who knew them also knew, so there was no credibility in it. She still did not believe him. When you were little, you were very mischievous. Whenever you did something wrong, you would pretend to be Wei to defend yourself. Your mother always took it seriously, and when I got home, you would show off your cleverness to me and say it was our little secret. Ye Junsheng looked at her lovingly. Many details of these hidden pasts were even unclear to Ye, but she knew that this incident had occurred. Ye Junsheng's voice trembled, and his emotions could no longer be concealed. Ye still couldn't believe it. The waiter brought Ye's coffee, and she snatched it from the tray, gulping down a large mouthful. The waiter looked at Ye Junsheng in shock, and Ye Junsheng waved his hand to signal her to leave. Tears fell from Ye Junsheng's eyes. For so many years, he had thought that they were no longer in this world. Yet unexpectedly, they were still in Jinghai, not far from him. "My original name is Ye Junsheng, the person Ye Junsheng is looking for. Her father was called Ye Junsheng, not Ye Junsheng." Ye carefully recalled the photo she had pressed under the cabinet, and the person in the photo overlapped with the one in front of her. Only then did Ye understand why she felt familiar with him at first sight. The person who used to accompany her to sleep every night now felt strange to her. She thought this person would never appear in her life again. Yet he showed up without any warning. She was at a loss, not even having time to react. Ye grabbed her bag and ran. Ye Junsheng suddenly stood up and called out behind her, "For not looking for you for so many years, I'm sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me. But can you tell me how Wei left?" By the end, Ye Junsheng was already sobbing uncontrollably. People in the CAF were staring at the two of them. Ye's throat felt itchy. She couldn't say anything, opening her mouth and then closing it. "It has nothing to do with you," she said, and left without looking back. As night fell, countless stars dotted the night sky. Ye Junsheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his lonely figure revealing unending thoughts. He had been absent-minded all day, his brow twitching as if foretelling that something bad was about to happen. Although Yu Zheng did not explicitly say it, Ye Junsheng had guessed the relationship between Yu Zheng and Yu Yi. Yu Zheng, Yu Zhengliang, although there was only one character difference in their names. They were still the same person. Having known Yu Zheng for so many years, he had never realized it. Today, if Yu Zheng went to find Yu Yi, and if that was the case, Yu Yi, unprepared, would definitely break down. Thinking of this, Ye Junsheng hurriedly grabbed his coat and left. As soon as he started the car, he received a call from Jiang Yusen, asking if Yu Yi was with him. Ye Junsheng's heart sank. Something had indeed happened. His phone kept dialing Yu Yi's number automatically, but there was a busy tone on the other end. After countless attempts, the call was finally connected. The howling wind came through the phone to his ear, and after calling out Yu Yi's name several times, he finally heard her voice. The wind was strong, making it hard to hear what Yu Yi was saying. Ye Junsheng asked her where she was, and after a long time, he heard Yu Yi's voice. "You bastard." Ye Junsheng. She still had the strength to curse at him, so it seemed Yu Yi was all right. Ye Junsheng felt relieved. The call was not disconnected, and he could vaguely hear Yu Yi cursing at him. Her words slurred and mixed with the sound of the wind, but he knew she was scolding him. He searched his mind for places where Yu Yi might be, rolled down the car window, and felt the wind outside. It was a gentle breeze, not too strong. At this time, the only place with strong wind was by the river. He turned the car around and drove toward the destination. The early spring night still carried the lingering cold of winter, and the wind by the river was particularly unrestrained, blowing chaotically. The car stopped by the roadside, and as soon as Ye Junsheng got out, he saw someone sitting on a riverside square. Without needing to confirm, he knew it was Yu Yi. Her hair was disheveled by the wind. A few empty bottles were haphazardly piled by her feet, and her cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with drunkenness, sparkling like stars. Seeing Ye Junsheng approach, she tilted her head and smiled foolishly, and then suddenly remembered something. Yu Yi raised her hand and cursed, "Bastard." Ye Junsheng squatted down. A gust of wind blew past, and Yu Yi shrank her neck, and the smell of alcohol on her body wafted into Ye Junsheng's nose. Yu Yi felt cold, and Ye Junsheng leaned closer, wrapping her hands in his palms and rubbing them back and forth. Yu Yi was still cursing him. "Ye Junsheng, you big bastard. Why are you so idle? Why did you go find my dad? Why do you meddle so much?" Yu Yi pulled her hand away, stood up, and pointed at Ye Junsheng. As she suddenly stood, her body swayed slightly. "We've been fine for so many years without a dad. Why did you go look for him?" Yu Yi squeezed her eyes, and with a pout, she was about to cry. Ye Junsheng sighed. Yu Yi was drunk. He bent down and picked her up, heading toward the car. Yu Yi obediently stayed in Ye Junsheng's arms without causing a fuss, her arms wrapped around his neck. And two streams of tears flowed from her eyes, slowly making their way to her mouth. She stammered and asked, "Ye Junsheng, do you really love me?" Ye Junsheng paused, looking deeply at the person in his arms. "I love you very much." Yu Yi suddenly felt a wave of pain. Covering her eyes with both hands, trying hard to suppress the pain, but failing, crying out, "Then why? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why? Didn't you come find me sooner?" Yu Yi's voice was thick with nasal tones, and the words she spoke came out soft and mushy. "Do you know, I've been waiting for you." Ye Junsheng knew that this was Yu Yi's drunken talk, but it was also her true feelings, words she couldn't say when she was sober. Now, drunk, she dared to say them without any worries. How could he bear to let go of such a silly Yu Yi? Ye Junsheng's eyes sparkled, as if shining with light. Looking at Yu Yi, he slowly said, "I know, that's why I came." He lifted his steps again. The wind by the river blew away the sand on the beach, but it couldn't disperse the two hearts connected together. Ye Junsheng placed Yu Yi in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, walked around the car, and called Jiang Yusen, telling her that Yu Yi had been found and not to worry. Then he returned to the driver's seat. Yu Yi obediently sat in her seat, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. She wiped her cheeks dry and, trying to keep her tone calm, asked, "When did you find out about my dad?" "A few days ago." Ye Junsheng only knew that Yu Yi's father had left when she was little. Everything else was told to him by Jiang Yusin. After leaving the Yu family that day, he went to find Jiang Yusin, the only one who could tell him everything about Yu Yi. Yu didn't speak anymore, and Ye Junsheng wiped away the tears on her face. Yu Yi lifted her eyelids and asked, Ye Junsheng, where are we going? I'm taking you home, but I don't want to go home. Ye Junsheng, what about you, Er? He's with my grandpa. I thought he was like Yue, and didn't want me anymore. Ye Junsheng, I really love you. I love you very much too. You're lying. You must not love me as much as I love you. Yu Yi's voice gradually weakened, and Ye Junsheng turned to look at her. Yu Yi's eyes were slightly closed, her head tilted back against the seat, and she had fallen asleep. Ye Junsheng held Yu Yi's hand, looking at the smooth curve of her lips that curled up, and unconsciously smiled along with her. The next day, after waking up, Yu Yi felt a bit dizzy and confused. Rubbing her swollen temples, she lifted the quilt and got out of bed. In the kitchen, Xiao Ying was making breakfast for her. When she saw Yu Yi awake, she urged her to wash her face and brush her teeth quickly so she could eat. While brushing her teeth, Yu Yi looked in the mirror and suddenly realized something. After meeting Yu Zheng yesterday, she had wandered alone to the riverside and drank a lot of alcohol. Spitting out the foam in her mouth, she poked her head out to ask Xiao Ying, Mom, who took me home yesterday? Xiao Ying was still busy in the kitchen, saying, It was Yusin. You, this child, had a company banquet and didn't even call to let me know, making us worry and search everywhere for you. A banquet? For a moment, Yu Yi was confused. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly remembered that she had hugged Ye Junsheng's neck and questioned him about why he didn't come to find her. She recalled everything that happened afterward, and her face turned red all the way to her neck. How could she have said such pretentious things? She regretted it immensely. Afterward, Yu Yi thought of a problem. After what happened yesterday, how should she face Ye Junsheng? It was indeed a difficult question. Yu Yi lingered in the bathroom for a long time, and it was only when Xiao Ying called her that she finally came out. Fortunately, today was Saturday, and Yu Yi didn't have to go to work. With her current attitude, she would definitely make mistakes at work. While drinking porridge, Yu Yi thought of Yu Zheng and pondered for a while before asking Xiao Ying, Mom, have you ever thought about the day when Dad might come back? This sudden question from Yu Yi stunned Xiao Ying for a moment. After thinking, she said no. Yu Yi responded with an "oh," continued drinking her porridge, then asked, Mom, if one day Dad comes back, do you want to see him? You've seen your dad? Knowing her daughter well, Xiao Ying immediately understood as Yu Yi stammered. Yu Yi quickly shook her head, and Xiao Ying didn't press further. After a pause, she replied, So many years have passed. Even if I wanted to see him back then, I don't want to see him now. But you are different from me. You still have a blood relationship with him. He is still your father. So if one day your dad really comes back to find you, you don't have to worry about me. Just meet him if you want. Yu Yi stammered for a long time before saying, I don't want to disappoint you. Xiao Ying smiled and said helplessly, Silly child, what is there to be disappointed about? The bond between parents and children is fate. He is your father. I have no obligation to deprive him of his rights as your father. His abandonment of you is his problem. Your acceptance of him shows your generosity. The relationship between you two cannot be invalidated just because I say so, and my role among you is simply that of your mother. After going to prison, Xiao Ying had come to see many things more clearly than before. Whether Yu Zhengliang came back or not had nothing to do with her, but Yu Yi was different. The absence of a father's love in her life for so many years meant that if there was a chance for him to make up for the fatherly love she missed, she wouldn't oppose it. After finishing breakfast, Yu Yi slept in for the whole morning. In the afternoon, after Xiao Ying went out, Ye Junsheng's call came. Yu Yi looked at the contact name on her phone, stunned for a few seconds. When did this person get saved on her phone? Seeing the string of numbers displayed below the contact name, she remembered that this was Ye Junsheng's number, but she had never saved his number. Did she save it after getting drunk yesterday? Yu Yi couldn't figure out and could only think so. She pressed the answer button, and Ye Junsheng said, Yu Yi, come downstairs. Yu Yi took small steps to the window, and indeed saw Ye Junsheng's car parked downstairs. Yu Yi said, oh, before going downstairs. Yu Yi went to the bathroom to check her appearance. She wasn't too disheveled, so she went downstairs. Ye Junsheng was already waiting downstairs. Yu Yi walked slowly to him, and before she could ask what was wrong, Ye Junsheng pulled her into the car, not even giving her a moment to wait. Ye tightened her seatbelt, facing forward, her whole body tense. Ye Junsheng glanced at her and said, "I'm taking you to a place." After pondering for a few seconds, he added, "To see someone." Ye asked who? Ye Junsheng didn't answer. Ye felt she should have guessed, tightening her grip on the seatbelt until it deformed in her hands. "I don't want to see him." To be precise, she wasn't ready to see him yet. In a moment of silence, Ye Junsheng held Ye's hand, warmth continuously transferring from him to her. Avoiding it won't solve any problems. Ye looked up at him and then lowered her head. Her fingers entwined with his. As she caught sight of their joined hands, she slowly relaxed. Did this mean they were together now? Standing at the door of the private room, Ye hesitated. Ye Junsheng took her inside, and Ye tugged at his hand. Ye Junsheng turned around and asked her what was wrong. Ye took a few steps back, saying, "I'm scared." Ye Junsheng came to his senses and placed both hands on Ye's shoulders, saying, "I will stay with you." Ye Junsheng said that accompanying her meant waiting outside. He needed to give him space as father and daughter. Ye understood that. Summoning her courage, she looked at him with pleading eyes and asked, "Can you come in with me?" Ye Junsheng lowered his head and kissed Ye's forehead, saying, "You two must have a lot to talk about, and my presence might make some things inconvenient to say." Finally, fearing Ye wouldn't believe him, he added, "Don't worry, I will wait for you outside." Ye's heart raced anxiously. She knew that the issues between her and Ye Junsheng had to be resolved. It was just a matter of time. Ye Junsheng was pushing her to take this step today, although it wasn't her choice. It at least helped her take the first step. Once that step was taken, the rest would be much easier. Ye adjusted her breathing, glanced at Ye Junsheng, and pushed the door open. The door closed behind her, and Ye saw the man stand up excitedly, his lips moving, tears glistening in his eyes. Standing nervously and even afraid to speak, Ye lowered her head and walked in front of him. The two sat facing each other, and Ye Junsheng poured her a cup of tea. Ye held it in her hands, the fragrant tea lingering at her nose. She swallowed and asked, "Why haven't you come to find us all these years?" Not even once. The answer to this question had been rehearsed many times in Ye Junsheng's heart, and when a moment finally came to speak, he hesitated. The experiences from that year had become like fleeting smoke. What he thought would be remembered for a lifetime now felt distant, and he found that he couldn't recall many things. Ye Junsheng's gaze grew distant as he slowly began to speak. About 10 years ago, while filming cheetahs in Africa due to a lack of preparation, the entire crew suffered significant losses. Someone in the crew was bitten by a lion and died on the spot, and much of the filming equipment was destroyed. He himself suffered a rib fracture while fleeing from a poisonous snake, which drew the attention of the local indigenous people. Due to a language barrier, they thought we were invaders and detained us. The situation was very dangerous until a documentary crew happened to come by. Some of their staff were familiar with the local language and culture, and they rescued us. He omitted many of the twists and turns in the story. His life was saved by Americans from the brink of death, and since then, photography was no longer just a hobby for him. It became something he had exchanged his life for. He was determined to showcase both the good and bad sides of the world, to honor the brothers who had died, and to justify the years he had spent wandering. After much turmoil, he returned to the country 2 years later, only to find that their original home had become a ruin. He asked many people and learned that a sudden fire had burned down the entire building, and no one inside survived. At this point, Ye Junsheng was already in tears. He lowered his head, supporting his forehead with his hand. "All these years, I thought you were gone." 16 years ago, Ye was 13. She remembered that she had taken a year off from school due to illness, and Xiao Ying had taken her to another city for treatment, while Yue temporarily stayed at Jiang Yu's new home. That winter, a family in their building was careless with electricity, causing a fire, and since it was nighttime, no one inside escaped. Xiao Ying and Yue had avoided disaster because of Yu's illness. Even now, thinking back to that fire made Xiao Ying feel afraid. If Yue hadn't been sick that year, they might have truly been separated forever. Yue calmly said, "When the fire happened, my mom and I weren't home, so we were fine." Ye Junsheng looked up and discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Was it possible that Wei left because of that fire? Yue lowered her head, no. Yue repeated what she had previously told Xiao Ying to Ye Junsheng. It was only now that Ye understood that nothing was more important than being alive. The tea had gone cold, and the story was completely told. All misunderstandings seemed to be resolved. They had missed out on so many years because of a misunderstanding from that time. Misunderstandings are often hard for people to explain. If back then, Ye Junsheng had persisted in trying to find out about them, he would have learned that they had moved, just like 6 years ago. If Ye had been able to hold on a little longer and bravely ask about Ye Junsheng's feelings for Yue, perhaps the later tragedy wouldn't have occurred. Everything was just because of misunderstandings. If they could have foreseen what would happen later, would they have chosen to hold on just a little longer? And how many 19 years or 6 years would they have? Hearing the facts today, Ye suddenly thought of Ye Junsheng and wanted to see him. Even knowing he was just outside the door, only a few steps away. Ye thought this and acted on it. Before she was fully conscious, her body began to move. She got up from the sofa, opened the door, and the movements were smooth and seamless. Ye Junsheng had his back to her, talking on the phone. Ye stopped, looked down at her toes, and slowly walked behind him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. She pressed her face against his back, feeling that Ye Junsheng's entire upper body was tense. The hand holding the phone gradually lowered, and Ye heard the person on the other end say a long string of words, calling Ye Junsheng's name multiple times, before finally hanging up when they didn't hear any response. Ye Junsheng's voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation. "Are you done?" Ye nodded. Only then did Ye Junsheng turn around and embrace Ye, silently feeling her presence. After a short while, Ye Junsheng came out. Upon seeing him, Ye Junsheng released Ye and took her to stand before Ye Junsheng. Ye tried to pull her hand from Ye Junsheng's grip, but it wouldn't budge. Seeing them like this, Ye Junsheng felt relieved. After learning that Yue had left to save Ye Junsheng, he felt even more heartbroken for him. Ye Junsheng asked Yue, "Where's Wei Wei's grave? I want to go see her." As soon as Ye Zheng's words fell, Yue felt Ye Junsheng's body tremble. She looked up at him, but his expression was the same as before, revealing no clues. This time, it was Yue who actively tightened her grip on Ye Junsheng's hand. The three of them drove to the cemetery. Upon seeing the black and white photo on the tombstone, Ye Zheng's eyes turned red as he placed the flowers he had bought earlier in front of the grave and slowly crouched down. Watching Ye Zheng like this, Yue felt nothing at all. Perhaps the time that had separated them was too long, and the maternal feelings had dissipated considerably over the years. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped by a large hand. Yue looked up at Ye Junsheng and smiled foolishly. This was the scene she had longed for 10 years. Lost in Ye Junsheng's gaze, the deep affection in his eyes was enough to turn her into a puddle. Standing in front of the grave, Yue and Ye Junsheng intertwined their fingers, and at the same time, they turned their heads. Yue silently asked in her heart, "Wei Wei, will you bless us?" A gentle breeze blew by, lifting the fallen leaves on the ground, and Yue vaguely seemed to hear Yue Wei's voice in the air. "Yue, be happy." After leaving the cemetery, Ye Junsheng departed. Ye Junsheng took Yue home, and along the way, neither of them spoke, but their hands remained tightly clasped together. Taking advantage of the red light, Ye Junsheng kissed the back of Yu's hand. Yu's mind was clear now, and in an instant, her face turned red. She thought about how she, a 28-year-old woman, could still blush just from holding hands and a gentle kiss. It would be a joke if this got out. Yue coughed lightly while covering her mouth and looked out the window. The car stopped downstairs at Yi's house. Yue discreetly pulled her hand away and said to Ye Junsheng, "Then I'll head back first." Ye Junsheng got out of the car first, walked around, and opened the door for her. Yue smiled. It turned out that Ye Junsheng could be so gentle. Ye Junsheng asked her, "What are you smiling about?" "Turns out you're this considerate," Yue teased. Ye Junsheng was puzzled. Did opening the car door for her count as being considerate? Yu's look had a striking impact, and Ye Junsheng felt this approach was effective. He decided to do it more often in the future. "If you had been this considerate before, I definitely wouldn't have wanted to leave you 6 years ago," Yue bit her lip and said. "It's not too late now." With that thought, it seemed he should maintain this kind of behavior moving forward. No matter what happens, Yue cannot be separated from him. As Yue was about to go upstairs, Ye Junsheng stopped her from leaving. A passionate kiss landed on Yu's forehead, and he said, "I want to take you home." He looked up at Ye Junsheng with an apologetic expression. Before she could speak, Ye Junsheng covered her mouth. Back to Grandpa's house. Yui grabbed the sides of Ye Junsheng's waist with both hands, tightly and then loosely, summoning her courage to say, "I will persuade my mom well. Can you give me some time?" Ye Junsheng touched the tip of Yuyi's nose and said, "Silly girl, how are you going to persuade your mom? Your mom is angry with me. Getting her to forgive me is something I should have prepared for long ago. How can I let you handle all of this alone?" He lowered her head again. This version of Ye Junsheng made her feel a bit helpless. Could it be that she really had a tendency for self-sacrifice? But she liked it so much. After much consideration, Yui decided to take Ye Junsheng home to meet her mother. Sooner or later, their relationship would be known to Qiao Ying. Whether it was sooner or later made no difference, since Ye Junsheng could do so much for her. It was only natural that she should put in some effort for him as well. After making this decision, Ye Junsheng seemed to be taken aback. He smiled, pinched Yuyi's cheek, and agreed to her plan. When they got home, Qiaoying was sitting on the sofa watching a soap opera. When she saw the two of them come in together, she was clearly startled and immediately turned her head to ignore them. Yui felt nervous and called out, "Mom." Before she could continue speaking, Ye Junsheng had already interjected, "Yui, can I talk to Annie alone?" Yui nodded, giving them space, and returned to her bedroom. She attempted to lean against the door to listen to their conversation, but it was in vain. She couldn't hear anything. It would be a lie to say she wasn't anxious. What if her mom stubbornly refused to let them be together? In this matter, she didn't want to go against her mother's views, but she and Ye Junsheng had already missed out on 6 years. She didn't want to easily give up on the hard-won feelings between them. She didn't know how much time passed, but Yui was too nervous to even look at the clock. The sound of the door opening startled her, and Ye Junsheng walked in. For some reason, at that moment, Yui felt like crying. Even before she knew the outcome of Ye Junsheng's conversation with her mother, her eyes had already turned red. Ye Junsheng shook his head and laughed. Yui looked as if this meeting was their last. Ye Junsheng sat across from Yui and asked, "Why are you crying? Did my mom forgive you?" Yui's tears lingered in her eyes. When she saw Ye Junsheng nod, she broke into a smile and hurriedly wiped her tears away with the back of her hand. A gentle kiss landed on Ye Junsheng's cheek, and then Yui ran to the living room, playfully hiding in Qiao Ying's embrace, saying, "Thank you, Mom." Qiao Ying sighed lightly, thinking that her children would have their own blessings, and many things had long exceeded her control. If she could still heartlessly tear them apart after Ye Junsheng sincerely knelt down to repent, then how could she consider herself a qualified mother? In fact, she should be proud of Yue. Yue knew what would happen when she crashed into them, but still resolutely pushed Ye Junsheng away in a moment of crisis. Her daughter, though silly, was kind-hearted. Having raised 2 daughters alone for over 20 years, she might not have been able to be with them as often as other mothers. But Yui and Yue had grown up steadily, not causing her any worries, and they understood gratitude. This was her fortune. That day, Ye Junsheng stayed very late at the Yu family dinner table and felt the long-lost maternal love. Yui took the initiative to walk Ye Junsheng downstairs, and Xiaoying smiled as she sent them off. With her hands behind her back, Yui walked backward, tilting her head to observe Ye Junsheng. "Ye Junsheng, tell me your mom's story." Ye Junsheng walked forward, facing her, and smiled as he asked, "Why do you want to hear about my mom's story?" "I want to know everything about you." Yui thought for a moment, and a smile blossomed on her face. Suddenly, Ye Junsheng's expression changed. He quickly took a few steps forward and reached out his hand. Yui instinctively shrank her head back and leaned away, and Ye Junsheng's hand just happened to support the back of her head. Yui's back bumped into something. Her heel hit a tree. She blinked, realizing that she had crashed into the tree because she couldn't see what was behind her while walking backward. Ye Junsheng scolded her for being silly, one hand still resting at the back of Yui's head. Yui rolled her eyes, but didn't retort. They stared at each other, and Yui saw a light moving in Ye Junsheng's eyes, which was quite beautiful, leaving her mesmerized. Ye Junsheng's throat moved as he slowly leaned closer to Yui. All Yui could see was Ye Junsheng's face getting closer and closer, looking even more handsome up close. Yui swallowed, and Ye Junsheng's kiss landed on her lips. His hand at the back of her head, moving to caress her neck, sending shivers down her spine. His kiss lingered at her lips, slowly and gently tasting her. Ye Junsheng held Yu Yi's chin and tilted it up. Yu Yi's mouth involuntarily opened, and Ye Junsheng's tongue easily slid in, their tongues intertwining. Yu Yi couldn't help but take a breath, her whole body losing strength. Ye Junsheng supported her with one hand, guiding her hands to rest on his neck. Her heart raced rapidly, feeling like it was about to leap out of her mouth. After living for over 20 years, Yu Yi finally realized that kissing was such a demanding thing. Leaning against Ye Junsheng, she breathed heavily, feeling that only by relying on him could she avoid falling to the ground. Ye Junsheng's voice was still hoarse, calling her name, Yu Yi. Yu Yi responded with a soft hum. Ye Junsheng lowered his head to carefully examine her brows and eyes, smiling happily. The two walked to the garden beside the Yu family's community and sat on a long wooden bench. The round moon hung in the sky, and the shape of the moon was faintly visible. Yu Yi leaned against Ye Junsheng's shoulder, listening to him tell stories she had never had the chance to understand. Ye Junsheng had a deep maternal complex. After Xiang Ying married into the Yi family, he was unaware of Xiang Ying's previous relationship with his father. As a result, he became particularly dependent on Xiang Ying. It was only by chance that he learned his mother's depression was due to seeing them together, regardless of the occasion. Qin Miaoran was the only daughter of the Qin family, and everyone dared not defy her wishes. However, she faced setbacks when it came to Ye Junsheng. No matter how hard she tried, this man never spent even a second looking at her, and he treated their child the same way. Eventually, Ye Junsheng became even more reckless. During the time Ye Junsheng couldn't see him at home, Ye Junsheng had already moved in with Xiang Ying. For the sake of the Qin family's face, Yin did not agree to their divorce, and Ye Junsheng simply stopped coming home. Qin Miaoran had lowered herself to plead with Ye Junsheng, but it had no effect. In the end, Qin Miaoran privately met with Xiang Ying, hoping she could spare their family, but unexpectedly, a single sentence from Xiang Ying defeated her. Xiang Ying knelt down and begged her, "Junsheng and I are truly in love. We don't care about hotels or money. I beg you to let him go and complete us." This woman easily knelt before her for love. In the end, Qin Miaoran granted her wish, completing them. She fulfilled Xiang Ying's wish, but no one was there to fulfill hers. In the late stages of her depression, she thought the only way to find relief was through death. So, she left with Ye Junsheng in her arms. Ye Junsheng had been kept in the dark. Once he learned the truth, he moved out of the Yi family. Since then, apart from visiting Yin, he had never lived at home again. Moreover, Xiang Ying would never receive his forgiveness. This was his confession to his mother. If someone asked him what he regretted the most in his life, he would undoubtedly say it was the thought of wanting to treat Xiang Ying as his mother after his mother left. He still can't forgive himself for this matter. That night, Ye Junsheng cried like a child in Yu Yi's arms, and all Yu Yi could do was repeatedly tell him it wasn't his fault. Unable to say anything else, just as he had comforted her back then, she stayed by his side. Su Qing was moving, and Jiang Yusen, still busy with work, called the idle Yu Yi to help. Yu Yi hurried over. After a busy morning, she finally finished packing everything. As she was carrying a box downstairs, she tripped at the staircase landing, losing her balance, and the box slipped from her hands, rolling down the stairs. Fortunately, she managed to grab the wall in time and didn't fall. Yu Yi watched as the items inside the box escaped in all directions, frowning slightly. If she had fallen down the stairs, it would have hurt a lot, and Ye Junsheng would definitely scold her for being foolish if he found out. Thinking of this, Yu Yi shook her head, looking at the scattered items with a bit of schadenfreude. As she went down the stairs, she picked everything up and threw it back into the box when suddenly an old-fashioned phone caught her attention. It had a sticker on it that looked increasingly familiar. Suddenly, Yu Yi remembered that this was the phone she had accidentally lost 7 years ago. The sticker had been put on by Yu Wei, who had initially thought it looked ugly. Why was her lost phone at Su Qing's place? Did Su Qing find it after she lost it? Then why hadn't Su Qing returned it? Yu Yi was filled with many questions. With those doubts in her mind, she decided to try turning on the phone. And to her surprise, it powered on with just a press of the button. The old phone was indeed reliable. Immediately, a flood of text messages popped up. They were all sent by Ye Junsheng. Many of the messages contained just 3 simple words. "I'm sorry." She hadn't seen these apologies back then. One message in the outbox caught her attention. It was sent on September 20th, 7 years ago, the day Yue left. Yue opened it, her fingers trembling. The message contained only one simple sentence. Ye Junsheng, I want to talk to you. See you at Century Mall in an hour. Yue knew very well that this message wasn't sent by her. So back then, Ye Junsheng had gone to meet her. But why had Yue also been there? Suddenly, Yue recalled that before Yue left that day, she had told Yue that Su Qing had invited her out shopping, and Yue hadn't responded. A wave of fear washed over Yue. Su Qing had found her phone and sent a message to Ye Junsheng in her name, deliberately bringing Yue there to create misunderstandings between Yue and Ye Junsheng. But what benefit would Su Qing gain from this misunderstanding? Or was it simply that she wanted to hurt Yue? Hearing the commotion, Su Qing came out of the study and saw the items in Yu's hands. Her expression changed, and she froze in place. Yue crouched down to pick up the other items, deliberately taking out the phone. Su Qing slowly walked over. Looking at the phone in Yu's hand, her lips trembling. Yue waved the phone in her hand and smiled, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. I found a phone I lost 7 years ago at your place. Su Qing cautiously asked, did you turn it on? She knew very well what secrets were stored in that phone. Secrets she hadn't had the chance to delete. After Ye Junsheng went abroad, he often called and texted Yue on that phone. Out of fear, she had turned it off and never dared to turn it back on. Perhaps to remind herself of past mistakes, she had kept the phone with her, never expecting Yue would find it under such circumstances. Yue nodded candidly. I didn't even know I had sent that kind of message to Ye Junsheng back then. Su Qing was momentarily speechless. Her throat seemed blocked. She wanted to explain, but realized it was futile. Su Qing suddenly knelt in front of Yue, crying pitifully, it's my fault Yue died. Not telling you was also my fault. I'm sorry for you and Yue. Please, don't tell Yusen. It had taken a lot for him to accept her. And if he knew the truth, he would never forgive her. What Yue had overlooked was that she went there to help Jiang Yusen get some documents, while Su Qing's aim was to get Jiang Yusen for herself. Therefore, the trap she set was ultimately to create a misunderstanding for Jiang Yusen, to dissolve his marriage with Yue. Yue laughed coldly. Yue's death was merely due to a small scheme of yours. How fragile a life can be. Su Qing, after so many years, I thought you had changed, that you were no longer the person you were in middle school, but I was wrong. You've always been you, and you haven't changed at all. Back in middle school, you competed with me for Jiang Yusen. I stepped back because of Yue. I advised you repeatedly that Jiang Yusen only had eyes for Yue, but you wouldn't listen. You slandered me and isolated me because I liked Jiang Yusen. I didn't care about all that, but how could you? How could you try to destroy them after Yue and Jiang Yusen got married? I know I was wrong. I knew Ye Junsheng had feelings for Yue. I only did that to break them apart. But I didn't expect you to be the one who showed up that day. I also didn't expect that car to hit Yue. I just wanted to separate them. I never wanted Yue's life. Without Yue, Jiang Yusen still has Ye Junsheng, but without Jiang Yusen, I have nothing. Su Qing knelt on the ground, crying horribly. Her makeup ruined, her face pale. Yue stood there calmly. Those who didn't know would think Su Qing was the victim of the incident. You've always been obsessed, pursuing someone who doesn't belong to you. You don't even know what you're doing wrong. Yue looked at the person behind Su Qing and said, Su Qing, I won't forgive you, not because you're important, but because you're not worth forgiving at all. Jiang Yusen won't forgive you either. Su Qing grabbed the hem of Yu's clothes, yelling hoarsely, I beg you, please don't tell Yusen. Yue pried Su Qing's hand away and walked past her. Seeing this, Su Qing tried to chase after her, but fell to the ground as she turned. Jiang Yusen, with bloodshot eyes, watched this scene, his hands clenched into fists, veins popping on his forehead. Su Qing struggled to get up, but as she approached Jiang Yusen, he pushed her away with one hand, causing her to fall again. Yue coldly observed everything, leaving without mercy. The phone tightened in her grip. Yue recalled a text message Ye Junsheng had sent her back then, I love you. So, 7 years ago, he had indeed said this to her. Between them, who had been playing with whom? Yue waited a long time before Jiang Yusen finally came out. He looked disheveled from the shock. Yue walked to his side, and they both headed towards the parking lot. In fact, Jiang Yusen had arrived when Yue admitted she had turned on the phone, but they hadn't noticed him at that moment. So he had overheard their entire conversation. Yue before. Jiang Yusen hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. He knew what he wanted to say and smiled lightly. The past is in the past. In her life, he had only liked two people. One was a secret crush, and the other was an open love. In middle school, she had her first crush on Jiang Yusin, who often lectured her. That crush had been cut short before it could blossom. Except for Su Ping, no one knows about this matter. It is meaningless to bring up past events again. Yi and Jiang Yuxin tacitly chose not to say anything further. Jiang Yuxin, I'll take you home. Yi shook her head, saying, I'm going to find Ye Junsheng. Jiang Yuxin understood and simply said, I'll take you. Back then, Jiang Yuxin blamed Ye Junsheng entirely for Yu Wei's death, and Ye Junsheng had quietly endured that blame for so many years. Now that the truth is clear, he appeared so ridiculous before Ye Junsheng, who had once desperately sought an outlet. In the hospital, Ye Junsheng let him hit and scold him without retaliating. If the doctor hadn't pulled them apart later, Jiang Yuxin firmly believed that at that moment, Ye Junsheng must have been thinking about being beaten to death by him. Jiang Yuxin dropped Yu off at the entrance of the Junhua Hotel. As Yu was getting out of the car, Jiang Yuxin said to her, Apologize to Ye Junsheng for me. I wrongly accused him back then. Yu nodded, promising to deliver the message. Due to last year's collaboration with the Junhua group, Yu was also familiar with the front desk staff. When she told the receptionist she was looking for Ye Junsheng, the person immediately let her go upstairs without a word. Ye Junsheng was still in a meeting, and secretary when asked Yu to wait for a moment. The meeting dragged on for a long time, and Yu was feeling drowsy. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening jolted her awake, and she quickly sat up straight from the sofa. A group of people filed out of the meeting room, and Yu's eyes were glued to the entrance, unwilling to miss any figure. Finally, she saw him. Among the group, Ye Junsheng stood out, his height giving him a natural advantage. When he saw Ye here, Ye Junsheng was obviously taken aback, then smiled, with more surprise than anything else. Ignoring the presence of others, Ye Junsheng embraced Yu, resting his chin on her forehead and rubbing against her. Yu asked him, Are you off work? Not yet, just a little longer. Mom asked me to bring you home for dinner. Yu had mentioned Ye Junsheng's situation to Qiao Ying, intending to provoke Qiao Ying's maternal instincts. And her mother did not disappoint her. After learning that Ye Junsheng lived alone, she scolded Yu for not having the awareness of a girlfriend and instructed her to bring Ye Junsheng home for dinner every day after work, as if she wanted him to come for all 3 meals. Yu accused Qiao Ying of being biased. While Ye Junsheng was working, Yu watched him from the side. Sometimes Ye Junsheng would look up at her, and after exchanging glances, he would return to his work. Yu thought to herself that Ye Junsheng must often be looked at like this by others, so he would be so indifferent when she stared at him. However, Yu only saw the surface and completely failed to notice the corners of Ye Junsheng's lips curling up while he focused on his work. Being looked at by Yu was an enjoyment for Ye Junsheng. It was the weekend again, and Ye Junsheng wanted to take Yu to the Ye family to visit Yin. After Ye Junsheng told her about this decision, Yu began to feel nervous. What if Ye Junsheng's grandfather didn't like her? Every day, Yu worried about this question, and her sleep quality deteriorated, resulting in dark circles under her eyes. Qiao Ying couldn't bear to see Yu like this and shared her experiences. Yu memorized all of them, trying to leave a good impression on Yin. The night before going to Yi family, Yu wondered if their progress was too fast. However, she couldn't find a conclusion and let it go. Sitting in the car, Yu was too nervous to answer Ye Junsheng's questions. As they neared the Yi family home, Yu asked, What if your grandfather doesn't like me? Ye Junsheng thought carefully about this question and replied, Anyway, we won't live with him in the future, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't like you. After a pause, he added, What matters is that I like you. Yu automatically ignored Ye Junsheng's last sentence. Getting anxious, not being liked means a denial of your judgment, and that also counts as a denial of me. Although, I don't feel much about it, but won't you doubt yourself if your judgment is denied? Ye Junsheng replied firmly, My judgment has always been good. At this point, Yu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Upon arriving at the Yi family, Ye Junsheng directly took Yu to meet Yin. Yin was drinking tea in the courtyard, with a chessboard on the low table beside him. When he saw Ye Junsheng return, he snorted. playing chess with his left hand against his right hand, ignoring them. He felt a tremor in her heart. Her grandfather was so serious. After Ye Junsheng greeted his grandfather, he also followed suit, saying hello. Ian pushed his glasses to the tip of his nose, sizing up Ye, and asked, "Girl, can you play chess?" Ye hesitated for a moment before nodding, saying she could play but wasn't very good. Ian reset the chess pieces, and when Ye saw his setup, she proactively set up the pieces opposite him. Ian only glanced at her and said nothing. When Ye Junsheng wanted to help her, Ye pushed his hand away. Last night, her mother had told her to be perceptive. Ye was best at reading people's expressions, so this was not difficult for her. As Ye played chess with Ye Junsheng poured tea for them from the side. Chess was something her father, Ye Zheng, taught her when she was young. After Ye Zheng passed away, Ye would play chess by herself, and fortunately, she hadn't lost that skill. Otherwise, her impression points would have vanished. Ye Junsheng didn't particularly like chess, but he knew that Ian wasn't very skilled, and he had seen Ye play, so he was still at ease with her. Halfway through the game, Ian wanted to chase Ye Junsheng away, leaving Ye alone to interact with him. Ye Junsheng was still a bit worried, unwilling to leave, but was eventually scolded away by Ye, and Ye felt she could handle the situation, giving Ye Junsheng a reassuring look. Only then did Ye Junsheng leave. The glance exchanged between the grandson and granddaughter-in-law before leaving was not something Ye's keen eyes could miss. Ye pretended to cough casually, and Ye immediately straightened up, pulling her gaze away from Ye Junsheng. Ye had a casual chat with Ye, and she knew this was laying the groundwork for the questions to come. Sure enough, the good stuff always came last. Ye said, "Years ago, your mother went to prison for embezzling funds. Junsheng came to me, asking me to bury this matter, to downplay it. As long as I could get your mother out of it, he said he would be willing to move back home and even call Yong Chun dad again." At this point, Ye gave Ye a meaningful look. "For the sake of the group's reputation and order, I didn't listen to him. Do you blame me or Junsheng for sending your mother to prison?" Ye shook her head. She had never involved anyone else in this matter. It was her mother's fault from the start, and on behalf of her mother, I apologize to you. I'm sorry for the trouble caused to Junhua Hotel. Ye Ian raised his hand, asking her to come up. As one ages, even the hardest heart can be softened by time. Ian looked at Ye with satisfaction. 7 years ago, he couldn't fulfill his grandson's wish, and 7 years later, he could not ruin his grandson's happiness. Ye knew that Ye Junsheng was willing to return to the Ye family simply because he still had his grandfather here. In the Ye family, Ye was Ye Junsheng's only reliance, which is why, after confirming their relationship, he chose to bring her back at the first opportunity. Who Junsheng likes is his own business. I can't manage that, nor do I have the ability to do so. You're all adults, so naturally, you will make me worry. In the sunlight, Ye felt that the wrinkles on Yean's face were also so spirited. Grandfather hopes that no matter what happens in the future, you will never leave him. Ye nodded in promise. I will never leave him. Ye Similit, looking up at the sky, tears trickling from the corners of his eyes. After getting married, bring him back to see me, this old man. This sentence was spoken by Ye with a sense of desolation. Ye knew that this must be what Ye wanted to say to her the most today. After finishing a game, Ye let Ye win. Ye was well aware of Ye's little thoughts. Ye accompanied Ye for a while until he got tired before leaving. The Ye family's courtyard was large and antique, resembling a private garden in the south. Ye turned for a long time before finding the path to the front yard. Turning through the long corridor, Ye saw 2 women waiting for her at the end of the passage. From the attire of one of the women, Ye recognized that she should be Ye Junsheng's father's current wife. The woman, though not particularly striking in features, had a unique beauty that exuded a gentle charm. Carved by time. The other person was Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper of Ye Junsheng's family. Seeing the woman who had disrupted Ye Junsheng's family, Ye felt a complex mix of emotions. If not for their connection, she wouldn't dislike her, but since she was tied to Ye Junsheng in a twisted fate, Ye couldn't bring herself to like her either. Ye smiled politely and nodded at them. Seeing Ye smile, Xiang Ying lost her previous restraint, stepped forward, and took Ye's hand, saying, "Little June doesn't come back often. Since he's back this time, why not have dinner together before going back?" The way she looked at you, he seemed to treat her like her daughter-in-law, growing familiar naturally. Xiang Ying hoped for her agreement. But He subtly pulled her hand away, saying, I need to ask Ye Junsheng first. He then asked Aunt Zhang, have you seen Ye Junsheng? The young master is in his room. Aunt Zhang replied excitedly, her tone lively, as if answering Yi's question was her honor. Yi nodded. Then I'll go find him. Xiang Ying took the initiative to lead her to find Ye Junsheng, with Aunt Zhang following behind them. Yi intentionally kept her distance from Xiang Ying, but Xiang Ying didn't seem to mind, linking arms with Yi all the way, chatting about family matters. Yi didn't say much, so she filled in all the questions and answers herself. Aunt Zhang, being straightforward, couldn't help but interrupt when she saw Xiang Ying trying to get closer to Yi to win her favor. Once they were indoors, Aunt Zhang spoke the words Xiang Ying had hesitated to say. For all these years, Madam has always hoped for the young master's forgiveness. If you have time, please help Madam talk to the young master more, so he won't be angry with her anymore. Aunt Zhang spoke these words without being stopped by Xiang Ying. She spoke lightly, as if a wound from years ago could heal once it was opened. Others might not understand, but Yi could sense Ye Junsheng's feelings back then. He relied on Xiang Ying without hesitation, not realizing that the person he depended on was the one who caused his predicament. This matter was like a thorn in Ye Junsheng's heart. Once removed, it would leave a wound that would never heal. Yi calmly said to Xiang Ying, if Ye Junsheng did anything excessive to you in the past, I apologize. Yi shifted her tone, however. Whether or not to forgive you is up to Ye Junsheng himself. I won't interfere. Many harms cannot be compensated for, no matter how many remedial measures you take afterward. You and his father harmed 2 others for your own love. At that time, you should have known there was no room for negotiation. Yi looked into Xiang Ying's eyes, each word a gem. You were all focused on your own feelings, but who thought about Ye Junsheng's feelings? You hoped for his forgiveness just to feel better yourself, but have you ever thought about how you never even said sorry to him? He was so young at that time, yet you overlooked what he needed the most, imposing your wishes onto him without asking if he wanted them. Does he not have the right to hate someone? He felt deeply saddened, sorrowful for Ye Junsheng. You are not just Ye Junsheng, but also his mother. Xiang Ying's face turned pale, her lips trembling. I couldn't say a word after stuttering for a long time. Even if everyone thinks he's wrong, I will stand by his side. I will never force him to do something against his will, so I'm sorry, but I won't help you. Xiang Ying and Aunt Zhang stood there in shock, speechless. I will find him myself. Excuse me. As soon as Yi turned around, she saw Ye Junsheng standing on the stairs behind her, unsure of when he had arrived, but she saw the restraint and pain in his eyes. Yi smiled and waited for Ye Junsheng to walk towards her. Ye Junsheng descended the stairs like a red lotus after the rain, slowly approaching her. When he reached Yi's side, he raised his hand to wrap it around her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace and leading her away. From start to finish, he didn't look at Xiang Ying and Aunt Zhang standing there. After exiting the Yi family gates, Ye Junsheng finally let go of her. Their fingers intertwined as they walked forward. Ye Junsheng asked her, what did Grandpa say to you? Yi replied, Grandpa said to never leave you. Ye Junsheng suddenly fell silent. Yi tilted her head to look at him. I promised, so you have to be responsible for me. That sentence from Yi was already a surprise for him. He knew that the one who understood him best in this world was Yi. Regarding the small incident that just happened, both of them tacitly agreed not to bring it up again. Ye Junsheng, I'm easy to take care of. I know. As long as I see you, that's enough. It saves on food expenses. You're quite relaxed. Then I can stop working. Why? Because I only need to see you every day. Then we'll definitely starve. No. Why? I won't let you die. Their figures were elongated by the setting sun, and they still had a long way to go in the future. The main text has concluded, and the story of Yi and Ye Junsheng has come to a close. Epilogue. 7 years later, Yi saw Er again at Ye Junsheng's house. On the day Yi went to visit Yin, Er happened to be sick and was taken to the pet hospital. Based on a cat's lifespan, Er was now over 40 years old, entering its old age. Compared to Er in her memory, Yi felt it had gained quite a bit of weight, perhaps due to aging, or perhaps because it had been well fed. In any case, curled up in the cat house, Er still looked as proud as when Yi first saw it. When Yi walked in, Er lazily opened one eye, showed no reaction, and closed it again. There was no joy at seeing an old friend. Felt as if cold water had been poured over her. Her pride was hurt by Er's reaction upon seeing it. Even if it didn't recognize her, shouldn't it have reacted upon seeing another woman with Ye Junsheng? But understood Er's character well, and after a few seconds, she adjusted her mood. She then asked Ye Junsheng, "Has it forgotten me?" Ye Junsheng looked at the corner of a photo peeking out from under Er's paw, coughed lightly, and pushed outside. "It's sleeping. Wait until it wakes up, then ask it." Found Ye Junsheng's kind suggestion impractical. Would Er really lift its paw to give her a satisfactory answer to her question? Looked at Ye Junsheng with suspicion, feeling that something was off. Logically speaking, if she asked that, Ye Junsheng's response should be, "You haven't visited it for 7 years and expect it to remember you. Don't you feel you're making it difficult for it?" Actually, he felt that it was not difficult at all. For her, it was not a challenge. When she stubbornly went to see Er again that night, she realized where Ye Junsheng's strangeness lay. At that time, Er had already woken up, and the way it looked at her was nothing like how one would look at a stranger. Hugged Er into her arms, and it didn't struggle. While holding Er, something fell out from the cat house. He bent down to pick it up and froze. What fell out was her photo, from several years ago. As soon as Er saw that photo, it reacted, its round body wriggling free from her arms and instead snuggling up to the photo of her. He was dumbfounded. A living person was right in front of it. It chose to look for a cold, lifeless photo. Was it the cat that was foolish, or was it her? Upon seeing that photo, he understood that for the past 7 years, that photo had been frequently shown to Er. In an instant, he felt warmth in her heart, filled up with the name Ye Junsheng. Carried Er back to the living room and sat down beside Ye Junsheng. As soon as set Er down, it climbed onto Ye Junsheng's lap without looking back, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Asked him, "Ye Junsheng, do you like keeping pets?" Ye Junsheng turned his head to glance at her, showed no reaction, and turned back. "I like raising you." Mini Theater 1 on a whim, wanted to see how her number was saved in Ye Junsheng's phone. So she took his phone while he wasn't paying attention. Opening the contacts, there were only a few names. He immediately saw her own number. The reason being that the name was exactly the same as Ye Junsheng's name saved in her phone. Only then did Ye realize that the note in her phone wasn't changed by her when she was drunk, but rather by Ye Junsheng. Feeling playful, Ye changed Ye Junsheng's note in her phone and hid it. After dinner that night, she made a call to her phone from his phone in front of Ye Junsheng, saying, "My phone is missing. Can you help me find it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ringtone rang. Ye Junsheng followed the sound and found it behind the sofa. Upon seeing the name displayed on the phone, his face darkened in an instant. Big fool. Meanwhile, he had already slipped away to the bedroom. That night, the entire Ye family could hear Ye's screams. The note that Ye Junsheng had changed was, "Only." Mini Theater 2 after marriage. Ye had a small quarrel and recalled some old memories. So she asked about the postcards. Ye asked, "Why didn't you write me a message?" Ye Junsheng pad funkturil replied, "Forgot." How could you let him off easily? After some entanglement, Ye Junsheng surrendered. He thought many times about what to write, and later thought about asking her after returning to the country what words she wanted on it, and he would supplement it for her. This was just one reason. Although he was quite satisfied with Ye Junsheng's answer, she felt something was off. A thought crossed her mind, and she remembered that Ye Junsheng's initial intention was to not have any entanglements with her anymore, wanting to quietly leave her life. He rolled over and sat on Ye Junsheng. "You're lying. Back then, you were dead set on getting rid of me. How could you possibly think of finding me after returning to the country?" This was another reason. At that time, he indeed did not want to continue having thoughts of him, so he didn't reply to her emails, and coupled with not knowing what to write, he didn't write at all. Ye Junsheng suppressed the restlessness coming from his lower abdomen, pinching the corners of his brows, knowing she would still ask. Ye blinked, wondering if she was just asking for trouble. Ye Junsheng could no longer hold back, flipping over and pinning Ye beneath him. He still had questions to ask, but as soon as she uttered a word, Ye Junsheng covered her mouth.